Shanghai City Lin Family Manor Villa. Lin Mo lay sprawled on the leather sofa gazing at the night outside the window. With a soft puff, a tiny fireball blossomed in his palm. It was the initial skill he had obtained a few hours earlier during the jaw change ceremony after awakening as a mage. Fireball. 18 years had passed since he came to this world. This was a world whose wilderness teemed with monsters. At the age of 18, everyone awakened a different class, growing stronger by slaying monsters and leveling up. Just a few hours ago, Lin Mo had awakened the mage class, yet he turned out to be a blank mage, without any elemental affinity whatsoever. Mages in this world came in many forms: flame mages with affinity to fire, thunder mages attuned to lightning, and so on. As for himself, a blank mage devoid of elemental affinity, learning skills was arduous, controlling them clumsy. An unequivocal trash-tier class. A blank is blank, Lin Mo murmured. He poked the little flame in his palm with his other hand, teasing it, as though it were a pet. You may be a bit weak, but I don't dislike you. From now on, you'll be in charge of lighting my cigarettes and warming my meals. We'll just hole up in this mansion for life, and you can be a happy little lighter. Isn't that better than going out to fight those bosses that casually stand dozens of meters tall? Before his words had even faded, the small fireball in his palm suddenly convulsed violently. Immediately afterward, lines of text floated up on his interface. Your skill, Fireball, vehemently protests against your remarks. Fireball believes your career plan is an insult to its fiery dignity. It roars, you may be a salted fish, but I am not. I will grow stronger. I will evolve. I will become a forbidden spell that can lay waste to heaven and earth. Who would ever agree to be just a lighter? To avoid being raised into a useless flame, Fireball has decided to run away from home and go level up on its own. Lin Mo froze, stunned, his mind still unable to catch up. With a sharp whoosh, the little fireball gave him no time to react, surging with resolute momentum as it dragged an angry red tail flame straight out through the window. Lin Mo stared at his now empty palm, then looked toward the window. At the same time, the fireball entry in his skill bar, Fireball LV. 1. Status: runaway from home, rage mode. Current mood: murderous damage 100. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Has my skill become sentient? Lin Mo's mouth twitched. He had heard of wives running away because their husbands lacked ambition, but he had never heard of a skill running away because its owner was too much of a salted fish. As he stood there dazed, his mother Su Wan's gentle voice floated up from downstairs. Moer, come down for dinner. Coming. Lin Mo answered, grabbed his phone, and rushed out of the room with his mind still full of worries. The Lin family dining hall was resplendent with gold and jade. A long table that could seat 20 people was laden with an array of exquisite delicacies. Seated at the head was his father Lin Tianhao, one of Shanghai City's city defense commanders class, Mad Thunder War God. Though dressed in loose homeware at the moment, he still could not conceal the mountain-like aura of his presence. Beside him sat his mother Su Wan, head of the largest magic potion conglomerate in Shanghai City class, Sacred High Priest. She was elegantly ladling soup into her husband's bowl. Indeed, Lin Mo's family background was such that he could walk sideways across Shanghai City without fear. Pulling out a chair, he picked up his chopsticks with one hand, while his other hand frantically searched for information on his phone. His search keywords included but were not limited to skill: running away from home. Skill has self-awareness. My skill cursed me. Clearly, in this world where universal job changing had been developing for centuries, no similar case had ever been recorded. His father Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. Moer, if you're eating, then eat properly. What are you staring at your phone for all the time, so absent-minded? Lin Mo set his phone face down on the table and forced a smile. Well, Dad, I'm just checking some information about post-awakening classes. Hearing this, Lin Tianhao and Su Wan exchanged a glance. In each other's eyes, both saw a trace of heartache that could not be concealed. Their son might not say it out loud, but he was definitely bothered by his blank mage class. He would skip eating just to study information. This child tugged at their hearts too much. Stop searching. The things online are a mix of truth and falsehood. They'll only make you more upset. Eat first. Your health matters most. Lin Tianhao picked up a piece of steak and placed it into Lin Mo's bowl. Su Wan also gently ladled a bowl of soup for Lin Mo, her voice soft as she comforted him. Yes, Mo, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Mo, your mom has it all figured out already. You can get into whatever university, just muddle along if you like. After graduation, you can learn some life-oriented skills. Cooking sounds pretty good to me. Our family owns quite a few 5-star restaurants. You can use them as your practice grounds. Plant acceleration works too. My several thousand mu of magic herb gardens are in dire need of someone to watch over and manage them. With a grand sweep of her hand, Su Wan pointed toward the stretch of continuous estate beyond the window. Those few mountain ridges are all ours. In the future, you can just stroll around, raise birds and fish. As long as you stay away from gambling, your mom can afford to keep you for 10 lifetimes. Listening to his parents, Lin Mo actually felt a surge of joy in his heart. As a corporate drone who had worked himself to death in his previous life, now that he was living anew, why should he struggle so hard? Look at this estate, these delicious dishes, this outrageous wealth at home. Enough to last several lifetimes. To be a good-for-nothing second-generation heir, spending his days walking birds, admiring flowers, and listening to performances. Wasn't that delightful? Besides, his skill had run off, or was he a mage supposed to take a staff and club monsters with it? Lin Mo put down his chopsticks and looked at his parents with a sincere, deeply moved expression. Dad, Mom, rest assured. Starting tomorrow, I'll focus on helping Mom spend money and helping Dad polish those military medals. I will definitely become a qualified second-gener. Cough, son. Lin Tianhao almost spat out the mouthful of soup he had just drunk. The smile on Su Wan's face also froze. They had intended to comfort their son, but wasn't his speed in going along with it a bit too fast? Couldn't he at least show a hint of that do not bully the youth for being poor kind of unwillingness? One second he'd been searching information, looking seemingly motivated. The next he wore a blissful expression of, finally, I can freeload legally. What was that about? Ahem. Lin Tianhao coughed a few times to cover his embarrassment. Well, having a good mindset is a good thing for Mo. Alright then, since you've come to terms with it, eat more. Got it, Dad. Content. Lin Mo lifted his bowl and quickly polished off the rice. I'm full. Dad, Mom, you should rest early too. Don't overwork yourselves. With that he pushed his bowl away, wiped his mouth, and ran upstairs. Right now he was still very curious. What exactly was going on with this rebellious fireball? Where had it gone, and would it ever come back? As Lin Mo's figure disappeared around the bend of the stairs, Lin Tianhao let out a long sigh and rubbed his brow. A blank talent we can live with, but this mindset, far too salted fish. As he spoke he glanced at his wife Su Wan. It's all because you spoiled him with your so-called happy education. Now look at him. No ferocity at all. Lin Tianhao, don't you pin this on me. Su Wan's willow leaf brows arched sharply, her elegant aura vanished without a trace. Before the awakening ceremony, who kept muttering about not wanting our son to risk his life in the wilderness? When Mo was practicing swordsmanship as a child who was so afraid his hands would hurt that they secretly swapped the black iron training sword for a sponge stick. And now you complain that our son is a salted fish. Too late. Let me tell you, our son turned out like this, and you as his father bear full responsibility. Wasn't that because I felt sorry for him? Moments ago the mad thunder war god had been awe-inspiring. Now his aura seemed half diminished as he hunched his neck. Su Wan let out a soft snort, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Enough, stop with the sighing already. Given Mo's class, all basic mage skills above the introductory level are elemental. Without elemental affinity, even if we feed him skill books, the probability of successful comprehension is very low. And in actual combat his skill microcontrol will be far inferior to that of other specialized mages. Let it be. As long as he can live happily, that's enough. Lin Tianhao put away his playful expression, lit a cigar, and took a deep drag. His features grew solemn. That's what we say, but our family's assets are vast, and many eyes are fixed on us. So long as we're alive, no one dares touch him. But if one day we step down, or something happens to us. He glanced in the direction of the upper floor, lowering his voice. With Mo's salted fish and lazy temperament, I fear he won't just fail to guard this foundation. We might even be putting him in danger. Su Wan fell silent. Though she adored her son as a powerful woman who commanded a vast commercial empire, she knew better than anyone how ruthless this world was. So what do you suggest? Lin Tianhao crushed out his cigar, his gaze burning as he looked at his wife. Wife by rights, with one war god and one healing god in the family, our genes are absolutely top tier. Mo's situation is purely a statistical fluke. Old Lin, what exactly are you thinking? Hearing this, Su Wan immediately understood. A faint blush rose across her delicate cheeks. Let's draw another number in the genetic lottery. Lin Tianhao slid closer with a grin. Su Wan did not push her husband away as he approached her. You incorrigible old rogue. How can this be called incorrigible? Lin Tianhao spoke righteously as he scooped Su Wan up in his arms and strode toward the master bedroom, his steps swift as the wind. This is for the sake of our family's continuation. Honey, let's start tonight. I ate over half that demon dragon meat. Right now I feel brimming with power. You rascal. Be gentle, don't let Mo hear. On the second floor in the bedroom, Lin Mo remained utterly unaware of the grand, leveling up a new alt plan his parents were secretly hatching downstairs. He reached back to lock the door, then flung himself onto the soft, spacious bed, and without delay opened his profession panel. On the panel the icon for Fireball remained stubbornly grayed out. It's already been half an hour, and it still isn't back. Just then, lines of notifications began to pop up on the panel. Your skill, Fireball, has traveled a long distance and arrived at the southern outskirts of Jianghai City. Qingcui Grassland LV. 1 LV. 3. Encountered an enemy. Ahead a sharp-toothed rabbit LV. 1 is spotted grazing. Fireball mocks the sharp-toothed rabbit. Seriously, this? You call this a monster? Are you here to make me laugh? Fireball lashes out in anger, striking precisely at the rabbit's front teeth. Kill confirmed. Experience 5, skill proficiency 1. Fireball feels deeply dissatisfied. It considers the experience from such low-level monsters an outright insult to its noble status. It is accelerating its search for stronger opponents. It roars, I want to fight 10 at once. Staring at the string of combat logs on the panel, Lin Mo fell into thought. First, and most crucial of all, the experience points were being faithfully sent back to him. This meant that although Fireball appeared to have run away from home, it still remained part of his own skill system. So that means, Lin Mo rubbed his chin. My cheat ability has finally arrived. The golden finger I've waited 18 years for has finally come through. A skill with its own personality. Lin Mo might be lazy, but he wasn't stupid. As a veteran bookworm in his previous life, he instantly understood just how terrifyingly valuable this cheat was. First, there was fully automatic cultivation. Other people had to risk their lives out in the wild engaging monsters in brutal close combat, just to level up. Even though this world was highly gamified, a person still had only one life. Once you died, you were simply dead. There was no such thing as a resurrection token. But he could sit comfortably at home and let experience rain down from the heavens. As long as his skills kept grinding hard enough, even if he lay in bed sleeping, his level and skill proficiency would still climb rapidly upward. Second, and by far the most outrageous advantage, was absolute microcontrol. Even among mages of the same level, the gap in actual combat strength could be vast. In fierce battles, predicting enemy movement and controlling the trajectory of one's spells required extraordinary combat talent and extensive battlefield experience. But now, the skill itself had a mind of its own. It aimed by itself, predicted by itself, and might even understand monster slaying better than its own master Lin Mo. This isn't just a golden finger, this is basically a fully automated AFK plugin. Lin Mo lay back with a contented sigh, raising his pillow to make himself more comfortable. Not bad, not bad. Its temper is a bit foul, but seeing how hard it's working, I suppose I can forgive it for running off without a word. Besides, in this world, casting skills normally consumes one's own mental power, yet my little Fireball seems to be out there grinding levels without draining my mind at all. Could that be another benefit of having a personified skill? Ding. Your skill, Fireball, has been surrounded by a prairie gray wolf pack, LV. 1. Number 15 wolves. HM. 15 level 1 monsters. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. Even if they were starter monsters for a level 1 professional, that was still far too dangerous. Hey, don't throw your life away. If you can't win, just run. Lin Mo called out instinctively. He wasn't even sure whether a skill could die. However, the next system messages left him completely dumbfounded. Faced with the encirclement, little Fireball not only felt no fear, but grew wildly excited. It considers picking off enemies one by one a waste of time that severely hampers leveling efficiency. In its fury, it begins to think, to deduce, to experiment with rearranging the pattern of fire elements. Little Fireball erupts. It has comprehended the arcane principle of fire element fission. Congratulations. Due to your skill's monstrous insight, it has independently deduced and evolved into an advanced skill, Multiple Explosive Fireball LV. 1. Multiple Explosive Fireball instantly splits into 1015 fireballs to carpet bomb the area, each impact triggering a secondary explosion. Cooldown 15 seconds. Boom. Prairie Gray Wolf X 15 slain. Experience 75 gained. Skill proficiency greatly increased. Little Fireball surveys the wolf corpses scattered across the ground and blows out a contemptuous ring of smoke, a bunch of trash, and they thought they could hinder my path of evolution. What the A? Lin Mo sprang up from the bed. In his skill bar, a brand new icon had appeared, multiple explosive. This actually works. Lin Mo might be a poor student, but he still knew the basics of professional common sense. In this world, learning skills was far from simple. Skills were divided into 6 tiers: basic, elementary, intermediate, advanced, legendary, and forbidden spell. Basic skills such as Fireball for fire mages or Water Arrow for water mages could be learned by practically any. But starting from elementary level skills, things ceased to be easy. You couldn't just casually consume a skill book and instantly comprehend them. Multiple Explosive Fireball, although merely an elementary skill, involved techniques such as element fission and secondary detonation. Even a blaze mage who specialized in fire skills could not comprehend it in a single attempt, let alone someone like him, a completely blank slate mage. And yet now, he had only changed classes less than half a day ago, hadn't even seen the shadow of a monster, hadn't so much as laid eyes on the cover of a skill book, and merely because the skill itself disliked slow grinding, it had taken it upon itself to comprehend the skill. Unprecedented. Lin Mo stared blankly at the newly appeared skill icon. Defying the heavens. This is absolutely defying the heavens. So this is the world of the ultimate grinder. Other people train skills, can my case skills train me? Lin Mo shook his head slightly, and a thought popped in. If things continued along this trajectory, once he reached level 10 and could learn a second basic skill, if he chose Water Arrow, would it also end up disgusted with its own weak power and grind itself into tsunami? If he learned Earth Shield, would it decide it wasn't tough enough and grind itself into absolute defense? If every element's skills became this obsessive, would his so-called blank slate mage end up becoming an allument forbidden spell archmage? Hiss. Lin Mo drew in a sharp breath. This was the path to becoming a god while lying down. At this rate, in the professional entrance exam 3 days from now, could this blank slate mage of mine end up making a shocking debut? A faint thrill rose in Lin Mo's chest. He might be lazy, but if he could lie down and still earn a top score, bringing some honor to his parents, that wouldn't be bad at all. Ding. Fireball considers the monsters on Qingtsue grassland too weak and is heading toward a higher level area. Yuan Forest LV. 3 LV. 5. Message left, go to sleep and stop fussing, you're interfering with my operation. Reading this domineering note, Lin Mo finally relaxed completely. Alright then. Since the skill was working so hard, how could he afford to hold it back? At a time like this, the greatest support he could offer was simply not to cause trouble. To cooperate fully with my skill's grand leveling project, I hereby decide. Lin Mo yawned and shifted into the most comfortable position he could find. To sleep. Heaven and earth may be vast, but sleep is vaster. Hey you there? Little fire, give it your all. If you haven't reached level 3 by tomorrow morning, I'm totally going to mock you. 2 minutes later, steady, even breathing, filled the luxurious bedroom. In the master bedroom, Lin Tianhao leaned against the headboard, a satisfied expression on his face as he lit a cigar. His bare upper body was marred with crisscrossing scars, the medals of honor from his days as a war god. You're aging like fine wine, Commander Lin. Su-Wan, wrapped in a silk robe, lazily leaned against her husband's shoulder, her fingers gently tracing the scars. Looks like that dragon meat wasn't wasted. Your fighting spirit is as strong as ever. Of course. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow with pride, waving his hand with a hint of swagger. Don't forget, the Thunder War God. He exclaimed, if it weren't for worrying about waking up Emma, I would have unleashed 2 more moves of thunderous fury during that last fight. Su-Wan shot him a disapproving glance and lightly pinched his arm. Stop bragging. Do you want to demolish the house? At this, Su-Wan's expression turned serious as she said, I hope this time we can have a child with decent talent. If Emoer gets bullied in the future, at least there will be a younger brother or sister to protect him. Lin Tianhao took his wife's hand. Don't worry, I have a feeling this time it will definitely work. He added, Emoer was cough an accident. If we try again, it'll definitely be a little monster. Just then a buzzing sound came from the bedside table as Lin Tianhao furrowed his brows, glanced at the caller ID, and his expression turned a bit complex. At this hour, who could it be? Su-Wan asked. Old Zhao. Lin Tianhao grimaced, clearly displeased that old coot Zhao Lei is probably just here to show off. As soon as the call connected, Zhao Lei's loud voice came through the receiver. Yo. Old Lin. Still awake this late? With all this noise, looks like you're not resting. Spit it out already. Lin Tianhao replied irritably, I'm busy, don't have time for your nonsense. Hee, it's nothing major, just that my boy has awakened, and I thought I'd share the joy with my old comrade. Zhao Lei wasn't offended, his tone brimming with pride. Before Lin Tianhao could respond, Zhao Lei began both. My boy has awakened as a fire mage, but unfortunately his fire element affinity is only rated at S level, so it's pretty average. Zhao Lei sighed, pretending to be modest. Lin Tianhao snorted coldly. A fire mage with S level fire affinity, and he dares to call that average. My thunder element affinity as the Thunder War God is only S level as well. A profession with S-level element affinity will surely be among the top combatants in the city in the future. Lin Tianhao replied, dryly, congratulations. Same to you. Zhao Lei pretended not to notice Lin Tianhao's displeasure and continued, you wouldn't believe it, my son is already close to level 3 now. By the way, old Lin, I heard your Moer's awakening isn't great. How about I have my boy help him level up a bit? After all, we've known each other for a long time. Before Zhao Lei could finish, Lin Tianhao expressionlessly hung up the phone. The bedroom fell into a brief silence. Su-Wan hugged his arm, gently saying, are you angry because of what old Zhao? Don't you know what kind of person that old man is? Lin Tianhao leaned back against the headboard again, but this time he gripped his cigarette a little harder. During our university days, I overshadowed him completely, and then when he joined the city defense army, I overshadowed him again. For all these years, Zhao Lei has never been able to stand tall in front of me. And now the heavens have gifted him a son who is an S-level fire mage. He's been holding his breath for decades, finally finding the chance to reclaim his pride at my expense. Su-Wan sighed, her eyes showing a hint of helplessness. Honey, an S-level affinity for fire mage means he's a genius among geniuses. In 3 days during the practitioner examination, that boy from the Zhao family will surely shine, and he might even break the city record. If Moer's results are poor, then there will be no shortage of whispers. He dares. Lin Tianhao's eyes widened, an aura of fury erupted from him. If he dares to speak ill of Moer in front of me, I'll tear his mouth apart. Hey old Lin, you can use your fists to shut Zhao Lei up, but you can't stop the voices of the masses. Zhao Lei's son is used to being arrogant and overbearing. He and Moer have never gotten along, so it's inevitable that he'll stir up some gossip among his little followers. Su-Wan glanced at Lin Tianhao, her worry evident. After a moment, Lin Tianhao exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice turning hoarse and low. The examination. Based on fairness, only the most ordinary bronze-level equipment is allowed, which truly tests one's strength, broadcast live across the city under everyone's gaze. As he spoke, Lin Tianhao crushed the freshly lit cigarette with a fierce determination in his eyes. No. I can't let Moer suffer this. Wife, tell Moer tomorrow to just take a sick leave on the exam day and not go. After all, we have plenty of money, we can easily arrange for him to just coast through university for a few years. Rather than let him be a laughingstock in front of Zhao Lei's family at the exam, it's better to let him sleep comfortably at home. Su-Wan was taken aback for a moment, then her eyes reddened as she nodded. I'll do as you say. We only have this one son, face or no face, doesn't matter as long as he's not suffering. Lin Tianhao crushed the freshly lit cigarette again and turned to look at Su Wan. Wife, let's try again. Zhao Lei wants to compete with sons. Fine. Let's compete to the end. As for Moer, for this lifetime, we'll shield him from all storms. Even if he's a waste, he's still my Lin Tianhao's most treasured waste. Su Wan took the initiative to wrap her arms around her husband's neck, her gaze softening. All right. Our Lin family's child is not for others to bully. The next morning, Lin Mo groggily opened his eyes and stretched lazily. He had slept exceptionally well. So comfortable, Lin Mo rubbed his eyes and instinctively opened his profession panel. Name: Lin Mo. Profession: Mage level LV. 325. Skills: Fireball LV. 3. Multi-explosion Fireball LV. 3. Lin Mo's pupils contracted sharply, his sleepiness vanished in an instant. What the hell? I'm really at level 3. You must understand, in this world leveling up is no easy feat. Even the geniuses from wealthy families under a full team's guidance might only reach LV 3 on the first day. And here I am, just sleeping and doing nothing, and I've reached LV 3. Moreover, the experience bar has even increased by 25. Is this the charm of fully automated grinding? Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel. He glanced at the skill panel where below Fireball was a status prompt: status recharging sleep, deep slumber, mood extremely exhausted, even a bit hungry for a midnight snack. Last night's achievements: killed tooth rabbit x 158, grassland gray wolf x 135, a venomous spider x 112. Message: I'm dead tired. Whoever is out there, hurry up and get me some fire element food to replenish, or I'll go on strike. Looking at this somewhat irritable message, Lin Mo didn't feel angry. Why should he take it out on his own skill? Besides, it was still helping him level up. At that moment, a gentle voice from downstairs called out, Mo, are you awake? Come down for breakfast. Coming. Lin Mo quickly rolled out of bed, washed up, briefly changed into a casual outfit, and hummed a little tune as he went. In the dining room, his mother Su Wan and father Lin Tianhao were already seated at the table. Morning, Mom and Dad. Lin Mo pulled out a chair and sat down, casually grabbing a slice of toast, feeling quite happy. Su Wan looked at her son's carefree demeanor, feeling a pang of sorrow in her heart. Last night, Lin Tianhao's words still echoed in her ears. Although telling their son to take a sick leave and not attend the examination was to protect his mental well-being, to spare him from whispers, it was indeed a cruel thing to say directly. Su Wan was carefully considering her words, preparing to bring up the subject of the sick leave, when suddenly, the innate sense of a high priest made her feel that something was off. Lin Mo's aura. Why does it seem stronger than yesterday? Su Wan instinctively looked over. A probing spell was cast on Lin Mo. In the next second, Su Wan was left dumbfounded. Lin Mo level LV 3-3, level 3. I thought we were just going to let him enjoy life at home as a second-generation rich kid, but he secretly went out to level up last night. Inside the dining room, Lin Tianhao was about to ask what had happened when his gaze swept across Lin Mo, and he too froze in shock, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Level 3. He shot upright, disbelief etched across his face. No. Mo, you were still level 1 last night before bed. How did you reach level 3 overnight? Faced with his parents' stunned expressions, Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. Disaster. I was too caught up in the thrill. I forgot how to explain this. Should I say the skill went out and killed monsters on its own? No, that would be utterly unprecedented. In this world, a skill developing sentience was unheard of. If exposed, he could not fathom the consequences. Moreover, this was his greatest trump card, never to be revealed lightly. His mind raced at lightning speed. In less than a tenth of a second, he shifted into an expression both sheepish and quietly resolute. Dad, Mom. Lin Mo scratched his head and sighed. After dinner last night, I lay in bed thinking, and honestly I still felt unsettled. Though I'm a blank slate mage, I am Lin Tianhao and Su Wan's son. So after you two fell asleep, I slipped out quietly to level up. At this, his gaze grew clear and earnest as he spoke with quiet sincerity. Dad, Mom, you can rest easy. Even without elemental affinity, I'll strive to grow stronger. Even if I'm a clumsy bird, I still want to take flight. Just a few steps ahead to try. Silence settled over the dining room for several seconds. Lin Tianhao and Su Wan exchanged a glance, and instantly their eyes welled with tears. Look, who dared call our Mo a slacker? This child is so mature. He breaks your heart with tenderness. He talks of depending on us, yet secretly trains through the night, just to spare us worry. As for how Lin Mo had advanced to level 3 overnight, neither parent found it strange. After all, they lavished him with generous allowances. Surely he'd hired elite, high-level adventurers to guide his training. Though extravagant was such a thing, even a concern for the Lin family. Excellent. A fine son. Lin Tianhao, moved beyond words, clapped Lin Mo hard on the shoulder. With this spirit, your father is already content. Since you're determined to train, I fully support you. With that, Lin Tianhao swept his hand decisively toward the door and called out, Hung Yu. Almost instantly, a poised figure strode in. She was a young woman clad in sleek black leather armor. Tall, statuesque, her figure strikingly proportioned. Her winered hair was drawn into a high ponytail, lending her an air of bold elegance. Her gaze was sharp as a blade. Commander, she murmured, bowing slightly, her voice cool and composed. Lin Tianhao nodded faintly, then turned to Lin Mo. Since you're serious about leveling up, don't sneak out anymore. It's unsafe. After breakfast, Hong Yu will accompany you to the wilderness. Train however you wish, but safety comes first. Lin Mo glanced at Yi Hong Yu, the formidable officer summoned by his father with a single shout. He knew her well enough, his father's most loyal subordinate, a warrior of exceptional prowess. Sigh. It seemed the wilderness trip was now unavoidable. Xiao Huiqiu, the little fireball, was far too impulsive. If he stayed home idly, it would surely erupt again, demanding to hunt monsters outside. Then how could he possibly explain leveling up while lying in bed? Fine, then let it be. After all, Xiao Huiqiu hunted monsters without draining Lin Mo's spiritual energy, so why not train while reclining anywhere? Might as well call it a leisurely stroll. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. With that thought, Lin Mo flashed a radiant, yes. Lin Tianhao gazed upon his dutiful son and smiled warmly in quiet pride. Suwan gestured for Lin Mo to sit and resume his meal. Just as he lifted his chopsticks again, Lin Mo recalled Xiao Huiqiu's cryptic message. Fire element food. Could it be that his skill required constant replenishment of corresponding elemental energy, thus sparing his own spiritual energy during combat? Pondering this, Lin Mo turned to his mother Suwan. Ahem, Mom, did today's breakfast include anything especially rich in fire element essence? Like flame fruits or crimson flame beef steaks? Suwan blinked, then her smile deepened. Clearly her son sought to compensate for his lack of innate fire element affinity through diet. Though such methods paled beside true talent, like trying to quench a wildfire with a teacup, this fierce ambition and relentless drive were exceedingly rare. Of course we do. Suwan immediately turned to the steward. Quick, fetch that crate of magma core fruits and bring the freshly delivered blazing rhinoceros tenderloin. Have the kitchen sear it immediately. If Moer eats it, I'll even pluck the liver of a celestial fire dragon from the heavens. 10 minutes later, platters of exquisitely valuable dishes sat before Lin Mo. The dense, palpable aura of fire element energy made even Yi Hong Yu, who stood nearby, glance sideways in quiet astonishment. This single breakfast cost more than an ordinary family's annual income. Lin Mo wasted no time. He picked up a magma core fruit shaped like a tiny tomato and popped it into his mouth. Boom. A torrent of scorching heat surged down his throat and flooded his entire body. Simultaneously, Lin Mo distinctly sensed Xiao Huiqiu's skill icon pulsing with sudden agitation. Ding. Fireball technique has tasted highly refined fire element essence. Mood delighted as if sipping ice-cold cola on a sweltering day. Fireball technique roars blissful. That's exactly the flavor. I feel power surging through every fiber. Where are those wretched wild beasts? Release me. Let me incinerate them all. Lin Mo's knife paused mid-cut as he sliced into the steak. This little fireball was far too volatile. He couldn't let it rampage outward just yet. Xiaohua, calm down. Steady yourself. As my skill, can't you cultivate a bit more composure? Lin Mo mentally soothed the irascible entity. Fireball technique scoffs composure, fills no belly. Enough talk. Take me to the wilderness. My blade hungers. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly, silently resolving. We'll go right after breakfast. But first 3 rules must be agreed upon. Rule 1, once we reach the wilderness, stay within 500 meters of me. Understood? Fireball technique snorts dismissively. TCH. What a nuisance. Fine. For this meal, sake, I'll obey. Eat faster. We depart at once. And rule 2, Lin Mo continued inwardly. You must feign normalcy. Everyone else's fireballs launch, explode, and vanish. But you hover midair, hunting the next target. Is that acceptable? So learn to disguise yourself after launching, vanish instantly. Got it? Fireball technique erupts in outrage, make me vanish immediately after impact. I am destined to become a forbidden incantation, not some skulking shadow. I shall hover aloft, letting monsters tremble in dread. Lin Mo. This skill was excruciatingly volatile and gloriously unapologetically adolescent. No. If you persist in hovering openly, people will suspect something's wrong with me. Then they'll dissect me, and who'll feed you premium monster meat afterward. Lin Mo deliberately speared a sizzling slice of blazing rhinoceros steak with his fork and waved it teasingly before his lips. See this? One piece costs tens of thousands. Disobey, and from now on I'll survive on plain rice porridge. Not a single spark for you. Ever. Fireball technique falls silent. The once furious skill icon flickered twice, engaged in fierce internal debate. It was a battle between dignity and delicacy. Seconds passed. Fireball technique concedes fine. Feed me well, and all is forgiven. Fireball technique grumbles under its breath, but remember, this isn't cowardice. It's tactical withdrawal. For longer, deadlier slaughter. Lin Mo. His lips twitched. Then he slid the fire-infused steak into his mouth. Very well. Withdrawal it is. Slaughter it is. Do as you please, as long as you're happy. That's the spirit, Xiaohua. Obey me, and not only blazing rhinoceros, but even the crimson flame dragon's heartmeat shall be yours as snack someday. Fireball technique's anger meter instantly drained to 0, its status shifting to anticipating. Mission accomplished. Lin Mo's mood soared. He polished off his plate in moments, wiped his mouth, and rose. Dad, Mom, I'm full. Sister Yi, let's go, to the Shadow Vale Forest. At the words Shadow Vale Forest, Su Wan's right hand, holding her utensils, stilled. Shadow Vale Forest. MOR, that's a mixed-level training zone. Levels 3 to 5. Teeming with packs of shadow wolves and venomous spiders. You've had no real combat experience, and as a fragile mage. Su Wan looked at her son, her brow furrowed with. Before Lin Mo could respond, Lin Tianhao burst into hearty laughter and waved his hand dismissively. A wife, you fret too much. Look at Hong Yu standing there, he said, pointing proudly, his voice brimming with trust in his subordinate. What's there to fear with her guarding him? Hong Yu is the youngest elite captain of Jianghai City's Urban Defense Special Forces, a warrior of extraordinary caliber. Hearing her commander's praise, Yi Hong Yu bowed slightly. Though her striking, spirited face remained impassive, her eyes shimmered with unwavering confidence and serene command. Madam, please rest assured. Yi Hong Yu's voice was cool, unwavering. So long as I draw breath, Master Lin shall suffer not a single scratch. Su Wan studied Yi Hong Yu, then her husband, and finally her son, before sighing softly in resignation. Very well. She spoke gently, since your father insists, go ahead. But MOR, remember there's no need to push yourself. At the first sign of danger, retreat behind Hong Yu. Never force bravery, promise me. Lin Mo nodded obediently. Don't worry, Mom. I value my life above all else. Lin Tianhao watched, beaming with satisfaction, then turned gravely to Yi Hong Yu. His cheerful demeanor hardened instantly, revealing the ironclad authority of a commander. Hong Yu, Lin Mo is in your charge. Should uncontrollable danger arise, be it human or beast, eliminate it immediately. No report required. A flash of ruthless battlefield ferocity rippled through the dining room as he uttered the final words. Yes, Commander. Yi Hong Yu snapped to attention, saluting, her gaze razor-sharp and unyielding. Now let's not make it sound like farewell, Lin Mo interjected, unable to bear the solemn atmosphere any longer. He waved and strode briskly toward the villa's entrance. Dad, Mom, see you later. Tonight, I want stir-fried crimson flame dragon. Fireball technique drools. Mood excited, anticipating. Damage 100. Yes, we'll prepare it right away. Su Wan called after him. A black military SUV roared with a deep rumble as it came to a halt at the entrance of a dark forest on the outskirts of Jianghai City. The car door swung open, and Yi Hong Yu was the first to step out. She scanned the surroundings cautiously, confirming safety before opening the rear door. Young master, we have arrived. Lin Mo stretched lazily and got out of the car. He gazed at the forest shrouded in mist year-round. A cold wind swept through, rustling the leaves, and the distant roars of beasts could occasionally be heard. Fireball technique, chuckled with a cackling voice. Dark forest, my little fireball has returned. Tremble, wild monsters. Fear me, ants. My rage will once again cleanse this sinful land. Keep a low profile, you are a skill, not a villainous bot. Lin Mo twitched his mouth and silently complained in his heart. The two of them walked one after the other into the outskirts of the forest. As Yi Hong Yu walked, she skillfully drew two glimmering daggers, and said, young master, to ensure your leveling efficiency, I want team up with you. After all, teaming up will split your experience, and if a high-level player teams with a low-level one, the experience gain will be reduced. My plan is to draw aggro, control the monsters, and bring them to the brink of death. You will deliver the final blow, allowing you to enjoy 100 of the experience. Understood, Sister Yi, thank you for your hard work. Lin Mo nodded, his face filled with ease. Yi Hong Yu looked at Lin Mo's nonchalant demeanor and sighed slightly in her heart. She had watched this young master grow. Although this young master had been lazy since childhood, preferring to lie down rather than sit, he had never exhibited the arrogance of those from aristocratic families. He was always polite to the servants, humble and courteous, and everyone in the household liked this young master. She initially thought that this awakening setback would sadden him for a while, yet to her surprise, he was so eager to improve, practicing all night immediately after awakening. Unfortunately, it just so happened that he awakened as a blank mage. A hint of regret flashed in Yi Hong Yu's eyes. In this world, the mage profession valued elemental affinity above all. Affinity not only determined damage and the probability of skill comprehension, but also dictated the control over magical skills. A fire mage with fire element affinity, even as a beginner, could easily release fireballs with pinpoint accuracy. But a blank mage was akin to wielding a heavily recoiling gun. Hitting anything was left to fate. The gap in control would only become more pronounced over time. Although the young master was earnest, no matter how hard he tried, this inherent shortcoming would be too difficult to make up for. These past few days she had been doing her utmost to help the young master level up, but getting into that legendary Supreme Academy of Kyoto seemed impossible. After all, that academy had been established for hundreds of years and had never admitted a blank mage. Just as she was thinking, the two had already ventured a certain distance in. Yi Hong Yu stopped in her tracks, her expression growing serious. Young master, up ahead is the territory of the Shadow Wolf. Although this monster is also level 3, it is known for its speed and agility, making it extremely tricky. She turned to Lin Mo and suggested, with your current control over the fireball technique, even if I weaken it, you would still find it difficult to hit such an agile target. If you miss it, not only waste your mental energy, but also time. My suggestion is to avoid this area and head west to look for ironhide wild boars. While they have thick skin, they move slowly, making them suitable for you to practice your accuracy. However, Lin Mo shrugged dismissively. Since we are here, if we happen to encounter them, just weaken them for me, don't waste the experience. But Yi Hongyu wished to persuade him further. Don't worry, Sister Yi, I have some confidence in my accuracy. Lin Mo grinned, full of confidence. After all, little Fireball had just wiped out a bunch here last night, so Lin Mo had no worries whatsoever. Yi Hongyu was taken aback looking at Lin Mo's confident expression, feeling somewhat doubtful. Where did the young master get his confidence? Perhaps he had never encountered such high agility monsters. Even in Shrank Elemental Affinity Fire Mage, after only one day of transitioning, would find it nearly impossible to hit a Shadow Wolf. However, Yi Hongyu thought again. She reasoned that the wild monsters in the lush grasslands couldn't possibly match the speed of a Shadow Wolf. It seemed he had confidence simply because he had not encountered such a creature. Alright, since the young master insists, let's give it a try. Yi Hongyu said no more, only tightening her grip on her dagger. If you miss, I will immediately deal the finishing blow, and I won't let you be in danger. Alright, Sister Yi, thank you, Sister Yi. Lin Mo cheerfully patted Yi Hongyu's shoulder. As soon as the words fell, swish! The dense bushes on the left suddenly exploded, and a gray-black shadow leapt out like an arrow released from a bow. Shadow Wolf level LV. 3. Be careful. Yi Hongyu's eyes narrowed, her body moving faster than her voice. She launched herself forward like a specter, her dagger cutting through the air with a cold gleam. Oh woo! The Shadow Wolf leaping in midair let out a cry of distress. Yi Hongyu accurately slashed at its foreleg and abdomen, then delivered a beautiful side kick that struck its flank. Boom! The Shadow Wolf crashed heavily to the ground, not dead, but in a very sorry state. Young master, now's your chance. Yi Hongyu shouted, stepping back to clear the position for the kill. Although the wolf was injured, as a beast known for its speed, its instinct to dodge in a life-and-death situation remained formidable. It was up to the young master to seize this opportunity. Go, little fire. Lin Mo issued the command. Fireball technique even disdainfully ignored the wolf. Humph, a mere stray dog, let me bestow upon you a magnificent death. Whoosh! An orange-eared fireball soared from Lin Mo's palm. At the moment the fireball was launched, the agile Shadow Wolf, despite being heavily injured, suddenly rolled to the right, activating its innate skill Shadow Blink. This roll perfectly evaded the fireball's original trajectory. Oh no, it's missed. Yi Hongyu felt a sinking feeling in her heart. Could it really be ineffective? The trajectory of a Blank Mage's fireball was too direct to handle such sudden changes. She was preparing to strike to ensure the wolf wouldn't threaten the young master. But in the next second, Yi Hongyu froze, her eyes widening in disbelief, as if witnessing an unbelievable scene. The fireball that had seemingly missed came to a sudden halt after grazing the wolf's body. Then it forcefully twisted its direction, making a U-turn and charging straight for the Shadow Wolf. Fireball technique, scoffed. You dare to dodge? Did I allow you to die? Although Yi Hongyu couldn't hear little Fireball's inner thoughts, she could vaguely sense that the fireball at the moment of turning carried a furious and aggrieved momentum. Boom! The spinning fireball struck the Shadow Wolf with pinpoint accuracy. The already critically injured wolf was obliterated by the explosion of the fireball, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Shadow Wolf LV. 3. Defeated experience gained 20. After slaying the Shadow Wolf, little Fireball faithfully vanished on the spot. At this moment, Yi Hongyu stared fixedly at the flickering flames that hadn't dissipated yet. This, the second stage of mental energy guidance. Yi Hongyu turned to look at Lin Mo. At this moment, Lin Mo stood there with his hands in his pockets, appearing relaxed and carefree. The second-tier mental power guidance, though not considered a profound skill among mages, allows higher-level mages to perform intricate maneuvers, such as making fireballs draw flowers in the air. But the problem is, this young master before me just awakened yesterday. A novice mage with less than 24 hours of experience who lacks elemental affinity is trying to forcibly alter the trajectory of skills using only mental power. No wonder the young master hasn't even glanced at the highly agile Shadow Wolf. No wonder he was too lazy to dodge just now. He even scratched his ear. Is this the confidence of a strong person? Yi Jiach. Seeing Yi Hongyu staring blankly at him, Lin Mo couldn't help but call out, "What's wrong? Why are you dazed? Hurry and summon another one." Yi Hongyu came to her senses and took a deep breath. She forced down her shock, and her gaze towards Lin Mo shifted completely, now filled with genuine admiration. "It's nothing, young master. I just didn't expect your control over the fireball technique to have reached such a level. It seems I was overly worried. With your level of control, the Shadow Wolf indeed poses no threat." "Ha ha ha, is that really impressive?" Lin Mo scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. After all, he hadn't done anything besides shout, "Little fire, go up." The fireball rolled its eyes. "It's just a curve. Does this woman look like she has never seen the world before?" The fireball mocked while picking its nose. "If I were to show her a Thomas full spin 720 degrees followed by a zaped ghost shadow step, wouldn't she kneel in fear and shout to the heavens? Humans really do overreact." "Shut up," Lin Mo thought, feeling speechless. This little fireball talks too much. Yi Hongyu collected her emotions and said seriously, "Young master, since you have such precise control, let's change our strategy. Since accuracy isn't an issue, these high agility, yet fragile wild monsters are just right. I will lure them in and weaken them, and you will take care of the harvesting. This will be the most efficient. Sounds good, Yijie, let's do it. Lin Mo was delighted to hear this. He wouldn't even have to move his legs, just wait here. That was fantastic. Alright, young master, please be careful. Yi Hongyu stopped talking, and with a flash turned into a streak of black light rushing into the depths of the forest. Watching Yi Hongyu disappear from view, Lin Mo stretched lazily. He looked around and found a crooked tree that seemed agreeable, sat down with a thud, leaned against the trunk, and settled into the most comfortable position. Then he skillfully pulled out his phone from his pocket, turned it horizontally, and started playing a game. Luckily, this broken forest has a signal. Lin Mo mumbled casually, starting a ranked match. The fireball shouted, "Where are the monsters? I want to grind monsters, I want to evolve. What's the rush?" Lin Mo didn't even look up, his fingers flying across the screen. Yijie went to help us lure the monsters, so you can take a break for now. You'll have your share of the work later. The fireball snorted, coldly tired. That word doesn't exist in my dictionary. Only slaughter. Only becoming stronger. I am destined to become a being of forbidden spells. Moments later, there was a flurry of rustling from the nearby bushes. Young master, get ready. Accompanied by Yi Hongyu's light shout. Whoosh! A shadow flew through the air in a parabolic arc, a shadow wolf that had its hind leg injured. It's coming. Lin Mo continued to stare at his phone screen, completely absorbed in the critical moment of the team battle, not even lifting an eyelid. The fireball instantly became excited. "Die, you bastard." Boom. A fireball precisely hit the shadow wolf that was still screaming in the air. The flames erupted, killing it with one blow. Kill shadow wolf, experience 20. Great aim. Yi Hongyu, who had just landed, exclaimed. But when she looked down at the tree, she froze. Lin Mo was still in the same posture, holding his phone, murmuring, "Archer, can you even play? Don't die. Back to the tower. Back to the tower." Yi Hongyu. The young master is playing a game. He didn't even look up for that shot. Yi Hongyu found it hard to believe. She gritted her teeth, her figure leaping again into the forest. In no time, Yi Hongyu returned again. "Young master, here it comes." This time she didn't throw it directly in front of Lin Mo. Instead, she tossed a severely injured shadow wolf high into the air. Lin Mo still stared at the screen, his fingers tapping furiously. "Support, are you blind? Protect me. Don't charge in. Come back and protect me." Meanwhile, the fireball whistled out, shooting straight into the sky. Whoosh! The fireball looked at the target in the sky, sneering, "Does flying high mean anything? Die, you bastard." Boom! The fireball collided perfectly with the falling shadow wolf, instantly blasting it to pieces. Can it really hit like this? Yi Hongyu, skeptical, dashed back into the forest. This time she caught a venomous spider and threw it from Lin Mo's blind spot. "Young master, watch behind you. Stealing the base, eh? Damn, someone is stealing the base." Lin Mo cursed at his phone. To Yi Hongyu, it seemed like he was cursing the opponent in the game, yet it also sounded like a response to reality. Just as the spider was about to land. Whoosh! A fireball flew out from Lin Mo's side, taking an extremely unscientific sharp turn in the air, instantly circling around the tree. Bang! A muffled sound came from behind the tree, the venomous spider exploding and splattering its juices. Meanwhile, Lin Mo remained seated like a mountain, without even turning his head. Yi Hongyu stood in place, watching the boy immersed in his game, feeling her scalp tingle. For the next half hour, a red figure darted through the forest, constantly throwing half-dead wild monsters toward the direction of the big tree. There were shadow wolves, venomous spiders, and even a few unfortunate iron-skinned wild boars. And the boy under the tree seemed to have a full map hack. No matter from which tricky angle Yi Hongyu threw the monsters, behind, above, from behind the tree. That fireball always arrived first, producing a violent explosion upon contact, ensuring that no monster would land. The most terrifying part was that throughout the entire process, Lin Mo's eyes never left the phone screen. Is this the true genius? After throwing out another shadow wolf, Yi Hongyu, slightly panting, looked at the lazy figure in the distance. A storm of emotions surged in her heart. Multitasking. No, this is beyond simple multitasking. This has reached the level of training mental perception to the realm of inner eye. Without the need to see with his eyes, he could lock onto all targets based solely on the fluctuations of the surrounding air currents and mental perception, calculating the perfect trajectory. Commander Lin always says the young master is lazy. Yi Hongyu wiped the sweat from her forehead, her eyes filled with shock. So this is the world of geniuses. Killing these monsters isn't even as challenging for him as playing a mobile game. Indeed, a tiger father does not raise a dog son. No. It should be said that blue is better than blue. As time passed, the sun gradually tilted to the west. Under the tree, a warm golden light enveloped Lin Mo. Congratulations, your level has risen to LV 5. Your skill Fireball has greatly improved in proficiency after an afternoon of slaughter, reaching current level LV 5. Lin Mo stretched comfortably and put away his phone. Awesome. 5 consecutive victories, and I even leveled up. A life is getting more and more promising. At this moment, Yi Hongyu also walked out from the forest. After a whole day of luring monsters, even she, a high-level professional, felt quite exhausted. Young master, congratulations, Yi Hongyu said sincerely. Reaching LV 5 by the second day is quite a fast leveling speed. Lin Mo put away his phone and stood up patting his bottom. Mainly because you lure the monsters well, Yijia. Yi Hongyu continued. Young master, just now the commander sent a message saying he prepared a wild random dungeon scroll for you. The experience points from the dungeon are higher than those in the wild. Let's go back to get the scroll and have a meal first. In Jianghai City at the Lin family's villa, as night fell, the lights in the villa illuminated the mansion as if it were broad daylight. A black SUV slowly drove through the gate, stopping in front of the intricately carved fountain. The car door opened, and Lin Mo stepped out, stretching lazily. Behind him, Yi Hongyu maintained her vigilant posture, even in the absolute safety of the Lin family stronghold. Just as the two reached the villa's entrance, they were greeted by a chorus of voices. Welcome back, young master. 10 maids dressed in exquisite black and white uniforms bowed in unison. The sight of their long legs and perfectly timed smiles would leave any man at a loss for words, yet Lin Mo had long since grown accustomed to it. He smiled and nodded, waving his hand casually. Hey, good. Mower is back. In the hall, Su-Wan had been waiting for quite some time. Dressed in casual home attire, she still exuded an air of elegance and grace. Upon seeing her son enter, Su-Wan's smile bloomed instantly. She hurried over, grasping Lin Mo's hand and scrutinizing him. How are you? Tired? Hurt at all? I see you don't have much dust on your clothes. Hongyu has done a good job protecting you. Lin Mo shrugged and smiled. Mom, I just want to level up, not to fight. How could I get hurt? Besides, with Sister Yi around, I'm very safe. As long as you're safe, that's good. Su-Wan nodded in satisfaction, then pulled Lin Mo towards the dining room. You must be starving. Quick, I specially instructed the kitchen to prepare a feast, all according to your requests from this morning, with fire elements at full capacity. Sounds great. I'm just in time to eat. Lin Mo's eyes lit up as he obediently followed his mother to the dining room. In the dining room, the 5-meter-long table was filled with an array of exquisite dishes. Tonight's dishes were all vibrant red. Stir-fried crimson fire dragon, liver lava core fruit, salad fiery rhino backbone soup, lotus fire roasted whole lamb. The entire dining room was permeated with a warm, rich aroma. Just one whiff felt like swallowing a ball of fire. Lin Tianhao was already seated at the head of the table. Seeing Lin Mo enter, he waved with a smile. Come, Mower, sit here by Dad. As soon as Lin Mo sat down, the little fireball began to roar excitedly. Fireball technique sparkled with excitement, drooling profusely. Eat. Hurry up. That's fire dragon liver. I want it. Get it in your mouth. Lin Mo twitched his mouth, picked up his chopsticks, and leisurely blew on the hot food. What are you in a hurry for? Don't you know it's hot? Lin Mo thought to himself, then elegantly took a small bite, savoring. The fireball is impatient. What's hot? I'm a fireball. Am I afraid of heat? Aren't you a man? Eat hard. You're so slow, it's driving me crazy. Lin Mo ignored the irritable little fireball, enjoying the delicious food by himself. As the high-purity fire element food went down, Lin Mo could feel the warm flow within him, continuously nourishing the restless little fireball. At the dining table, the atmosphere was harmonious. Su-Wan turned to Yi Hongyu beside her and smiled. Hongyu, you've worked. I just checked Mower's level. He has already reached LV 5. He leveled up twice in one day. You must be. As Su-Wan spoke, she took out a golden card from her bag and handed it over. This is a VIP card for a gear shop under my name. You should change your equipment. It's a small token of appreciation from me. Yi Hongyu did not reach out to take it. She slightly bowed, her tone respectful, yet somewhat stubborn. Madam, I appreciate your kindness. But my current equipment is very comfortable to use, and I don't have a need to change it for now. Moreover, protecting the young master is my duty and the commander's order. I truly feel unworthy. If I say you should take it, then you should take it. Lin Tianhao adopted a stern expression, pretending to be serious. There's no need for so much talk. What my wife says is an order. Besides, if the Lin family soldiers go out with shabby gear, it reflects poorly on me. Lin Tianhao. Seeing the commander's demeanor, Yi Hongyu finally accepted the golden card with both hands and carefully tucked it away. Then, taking a deep breath, Yi Hongyu's expression became somewhat complex. Actually, madam, you misunderstand something. The reason the young master leveled up so quickly today is mainly because he is quite formidable. She paused and added, if it weren't for the young master's incredible skills, no matter how many monsters I lure, the efficiency wouldn't be this high. As her words settled, the dining room fell silent for a few seconds. Lin Tianhao and Su-Wan exchanged glances, blinking as if they thought they had misheard. How much could a mere novice mage be capable of? Moreover, Lin Tianhao was well aware of Yi Hongyu's personality. She was a very proud subordinate. For Yi Hongyu to speak so seriously about someone being impressive, it surely wasn't that simple. Su-Wan, however, was unaware of this, and merely thought Yi Hongyu was flattering, immediately saying, Hongyu, I know you are loyal and want to make Mower look good. But let's just be honest. Yi Hongyu took a deep breath and said earnestly, Commander, madam, I am not exaggerating. The young master is arguably the most talented mage I have ever seen or heard of. Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but shrink his neck, his cheeks slightly flushed. Being praised so seriously for being the most talented made even his thick-skinned self feel a bit embarrassed. After all, he had just spent an entire day playing games. But then again, isn't hacking considered a talent? Lin Tianhao put down his chopsticks, his expression turning serious. Hongyu, please elaborate. He knew Yi Hongyu well. She had a straightforward character and was honest, never lying to curry favor. Yi Hongyu did not respond, but instead took out her phone. Words are not enough, Commander Madam. This is a video I recorded this afternoon in the dark woods. You'll understand once you watch it. As she spoke, she opened the video and turned the phone screen towards Lin Tianhao and his wife. The video was only a few seconds long. The dining room was dead silent. Only the slightly awkward sound of Lin Mo chewing stood out in the quiet. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Mo glanced at his parents' expressions, his toes digging into the ground inside his shoes, wishing he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment right there. Social death. It was too embarrassing. Not for showcasing strength, but for that line, "I have a big one," it was simply public execution. Sister Yi, you could have just recorded a video without giving me any heads up. It took Lin Tianhao a long while before his voice returned. His hands, calloused from countless battles, hardened by years of gripping war blades, now trembled faintly. That fireball just now. Was it spirit energy level 2 guidance? And Mower is multitasking, playing a game while doing it. As one of Zhanghai City's elite combatants, Lin Tianhao knew precisely what this implied. Ordinary mages must focus entirely to cast a spell. Even so-called prodigies, flame mages renowned for their brilliance, must fix their gaze upon the target and channel every ounce of spiritual energy to steer a fireball mid-flight. Yet his own son, controlling the fireball with surgical precision while immersed in a game. Such mastery of microcontrol would be rare even among peers across Long Kingdom. My son is no ordinary youth. He bears the aura of an emperor to be. Is this truly Mower? Suwon clapped a hand over her mouth, her eyes instantly glistened with tears. No elemental affinity, and yet direct unassisted control over spell trajectory. This is a talent of terrifying magnitude. Feeling his parents' blazing gaze, Lin Mo sighed inwardly. Fine, let him be a prodigy then. He certainly couldn't tell them his fireball had gained sentience. Who would believe such a thing? Lin Mo feigned a slight choke, sipped his soup, and mumbled vaguely. Cough. Just casual practice. Mainly that ranked match was critical. It was promotion season. I didn't have time to look up at the boss, so I just threw it. Dad, Mom, you're staring at me like that? It's embarrassing. Lin Tianhao slammed his thigh, elated. What a splendid casual practice. What impeccable instinct. I always said it. Lin Tianhao could never sire a failure. The couple exchanged a glance, wild, uncontainable joy blazing in each other's eyes. Earlier they'd even debated whether to feign illness for their son on the day of the grand examination, to spare him gossip and scorn. Now, what nonsense, feigning illness. Out of the question. To confine such peerless microcontrol artistry within 4 walls, to let him idle away as a pampered scion, is nothing short of sacrilege. What of Zhao family's heir who awakened strength fire affinity? At low levels where skills remain rudimentary, he may well fall short of Mower's uncanny dexterity. Suwon composed herself and cut straight to the point. Mower, the grand examination approaches swiftly. To secure admission into a top-tier academy, you must reach level 10 and master a second foundational skill for absolute safety. She turned to Yi Hongyu, voice grave with authority. Hongyu, for the next 2 days you will accompany Mower in intensive leveling. Ensure he reaches level 10 before the exam. Yes, madam. Yi Hongyu snapped to attention, her eyes alight with fierce resolve. Lin Mo nodded, accepting without hesitation. Understood. I'll give it my all. In truth, whether he sat the exam or which university he entered mattered little to him. After all, his little fireball trained itself. Wherever he lay was still lying. His bed at home was comfortable, but under his parents' watchful eyes it felt subtly confining. University life promised something different. Rumors claimed dormitories were unsupervised. If one's strength sufficed, one could sleep through classes undisturbed. And elite academies offered accommodations rivaling those of home. Yet most crucially, should he truly excel, witnessing his parents' pride, their radiant, uplifted countenances would surely be deeply satisfying. In this lifetime, they loved him beyond measure, doting on him down to his very bones. Earning them honor then was filial piety incarnate. Seeing her son acquiesce so readily, Suwon's smile deepened. As for your second skill, you ought to begin considering it now. Our family possesses foundational skill manuals across all elements. Suwon recited them like cherished treasures. Hydrology's water, aerogeomancy's earth shield, aeromancy's wind blade, botanomancy's healing touch, even the rare electromancy lightning strike. Mower, which shall you learn? Name it, and I'll have it delivered instantly. Lin Tianhao interjected thoughtfully. Son, I offer a suggestion. Though your fireball accuracy is unmatched, mages are inherently fragile, vulnerable to assassins closing in or ranged attackers concentrating fire. Thus for your second skill, I recommend Geomancy's Earth Shield. It boasts the highest defensive coefficient among fundamentals. Learning it is like donning an armored carapace, a lifeline in moments of peril. So long as you live, you can fight. Agreed. Suwon nodded in earnest approval. This time your father speaks wisely. Safety first. We seek no grand slaughter, we demand only that you remain unharmed. Lin Mo stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. A second skill. Indeed, survival was paramount. Yet what intrigued him most was whether this new ability too might develop sentience. And if so, what manner of personality it would assume. He only hoped it wouldn't turn out another hot-headed hothead, like the fireball. One volatile companion was quite enough, a second would give him a splitting headache. The fireball technique belched contentedly hic. Ah bliss. The fireball technique utterly sated, then blazed anew with ferocious zeal. That dragon liver tasted exquisite. I feel power surging through me. Bloodshed, I crave bloodshed. I sense the forbidden spell drawing nearer. Lin Mo ignored the gluttonous little fireball, lifting his gaze to his parents. Alright, I'll follow Dad's advice. Let's tentatively settle on geomancy for the second skill. An extra layer of armor means extra peace of mind. Survival comes first. I intend to live long enough to leech off you for years. Lin Tianhao laughed heartily, unmoved by his son's self-deprecating quip. Excellent. The choice is yours, I merely advise. Now that our goal is set, leveling must proceed without pause. With that, Lin Tianhao flipped his wrist. A weathered scroll, emanating a deep violet-black radiance, was laid solemnly upon the table. This is the dungeon scroll for hard mode Phantom Citadel. Originally intended for later use, but given your rapid progression, and that extraordinary microcontrol aptitude, you may enter tonight. This dungeon's level restriction is LV. 3 LV. 5. Hongyu cannot accompany you inside. But fear not. I've already assembled your party. Party? Lin Mo murmured instinctively. Lin Tianhao, observing his son's reaction, spoke with quiet gravity. Mower, I know your microcontrol talent is exceptional, but never let it breed arrogance. Monsters within hard mode dungeons dwarf mere field beasts in lethality. Life permits no second chances. I will not tolerate even a single scratch upon you. Dad, I understand. Better safe than sorry, that much I know. In truth, he welcomed his father's arrangement. Though his fireball was formidable, he himself had never stepped foot in. First-time ventures demanded caution, and his father would never endanger him. Relieved, his son heeded counsel. Lin Tianhao nodded approvingly, then turned to Yi Hongyu. Hongyu, go to the subterranean vault. Select the finest mage ensemble currently suited for mower. Yes, Commander. Yi Hongyu pivoted and strode away with swift purpose. At that moment, the elderly steward hurried in, bowing slightly. Master, madam, the Xia family has arrived. Their vehicle awaits outside. Oh, right on cue. These youngsters keep impeccable timing, Lin Tianhao remarked, glancing at the clock with a... Inside the Lin family's villa, a few somewhat awkward young people stood still, clearly awed by the grandeur of the... Lin Tianhao strode ahead, followed closely by Su Wan, who was holding on to Lin Mo. Haha, welcome, welcome. Don't be shy, treat this place like your own home. Lin Tianhao's hearty laughter broke the silence. Leading the group was a girl in a light blue mage robe. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, her skin as fair as snow, and her features were as exquisite as a porcelain doll, yet her eyes exuded a chilling aloofness that kept others at a distance. Behind her were 2 boys and a girl. One was a tall, slender boy carrying a longbow, another was a burly man with a broad back carrying a giant shield, and the last was a shy little priestess with twin ponytails. Hello, Uncle Lin. Hello, Aunt Su. The cold girl nodded slightly, greeting politely. Oh, so this is the daughter of the Xia. Su Wan released Lin Mo, and with a warm and gentle smile stepped forward to grasp the girl's hand, saying, You've grown even more beautiful. I heard from your father that you awakened as an grade water mage. That's wonderful. Thank you, Auntie, but that's too much praise. The girl replied with modesty. Lin Tianhao waved his hand, introducing Lin Mo. Mower, come meet her. This is Xia Qingyue, the captain of our team, and a powerful water mage. Xia Qingyue extended a pale hand, her voice crisp. Hello, Lin Mo. Hello, senior school beauty Xia. Lin Mo reached out his hand, politely shaking hers. Although they had little interaction, Lin Mo had heard of her reputation. She was the aloof school beauty from the neighboring high school, rumored to have suitors lining up from south to north of the city, a dream girl for countless young men. However, Lin Mo felt no stirrings in his heart. For someone like her who was so aloof, he never approached proactively. It was simply too tiring. After all, today was just about teaming up for a dungeon. Seeing Lin Mo's clear gaze, which did not assess her like the other boys, Xia Qingyue felt a slight sense of fondness. She turned slightly to introduce her teammates. Since we're in a team, let me introduce the others. This is Wang Ming, a frontline shield warrior with strong defense responsible for tanking damage. That is Zhang Kai, a ranger skilled in long-range physical damage. And this is Lu Weiwei, a light priestess responsible for healing and buffs. All 4 of us are currently level 4, equipped well, and our coordination is excellent. Clearing this dungeon should be no problem. Hearing this, Lin Tianhao smiled and added, Mower, you can rest assured. The fathers of these kids are all my old subordinates in the military. Ooh, I know them well. They have been receiving formal military training since childhood. Although they have just changed their jobs, their combat qualities and instincts are far superior to those of ordinary students. I understand, Dad. Saying this, Lin Mo turned to glance at the 4, responding politely, Then I will trouble you all. Just then a sound of footsteps came from the side hall. Young master, the equipment has arrived. Yi Hongyu appeared carrying a pile of gear radiating a faint orange glow. This is the legendary purple cloud set. The god-tier equipment for mages below level 5. Zhang Kai, carrying a longbow, could not help but swallow hard. Even the usually expressionless Xia Xingyue showed a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Was this the foundation of a top-tier aristocratic family? In this world, equipment is categorized into bronze, silver, gold, diamond, legendary, and mythical. To provide a newly awakened whiteboard mage with such legendary gear as a transition, this was simply a waste of resources. Lin Mo, however, felt no particular emotion as he let Yi Hongyu assist him in putting on the equipment like a person who was completely reliant on others. It fits quite well, thanks, Sister Yi. Lin Mo moved his arms and the dazzling mage robe transformed into specks of starlight, instantly vanishing into his body, returning to his original casual attire. This was also a special function of the equipment in this world. Aside from in combat or when actively activated, the appearance would automatically hide when worn normally, not affecting daily actions at all. Lin Mo eagerly opened his panel and glanced at the attributes of the purple cloud set, gasping in shock. It was incredibly powerful. This set had no flashy attributes. Its main selling point was its sheer power, reducing cooldowns. The robe reduced cooldowns by 10, the boots by 10, the necklace by 15. And with the additional attributes activated by the set, the total cooldown reduction reached an astonishing 60. What did this mean? Originally a 3-second cooldown for fireball could now be cast in just 1-2 seconds. And multiple explosive fireballs, which originally required a long cooldown of 15 seconds, now only needed 6 seconds to unleash again. This truly was top-tier equipment, incredibly enticing. Standing not far away, Zhang Kai and Wang Ming exchanged glances, feeling a wave of envy. Was this what it meant to be born with a silver spoon? Someone born in Rome adorned with such equipment, yet for a whiteboard mage, what use was it other than looking good? Every subtle change in expression did not escape Lin Tianha's notice. As a battle god who had fought his way out of a sea of corpses, his insight into human nature was profound. He saw the jealousy in Zhang Kai's eyes, the envy in Wang Ming's gaze, and the hidden contempt they held for Lin Mo deep within. Lin Tianha's smile slightly faded, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He pulled Lin Mo aside, deliberately lowering his voice, his tone unusually serious. Son, remember this. This dungeon scroll is from our family, and we've also given them quite a bit of money. You are the boss, and they are the workers. As he spoke, Lin Tianhao glanced back at the 4 young people, his voice unconsciously rising. Once in the dungeon, if anyone dares to point fingers at you or speak in a strange tone to make you feel wrong, human nature cannot withstand tests. In the face of extreme danger, a person's instinct will be to protect themselves first, and they may even harbor inappropriate thoughts due to jealousy of your equipment. As he spoke, Lin Tianhao glanced back at the 4 young people, his voice unconsciously rising. Once in the dungeon, if anyone dares to point fingers at you or speak in a strange tone to make you feel wronged, come back and tell Dad. Dad will tear them apart. Although these individuals were all children of Lin Tianha's old subordinates, human nature was such, it could not be spoken, tested, or verified. Only by ensuring that their fear of Lin Tianhao exceeded their fear of monsters could Lin Mo be absolutely safe. Got it, Dad. Lin Mo felt a mix of laughter and tears. Why does this feel like a mafia operation? Then Lin Tianhao turned to Yi Hongyu and said, Hongyu, after you send them to the dungeon entrance, stay outside and guard. If they show any disrespect to Moer on the way, you can handle it as you see fit. Understood. A cold glint flashed in Yi Hongyu's eyes as she shot a cold gaze at Zhang Kai and the others. Both Zhang Kai and Wang Ming felt a chill run down their necks. Even Xia Qingyu's expression stiffened. All right, sister, you don't scare them. Lin Mo waved his hand and walked ahead, saying, come on, classmates, let's not waste time. Hey, got it, young Master Lin. Zhang Kai and Wang Ming quickly followed Lin Mo, acting like 2 loyal lads. Lin Mo walked in front, leading the group toward the villa's main door. On either side of the villa, the 2 rows of maids who had been waiting for a long time suddenly bowed deeply in unison. Young Master, walk slowly. Young Master, pay attention to safety. We wish you victory. The synchronized exclamations startled the 4 of them. Is this what an aristocratic family is like? This kind of spectacle is too terrifying. The car smoothly started driving into the desolate night wilderness. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was somewhat after all, facing a young master exuding the aura of wealth combined with a fierce female assassin driving in front, these young people found it hard to relax. Zhang Kai seemed to want to lighten the mood. He cleared his throat and forced a somewhat ingratiating smile at Lin Mo. Well, young Master Lin, we are going to a difficult level dungeon this time, and the monsters inside are quite vicious, unlike the silly wild beasts outside. Lin Mo, casually sipping on cola, nodded slightly, and then, seeing Lin Mo respond, Zhang Kai's courage grew a little. We 4 have been coordinating for a long time, and our tactical system is quite intricate. You are just a blank slate. I mean, an all-round major accuracy might be a bit lacking, which could disrupt our rhythm. He paused for a moment before continuing. So when we enter the dungeon, how about you just stay at the back? Leave the dirty work to us. Just treat this as a trip. Even if you don't take action, it would still be the biggest contribution to the team. As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the car instantly froze. Xia Qingyue frowned slightly, feeling that Zhang Kai had said too much. On the surface, it sounded like he was worried about Lin Mo's safety, But in a harsher light, wasn't it just that he regarded Lin Mo as a burden and wanted him not to cause trouble? Lin Mo had not yet spoken. Suddenly, the speeding luxury car came to a sudden halt. The immense inertia caused Zhang Kai to lurch forward, his face crashing violently into the back of the seat in front. Damn it! Zhang Kai covered his nose and cried out in pain. Before he could begin to complain, he looked up and met a pair of cold, piercing eyes in the rearview mirror. Yi Hongyu was gripping the steering wheel with one hand, staring at Zhang Kai through the rearview mirror. If I heard correctly, what you mean is that our young master is too weak to stand alongside you in battle. Or are you trying to teach the young master how to do things? The car fell silent instantly. As an elite warrior, Yi Hongyu's imposing aura was something this group of students who hadn't even graduated could not withstand. No sister, I didn't mean it that way. Zhang Kai's face turned pale instantly, and he stammered. I just wanted young Master Lin to be safe. I'm just not good with words. He really raised his hand and slapped his own mouth. Young Master Lin, please don't take offense. I'm just clumsy with my words. Just treat me like a passing wind. Wang Ming and Lu Weiwei beside him dared not even breathe. They huddled in the corner trembling. Especially timid Lu Weiwei, her face pale, fearing that she might be the next one called out. At this moment, they deeply understood what it meant to be with the tiger. Even the usually composed Xia Qingyue felt a little sweat forming in her palms. She realized that in front of this seemingly kind young master, any inappropriate remark could lead to unpredictable consequences. Lin Mo watched this scene feeling somewhat speechless. Why did it seem like he had become a great villain? A villain destined to be defeated by the protagonist in the early stages. Xia Qingyue took a deep breath and spoke up to defuse the situation. Sister Hongyu, Zhang Kai really is clumsy with his words, but he meant no harm. He is genuinely just worried about Lin's safety, so please don't hold it against him. Lin Mo helplessly shook his head. Okay sister, you just drive. Don't scare the guy. His intentions were genuine. Upon hearing the young master's words, the killing intent in Yi Hongyu's eyes slowly dissipated. Humph. She snorted coldly and pressed the gas pedal again. The car restarted. Zhang Kai slumped in his seat, his back already soaked with cold sweat, silently vowing not to say another word from now on. At this moment, the little fireball also began to stir. Fireball technique, roared, can't hold it in. Absolutely can't hold it in. That brat actually dared to say you're weak. What is he even? I've killed more monsters yesterday than he's seen in his whole life. This is not just an insult to you, but to me as well. As long as you nod, I will fly out right now, ensuring he won't even find his ashes. Let him know what it means to not live. Lin Mo only felt a headache, hurriedly suppressing the raging little fireball in his heart. Little fire, calm down. It's just a slip of the tongue. Fireball technique was furious. How can it not be? A strong person cannot be insulted. This is a provocation against my dignity. Burn him. He must be burned. Lin Mo sighed helplessly and earnestly. Educated. Little fire in our lives. And as skills we must. If you kill someone just because they said something unpleasant, what have we become? A killing machine. A great villain. This kind of mindset of resorting to murder at the slightest provocation is wrong, understand? Fireball technique. Hypocritical human. Strength is meant to protect oneself and those we care about, not to bully teammates. As long as one is strong enough, the truth will naturally silence them. There's no need to harbor murderous intentions over a minor dispute that would be too disgraceful and lacking in principle. Though the fireball technique was still grumbling, it at least quieted down. Final, spare him. Once we enter the dungeon, he'll show them what true output is and blind their eyes. That's more like it. Lin Mo smiled slightly. About an hour later, the luxury car stopped at a desolate rock. The car door opened, and everyone scrambled out of the vehicle. The cold wind of the night wilderness was biting, but for Zhang Kai and others who had just experienced Yi Hongyu's deadly glare, this cold wind felt extremely welcoming. Young master, we have arrived. Yi Hongyu walked around to the front of the car and respectfully opened the door for Lin Mo. Lin Mo got out of the car and surveyed the surroundings. Yi Hongyu took out an ancient scroll. The coordinates are accurate. As the scroll burned to ashes, a humming sound resonated. The air ahead violently trembled, and a space rift emitting purple light tore open. This was the entrance to the dungeon. Yi Hongyu turned to Lin Mo. Young master, although this is a trained team, the situation inside the dungeon can be unpredictable, so you must be cautious. Don't be reckless in the face of danger. Protecting your life comes first. Lin Mo nodded. Rest assured, Sister Yi, I will take good care of myself. Then Yi Hongyu's gaze swept back to Xia Qingyue and the others. You all listen carefully. Since you took Lin family's money and accepted Lin family's task, you must risk your lives to protect the young master. If when we come out the young master is missing a piece of skin. Yes. Sister Yi, you can count on us. We will definitely protect young Master Lin with our lives. Zhang Kai and Wang Ming nodded vigorously, almost swearing on the spot. Even the usually aloof Xia Qingyue nodded seriously. Please rest assured, as the captain, I will be responsible for the safety of the team. Go on then. Yi Hongyu waved her hand. As the figures of the 5 individuals completely vanished into the rift, only the howling cold wind remained on the desolate rubble-strewn shore. Yi Hongyu leaned against the front of the luxurious stretched car, pulling out a pack of women's cigarettes from her pocket, lighting one, and taking a deep drag. Amidst the swirling smoke, she lifted her head, her gaze resting on the rift above where the historical record for the difficulty level Ghostly Castle was inscribed. Current highest record 1 hour, 15 minutes, 23 seconds. Record holders Mei Yishuan, Chunjin Lu Shu. 18 years ago. 1 hour, 15 minutes. This record loomed before all newcomers below level 5 in the Dragon Kingdom, like an insurmountable mountain, for a full 18 years. It was a miracle created by the most brilliant geniuses of that year one that is yet to be broken. If it were the young, the terrifying micromanipulation and mastery over skills akin to the extension of one's own limbs indeed qualified to challenge this record. One could even say that the young master's personal strength would be a core damage dealer in any generation. But in the next moment, Yi Hongyu shook her head. What a pity. Records are never broken by a single person. She exhaled a puff of smoke, her gaze tinged with regret. Although that girl from the Xia family isn't a level water mage with solid fundamentals, and those two boys are decent with well-equipped gear. But they're merely decent. In the eyes of ordinary people, this might be considered a luxurious elite team. Yet having witnessed Lin Mo's abnormal maneuvers, Yi Hongyu felt that this team's configuration was simply unworthy of her young master. Clearing the dungeon is definitely not a problem, but to break the record, these little fellows will likely only become a burden dragging the young master down. Yi Hongyu flicked the ash from her cigarette, no longer thinking about that unreachable record. Her current task was simple: to wait here for the young master's triumphant return. At this moment inside the dungeon, after a dizzying sensation of spinning, Lin Mo opened his eyes. Before him was a sinister and terrifying ancient castle corridor. The walls were constructed from darkened bluestone bricks overrun with withered vines and moss emitting a foul stench. The air was thick with the scent of decay and dampness. On both sides of the corridor, every few meters hung a grotesque skeleton lamp with ghostly blue flames burning in the wicks. This dungeon feels a bit hellish, Lin Mo remarked, surveying his surroundings with a hint of humor. The little fireball also began to stir. Fireball, is this even worthy of being called fire? Fireball is agitated. I am a legitimate fire element. It is light. It is heat. This group of imposters pretending to be flames makes me sick. Status update: Angry Purifier swears to burn away all these false flames. Current mood: irritated and filled with murderous intent. Damage to undead monsters 100. Lin Mo's mouth twitched slightly. Goodness, can this thing really get angry? Are you a racist now, wanting to extinguish flames simply because of their color? However, there was one thing Lin Mo still couldn't understand. That is why this little fireball can easily grant itself a damage amplification buff. Lin Mo pondered for it was probably similar to those hot-blooded anime protagonists he had seen in his past life, right? As long as the shout was loud enough and the emotions intense enough, the output would multiply. Like my suffering is above yours, the problem is not me, but this world, and so on. At that moment ahead, Xia Xingyue had already swiftly entered battle mode. She gently tapped her staff on the ground, a soft water blue halo spreading out slightly, dispelling some of the surrounding. Everyone get your spirits up. Xia Qingyu's voice was cold, yet carried a sense of calm. This is a difficulty level dungeon. Both attributes and combat skills are not on par with the same level monsters outside. Prepare your formations. Wang Ming, hold your shield at the front. Pay attention to attract aggro, and absolutely do not let the monsters break through the defense line. Yes. Wang Ming growled, slamming the heavy tower shield down onto the ground. Zhang Kai, you are on my left side, responsible for ranged physical output and scouting. Always watch the ceiling and shadow. Understood. Zhang Kai drew his longbow, his eyes scanning the surroundings cautiously. Wei Wei, you're in the middle, ready to shield and heal Wang Ming at any time. The priestess named Lu Wei Wei nodded, nervously gripping her cross tightly. Finally, Xia Qingyu's gaze fell. Lin Xiao, you stand in the middle of the group. After saying that, she turned to Zhang Kai, emphasizing Zhang Kai, if monsters ambush from behind, you will support Lin Mo at the first moment. Zhang Kai immediately understood, patting his chest and assuring, don't worry, Captain. As long as I have breath, I will definitely not let a single hair fall from Lin Xiao. Alright, I'll just stay behind to shout 666 for everyone. Lin Mo didn't care about Xia Qingyu's arrangement for him, and instead pulled out some fire attribute snacks from his pocket. These were the ones he had grabbed on his way out from home. Fireball sneered, shouting 666. Let this bunch of noobs protect me. What a joke. A colossal joke. Lin Mo couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the little fireball. This skill was indeed a bit chatty. The team slowly advanced. The ancient castle was eerily silent, only the heavy footsteps of the group echoed in the corridor. Creak. Suddenly a faint sound came from the dark corner ahead. It sounded like the scraping of bones. Stop. Xia Qingyu's voice was low as the tip of her staff glowed brightly. Something is coming. Everyone's nerves instantly tensed. From the darkness ahead, two ghostly blue flames slowly emerged. Then with the dim light, the group finally saw the true face of the monster. Phantom Spirit Cat, Elite Level LV. 5. Though called a cat, it was actually about the size of a leopard. Its body was devoid of flesh, only a chilling skeleton, with eerie blue flames burning in the gaps of its bones, staring intently at the group. It's a high agility monster. I didn't expect the first monster to be an elite level. Xia Qingyu's expression changed. Wang Meng, raise your shield. Its speed is too fast, gets hard for ranged attacks to hit. Wait until it pounces before attacking. Do not waste spirit power. Before her words fell, a sudden, orange-eared light blazed from the back of the team. Accompanied by a wave of heat, a fireball the size of a fist whizzed past Xia Qingyue and Zhang Kai's ears with a furious momentum. Lin Xiao, wait until it's closer before attacking. It's impossible to hit from this distance. Zhang Kai instinctively shouted. Facing such a high agility monster with this distance, it was nearly impossible for these newcomers who had just switched jobs the day before to hit. Throwing skills around at this time would completely waste spirit power. Just as the fireball was about to hit, the phantom spirit cat suddenly darted to the left, and the fireball zipped past its side. Within the eerie corridor, Zhang Kai and Xia Qingyue widened their eyes, staring at the pile of shattered bones, before simultaneously turning to look at Lin Mo in the middle of the group. Dead. Dead. Zhang Kai's voice was somewhat hoarse. 3 shots. Just 3 fireballs. Xia Qingyu's cool, clear eyes were also filled with disbelief. As a class water mage and a top student with full marks in theoretical classes, she understood better than anyone what that scene just meant. Generally speaking, even in class fire mage possessing affinity for fire elements would need at least 6 fireball spells to kill a fully healthy level 5 elite monster. This novice mage only used 3 shots. How could that be possible? And the most crucial point was that terrifying micromanipulation ability. The fluidity, the precision of predicting the monster's landing point, and even the control to accelerate after a sudden stop in midair. Could this truly be something a novice mage who had just awakened 2 days ago could achieve? Such a level of micromanipulation was something even the top fire mage students in the annual Dragon Kingdom professional exam could not accomplish. Lin Mo looked at everyone, casually pulled out a bright red nut from his snack bag and tossed it into his mouth. The crisp sound of chewing echoed in the quiet corridor. Then he took out a few more and offered them to the others. Want some? They're quite spicy. This? Only then did everyone react. Lin Mo had just been snacking while performing such outrageous micromanipulation. No, I want to eat. Zhang Kai instinctively replied. Well, fine then if you want to eat. Lin Mo didn't insist and withdrew his hand. Fireball spell, scoffed TCH, is that enough to scare you, silly? Just basic skills. Wait until I cast Heavenly Maiden Scattering Flowers, won't you all be scared into wetting yourself? I say. He swallowed the pine nut in his mouth and, looking at everyone, helplessly brushed the crumbs off his hands. What are you all staring at? Let's hurry and get out of here. This creepy place gives me the creeps, and I want to finish quickly and get back to sleep. Hearing Lin Mo's voice, everyone finally snapped out of their daze. Oh, yes. Zhang Kai suddenly jolted, and the contempt in his eyes towards Lin Mo had vanished. Lin Xiao is right. Lin Xiao is amazing. I said it. Lin Xiao has an aura that speaks of a hidden expert. Those 3 fireballs just now, tisk simply artful. Artful. Wang Meng scratched his head foolishly while showering Lin Mo with flattery. Xia Qingyue also looked at Lin Mo with a complicated expression. Initially, she thought this team-up would be a difficult journey with a dead weight, even preparing herself mentally for rescuing Lin Mo at any moment. But now it seemed it wasn't certain who the dead weight was. This seemingly laid-back young master from the Lin family was not a second-generation heir living off others, but a genuine monster cloaked in sheep's clothing. Everyone adjust your states and continue forward. Xia Qingyue quickly adjusted her mindset. Though shocked as the team leader, she needed to remain calm. Since Lin Xiao has such powerful offensive capabilities, our tactics can be slightly more aggressive. Wang Meng, lead the way, speeded up a bit. Got it. Wang Meng, feeling more confident, shouted loudly. At that moment, Lu Weiwei, who had been relatively inconspicuous, suddenly turned pale, staring at the pile of white bones. Monsters. So many monsters. Everyone's hearts tightened as they followed her pointed finger. There where the elite-level ghostly spirit cat had appeared, countless pairs of ghostly blue eyes lit up. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 10 pairs. There were dozens of pairs. Ghostly spirit cat LV. 5 all ghostly spirit cats. Though they were slightly smaller than the earlier elite monster, being only normal level creatures, their sheer number was over. Don't panic, it's just a group of ordinary ghostly spirit cats. Apart from their numbers, their attributes are far inferior to that elite monster we just faced. Xia Qingyu's voice suddenly rang out, calm and steady. Her gaze sharpened as she quickly issued commands. Wang Meng. Activate immovable as a mountain, hold the front line tightly. Zhang Kai. Use arrow rain to suppress the left side, don't let them encircle us. Weiwei. Shield Wang Meng, and be ready for group healing. Everyone back against the wall, tighten the defense circle, and let's clear them out bit by bit. Before Xia Qingyue could finish her tactical arrangement. Whoosh. A familiar wave of heat rushed out from behind her once more. A tangerine-ered fireball shot straight toward the dozens of ghostly spirit cats. Lin Xiao. Xia Qingyue instinctively gasped. This young master was too hasty. This was a group of dozens of high-agility monsters. In such a situation, recklessly provoking monsters could easily anger all of them and trigger a riot. This is too reckless. But in the next second, everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the fireball. The fireball trembled violently, splitting instantly in midair. In the blink of an eye, it divided into over a dozen fireballs resembling a small meteor shower covering the heads of that group of ghostly spirit cats. What is this? Multiple explosive fireball. Isn't this a beginner skill for fire mages, eh? As a top student, Xia Qingwei recognized it immediately. Boom, 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 boom. No time was given for anyone to think. Those dozens of fireballs crashed into the cat swarm. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion resounded throughout the entire ancient castle. Flames soared into the sky. Ghostly spirit cat slain experience 40. Ghostly spirit cat slain experience 40. Fireball spell laughed maniacally. Haha. How was that multiple explosive fireball? Did it scare you? I just comprehended it yesterday. Xia Qingwei quickly regained her composure. As the team leader, she had to organize the attack quickly. Don't just stand there. Go. Xia Qingwei shouted. Assist Lin Xiao in clearing the monsters. Don't give them a chance to breathe. Wang Ming finish off the stragglers. Zhang Kai take out the weakened ones. In reality, they didn't need too much assistance, because Lin Mo's assault hadn't stopped at all. Thanks to his superb purple cloud set, which provided a 60 cooldown reduction, this powerful AoE skill usually had a long cooldown. But for Lin Mo, only 6 seconds had passed. Whoosh! The second fireball whistled forth again, splitting into over a dozen fireballs in midair. Under this terrifying firepower, in less than half a minute the battle concluded. Xia Qingwei stared blankly at the piles of shattered bones ahead. Dozens of monsters of the same level in her original expectations would require the entire team to cooperate carefully for at least 10 minutes. But now, in less than half a minute the world had fallen silent. Awesome. Incredible Lin Xiao. Zhang Kai uttered, his voice dry. Everyone once again turned their gaze towards Lin Mo, who was still snacking. Lin Mo felt a bit awkward under their scrutiny. He was just snacking while watching the show. It was all thanks to the fire skills and had nothing to do with him. Xia Qingwei stood still looking at Lin Mo, unable to resist speaking. Lin Xiao. The skill just now was the elementary fire magic skill, multiple explosive fireballs, right? Lin Mo tossed the last pine nut into his mouth, brushed off the crumbs from his hands, and nodded, saying, yes, that's right. This skill involves the techniques of elemental splitting and secondary detonation. Xia Qingyu's gaze became complicated, and after taking a deep breath, she could not help but tentatively ask Lin Xiao, may I ask how many skill books you consumed in total to learn this move? In Xia Qingyu's view, a blank mage, without elemental affinity, would find it nearly impossible to learn advanced elemental skills. Let alone a blank mage. Even a fire-specialized mage usually needs to consume a certain number of skill books to assist in their comprehension and learning of new skills. So this Lin Xiao must have consumed dozens, or even hundreds. Is this the foundation of a wealthy family? It should be noted that the prices of skill books are extremely high. Even the elementary skill books start at a 6-figure amount in Dragon Kingdom currency. Before Lin Mo could respond, Xia Qingwei added, Lin Xiao, if you don't want to answer, just pretend I didn't ask. Skill books. Lin Mo scratched his head, looking puzzled. I've never seen that thing. Xia Qingwei was taken aback. Never seen. What do you mean? You haven't used any skill books? Yeah. Lin Mo shrugged nonchalantly. Isn't it just splitting and then exploding? Isn't that difficult? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Mo's skill bar began to tremble violently. Fireball couldn't take it anymore. That's not difficult for me. Clearly I comprehended it last night on the grassland, while fighting for my life. What were you doing then? You were sleeping. Fireball looked at him with disdain. Showing off will eventually bring disaster. Shameless. You steal my hard-earned results, don't you feel guilty? Lin Mo remained unfazed, silently replying in his heart, shut up. Do you still want to eat the stir-fried crimson? Fireball instantly fell silent. Status update: enduring humiliation, damage 100. Lin Mo felt a wave of relief as the little fireball settled down. I must say, occasionally showing off feels quite good. Xia Qingwei opened her mouth wanting to say something, but found herself at a loss for words. Gaining insight on one's own is an extremely difficult task, even for those with S-level elemental affinity in the mage profession. Yet this Lin Xiao, as a blank mage, managed to comprehend it the very next day, after changing jobs. No. With such proficiency in casting, it's likely he grasped it the very first day. Such talent is terrifying. Absolutely a gift. Undoubtedly top-tier talent. Zhang Kai suddenly jumped. He excitedly flushed red in the face and analyzed loudly. Captain, think about it. If he learned it by grinding through skill books, even a fire mage with S-level affinity at the beginning could only split 3 to 5 fireballs at most. He pointed at the dense scorch marks on the ground. But Lin Xiao just now split a full 15. 15. What does this mean? It means that Lin Xiao's understanding of this skill has reached a state of great perfection. This is an effect that cannot be achieved by simply piling up skill books. This is clearly an unparalleled super mage genius with no predecessors or successors. Compared to Lin Xiao, those so-called S-level affinities should go home and raise pigs. Hearing Zhang Kai's words, Xia Qingwei felt a bit embarrassed. If S-level affinities should go home and raise pigs, what about her level affinity? Go home and play in the mud. Meanwhile, Wang Ming and Lu Weiwei, who listened to this analysis, also woke up from their stupor, looking at Lin Mo as if they were gazing at a walking deity. Lin Mo felt a bit numb from the flattery. I must say Zhang Kai is quite a competent lackey. Ahem. Enough. Lin Mo waved his hand somewhat shyly, interrupting Zhang Kai's spellcasting. Keep it low-key. It's not that exaggerated, just lucky. Let's hurry up and clear the dungeon so we can go back to sleep early. Xia Qingyue also snapped back to reality from her shock, glancing at Lin Mo, her respect for him increasing. Not only is he exceptionally gifted, but he is also so humble and low-key, only wanting to sleep. This is the true demeanor of a master. Everyone listen to Lin Xiao and continue forward. Xia Qingyue quickly ordered, maintain formation. Since Lin Xiao is unleashing his full power, let's advance at full speed. On the other side at the rocky beach outside the dungeon, Yi Hongyu leaned against the front of the car with 5 or 6 cigarettes, but scattered at her feet. The small red embers flickered in the darkness. It's been half an hour. Yi Hongyu looked at her wrist to check the time, her brow slightly furrowed. Although she had great confidence in Lin Mo's incredible micromanipulation skills, it was still a hard-level dungeon, and even an elite team would only have cleared the outer area in half an hour. She took a deep puff from her cigarette, ready to exhale a smoke ring. Suddenly, a buzzing sensation emanated. Immediately after, a suppressive and evil aura enveloped the entire rocky beach. Yi Hongyu's expression changed dramatically as she quickly looked up at the spatial rift. The dungeon entrance, originally emanating a mysterious purple glow, was now filled with an inky blackness that surged violently. It looked like an eye of a demon from hell slowly opening. This is... Yi Hongyu's pupils constricted. The usually calm and cool expression on her face revealed a hint of fear for the first time. Abyssal transformation. How is this possible? As an experienced soldier, Yi Hongyu understood all too well what this scene meant. In this world, dungeons are classified into 2 types. One type is fixed dungeons, stable and safe. The other type is temporary dungeon, spaces opened through random dungeon scrolls. And this type of temporary dungeon has an extremely low probability of being invaded by the aura of an alternate dimensional abyss, causing a mutation. How low is this probability? 1 in 100,000. Or even lower. There hasn't been a single case of dungeon abyssal transformation in Zhanghai City for a full 8 years. This is bad. The young master is in trouble. Yi Hongyu's fingertips trembled as she extinguished her cigarette, turned, and pulled out her phone, dialing Lin Tianha's number. If the abyssal transformation of a dungeon only meant that the monsters became stronger, there would still be a glimmer of. But the most terrifying part is that in a normal dungeon, as long as one crushes the return scroll they carry, they can forcibly exit the dungeon and save their life. This was also her greatest assurance in allowing Lin Mo to enter, because while in the car, she had given him several return scrolls. However, once the dungeon becomes abyssal, the return scrolls become invalid. The only way to survive is to slay the final boss and complete the dungeon. Beep. Beep. Only 2 beeps and the call connected. Hello? Hongyu, did Moer clear it? That's fast. Lin Tianha's cheerful laughter came through the receiver. Commander, something's wrong. Yi Hongyu spoke rapidly. The dungeon where the young master has undergone an abyssal transformation. What did you say? On the other end of the line, there was a sound of a teacup shattering, followed by Lin Tianha's shout. Wait for me, I'm coming over right now. Deep within the ancient castle, the once eerie corridor was undergoing a more bizarre transformation. The decayed, damp smell in the air gradually faded, replaced by a scent reminiscent of long-fermented sweet blood. The skull lamps burning with eerie blue flames on the walls suddenly flickered violently, the flames shifting from blue to a dark purple. Something isn't right. The frontmost figure, Xia Qingyue, abruptly halted her steps. She stared intently at the swirling mist ahead, surveying the changes in the surrounding environment. What's wrong, Captain? Zhang Kai, trailing behind, asked in confusion instinctively. Xia Qingyue continued to scan the area, seemingly confirming something repeatedly, before finally uttering a single phrase: the abyss has transformed. As soon as this was said, the expressions of the others froze. Everyone understood what the transformation of the abyss implied. The abyss transformed. Zhang Kai's body went weak with fear, and he frantically pulled out the return scroll. A faint light emanated from the scroll, but nothing happened. The return scroll didn't react, but really has transformed into the abyss. Zhang Kai's voice trembled, his eyes hollow and filled with despair. The feeling of hopelessness spread. Lu Weiwei, the timid priestess, was already crying with her hands over her mouth. Even the burly Wang Meng was shaking uncontrollably while holding his shield. What should we do? Zhang Kai looked at Xia Qingyue, then turned to Lin Mo. Before entering the dungeon, the others may have looked down on Lin Mo, thinking he was just a spoiled rich kid. However, after enduring a series of fierce battles, Lin Mo had gradually replaced Xia Qingyue, becoming the backbone of the group. Lin Xiao. Zhang Kai's voice shook, tinged with tears. What should we do now? Lin Mo gazed at the dark path ahead, feeling speechless. What the hell is this? After 18 years finally having a golden finger, only to encounter a 1 in 10,000 chance right after stepping out. This luck of mine is truly unparalleled. The Abyss dungeon requires a whole elite team to have any. Fireball was eagerly consuming the abyssal aura in the air. Fireball trembled with excitement. This scent filled with brutality, destruction, and corruption. It's simply marvelous. I feel the blood within me burning. It is the calling from hell. Current mood extremely exhilarated abyssal monster damage, 200. Looking at this chaotic skill Lin Mo sighed. This guy becomes stronger when facing strong opponents. However, a damage increase of 200 doesn't necessarily mean we can defeat the abyssal boss. Lin Mo brushed off the crumbs from his snacks and said lightly enough, everyone stop looking so mournful. Since there's no way back, we can only move forward. Xia Qingwei took a deep breath, tightened her grip on her staff, and her gaze became resolute. Lin Xiao is right. Crying is pointless, we can only fight. Everyone listen up. Tighten the formation, protect Lin Xiao, and we will charge in. The subsequent journey was nothing short of brutal. The monsters transformed by the abyss not only had their attributes greatly increased, but their desire to attack had also become wildly insane. Monsters that could originally be taken down with a few fireballs now required much more firepower. Fortunately, the cooldown reduction effect of Lin Mo's purple cloud set was ridiculously overpowered, combined with the abyssal damage 200 buff from the little fireball. The team managed to push through to the deepest part of the dungeon with minimal danger. Lin Mo's level had also reached LV 6, while the others had all reached LV 5. They stood before a 10-meter tall black giant door. We've arrived. Xiao Qingyu's voice was hoarse. The boss is inside. As the rumbling noise sounded, the giant door slowly opened on its own. A terrifying pressure instantly swept over. In the center of the hall, a terrifying figure sat upon a throne made of piled bones. Abyssbone Knight BOSS LV 5. It was clad in tattered black heavy armor with no face beneath its helmet, only two flickering purple soul flames. In its hand it wielded a massive sword over 2 meters long, and beneath it was a skeletal warhorse engulfed in hellfire. Invader! Roar! A horrifying hoarse voice echoed throughout the hall. Accompanying this roar was a wave of murderous intent. Just a glance made Zhang Kai and Lu Weiwei feel a bit breathless, even losing the courage to raise their weapons. Even the usually calm Wang Ming was now shaking violently while holding his shield. Though it was only a level 5 BOSS, the terrifying abyssal aura was infinitely more fearsome than any monster they had encountered before. Fireball was extremely excited. This is a true opponent. Let me have a go at it. Suppressing her inner fear, Xia Qingwei waved her staff and shouted loudly, don't be afraid. It's only level 5. With Lin Xiao here, we still have a chance. Wang Ming, get in there. Lin Xiao, prepare. Before she could finish her sentence, there was no need for Lin Mo to raise a hand. Whoosh. An orange-eared afterimage shot past everyone, heading straight for the Bone Knight on the throne. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted in the vast hall. With the terrifying bonus of abyssal damage 200, the power of this fireball was astonishing. It hit. Zhang Kai showed a joyful expression, tightening his fists. However, the next second his smile froze on his face. As the smoke cleared and the flames extinguished, the Bone Knight remained firmly seated on the throne, not even shifting its posture. Around it, a layer of translucent shield shimmering with eerie purple light emitted a cold glow. That last attack had failed to even crack a single line on this shield. Fireball was stunned. Fireball was incredulous. Did it not break its defense? This was an enraged strike that had a 200 damage. This is unscientific. Roar. The Bone Knight slowly raised its head, and a mocking glint shone through the flickering soul flames. It then mounted a skeletal warhorse and fiercely squeezed its belly, charging towards the group with blue hellfire. The ground trembled. Be careful. Wang Ming. Block it. Xia Qingwei immediately commanded loudly. Oh, I'll fight you to the end. Unyielding as a mountain, Wang Ming's eyes turned red, and with a loud roar he slammed his tower shield into the crack in the ground, his body glowing with a yellowish light. In the next moment, that 5-meter-long giant sword struck heavily upon the tower shield. Clang. Wang Ming, along with his shield, was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair before crashing heavily into the wall several meters away. Wang Ming. Lu Weiwei screamed as she rushed over. How could this happen? Even Lin Xiao's powerful fireball couldn't move it. Zhang Kai's face turned ashen. Lin Mo stood in the middle of the group, not overly panicked, just slightly furrowing his brow. This is a bit troublesome. Little fire, don't stop, keep blasting it back, don't let it get close. Fireball roared, no need for you to say. I won't let it off the hook. Boom, boom, boom. The hall was lit ablaze with fire, and the sounds of explosions echoed under the relentless bombardment of fireball and multiple explosive fireballs. The Bone Knight kept retreating. However, when the flames faded away, that layer of purple shield remained intact. Roar. Under the continuous bombardment, the relentless force of impact filled the skeletal knight with immense humiliation. Its two flickering purple soul flames crossed over the crowd and locked onto Lin Mo. It seemed to have realized that among this group of ants, only this young man posed a true threat. As long as it killed him, the annoying flames would vanish. Not good. Xia Qingwei rushed in front of Lin Mo, a flash of determination crossing her eyes. She was the captain. She was the one responsible for this mission. She had taken money from the Lin family. Even if it meant death, she could not allow her employer to perish before her eyes. Xia Qingwei suddenly turned her head, her originally cool and beautiful face now covered in dust. Young Master Lin, run quickly. I will hold it off with all my might. As soon as the words were spoken, a broad figure stepped in front of Lin Mo. Wang Ming raised his shield and shouted, "Young Master Lin, I will hold it back, you run." Seeing these two teammates who looked as if they were ready to sacrifice themselves, Lin Mo sighed helplessly. He kicked Wang Ming in the rear. "Are you both crazy?" Lin Mo looked at them as if they were fools. "Run. Where to run? Find a place to hide until we starve to death." Xia Qingyue was stunned, momentarily at a loss due to Lin Mo's sudden reprimand. Lin Mo's gaze slightly solidified as he looked at the imperious skeletal knight. "Let's take it down and boldly march out. If it can't be broken through once, then try 10 times, 100 times and destroy it." Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyue was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, there was no other way but to fight. Even if it meant dying in the charge, it was better than cowardly hiding in a corner waiting for death. Young Master Lin is right. Zhang Kai, who had been slumped on the ground, crawled over. Although his legs were still trembling, his eyes revealed a frantic determination. "Damn it. It's all the same death. Let's fight it. Young Master Lin, however you say to attack, we will do it." Wang Ming gripped his shield tightly again, wiping away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. "We'll listen to young Master Lin. Let's do it." Not far away, the skeletal knight slowly lowered its body, the skeletal warhorse beneath it scraping the ground, with its front hooves sending sparks flying. The two azure flames of wraith fire on it burned fiercely. Lin Mo looked at the reinvigorated group, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At this moment in his mind, the small fireball sensed the atmosphere of the decisive battle. Fireball technique was in an extremely anxious state. It knew that in order to breach the layer of defense, it must concentrate all the flames back. It desperately tried to compress the massive fire elements towards the center, attempting to condense them into a single point. However, the fire elements were just too volatile. With the slightest pressure, they scattered and exploded, making it impossible to stabilize into shape. "Are you stupid? Just spin it. When the rotation speed reaches its peak, all the energy will be firmly locked in the center, no longer scattering. Extreme rotation brings extreme penetration, do you understand?" Lin Mo couldn't help but give a little guidance. In his mind, that small fireball, which had been raging, suddenly quieted down. Fireball technique, rotate. Spin. In its non-existent brain, a flash of lightning suddenly passed. Fireball technique was deducing a new elemental arrangement. Fireball technique was ecstatic. Ha! Genius. I'm really a genius. Congratulations. Fireball technique has autonomously deduced and evolved into an advanced skill. Exploding flame spiral Dragon Ball beginner, dealing massive fire damage to a single target, cooldown time 30 seconds. Lin Mo watched as the small fireball grasped a new skill, feeling a bit taken aback. The word spin sounded simple, but in practice it was exceedingly difficult. The fire element was inherently the most volatile, attempting to make them spin at high speed, while in an extremely compressed state, was akin to reaching the heavens. With the slightest mishap, the internal elements could collapse, causing an explosion right in the caster's hands. Only a freak, like the small fireball, which possessed independent consciousness and an almost perverse control over the fire elements, could achieve such a theoretical impossibility with just a single hint. "Now that you've learned it, let's give it a try." Lin Mo was calm and collected, slowly raising his right hand, forming it into the shape of a handgun, aiming directly at the skeletal knight. A slight smile played at his lips. "Xiao the schoolflower, pay attention. A mage must not only have AoE, but also possess lethal power." Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyue was momentarily taken aback. Lethal power? A single blow? The others looked at Lin Mo in disbelief. Could this young Master Lin have comprehended a new skill again? Skills don't just appear, it will, do they? Before everyone could react, a humming sound echoed. Before Lin Mo's fingertips, a blazing fireball coalesced. In the next second, that enormous fireball began to tremble violently, then spun wildly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The surrounding air was instantly sucked away, forming a visible vortex. Under the dual action of centrifugal and centripetal forces, the fireball began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. As big as a fist. As small as a ping-pong ball. As the size shrank, the color of the flames underwent a qualitative change, transforming from an initial orange to a deep dark red. Although it was merely a small point of flame, the horrific energy contained within caused the surrounding space to ripple. The violent airflow rolled back, causing Lin Mo's robe to flutter and his hair to dance. At this moment, the roar of the small fireball overlapped with Lin Mo's voice. "Fireball technique, shatter for me. Shatter for me." As Lin Mo's fingers snapped in the air, that dark red point of light compressed to its limit burst forth with a piercing sonic boom. The flames, due to high-speed rotation, created a terrifying tail flame that spiraled outward. Wherever it passed, the bluestone tiles on the ground shattered, lifted into the air by the violent airflow. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion instantly shattered everyone's eardrums, making the entire hall shake from the impact. A dark red stream of flame instantly pierced through the skeletal knight's purple shield. The shield shattered into pieces, dissipating into specks of starlight. The skeletal knight was also sent flying dozens of meters by the tremendous force of the explosion, crashing hard into the skeletal throne behind, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shattered. Shattered. Zhang Kai looked at the scene before him in disbelief. That indestructible purple shield had now completely vanished, leaving only the scorching heat wave lingering in the air. Xia Qingyue and the others stood frozen in place. One strike. It really only took one strike. Moreover, it was a direct confrontation, forcibly breaking through this shield that had left them helpless. What kind of monstrous existence was this young Master Lin? Just as everyone was still questioning life, Lin Mo spoke. What are you all dawdling for? Take advantage of his weakness and strike. Attack. Outside the instance on a rocky shore, the once desolate and silent wilderness was now illuminated as bright as day by dozens of glaring military searchlights. Hundreds of fully armed city defense soldiers quickly erected a yellow warning line encircling the entrance. A thunderous sound of something breaking through the air erupted. Lin Tianha's robust figure fell from the sky, crashing into the ground with a loud thud. At that moment, he couldn't even bother to put on his military uniform, wearing only a black coat with his bare chest rising and falling violently. His usually dignified tiger-like eyes were now filled with bloodshot veins. Beside him, Su Wan's figure also appeared. Although her complexion was pale, her back remained straight. As a powerful woman controlling a vast business empire, she could not afford to show any weakness in front of the public, especially at such a time. Commander, Madam, Yi Hongyu rushed over upon seeing the two. What's the situation? Lin Tianhao nodded slightly, his voice hoarse. Yi Hongyu bit her lip and began to report. Young Master and the others entered the instance about 45 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago, the instance completely turned into a deep abyss. Su Wan's figure swayed slightly as she murmured, how could this happen? After so many years without incident, how could it happen to Moer? Lin Tianhao looked at the dark entrance, his fists cracking with tension, lightning jumping wildly around him. Everyone present understood what a deep abyss instance meant. If a deep abyss instance was not successfully cleared within 24 hours, the monsters inside would break out, causing disaster. Fortunately, this was just a low-level instance, and the monsters inside were not very strong. The army of Jianghai City could easily handle it. Just then a series of urgent braking sounds came from outside the warning line. A few black military off-road vehicles came to a stop, the doors opened, and a group of imposing figures stepped out. The middle-aged man at the forefront wore a sharp suit and gold-rimmed glasses. Behind him followed a proud-looking young man along with 4 exceptionally well-equipped and sharp-eyed young professionals. Old Lin, how's the situation? The middle-aged man strode up to Lin Tianhao and asked in a steady tone. Lin Tianhao turned around, his brow furrowed. Zhao Lei. What are you doing here? The newcomer was none other than Zhao Lei, one of the commanders of the Jianghai City Defense Forces, who held the same rank as Lin Tianhao. Standing behind Zhao Lei was his pride and joy, Zhao Yu, a genius fire mage who had awakened in level affinity for fire elements. Given the magnitude of this incident, as one of the commanders of the Jianghai City Defense Forces, I naturally had to be. Zhao Lei adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, casting his gaze towards the entrance of the Deep Abyss instance, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. The Deep Abyss. Such a 1 in 100,000 probability is indeed regrettable. After a slight pause, Zhao Lei turned to Lin Tianhao, tentatively asking, Old Lin, I heard from the reports below that this team trapped in the instance. Your son is among them. Lin Tianhao's breath slightly halted upon hearing this, and he nodded solemnly. Yes. With the affirmative reply, Zhao Lei continued to inquire, how is this team's configuration? Besides your son, who else is there? What is their level? How is their equipment? Lin Tianhao remained silent for a moment, and Yi Hongyu answered for him. Aside from the young master, there is an 11 water mage with water affinity, a level shield warrior, a level ranger, and an 11 priest. All of them were level 4 before entering, and their equipment is around golden level. Once this was said, Zhao Lei's brows instantly furrowed. Behind him, his son Zhao Yu revealed a mocking expression. After all, he and Lin Mo were both sons of commanders, and he had been compared to Lin Mo throughout his life, gradually developing no good feelings towards him. With such a team configuration, it was practically impossible to clear this difficult level Deep Abyss instance. You are foolish, Old Lin. You are usually such a sharp person, how could you be so foolish at this moment? Zhao Lei sighed, expressing his disappointment. If you want to find someone to help your Lin Mo level up, you could have just told me. Having Xiao Yu lead the team would be better than this ragtag group, right? Zhao Lei shook his head, sighing. With this configuration, I estimate they would struggle to even break defense. Their survival rate is nearly 0. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Tianhao snorted coldly. This was supposed to be an ordinary instance for leveling up. Who could have predicted that 1 in 100,000 Deep Abyss would happen? Zhao Lei stopped pretending to be a good person. Lin Tianhao and Zhao Lei had been in a subtle power struggle for half their lives, with Lin Tianhao always having the edge in both military achievements and strength. Now that Zhao Lei's son had succeeded, asking him to lower himself to request Zhao Lei to let his son lead Lin Mo. That would be more painful than killing him. Moreover, who could have anticipated encountering such bad luck with the Deep Abyss? Fine, I won't argue with you about this. There's no use in saying more now that we've come to this point. Zhao Lei glanced at Lin Tianhao, showing no intention of arguing with him. After all, Lin Tianhao's son was almost dead. If he provoked him, he wouldn't stand a chance against Lin Tianhao. Fortunately, this is just a difficult level instance. Once the instance reopens, my little, you will lead his level 5 elite team in. Zhao Lei pointed to the young people behind him. This instance has a level restriction of 35, and they are all level 5, equipped with a full set of legendary level gear working in perfect harmony. This is currently the only force in Jianhai City capable of handling this deep abyss instance. Hearing this, Zhao Yu stepped forward, his face bearing the confidence and pride of an level genius. Uncle Lin, Aunt Su, please rest assured. Although Moer is likely, I will be prepared at all times. Once the instance resets, I will lead the team in at the first opportunity and personally behead that boss to avenge Moer. Just then Su Wan, who had remained silent, suddenly lifted her head. In her reddened eyes sparkled the unique obstinacy and unwillingness of a mother who says Moer will definitely die. Although her voice trembled, it was extraordinarily firm. The instance hasn't reopened yet, which means they are still alive. I believe in my son. Perhaps Moer not only can survive, but can also clear this deep abyss instance. Right, old Lin? Su Wan turned to Lin Tianhao, her eyes filled with hope. It seemed that as long as Lin Tianhao nodded, their son could truly survive. Lin Tianhao looked into his wife's eyes. Clear the instance. He was well aware of the difficulty. But at this moment, looking at her tearful eyes, how could he bear to utter the cruel word, no? Lin Tianhao took a deep breath, his voice hoarse. Yes, Moer will definitely make it. He will surely make it. Hearing this from Lin Tianhao and his wife, Zhao Lei was slightly taken aback. Then he could only shake his head helplessly, not wanting to argue further. A talentless Blank Mage leading a ragtag team to clear a deep abyss instance was simply a fantasy. Zhao Lei adjusted his glasses, sneering inwardly. If Lin Mo's configuration could really clear the instance, Zhao Lei would eat the tires of this military off-road vehicle raw today. Inside the dungeon, the skeletal knight was now embedded in the ruins of the bone throne, weakened after its shield was broken. Listen to Lin Xiao take its life while it is sick. I will shoot you dead. Zhang Kai roared as he pulled back the longbow, shooting arrows like a rainstorm at the skeleton. Wang Meng charged forward with a shield, smashing it hard against the skeletal knight's knee. Though the damage was low, the insult was significant. As the level water mage of the team, Xia Qinghua took a deep breath and waved her staff. Streams of azure water condensed in the air into sharp arrows, continuously shooting toward the boss. As for Lin Mo, he was still munching on snacks while watching the fight. The small fireball had entered full automatic killing mode, relentlessly bombarding the boss. Boom! The huge fireball from the explosion instantly engulfed the boss. The series of damage made Zhang Kai and the others' eyelids twitch. Now this is what I call output. Compared to Lin Xiao, they were merely scratching an itch. Under the furious assault of the crowd, the long health bar above the skeletal knight's head visibly dropped. Soon its health fell below 70. Roar! An extremely furious roar echoed through the ruins. The skeletal knight swung its giant sword, sending Wang Meng, who was closest, flying. Immediately after that, despair-inducing translucent purple shield once again enveloped its entire body. Damn, here it comes again. Seeing this, Zhang Kai abruptly turned to look at the leisurely Lin Mo at the back of the team. Lin Mo said nothing, simply raising his hand for another shot. Buzz! A dark red dot of light rapidly condensed, compressed, and spun at Lin Mo's fingertips. Here it goes. Lin Mo lightly pressed the tip of his finger. Boom! There was no suspense. The spiraling dark red fire line penetrated the purple shield once again. The shield that had just formed exploded into a sky full of starlight. The skeletal knight let out a painful howl. Its massive body was blasted away again, crashing heavily against the wall. Lin Xiao is amazing. Lin Xiao is invincible. Zhang Kai jumped up excitedly, pulling back the longbow to continue the output. Although Xia Qinghua had already witnessed this strike, she still couldn't help but glance at the composed Lin Mo. Under the glow of the fire, Lin Mo's figure was tall and slender. His black hair fluttered slightly in the heat wave, and his profile stood out distinctly against the interplay of light and shadow, with sharp brows and bright eyes. This composure in the face of danger, combined with his extraordinarily handsome face, made Xia Qinghua's heart skip a beat, even though she was usually aloof. Is this the true demeanor of a strong person? Xia Qinghua's gaze fixed on Lin Mo's fingertips, still emitting smoke. As a top student, she understood better than anyone the value of this move. The fire element. It is widely regarded as the most violent element, compressing the fire element to the extreme while maintaining high-speed rotation. This move, Explosive Flame Spiral, though only a beginner skill, is as difficult to comprehend as advanced skills. Moreover, the damage of this move fully corresponds to its difficulty. It is the highest single-target damage beginner skill among all professions, including hidden professions. Lin Mo, the young master of the Lin family, what kind of monster are you? The battle that followed became utterly predictable. Every time the skeletal knight managed to raise its shield before it could even show off, Lin Mo would mercilessly shatter it with a finger explosive flame spiral cannon. After repeating this 3 times, the skeletal knight's massive body crumbled, turning into a pile of emitting black mist bones. Congratulations. Successfully killed Abyss Skeletal Knight LV. 5. Experience gained 20,000. Your level has increased to LV. 745. The golden upgrade light shone upon Lin Mo. We won. We really won. Lu Weiwei collapsed on the ground looking at the pile of bones, overwhelmed with joy. Huh. I'm not dead. I cleared the abyss dungeon. Zhang Kai crazily rushed forward, jumping and hugging Wang Ming. Even the usually aloof Xia Qingyue couldn't help but smile at the corners of her mouth. This is the abyss dungeon. Although it was only a hard level, its value was enough to leave a significant mark on their records. Quick, let's see what dropped. Wang Ming shouted, pointing at a few light orbs floating above the skeletal knight's corpse. Lin Mo casually glanced over, looking at the dropped equipment and materials, among which the most valuable was a piece of golden equipment. It was just warrior gear, and Lin Mo truly didn't care for golden equipment. You can divide these among yourselves. Lin Mo pointed at the light orbs and waved his hand casually. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Qingyu's voice rang out, "No way." She looked at Lin Mo, her face full of seriousness. "Lin Xiao, this is against the rules. First, you are the boss. The loot from the dungeon should rightfully belong to you. Second, without you we wouldn't have made it through, we would have lost our lives. So both logically and emotionally these things belong to you." With that said, Xia Qingyue took a deep breath and made a decision. Not only can we not take these spoils, but after we go out we will fully refund the hiring fee paid by Uncle Lin. This time, being able to gain so much experience just by following you and leveling up 2 levels is already a huge advantage for us. One mustn't be too greedy, or else one will face heaven's wrath. Zhang Kai and Wang Ming were stunned after hearing this. That was golden equipment. Saying they weren't moved would be a lie. But soon Zhang Kai reacted, "The captain is right. Lin Xiao, these things are all yours." The others also expressed their agreement. Lin Mo looked at them with a hint of help. He found these worthless items truly useless. Is there no one who wants free gifts these days? But since they were so insistent, Lin Mo didn't bother to argue further. Alright, do as you wish. Lin Mo waved his hand, collecting all the loot from the ground into his backpack in the interface. Seeing Lin Mo accept it, Xia Qingyue finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Lin Mo and casually said, "Lin Xiao, the big exam is the day after tomorrow. With your current strength, you should be able to get into the Tianlong Academy in the capital." At this point, a hint of envy flashed in her eyes. That is the holy land of all professional practitioners in Long Country, the highest academy. It gathers the most outstanding, prodigious talents from across the nation, and even the guards at the entrance may be retired high-level professionals. Students graduating from their start at the level of city army leaders, truly the backbone of humanity. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Whatever, as long as the accommodation and cafeteria are good, that's what matters most. The highest academy should be quite nice. At that moment, Zhang Kai suddenly interjected. "Hey, I heard that our Jianghai city has invested a lot this time preparing a complete heart of a lava beast as a reward for the top student." A complete heart of a lava beast. Hearing this, Wang Ming's hand trembled, and he gasped in astonishment. Wow. That's a huge investment. Lava beasts are already rare, and even a piece of meat on the market has skyrocketed to a sky-high price. And it's a rare item that's hard to find. Fireball spell. Fireball spell, drooling like a waterfall. I want it. I want that. A lava beast sounds like something I love to eat, and it's hard to find. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Although his family was wealthy in this world, some things cannot be bought just with money. After all, he wasn't the only rich person around. Fireball spell, extremely greedy, did you hear that? I want this. I want this. If I eat this, I will definitely get closer to forbidden spells. Lin Mo chuckled lightly, deliberately teasing this fiery skill. Want it? If you want to call me daddy, and let me hear it. He'll reluctantly go get that top student back. Fireball spell instantly exploded in rage, presumptuous. Hold. I am destined to become a noble existence of forbidden spells. You want me to call you daddy? Lin Mo shrugged indifferently in his heart. Oh, is that so? Fine, I was too lazy to move anyway. So let's just mix it up for this big exam. It doesn't matter which academy we go to. What a pity about that heart. I heard it's full of fire element essence, and biting into it will cause it to burst. TSK. Fireball spell fell silent. Fireball spell swallowed an imaginary swallow. Its dignity was undergoing severe turmoil in the face of delicious food. A few seconds later, a very awkward voice echoed in Lin Mo's mind. Fireball spell was extremely reluctant and ashamed. Daddy. Speak louder, haven't you eaten? I can't hear you. Lin Mo pushed his luck. Fireball spell was furious. That's it. I called it. Alright. Lin Mo was no longer in the mood to tease the little fireball and waved at everyone. Let's go, sister, you must be almost asleep waiting for us, and let's head out. On the rocky beach outside the dungeon, the atmosphere was stiflingly tense. Lin Tianha's eyes were bloodshot, and his black coat billowed violently in the wind. Suwon stood by his side, her hands tightly clasped in front of her chest. This powerful woman was now just a mother praying for her child's safe return. On the other side, Zhao Lei appeared much calmer, occasionally glancing at his invaluable Patek Philippe watch. At that moment, the swirling vortex of the dungeon, which had been spinning wildly, suddenly froze for a brief instant. This was a sign that the dungeon was about to reopen. Lin Tianhao and Suwon's hearts dropped to their throats. In this world, the reopening of a wild abyss dungeon could only mean two things. Either everyone inside had perished, leading to a reset of the dungeon, or they had cleared it. Zhao Lei adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said, "It seems it's over, Xiao Yu, get ready to enter." "Got it, Dad." Zhao Yu flexed his wrist, excitement bubbling within him. After all, the chance to showcase his abilities in front of so many big shots was thrilling. However, Yihong Yu suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, look up there." Everyone instinctively followed the direction of her pointed finger. They saw the record that had stood for 18 years quickly fading away. Current highest record 1 hour 05 minutes 22 seconds. Clearing team, Xia, Qingyue Zhang, Kai Wang Ming, Lu Weiwei, Lin Mo. How is this possible? Zhao Lei's expression froze, his mouth slightly agape, unable to close for a long time. His son Zhao Yu was no better, staring blankly at the record. They cleared it. And not only that, they broke the record. And they did it under the conditions of the dungeon being abyssal, just as everyone was still coming to terms with this immense shock. Buzz. The light at the entrance of the dungeon flickered. Several figures slowly emerged from the vortex. As Lin Mo stepped out of the dungeon, he was startled by the scene. Hundreds of fully armed soldiers, dozens of bright lights, and pairs of eyes fixed intently on him. Why would Lin Mo's gaze swept over the crowd, landing on Zhao Yu, who had an expressive face not far away. He raised an eyebrow and waved with a smirk. "Oh, Zhao Xiao is here too. Why aren't you at home sleeping at this late hour? Running here to enjoy the breeze. Quite leisurely, huh? You." Before Lin Mo could tease him further, Su Wan rushed over. Mower. She couldn't care less about her corporate image and hugged Lin Mo tightly. The force was so strong it nearly crushed Lin Mo's ribs. "You scared me to death. Abyss Dungeon. How could you be so unfortunate? Whoa. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't want to live." Su Wan cried while patting Lin Mo's back vigorously. Cough, cough. Cough. Lin Mo's eyes rolled back as he struggled to breathe, patting his mother's back with difficulty. Mom, let go. I wasn't killed by monsters, but I might die from your hug." Hearing her son's plea, Su Wan finally reacted, quickly releasing him and hastily wiping her tears. She looked Lin Mo up and down, her eyes filled with concern and remorse. I'm sorry, I was too emotional. Let me see if you're hurt." "Where does it hurt?" "Oh really, I'm fine. Oh, I didn't even scrape my skin." Lin Mo helplessly shrugged, casually showing off his unscathed limbs. At this moment, Lin Tianhao strode over. Although this iron-blooded commander didn't lose his composure like his wife, the hand he placed on Lin Mo's shoulder trembled slightly, betraying his inner excitement. "Good boy. It's great that you're alive. It's great." Lin Tianhao's gaze passed over his son, looking at the four who followed behind Lin Mo, Xia, Qingyue, and the others. His eyes narrowed and he frowned slightly. Aside from being a bit dusty and tired, these four showed no signs of severe injuries at all. What is going on?" Lin Tianhao asked in a deep voice. Even if his son had micromanipulation talent, just surviving in that environment would be impressive. How could they come out unscathed as a team? Xia Qingyue took a deep breath and stepped forward, bowing deeply to Lin Tianhao. "Uncle Lin Atsu, we were able to come out alive and clear the Abyss Dungeon entirely thanks to Lin Mo. If it weren't for Lin Xiao shattering the final boss shield by himself and bearing over 90 of the damage output, we would have perished inside long ago." With that, Xia Qingyue took out a bank card from her pocket and handed it to Lin Tianhao with both hands. "Uncle Lin, we can't accept the commission for this mission. We not only did not contribute much in the dungeon, but we also benefited from Lin Xiao's experience leveling up twice and gained the honor of breaking the record. This money is too hot to handle. Please make sure to return it." Behind her, Zhang Kai and Wang Ming nodded repeatedly, like chicks pecking at rice. "Yes, Commander. Lin Xiao is too amazing. Really, he carried the whole team. We just went in to cheer. We're really sorry to take the money." Hearing such a barrage of praise, Lin Mo felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head with a slight blush. To be praised like this in front of so many people was indeed a bit overwhelming. Ahem. Everyone is too— Lin Mo waved his hand, trying to appear humble. "It's not that amazing, just kind of amazing, just kind of amazing." Lin Tianhao looked at his son's nonchalant demeanor, genuinely finding it hard to believe. One person leading the whole team, and under abyssal conditions breaking a record that had stood for 18 years. His son truly that amazing? Lin Tianhao suppressed his overwhelming joy, laughed heartily, and directly pushed back the card Xia Qingyue had handed him. "Keep it. The money I Lin Tianhao give away has no reason to be taken back." Xia Qingyue's hand holding the bank card froze in midair, feeling a bit at a loss. At this moment, Su Wan gently took Xia Qingyue's hand, pushing the card back into her palm. "Xia, you should just accept it as your Uncle Lin wishes. Even if Moer put in a lot of effort this time, without your support in front, without your trust as teammates, he wouldn't have accomplished much on his own. Moreover, you accompanied Moer through the gates of hell. Consider this money as a small token of appreciation from Auntie to buy some supplements and take good care of yourself." Xia Qingyue looked into Su Wan's sincere eyes and eventually nodded, taking back the bank card. "Thank you, Uncle Lin. Thank you, Aunt Su. All right, let's not stand out here in the cold wind." Lin Tianhao, in a great mood, waved his hand to a subordinate nearby. "Hey, take Xia and the others back first." Not far away, Zhao Lei looked incredulous. "Everyone is unscathed." Zhao Lei muttered, his voice low and frightening. Not only did they clear it, but they also did so without any injuries. "Dad, how is that possible?" Zhao Yu stood by muttering. Zhao Lei snorted coldly. "It must be that old man Lin Tianhao, who spent a fortune to give Lin Mo some hidden cards. Furthermore, I see that girl named Xia Qingyue isn't simple either. Xiao Yu followed his father's gaze and nodded. I know her, she's from the neighboring No. 1 high school and a grade water element affinity. She's very well known at school. Before her job change, she was always first in both theoretical scores and practical simulations. A grade water magic top of the school. Zhao Lei narrowed his eyes. Let's go, there's nothing for us here. He opened the car door and before getting in turned to a nearby aide and coldly commanded go investigate that Xia Qingyue, properly find an opportunity to talk to her. Just say we want the top scorer from Jiang Haishi and she can name her price for compensation. Yes, Commander. The aide accepted the order and left. As the car window slowly rolled up, Zhao Lei looked at his son sitting beside him, his tone turning serious. Xiaoyu, don't let this small matter distract you. This time the reward for the top scorer in Jiang Haishi, that heart of the lava beast, is crucial for your fire mage profession. Xiaoyu clenched his fists, flames igniting in his eyes. Don't worry, Dad. This time I will definitely get the top scorer in Jiang Haishi. Seeing his son's demeanor, Zhao Lei's previously gloomy mood lightened considerably. Truly he is my Zhao Lei's offspring. Not shrinking back in the face of a strong enemy, but instead igniting a stronger desire to fight. That's the spirit. Only with such a wolf-like nature can one stand atop the peak in this devouring world. The fireball technique, lethargically murmured, hungry. So hungry. I feel like my body has been hollowed out. The once arrogant voice of little Fireball now turned weak. Lin Mo rubbed his belly. Gulyalu. Indeed, he felt hungry himself, as if he could devour an entire cow. He turned to his mother Su Wan saying, Mom, let's save the emotional talk for later. I'm about to faint from hunger. Can we at least get something to eat first? Preferably something high in calories and fire elements I need to replenish. Upon hearing this, Su Wan immediately donned a fiery expression. Eat. We must eat. He'll have the 5-star chef team at home start cooking immediately. What do you want? Fire dragon meat, Chilan arm, or deep sea flame essence soup? Whatever you want, Mom will get it for you. At this moment, Lin Tianhao turned to look towards the direction where Zhao Lei's convoy had disappeared. The night wind rustled his coat. Humph, that old Zhao Lei. Just seeing that smug face made him furious. He brought the team over without a word about Moer, as if he was certain Moer would perish. Who would have thought Moer was so after fighting for half a lifetime? Did he really think he could turn the tide through his son? Lin Tianhao snorted coldly, and then looked at Lin Mo. Moer, since you have such great talent and work so hard, we cannot waste it. Lin Tianhao waved his hand dramatically and declared, I've decided. We will mobilize the 3rd Special Forces Unit of the city defense tonight. This entire rocky area along with the nearby leveling zones will be sealed off tonight. Let them help you lure monsters, and when they are weakened you can reap the rewards. We won't go back tonight, we'll level up all night. We must trample Zhao Yu underfoot before the big exam and crush the arrogance of the Zhao father and son. Lin Mo was initially thinking about the upcoming feast of fire dragon meat. Hearing this, he froze. No, level up all night. We just finished the Abyss dungeon, even a production team's donkey wouldn't be worked this hard. Lin Mo wanted to refuse, expressing his basic human need for sleep. No way. Before Lin Mo could speak, Su Wan slapped Lin Tianha's hand away, glaring as she scolded Lin. Have you lost your mind? Moer just barely escaped from the Abyss dungeon, his mental energy is depleted, and you still want him to level up all night. Do you want to exhaust my son to death? Oh. Is leveling up more important than health? No way. Absolutely not. Moer must go home and sleep. Lin Mo nodded vigorously inside, giving his mom a thumbs up. Exactly. Who doesn't need sleep? Fireball technique sleep. Only the weak need sleep. Fireball technique after the feast, let's continue working. I am destined to become a forbidden spell fireball. This level of exhaustion is nothing. Get up and party. Lin Mo looked at the wildly bouncing little fireball icon in his skill bar and felt a wave of fatigue. This unruly child might actually pull it off. If he really went home to sleep and woke up with a level up, how would he? Haha, just kidding, I sneaked out to level up at midnight. Wouldn't that make me seem like a lunatic? While Lin Mo was lost in thought, Lin Tianhao chuckled and gently said to Su Wan, hey dear, don't rush, let me finish. I care for our son too, and I know Moer is tired. So what I mean is, let's move our big bed over and set up a temp. The special forces will lure the monsters, weaken them until they are barely alive, and then bring them to Moer. Moer just needs to comfortably lie in bed and tap his finger to finish them off. Su Wan was stunned for a moment. Bring the bed to the wild. Level up while lying down. This is unacceptable. Su Wan still hesitated. The outdoor environment is so poor, exposed to the wind, and how could Moer sleep well? At this moment, Lin Mo knew he had to express his stance. Since he couldn't avoid it, he might as well enjoy it. After all, he could lie on the bed, little fire would fight on its own, and he could sleep peacefully as well. Lin Mo took a deep breath and instantly adjusted his expression. He stepped forward, his gaze becoming resolute as he spoke with a powerful tone. Mom, Dad is right. Although I'm very tired and really want to go home to sleep. But, Lin Mo clenched his fists. Though I have no grand ambitions, I absolutely cannot let my parents down. What's one night without sleep? For the big exam, for the honor of the Lin family, I'll give it my all. With this declaration combined with his determined gaze, Su Wan was instantly taken aback. She looked at her son, her eyes suddenly welling up with tears. Such a considerate child. Clearly so tired, yet still willing to endure the training for the sake of his parents' pride. Good boy. Su-won was moved to the brink of tears. Then she took out a skill book radiating a brownish glow. Since you have this determination, I won't stop you. This is something I specially prepared for you before leaving this morning. I originally wanted to give it to you tonight, when you come home. Su-won stuffed the skill book into Lin Mo's hands and softly said, this is the earth-based foundational skill, Earth Shield Technique, that I mentioned this morning. You might be able to use it soon, so here you go. Lin Mo took the skill book. Skill book Earth Shield Technique basic effect summons an earth element shield to block a certain amount of physical and magical damage. You can learn new basic skills at level 10. Currently, he was almost halfway through level 7. If the entire Special Forces unit helped him level up, he'd probably wake up to learn it right. At that time, once he learned the Earth Shield Technique, he hoped it would be a steady skill, not another impulsive little brother. Thank you, Mom. Lin Mo put away the skill book. Seeing this, Lin Tianhao turned to his aide and said, go bring the 3rd Special Forces unit over, and also go home to take apart Moer's bedroom bed silk quilt latex pillow aroma diffuser. Bring them all over. Additionally, notify the kitchen team to bring all ingredients and utensils. They must set off within 10 minutes. The aide was left in shock. He stood straight, responding loudly, yes, Commander. But after turning around, the aide wiped the cold sweat. Is this what a wealthy family is like? Moving the bedroom outdoors and mobilizing an entire Special Forces unit to help lure monsters. This is outrageous. After arranging everything, Lin Tianhao turned around and instructed Hongyu, I leave Moer in your hands. Yes, Commander. Hongyu stood at attention, her gaze sharp. Lin Tianhao nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Lin Mo. Your mom and I are going back first. Remember, if you get too tired, just take a break. Su-won also held Lin Mo's hand reluctantly, reminding him several times before she got into the car. Just before getting in, Lin Tianhao suddenly turned and shouted at Lin Mo, son, do your best. Lin Mo patted his chest and pointed at Lin Tianhao, responding loudly, Dad, I've got this city's top spot secured. Even Jesus couldn't stop me, I mean it. Seeing their son's confident and spirited demeanor, Lin Tianhao and his wife exchanged smiles, their faces filled with pride and contentment. It seems our son hasn't wasted his training. Indeed. Hey dear, who is Jesus? I don't know, probably one of Moer's Oh. On a rocky beach, a giant luxurious tent was erected out of thin air. Inside the tent, the lights shined brightly, and the ground was covered with a thick Persian velvet carpet. On a long table in the center, covered with a pristine white tablecloth, an array of freshly cooked delicacies was displayed. Come, young master, open your mouth. A young woman dressed in a black and white lace-made outfit knelt beside Lin Mo, using a silver fork to pick up a piece of meat. Lin Mo opened his mouth and bit into the meat with satisfaction. The melt-in-the-mouth texture and the intense flavor bursting on his tongue made him squint his eyes in delight. The pork belly of the flame demon pig is roasted to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, Lin Mo mumbled. Fireball technique was eagerly drooling. Delicious. So delicious. Hurry, give me another piece. Don't you have hands? I'm glad you like it, young master. The maid giggled softly, intentionally brushing against Lin Mo. That's because you have a strong constitution. You can handle any supplement. If it were someone else, they might have already had a nosebleed, she said, extending her finger to gently wipe away a bit of sauce from the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. Just as Lin Mo was about to speak, the tent's curtain was lifted. Hongyu walked in with great strides. Young master, the Special Forces have assembled and are waiting outside. Your bed has also been set up. All unnecessary personnel have been cleared out. You can practice leveling up without worry. Lin Mo glanced at the half-eaten delicacies on the table, wiped his mouth, and stood up. All right, I'm full now. Let's get... Lin Mo stepped out of the tent. A familiar custom-made large soft bed appeared before him. Surrounding the big bed were dozens of fully armed, fierce special soldiers standing at attention. Lin Mo plopped down onto the soft mattress. Comfortable. Young master, good. Seeing Lin Mo settle down, 3 burly men immediately stepped forward and saluted in unison. Hongyu stepped forward and began the introductions. Young master, this is Ahu, a berserker. This is heir, a ranger, and this is Sure, an earth mage. They will lead the way tonight, helping you to weaken the monsters before bringing them to you. Ahu patted his chest and assured young master, don't worry. I can guarantee that any monster sent to you will have less than 5 health. You just need to lift a finger to reap the rewards. Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. All right, thank you, brothers. Let's begin. After speaking, he took out his phone and skillfully turned it horizontally. Having just eaten and not feeling sleepy, he decided to play a few games first. Yes. With a command from the 3, the surrounding special forces instantly morphed into shadows, disappearing into the night. Having just eaten and not feeling sleepy, he decided to play a few games first. Yes. With a command from the 3 o'clock. Immediately after, a severely injured and bloodied wasteland demon wolf LV-6 was thrown high into the air, accurately flying towards the right side of the bed. Lin Mo remained focused on the game. Fireball technique, excited, let's kill it. Whoosh. An orange fireball shot out, precisely hitting the head of the airborne demon wolf. Kill the wasteland demon wolf, experience 35. Nice. Sure 2's eyes lit up as he saw the accuracy and prediction of the strike. Simply divine. Young master, 12 o'clock. Two of them. A loud voice rang out. Two severely injured venomous lizards were thrown over. Boom. Boom. Within just 2 seconds, 2 explosions of fire erupted. Double kill. Holy crap. Ahu just returning was almost wide-eyed. He exchanged glances with Shirtu, unable to suppress his gulp. Captain Yi said that the young master has incredible micro-control and also possesses the divine skill of multitasking. I didn't believe it at first, but it turns out to be true. Shirtu beside him muttered, I'm an earth mage, I know how difficult it is to combine such micro-control with multitasking. No wonder he's the young master. As time passed, the Special Forces team became more and more adept at cooperating, and the frequency of attracting monsters increased. From the initial 1 or 2 to groups of 3 to 5. Various wasteland monsters were thrown around the big bed after being severely weakened. Time passed by second by second. The night deepened. Lin Mo played 7 or 8 ranked matches after a series of victories followed by a string of defeats. His mental state finally began to wane. Yawn. Lin Mo yawned as his eyelids began to droop, and the images on his phone screen became blurry. I can't take it anymore, I'm too tired. After staying up all night yesterday and diving into abyss dungeons today, even an Iron Man could not withstand it. Lin Mo casually tossed his phone to the side of the pillow, tilted his body, and burrowed into the soft warm, you guys continue, I'll take a nap. After saying that, Lin Mo found a comfortable position and buried his head into the pillow. Within 3 seconds, even breathing sounds began to resonate. Not far away, Ahu had just caught an iron-armored rhino and was rushing back. He was about to shout, young master, catch the monster, but saw Lin Mo had already snuggled into the quilt, stunned in place. At this moment, Shirtu, who was attracting monsters on the other side, also returned holding a half-dead porcupine. Seeing this scene, Shirtu paused and stared blankly. The young master is sleeping. Ahu, feeling somewhat at a loss, nodded. Looks like he should be asleep. So, should we still throw the monsters? Shirtu glanced at the porcupine in his hand, then looked at the rhino in Ahu's hands. Ahu furrowed his brow, contemplating for 2 seconds, then said, Captain, Yi said to level up all night. He didn't say to stop, just because the young master is sleeping. Alright, let's give it a try. Shirtu nodded as well. Go for it. Ahu exerted his arms, gently tossing the heavy iron-armored rhino towards the empty space at the edge of the bed. Buzz. A fireball materialized out of thin air, emitting a piercing sound, instantly penetrating the iron-armored rhino. Ahu and Shirtu were instantly petrified in place. Is he really asleep? Shirtu found it hard to believe. Young master. Ahu tentatively called out, his voice. On the big bed, Lin Mo showed no reaction. Young master. Ahu raised his voice slightly. Lin Mo slightly furrowed his brow, then hugged the pillow, and turned over, continuing to sleep soundly. Ahu and Shirtu exchanged glances. He really is asleep. Ahu took a deep breath, his eyes filled with shock, even rolling over. Looks so natural. This is definitely deep sleep. Incredible, truly incredible. Shirtu trembled with excitement, lowering his voice to say, Ahu, have you heard? It is said that some top-tier professionals train themselves to fight in their sleep in pursuit of ultimate combat instincts. No need for conscious awareness, relying entirely on the body and mental instinctive reactions to kill enemies. Ahu frowned, slightly hesitating as he said this. Shirtu, no one in our team can achieve this ability, right? Lin Xiao just recently changed jobs. What do you know? Shirtu rolled his eyes at him, firmly rebutting, can we compare with Lin Xiao? Who is Lin Xiao? He is the son of Commander Lin. How could a tiger father have a dog son? Ahu was taken aback, then heavily nodded. That's true, after all he's the commander's son. It's only reasonable for his talent to be a bit abnormal. In an instant the two reached a consensus, their eyes filled with even more awe. What are we waiting for? Let's get to work. Let's go. The next day, Lin Mo drowsily turned over, instinctively reaching out to feel beside him. Moi. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with a delicate and pretty face. The young woman in a black and white lace-made outfit was standing by the bed, holding a cup of warm milk. Upon seeing Lin Mo awake, she slightly leaned forward. Young master, you're awake. The maid's voice was soft and sweet. You were so tired last night that you slept until now. Drink some milk to replenish your strength, okay? Lin Mo sat up, took the milk, and drank it in one go, then habitually opened his attribute panel. Name Lin Mo, occupation, mage, level LV. 10-8. Wow, I really reached level 10. Is this the joy of being lazy? Others struggle to grind monsters while I just slept through and leveled up. Lin Mo glanced around and found that only his maid was present. He curiously asked, where is everyone? The maid took the empty cup and softly explained, young master, about an hour ago, Captain Ahu and the others stopped luring monsters. Because you fell into a deep sleep, later the monsters thrown over didn't react at all. Captain Yi was worried about your safety and didn't want to disturb your rest, so he had them stop for now. Some are guarding outside while others are on break. Oh, I see. Lin Mo nodded after hearing this. It seems that little fireball has also worn himself out. Just then Yi Hongyu arrived with Ahu and Shirtu. The three of them also looked somewhat fatigued with faint bloodshot eyes. Good morning, young master. Morning, everyone. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Mo stretched lazily and got off the bed. I slept so deeply last night. I didn't cause you trouble, did I? Not at all. Young master, that was deep meditation. Ahu chuckled, looking quite simple-minded. To maintain such precise killing efficiency during deep sleep, you persisted for most of the night. Young master, you are simply extraordinary. Lin Mo chuckled awkwardly and didn't pursue that topic. Young master then. Shall we continue leveling up? Yi Hongyu glanced at the Special Forces soldiers on standby and asked, if you wish to continue, I can have them lure monsters immediately. Hearing this, Lin Mo looked at his skill bar. Fireball status deep sleep drooling with the main output on autopilot, who would train at this time. Relying on myself to cast fireballs manually. Don't be ridiculous. It would be better to lie in bed and play a few ranked matches instead. Forget it, Yijia, let's not practice for now. Lin Mo waved his hand and yawned. I just woke up, my head is still buzzing, I can't think straight. Let's take a break and wake up a bit. Alright, as you wish, young master. Yi Hongyu nodded. At this moment, Shirtu, standing nearby, curiously spoke up. Young master, since you've reached level 10, can you learn a second basic skill now? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo recalled indeed at level 10 he could learn the next basic skill. Yes, survival is important. Lin Mo took out the basic skill book Earth Shield technique that Su Wan had given him yesterday. Seeing this, Hu immediately spoke up. Young master, you've chosen the right skill. Not only is survival crucial, but more importantly, Shirtu is the only grade elemental affinity mage in our special forces team. And he's aligned with the earth element. When it comes to understanding earth skills in Zhanghai City, few would dare to claim they are better than Shirtu. Shirtu hurriedly waved his hands. Tiger brother, don't flatter me. How could I dare to call myself grade in front of the young master? Young master is a master of micromanipulation. I see that your mastery of the fireball technique is even deeper than my years of practice with earth shield technique. I just have a little bit of insight, just a bit. Although he spoke humbly, Shirtu's confidence could not be hidden. As grade earth affinity mage, his perception of the earth and the construction of defensive skills indeed possessed a talent that ordinary people could hardly match. Alright Shirtu, you don't need to be so modest. Lin Mo smiled and patted the skill book. Since you're an expert, once I learn it, I'll need your guidance. I wouldn't dare. Young master, just try it. If you have any questions, I will definitely answer them without reserve. Sure, this skill is related to his life. The sooner he learns it, the better. Use. With a thought from Lin Mo, the skill book transformed into specks of light that drilled into his forehead. You have learned the basic skill Earth Shield Technique LV. 1. Earth Shield Technique summons an earth elemental shield to withstand physical and magical damage from the front. Lin Mo didn't care much about the skill's effect. What he was concerned about was whether the Earth Shield Technique could speak. He tentatively called out in his heart. Little Earth, are you there? Is anyone there? Hello? Hello? Moses. The icon for Earth Shield Technique in the skill bar showed no response. No way. Lin Mo frowned slightly. Could it be that only Little Fireball is special? Or is this? Seeing Lin Mo dazed after learning the skill, Shirtu couldn't help but ask, Young master, how do you? Shirtu, with an air of experience, patiently explained. Actually, the hardest part for earth mages is communicating with the earth element. Fire elements are volatile and ignite at the slightest provocation. But earth elements are inherently stable. To use earth skills effectively, you need a lot of patience. It's normal that you don't feel anything right away since you just started. Lin Mo stopped dwelling on it. After all, Shirtu was right in front of him sharing his experiences, so it would be somewhat rude not to respond. Oh, I see. Thank you for the education, Shirtu. Seeing Lin Mo's humble attitude, Shirtu felt a great sense of achievement. He chuckled and pointed to the empty space in front of Lin Mo. Young master, why don't you try releasing the Earth Shield technique here? I'll help you observe. Alright, let's give it a try. Lin Mo nodded, stood up, and with the use of the skill, the surrounding air slightly trembled. A faint yellow-brown aura appeared around Lin Mo, then coalesced into a translucent earth elemental shield that floated in front of him. It looked as if it could collapse at the slightest breeze. Hu and Yi Hongyu exchanged glances. Without elemental affinity, it was already quite impressive to form it on the first try. As for its strength, let's not get our hopes up. Shirtu, however, was quite responsible. He stepped forward and lightly tapped it. Young master, for a first-time release forming, it already surpasses 90 of novices. Though he said that what Shirtu actually meant was that for a blank mage, without elemental affinity, being able to release it like this was already quite good. But since it was the young master, he had to speak more tactfully. However, Shirtu changed his tone and began to instruct. The structure here is still too loose. Young master, try to calm your mind. Don't think about how to defend, but rather feel the earth beneath your feet. Imagine you are extracting the rocks and soil beneath your feet, constantly compressing and stacking them into this shield. As Shirtu gestured, he guided with his mental power. Come on, young master, follow my rhythm. Take a deep breath. Feel that sense of weight. Lin Mo nodded and closed his eyes following Shirtu guidance. Although he had no so-called elemental affinity, under Shirtu mental guidance, that thin shield began to change. This was also his first time releasing a skill completely on his own. Buzz, the color of the shield visibly deepened. While it still didn't seem particularly strong, at least it looked the part. Yes, just like that. Shirtu's eyes lit up, unable to stop himself from clapping and cheering. Young master, remember that feeling from just now. With the current thickness of this shield, it can definitely withstand an attack from a basic fireball technique of the same level. Sure, too eager to give it a try, suggested. Young master, let's test its actual defensive power. He'll attack it with the most basic fireball technique to see how it holds up. Hearing that they were going to take a hit, Yi Hongyu frowned slightly. Sure, too, the young master just learned this. Do we really want to go Hansen already? Don't worry, Yi team, I know what I'm doing. I'll just use a small fireball to test it. With the thickness of this shield, it will be more than enough to withstand it. Sure, too confidently patted his chest and assured her. Seeing his certainty, Yi Hongyu finally nodded. After all, Sure, too was also a seasoned mage, he still had a bit of control. Then Yi Hongyu stepped back a few paces with a hu. Sure, too also retreated to a distance of 10 meters. Whoosh! A ball of orange-earth flames suddenly erupted in his palm. This fireball was indeed smaller than Lin Mo's previous fireball. However, the moment this firelight appeared, the previously unresponsive icon for Earth Shield Technique suddenly trembled. Earth Shield Technique, senses Earth Shield Technique, let out a shrill scream like a slaughtered pig. It's bad. There's danger. Don't come over. Lin Mo was stunned as he listened to the pig-like screams echoing in his mind. So you can talk. After yelling for a long time with no response, why is the voice suddenly louder than anyone else's? But, danger. What danger? Lin Mo instinctively glanced at the stone 10 meters away. At that moment, the small fireball held by the stone was only the size of a fist. It looked even less impressive than the fireball he had cast himself. Is this it? Can this thing also be called dangerous? Lin Mo glanced at the earth shield in front of him, feeling speechless. Does this earth shield technique have some misunderstanding about the word danger? However, the earth shield technique in the skill bar didn't calm down, instead it began to flicker wildly. Earth shield technique. Trembling in fear, so terrifying. I can sense at that fireball it's grinning. Master, it will turn you to ashes. Earth shield technique is starting to panic due to excessive fear. It believes that a thin shield cannot possibly withstand such a terrifying attack. It needs to be thicker, harder, more comprehensive protection. Earth shield technique is desperately extracting earth elements from deep within the ground. Congratulations. Due to your skill's extreme fear of death, it has independently deduced and evolved into an advanced skill, Earth Flow Wall beginner level. Earth Flow Wall instantly raises a heavy earthen wall from the ground capable of withstanding damage from the front and altering the terrain. Cooldown time 5 seconds. Lin Mo watched the newly appeared skill description on the panel, unable to suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. What the heck? A skill that's extremely afraid of death, and yet it comprehended Earth Flow Wall. Before Lin Mo could regain his senses, the stone standing at a distance asked young master, "Are you ready?" The stone wore a simple smile and patiently explained, "Don't be nervous, take a deep breath and focus your mental energy on the shield. I'm about to launch the attack, okay?" Lin Mo glanced at the icon of the Earth Flow Wall skill and then at the harmless little fireball in the stone's hand. He had a strange expression. I'm ready. Since he had comprehended the skill that should count as being ready, the stone keenly noticed the slight oddity on Lin Mo's face, and his smile faded, his tone becoming exceptionally serious. "Young master, you really don't need to worry. Your current earth shield, although it doesn't look too thick, is already sufficient under my guidance. And I will also control the force, so you can rest assured. Based on my 10+ years of experience as an earth mage, your shield will absolutely withstand it, not even shaking a bit. This time it's mainly to let you feel what it's like to withstand an attack." A who beside them chimed in cheerfully, "Yes, young master, just relax. Don't be fooled by the stone being an earth mage, he's also quite skilled with the fireball technique. If he says it's enough, then it's definitely enough." Ye Hongyu stood not far away, though she said nothing. She slightly nodded to indicate Lin Mo could be at ease. Seeing this, Lin Mo felt a headache coming on. He wasn't worried about whether he would be hurt. What worried him was whether they would be frightened. But there was no way to explain it, so Lin Mo could only nod. "Alright, go ahead, brother stone, I won't dodge." "Alright." Young master watched closely. As the stone spoke, he gently flicked his wrist. "Go." With a soft, the orange-earth mini fireball shot towards Lin Mo, moving at a slow speed. Meanwhile, Earth Shield Technique let out a desperate scream. It's coming. It's coming." Earth Shield Technique panicked tremendously. "Help. I'm going to die." This is a certain Earth Shield Technique just comprehended a new skill, not sure if it can withstand it, but I can only try. Earth Shield Technique, I swear to protect my master. Boom. Without warning, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. The noise was like a dragon rolling over underground. What the hell? A hu's face changed. Is there an earthquake? Ye Hongyu also narrowed her pupils, pulling out a dagger, vigilantly looking around. Even the stone looked utterly baffled. The next second, in the puzzled gazes of everyone, the ground before Lin Mo suddenly exploded. "Rise!" accompanied by the furious roar of the Earth Shield Technique in his mind. Boom! A large amount of soil and rock erupted wildly from the ground. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent earthen wall stood between Lin Mo and the mini fireball. It wasn't a shield, a massive barrier 5 meters high, 10 meters long, and 2 meters thick. The enormous shadow instantly enveloped everyone present. The sunny clearing from moments ago now felt as if blocked by a small mountain. Meanwhile, that tiny fireball, which carried a teaching significance, appeared so small and helpless in front of this wall of size. The fireball struck the center of the earth flow wall. Not even a scorch mark was left, it simply extinguished. Only a wisp of faint green smoke slowly rose in front of the enormous wall, looking exceptionally desolate. A deathly silence. On the rubble-strewn ground apart from the howling of the wind through the earth wall, there was no other sound. This shield. No, this wall. Ahu stared blankly at the wall, murmuring. Ye Hongyu's hand gripping the dagger was also frozen in midair, her eyes filled with disbelief. As for the stone, his eyes were nearly popping out from shock. He looked at the earth flow wall akin to a city wall, utterly disoriented. This. Earth flow wall, a beginner-level earth skill. Just learned a basic skill, and in the blink of an eye comprehended an advanced skill. But the key isn't that, the key is using the earth flow wall to block my tiny fist-sized fireball. Is this necessary? Meanwhile, the earth shield technique also looked relieved. Earth shield technique, trembling, exclaimed with a sense of survival. That was close. Too close. It was still lingering in fear in that moment. I even sensed the countdown to death. That fireball was less than 10 meters away from the master. Earth shield technique, proudly took credit, master. How was my response? Was it filled with a sense of security? Without me, you would definitely have been toast turned into a pile of charcoal. Lin Mo stood behind the thick earthen wall, looking up at this massive structure. He reached out to touch the wall, feeling its rough and hard rocky texture, still carrying the chill from deep within the earth. It indeed felt very secure. But, brother, can we have some dignity in our skills? A tiny fist-sized fireball, and you treat it like the end of the world. I feel so embarrassed right now. The fireball technique woke up grumpily. What noise is that? It woke me up. The fireball technique looked around angrily. Who's causing trouble? Come out. There's a strange sound, and there are enemies. Lin Mo sighed helplessly. Little Earth, that's your elder brother. The fireball technique, one of us. It's fine. Upon hearing this, the earth shield technique relaxed its tense nerves a little. I was scared to death. So it's the fireball technique finally reacted suspiciously, sizing up the new little brother. Huh. I have a little brother now. When did this happen? Before it could figure out the situation, the small fireball, extremely sensitive to fire elements, suddenly twitched its non-existent nose twice. The fireball technique frowned. Wait, why is there a faint smell of fire elements in the air? The fireball technique stared at the wall in front of it, stunned. What is this thing? Why is there a mountain ahead? Lin Mo patiently explained. Someone just tested an attack with a small fireball. This was created by your new little brother to block skills. Upon hearing this, the fireball technique was silent for 3 seconds before showing a look of disdain. With such little fire element, you built such a big wall to block. The fireball technique looked disgusted, being scared by such trash. If this gets out, don't say it's my little brother. I can't afford to lose that reputation. A true powerhouse doesn't need such a turtle shell. The earth shield technique weakly retorted. Well, safety first. What if I hurt even a hair on the master? I don't think I did anything wrong. The fireball technique rolled its eyes. Oh please, cowardice is cowardice, don't make excuses. This level of attack, I couldn't even be bothered to look at it. Only someone as useless as you would make such a fuss. The earth shield technique mumbled softly. I never admitted it's your little brother. I only have one elder brother, and that's the master. Just a brute. The fireball technique's eyes turned cold. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. The earth shield technique held its neck high. I said the master is the most handsome. Enough, both of you shut up. Lin Mo listened to the two skills, bickering, feeling a headache. Little fire, if you keep arguing there will be no dragon. Upon hearing this, the fireball technique's icon flickered a few times and quieted down. This tactic again. It's truly vexing. The fireball technique felt humiliated. It was destined to become a noble existence of forbidden spells, yet now, it was subject to a piece of meat, a tremendous disgrace. The fireball technique felt indignant. If only it had a mouth, it wouldn't have to be subservient to others. When will this life of being dependent on others come to an end? The fireball technique's status updated muted. Looking at the suddenly quiet elder brother, the earth shield technique felt it had followed the right person. The earth shield technique looked at Lin Mo with admiration. Sure enough, the master is amazing. With just one sentence, he has that brood under control. Seeing the fireball technique finally quiet down, Lin Mo sighed in relief. The world finally became peaceful. Young master, young master. At this moment, the voice of the stone came from behind the wall. Are you all right? Lin Mo patted the dust off himself and walked around from behind the earthen wall, looking calm. I'm fine, brother Stone. This fireball technique was controlled quite well. It didn't hurt me at all. Outside the earthen wall, there was a dead silence. Ahu Stone and Yi Hongyu were staring at the earthen wall. Wow. Ahu reached out to touch the rough, thick earthen wall. It felt icy cold and hard to the point of being astonishing. Stone, tell me the truth. Ahu turned to look at Stone. How long did it take for you to learn this skill? Upon hearing this, Stone revealed a bitter smile. If it were before today, he would have proudly said that he successfully comprehended it just 5 days after changing professions with the help of a skill book. But now, Stone felt a bit embarrassed, his voice as soft as a mosquito. 5 days plus I had a skill book, the earth flow wall, as assistance. Upon hearing this answer, Ahu and Yi Hongyu showed no signs of mockery. They both knew that comprehending a basic skill in 5 days was already a very fast speed for its level elemental affinity. Level Genius took 5 days and needed a skill book. But what about Lin Mo, the blank slate young master? From obtaining that basic skill book Earth Shield technique to releasing this wall of size it took him. Maybe just 5. He managed to comprehend an advanced skill with a basic skill book. This isn't just a gap in talent, it's a gap between species. Young master. Stone took a deep breath and walked up to the earthen wall, knocking on it a few times. This is a basic Earth-type skill Earth Flow wall, and from the structure it's released perfectly. It can completely block attacks from a profession 10 levels higher than you. Monster Tide. Lin Mo asked, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Seeing his young master's puzzled expression, Shirtu hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Young master, the so-called Monster Tide refers to a peculiar spatial anomaly occurring in wilderness zones. As he spoke, Shirtu gestured animatedly with his hands. This anomaly draws monsters from hundreds of kilometers around, compelling them to converge frenziedly upon its epicenter. Moreover, the closer they draw to the center, the more violently enraged they become. Both their aggression and attributes surge dramatically. His expression darkened as he continued. Most critically, when the time arrives, a wild boss randomly spawns near the epicenter, making the Monster Tide synonymous with extreme peril. At that moment, Ahu interjected, indeed, young master. Once monsters enter a 10-kilometer radius, their strength visibly escalates. To safeguard wilderness cultivators, we impose a full military lockdown across that entire perimeter. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. I see. Just then Yi Hongyu's phone vibrated sharply in her hand. Glancing at the caller ID, she swiftly answered, Commander. Yes, understood. I'll lead the team. Rest assured, Commander. I guarantee mission success. With those few words, Yi Hongyu ended the call. She turned her gaze sweeping over the assembled group, voice low and resolute. The commander has ordered us to break camp immediately and deploy to this Sunset Canyon lockdown zone, with young Master Lin accompanying us. What? Take young Master along. Both Ahu and Shirtu froze, astonishment rippling across their faces. Shirtu voiced concern. Captain Yi, this is a monster tide. Monsters are frenzied and densely packed. Though young Master possesses the Earth Flow wall technique for defense, the battlefield itself is utter chaos. Ahu added hesitantly. Yes, Captain Yi. Isn't this rather dangerous? Yi Hongyu shook her head. With me with you, and with the special task force standing guard, what danger could possibly remain? As last night, issue orders, let everyone weaken the monsters first, then leave the final blow to young Master. At this density with such efficiency, young Master may very well ascend to level 15 today. Hearing this analysis, Ahu and Shirtu exchanged glances, and instantly grasped the brilliance of the plan. Damn, how could we forget that? Exactly. Where else would one find such an opportunity? This is nothing short of a divine training sanctuary crafted solely for young Master. In moments the three reached unanimous accord, for in this world each ascending level grew exponentially. Lin Mo stood at level 10, even with assistance luring monsters normal wilderness density allowed him, at absolute maximum, to reach halfway through level 12 in a single day. But the monster tide was different. If harvested skillfully, it truly held the potential to catapult him straight to level 15. Yi Hongyu turned to Lin Mo and asked, your thoughts, young Master? Before Lin Mo could reply, his skill panel trembled. Earth Shield technique shrank into a tight coil, urgently pleading, Monster Tide. That name alone sounds terrifying. Master, it's far too perilous. Let's stay away. Before the words faded, another voice erupted, fierce and furious. Fireball technique roared in outraged silence, coward. Its flames flared wildly as it pointed its icon at Earth Shield technique. All you do is hide. Don't listen to that craven turtle's hell. Go, we must go. I shall burn without restraint. I'll turn that place into an inferno. Earth Shield technique murmured weakly, you're acting recklessly. Master's safety comes first. Fireball technique snapped back, get lost. True strength endures only through boldness. Hesitation proves nothing. You clearly need scorching. Stop, stop, stop. Lin Mo winced inwardly, shouting mentally to silence them. Enough, I can't think straight. He glanced at Ahu and Shirtu, fully armored and vigilant, then at Yi Hongyu, calm, unshaken. With this formation, bolstered by the special task force, his own sign wall and artillery, what genuine threat remained? Shrugging lightly, Lin Mo replied with effortless nonchalance, I'll follow Captain Ye's lead. Excellent. Yi Hongyu pivoted to issue deployment orders, when Lin Mo added deadpan. Oh, and bring my bed along, please. Silence fell, sudden, absolute. Here stood a prodigy blessed with peerless innate talent, yet he insisted on bringing his bed to level up. Was he a genius so diligent he trained even in sleep, or a spoiled scion incapable of rising above indulgence? Yi Hongyu drew a slow, steady breath. Young Master, rest assured, not just your bed but your entire residence may accompany us. Ahu, arrange transport and pack young Master's belongings. Shirtu, mobilize the troops. Understood. 2 hours later, a steel-clad vanguard rolled majestically into the outer reaches of sunset. The canyon sky blazed with an eerie, blood-drenched crimson, as if soaked in gore. City defense forces had already erected barricades at every crossroad. The canyon sky blazed with an eerie, blood-drenched crimson, as if soaked in gore. City Defense Forces. He turned, and saw Xia Qingyue standing nearby waving eagerly. In the next instant she broke into a light, joyful run toward him. Young Master Lin, are you here for this defensive operation? Lin Mo paused then replied, technically yes. And what brings you here? We were leveling within the canyon when the monster tide alert sounded, and we were promptly evacuated. Xia Qingyue offered a wry smile. Ah, I see. Stay safe. Lin Mo made no move to invite her to join him and harvest experience. After all, they barely knew each other. Besides, countless suitable training grounds existed beyond this canyon. Our relocating posed no difficulty. There was no reason to linger. Noticing Lin Mo's lack of invitation, Xia Qingyue felt no disappointment. This, after all, was entirely expected. She edged closer, lowering her voice. By the way, young Master Lin, the Zhao family contacted me last night. The Zhao family. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Zhao Yu's father, the commander. What did they want? Xia Qingyue nodded frankly. They sought to bribe me. They promised 3 million Longwa credits if I deliberately underperformed in tomorrow's provincial examination, yielding the top provincial rank to Zhao Yu. Did you agree? Lin Mo asked, intrigued. Xia Qingyue shook her head, resolve gleaming in her eyes. Why? Not enough money. Lin Mo sounded genuinely surprised. Xia Qingyue glanced at him, then curled her lip in quiet disdain. It isn't about the money. I simply cannot abide the Zhao family's arrogant condescension, especially Zhao Yu himself, talentless yet tempestuous. She inhaled deeply, her tone turning solemn. More importantly, I know precisely who the true powerhouse is. Young Master Lin, rather than currying favor with the Zhao family for petty coin, I choose to stand beside you, even if only in spirit. She was shrewd. She wished no entanglement in aristocratic power struggles, but if forced to choose sides, having witnessed Lin Mo's overwhelming strength, she aligned unhesitatingly with the Lin family. Accepting the Zhao family's money now might brand her in Lin Mo's eyes as a mercenary traitor. Far too costly a misstep. A beat of silence passed. Then Lin Mo burst into laughter. Reaching out, he gently tapped Xia Qingyue's forehead. Wait, seriously, are you mad? Free money, and you refuse? Or do you honestly believe you'd win first place by sheer effort alone? Huh. Xia Qingyue blinked, dazed by the tap. Lin Mo shook his head, chuckling. Has the Zhao family lost their minds? What good is bribing you? Do they truly imagine you led that abyssal dungeon raid yesterday? Xia Qingyue opened her mouth, then flushed crimson. Harsh though the words were, they carried undeniable truth. The Zhao family had offered such a sum solely because she was an A-rank prodigy, and because she'd emerged from the abyssal dungeon's successful clearance, mistakenly believing she'd spearheaded it. Enough. No more stammering. Lin Mo waved dismissively, utterly matter-of-fact. If they insist on playing the fool, indulge them. Take the money. Sit the exam as you always would. Rest assured, unless I hold back, neither of you stands a chance at first place. Xia Qingyue gazed at Lin Mo's serene, unruffled composure, and her last trace of hesitation dissolved. Understood, young Master Lin. She nodded firmly, then withdrew her phone and departed. Watching her receding figure, Lin Mo nodded in quiet satisfaction. That was the spirit. Never quarrel with wealth. Just then an aide officer approached briskly. He saluted Lin Mo first, then leaned toward Yi Hongyu, voice hushed. Captain Yi, the Zhao commander's unit has arrived. Their squad leader Captain Zhang requests a word with you. Captain Zhang. Yi Hongyu's brow furrowed faintly. Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao. Which deity is that? Lin Mo asked casually. Young Master Zhang Chao is the captain of the first squad under Commander Zhao Lei, and he is also Zhao Lei's most trusted confidant. Yi Hongyu said, turning her gaze towards the middle-aged man striding towards them. Lin Mo nodded in sudden real. In other words, he holds a position similar to that of Yi Hongyu alongside their commander. As they spoke, Zhang Chao had already approached with 2 aides. This man was thin with deep-set eyes, giving off a sinister vibe. Captain Yi, long time no see. Zhang Chao greeted with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. The last time we met was half a year ago, right? Captain Yi still looks impressive as ever. In response to Zhang Chaos pleasantries, Yi Hongyu didn't even lift her eyelids, her voice icy. Get to the point. You know the monster tide is about to erupt here, and I have no time for small talk. Captain Yi is still as fiery as ever. Zhang Chao was not angered, his gaze instead fixing on Lin Mo behind her. Behind Lin Mo, dozens of people were busily setting up a temporary camp. A familiar soft bed was placed in the center. The accompanying maids were arranging fruit platters and snacks on the bedside table. There was also a chef on site adjusting the grill, preparing to serve the young master a wilderness barbecue. Seeing this scene, the corners of Zhang Chaos' eyes twitched violently. He had seen people leveling up with their teams and rich second-generation heirs experiencing life, but it was his first time seeing someone literally move their home to the front lines of the monster tide. TSK. Zhang Chao withdrew his gaze and said to Yi Hongyu, so this is the young master of the Lin family. Truly extravagant. After all, he is a young master from a wealthy family facing the life-and-death situation of the monster tide while living like he's on vacation. As he spoke, Zhang Chao couldn't help but sneer inwardly. What use is a level forced through sheer effort? Having high-level attributes without matching skills and practical experience makes one merely a super soldier. Moreover, he is a blank slate mage with no elemental affinity, simply a waste of resources. Zhang Chao, if you don't need your mouth, I can help you sew it shut. Yi Hongyu spoke coldly, and a short knife appeared in her hand. No, Captain Yi, it was just a joke. Zhang Chao raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. I'm here to discuss serious matters this time. Spit it out quickly, Yi Hongyu said coldly. Zhang Chao reined in his smile, pointing towards the depths of the distant canyon. According to past practices, when facing a large-scale disaster like the monster tide, we usually collaborate to maximize efficiency. But this time the situation is special. Zhang Chao glanced at Lin Mo, then pointed in his own direction. Your young master wants to level up, and our young master Zhao also wants to level up. With so many monks, but so little porridge, if we mix together to fight, it's likely that conflicts will arise over monster kills, making it awkward for both sides. Yi Hongyu frowned slightly. So what? Therefore I suggest we keep to our own territories this time. Zhang Chao drew a line. Using the canyon's central axis as a boundary, we will be responsible for the western defense area, and the monsters there will belong to us. Yulin family will be responsible for the eastern side, and the monsters there will belong to you, each relying on their own abilities without interference. As for the inevitable outdoor boss that will spawn, Zhang Chaos' eyes gleamed, adding, whoever finds it first, whoever touches it first, it's theirs. The other side must not interfere with the seizure. How about that? Yi Hongyu did not immediately agree. This proposal sounded fair, and could even be said to be the most reasonable solution at the moment. If the areas are not divided and both sides mix together, any friction caused over a single elite monster could easily escalate into a standoff between two factions. Moreover, the determination of the boss's ownership is also an unwritten rule in the professional circle known as the first strike principle. However, with the young master here, she had no authority to decide on her own. Yi Hongyu turned to Lin Mo and asked, young master, what do you think of Zhang Chaos' proposal? Lin Mo didn't. This proposal is indeed very normal. Everyone plays their own game and boss belongs to whoever has the strength. There's nothing wrong with that. Sure sounds reasonable. Lin Mo nodded, wearing a nonchalant expression. After obtaining Lin Mo's approval, Yi Hongyu turned to Zhang Chao and said, our young master has agreed. The west side belongs to you, the east side belongs to us. Boss will be based on individual strength. Now you can leave. Refreshing. Zhang Chao, having achieved his goal, didn't mind Yi Hongyu's attitude. He took one last glance at the grill being set up on Lin Mo's side, and the young master who had already turned to walk towards the large bed, a wave of disdain rising in his heart. A young master who is fed by others is still useless even if he reaches level 100. Then I won't disturb young master Lin's leisure. Zhang Chao shook his head, turned, and strode away with his aides. On the other side, within the Zhao family's defensive camp, unlike the relaxed atmosphere on Lin Mo's side, the mood here was tense with hundreds of soldiers on high alert. Zhao Yu was sitting on a chair meditating. Buzz, the phone placed beside him, vibrated. Zhao Yu opened his eyes and answered the call. Speak. A respectful voice came from the other end. Young Master Zhao, it's done. Xia Qingwei has accepted the 3 million and promised not to contest the top position with you in the upcoming exam. Upon hearing this news, a trace of disdain curled at the corners of Zhao Yu's mouth. Got it. He casually hung up the phone and tossed it aside. A teammate sitting next to Zhao Yu sneered. You were acting so high and mighty before, and now you're taking the money. This Xia University belle really knows how to put on an act. Humph. Zhao Yu scoffed, a hint of disdain on his face. My dad is just being overly cautious, wanting to spend this unnecessary money. Even if Xia Qingwei leads the team to clear the Abyss dungeon, so what? In the end, it's just an 11 water mage. Zhao Yu's face was filled with displeasure. Although his family doesn't lack this little money, he felt that they were the ones being taken for fools. The Abyss dungeon, even at the same level and difficulty, has considerable differences in actual challenge. It was evident that the so-called Abyss dungeon must have a very low difficulty. Otherwise, how could an 11 water mage lead a team to clear it? Just because her theoretical and practical scores were always the best in the school before her job change. Ridiculous, the gap in professions cannot be bridged by mere scores. Exactly. A teammate immediately echoed. In my opinion, the dungeon must be too simple. In terms of output, how can it compare to young Master Zhao's level fire mage? At this moment, Zhang Chao strode back. Young Master Zhao. Zhang Chao slightly bowed to Zhao Yu. I have already negotiated with the Lin family. The west side belongs to us, and the east side belongs. At this moment, Zhang Chao strode back. Young Master Zhao. Zhang Chao slightly bowed to Zhao Yu. I have already negotiated with the Lin family. The west side belongs to us, and the east side belongs to them. As for the BOSS following the first strike principle, whoever touches it first gets it. Zhao Yu chuckled, lightly nodding. By the way, what's the situation on Lin Mo's side? What are they doing now? Mentioning this, Zhang Chao somewhat speechlessly replied, the young master of the Lin family. He should be lying on the bed playing with his maid right now. The bed, eh? Zhao Yu was taken aback. Wait, he even brought the bed over. Zhang Chao shook his head and shrugged. Not only that, maids and chefs have come too. The grill is set up. It looks like he's here for a vacation. Compared to your serious professional demeanor, the gap is too large. Ha ha ha. Before Zhao Yu could speak, several teammates around him couldn't help but laugh. Does this young master of the Lin family have a screw loose? Why not just move his whole house over? Does he really think that just because he has a high level he can do whatever he wants? Without skills or practical experience he is nothing. But he is a young master from a wealthy family, and what matters to him is enjoyment. Listening to his teammates' mockery, Zhao Yu shook his head helplessly. His disdain grew even stronger. But it can't be said like that. Zhao Yu said lightly. Although he is a blank slate mage relying on the suppression of level, it's not impossible for him to mix into the top 10 in the city. At this point Zhao Yu couldn't help but feel a bit wistful. Once upon a time before his job change he regarded Lin Mo as his greatest rival. After all, both families were equally prestigious, and their parents were powerful city defense commanders. From childhood, they had been compared by the outside world. Back then Lin Mo, though seemingly lazy, excelled in both theoretical and practical scores, always keeping pace with him. But now, Lin Mo had completely wasted his potential. He was destined to get into a top university and ascend smoothly. From the moment of his job change they were no longer people of the same world. Since they are not on the same path, why treat him as a rival? That would simply be an insult to his level talent. At the center of Lin family's temporary camp, Lin Mo reclined leisurely on a soft bed propped up by two plump latex pillows. Young master, freshly air-freight chilled purple crystal grapes, peeled and ready. Please taste them. A lace-clad maid knelt beside the bed, holding a translucent grape between delicate fingers and gently offering it to Lin Mo's lips. Lin Mo opened his mouth and took the grape. Excellent. Sweet. You deserve a reward. He casually pulled out several 100 yuan banknotes from the People's Republic of China. A flash of delight shimmered in the maid's eyes. Thank you, young master. You're so kind. I'll peel grapes for you every day. Lin Mo savored the gentle softness pressing against his arm, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Corruption, sheer unadulterated corruption, the decadent intoxicating aroma of capitalism, and yet, delicious. Earth Shield Art trembled frantically. Master, I still sense grave danger. This is after all a wild beast tide. Perhaps we should simply return home. Before Lin Mo could reply, the fiery-tempered old fire erupted in protest. Earth Shield Art sneered, return. To where? Here we have food, drink, beauty, and monsters to slay. This is paradise. Return home. Earth Shield Art stammered, but enough shout too. Before Earth Shield Art could speak again, Lin Mo reassured him calmly. Rest easy. Everyone here is under my command. A mere beast tide poses no threat whatsoever. At that moment Yi Hongyu strode forward, flanked by Shirtu and Ahu. Seeing Lin Mo idly savoring grapes, none of them voiced objection. In their hearts Lin Mo's talent was unprecedented. A singular genius in this world where strength dictated absolute authority. True masters wielded not only power, but an innate, unshakable confidence born of transcendent aptitude. To them Lin Mo's tranquil indulgence was no mark of idle aristocratic decadence. It was the quiet sovereignty of absolute mastery. Young master. Yi Hongyu bowed slightly, her expression grave as she delivered her report. Our reconnaissance unit has just transmitted fresh intelligence. As she spoke she unfolded a digital map on her palm device. Young master, sensors confirm that wild beasts across hundreds of kilometers are converging upon our position. Their levels range from LV 10 to LV 40, diverse in species and origin. The first wave will consist of low-level local beasts, LV 1 through LV 10. Later arrivals include formidable specimens, the LV 25 rampaging giant bear, and the LV 30 venomous flying serpent. Yi Hongyu paused, circling a sector on the map. We've confirmed the final arrival will be from this region, the LV 35 to LV 40 Thundercloud Storm Eagle. An elite flying magical beast hailing from the northern Thundercloud peaks, swift beyond measure, and wielding lightning-infused ranged attacks. It will prove exceptionally difficult to subdue. Once they appear the boss monster should spawn shortly thereafter. Shirtu stepped forward and added, young master, slaying beasts 10 levels above your own yields sharply diminishing experience gains. He counted off on his fingers. Thus once those LV 25 creatures arrive, especially the LV 40 Storm Eagles, the experience you'd gain from defeating them would be negligible, hardly worth the risk. Moreover, Shirtu hesitated, then chose his words carefully. Given the level disparity, landing meaningful damage against such high-tier beasts would be exceedingly difficult for you. Yi Hongyu resumed, young master, for early waves, beasts below LV 35, we'll weaken them first, then deliver them to you for the finishing blow, accelerating your leveling. But when elite flying beasts arrive later, our priority shifts entirely, eliminate them outright, to guarantee your absolute safety. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the level gap with the final aerial beast was too vast, forcing kills would be perilous. Even at near death he might lack the penetration to land decisive blows. Very well, I defer to your judgment. Safety comes first. Lin Mo raised no objection. Yi Hongyu paused, then continued. Young master, beyond these beast tides lies the critical objective, the guaranteed spawn of a wilderness boss monster. According to headquarters predictive modeling, this boss will range between LV 25 and LV even accounting for experience decay. Claiming its entire bounty solo would yield an exceptionally substantial gain. If we locate and secure it before Zhao family arrives, your level could reach LV 16, or even LV 17. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with sudden intensity. Historically, most candidates taking the grand examination hovered around LV 10, only a rare few attained LV 13 to LV 15. Reaching LV 16 would place him far above the field, unrivaled, undisputed. Then how do we find this boss? Lin Mo asked curiously. Yi Hongyu explained, ordinarily it's pure chance, or exhaustive grid searching. However, it also depends on the boss elemental affinity. If it manifests as an Earth-type boss, sure too, a class Earth affinity mage can instantly sense and pinpoint its location. Likewise, if it's Fireline, Zhao Yu of the Zhao family would detect it. So success hinges equally on skill and serendipity. Lin Mo's understanding dawned. It was an elemental resonance contest. Then, wasn't he a blank slate mage effectively blind? No, his gaze instinctively drifted to his skill panel. That temperamental little fireball, granted irascible, but its perception, sharper than any bloodhound's nose. And timid little earth shield, driven by survival instinct, possessed preternatural environmental awareness. If sensing truly came down to competition, perhaps he wasn't so helpless after all. Just then an aide officer rushed in, saluting sharply, reporting, Captain Yi. The first wave has reached 3 kilometers ahead, predominantly steppe wolves and fang rabbits. Yi Hongyu's expression hardened instantly, combat readiness activated. She turned to Ahu. Sure too, and the others, execute Plan Alpha. Sure too, you take your squad eastward. Ahu westward. I remain here to guard the young master. Signal immediately upon detecting the boss. Yes, sir. Mission accomplished. In unison they roared their affirmation and departed at a swift pace. The previously bustling camp emptied rapidly, leaving only Lin Mo, his personal maids, and Yi Hongyu said nothing more, drawing a short blade and taking position at the camp's main entrance, standing vigilant, awaiting her troops' delivery of weakened beasts. Fireball Art had long been champing at the bit, roaring with exhilaration. Finally, they're here. Glorious. Last night was pure ecstasy, today legions queue up to die. And feasting awaits. This is life. Fireball Art felt itself the most blessed skill in existence, its ascension to forbidden spell status now inevitable. This master, truly the one. Earth Shield Art quivered nearby, madman, utterly deranged. What if the line breaks? Fireball Art scoffed, you understand nothing. Slaughter is evolution's ladder. Little fire, since you're having such fun, why not call me dad again? Lin Mo teased, reigniting his favorite pastime. Fireball Art froze mid-thought. Oh, dignity. Lin Mo mused aloud. Then how about tonight's dinner, stir-fried shredded potatoes? Oh, dignity. Lin Mo mused aloud. Then how about tonight's dinner, stir-fried shredded potatoes? I haven't tasted them in ages. Earth Shield Art cheered yes. I adore potatoes. Fireball Art. 2 seconds passed in silence. Then, a voice strained and humbled emerged. Dad. Daddy. On the western side of Sunset Canyon, the Zhao family's defense zone. Roar. A few level 8 wolf-type monsters roared as they lunged at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu's expression was grim as he deftly created some distance. The staff in his hand glowed with a bright red light as the fire element surged with full force at that moment. Multiple exploding fireballs. Following his low shout, the staff was swung out in a sudden motion. Whoosh. A massive fireball instantly split in the air, transforming into 5 fireballs the size of human heads, precisely striking the few magic wolves. Boom, 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 boom. 5 explosions resonated almost simultaneously. The monsters had no chance to scream before being blown apart. Charred remains scattered everywhere. Beautiful. Zhao Xiao's 5 consecutive explosions are simply masterful. A teammate immediately flattered. As expected of Zhao Xiao, having just changed professions, he can already consistently split 5 fireballs. This output efficiency is terrifying. Zhao Yu panted slightly, pulling a blue mana potion from his waist and tilting his head back to drink. Even with S-level affinity, frequently using such advanced skills took a massive toll on both mental and magical energy. But he relished the feeling. Sweat dripped down his cheeks, and the mana surged within him, a testament to his growing strength. Just then a scouting officer hurried over. Zhao Xiao. Zhao Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and casually asked, what about Lin Mo? Deep down Zhao Yu was unwilling to believe that Lin Mo would completely fall behind. After all, he had been a comparative rival since childhood. Even if Lin Mo awakened a blank slate, he surely understood the principle that having only levels without practical combat skills is utterly useless. The officer's expression was strange. After hesitating, he reported honestly, report to Zhao Xiao, young master Lin Mo is lying in bed seemingly watching a movie with a maid feeding him fruit. I can't see anything more. A wall of dirt suddenly appeared behind, blocking my view. I could only see continuously injured monsters being thrown into the wall. A wall of dirt. Zhao Yu frowned slightly. It seemed to be the handiwork of that rock, but such security measures were too exaggerated. The air felt frozen for a few seconds. Then Zhao Yu let out a sneer, shaking his head. It's over, completely over. Zhao Yu slammed his staff heavily onto the ground, speaking coldly. I actually regarded him as a rival, and even trained hard to surpass him. Looking back, treating someone like him as an opponent is simply an insult to me. Disgusting, really disgusting. After saying this, Zhao Yu no longer paid attention to the situation over there. Instead, his fighting spirit intensified. Too slow. This number of monsters is not enough for me to kill. What about the next wave? Bring them all over. I want to fight 10. I want to fight 10. Fireball spell roared in dissatisfaction. 1. You only send 1 over. Are you insulting me? On the eastern side of Sunset Canyon, the Lin family camp. 3 high and thick dirt walls stood here, enclosing Lin Mo like a fortress. Inside the fortress, Lin Mo lay sideways holding a glass of chilled watermelon juice. A maid beside him held a tablet that was playing a comedy movie. Gulp, gulp. Lin Mo took a sip of watermelon juice, looking quite content. Above the 5-meter dirt wall, Yi Hongyu stood upright, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Young master, Yi Hongyu reminded. Just as her words fell, a leg-broken wasteland magic wolf was hurled in by Ahu from outside. Boom. The fireball spell shot out, killing it instantly. Fireball spell, protested. I said, I want to fight 10. What does 1 at a time mean? Lin Mo sighed helplessly and shouted to the top of the wall. Yigf, throw in a few more, bring in 10 or more at once. Yi Hongyu paused slightly. She had never witnessed Lin Mo's multiple exploding fireballs before. Even last night, due to the sparse distribution of monsters, they were mostly sent 1 or 2 at a time. Although young master was incredibly skilled, such numbers could be extremely dangerous if they got out of control. No problem, just throw them in. Lin Mo waved his hand casually, saying, he'll take responsibility if anything happens. Seeing this, Yi Hongyu said no more. At worst, she would just be careful. She still had the ability to instantaneously kill over 10 low-level monsters. Yi Hongyu shouted to those outside the wall, 15 monsters, throw them all at once. Outside the wall, a dozen subordinates were stunned for a moment before exerting their strength simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 15 half-destroyed monsters of various types soared over the high dirt wall, plummeting towards the empty space on the right side of the large bed. Standing on top of the wall, Yi Hongyu's hands slightly tightened around the hilt of her knife, muscles tensed. If young master couldn't handle it, she would have to drop down to clear the area. However, in the next second, an orange-eared fireball whistled out, and in the moment it flew out, the fireball violently trembled, instantaneously disintegrating and splitting in midair. 1, 5, 10, 15. A dense swarm of small fireballs accurately locked onto each of the monsters still in the air. Boom, 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 boom. Multiple exploding fireballs. Yi Hongyu, standing on the wall, was struck with awe at the sight. She watched in disbelief as those 15 fireballs acted like missiles with independent consciousness, intertwining and weaving through the air. This? Yi Hongyu stared blankly at the group of monsters that were instantaneously annihilated, stunned. To have comprehended multiple exploding fireballs is one thing, but to split into 15 at once. From what she knew, Zhao Yu from the Zhao family could at most split 4 or 5, and even that was known throughout Jianghai City. Truly deserving of being my young master. Yi Hongyu murmured, this composure, this talent. That so-called level from the Zhao family isn't even worthy to carry my young master's shoes. She lowered her head, her gaze piercing through the swirling remnants of smoke, landing on Lin Mo below. Under the firelight, Lin Mo still maintained the extremely casual sideways posture, gazing at the tablet screen held by the maid. He appeared utterly unfazed by the recent 15 consecutive kills. This is the demeanor of a strong person, unflinching even when faced with impending doom. Fireball spell howled to the sky. Awesome. So awesome. Fireball spell relished the moment. This is the kind of presence I should have. The artistry of that explosion just now was simply perfect. Come again. Earth shield, wailed No. Really don't. What if one slips through with this many monsters? Master, I feel this is too dangerous. Fireball spell instantly exploded in fury. Dangerous. Letting monsters slip through. Are you doubting my strength? Earth shield curled up. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Master. How about we deal with fewer monsters? Fireball spell shook with rage. Seeing that his skill panel was about to erupt into chaos, Lin Mo sighed helplessly and stepped in to mediate. All right, everyone stop arguing. Little Earth, you should trust your older brother's strength. Though it's reckless, it still gets. Little Fire, you should tone it down too. Don't scare your little brother. It's just for my sake. Earth shield humph. Fireball spell TSK. The two icons on the skill panel, standing side by side, turned away from each other, ignoring one another. Lin Mo's mouth twitched slightly. In this day and age, even changing professions isn't easy, and he still has to mediate the relationships between skills. Time passed quickly. The sky over the Sunset Canyon grew increasingly dim. Young master, the monsters are coming. With a shout from Shirk, 2 dozens of dark figures were thrown in from the earthen wall. Boom, boom, boom. Flames erupted within the walls, and explosions echoed one after another. Moments later, everything fell silent. Shirk wiped the sweat from his forehead, glancing at the leisurely Lin Mo on the wall, his eyes filled with admiration. Young master's talent is simply unparalleled. He glanced at the vigilant Yi Hongyu beside him and sighed. He may be a bit lazy, but he has the drive to improve, knowing to practice more before the major examination, and his awareness of safety is also very high. Sure too touched the thick earthen wall beneath his feet. Even with us here, he still prioritized raising this wall. Yi Hongyu nodded in agreement. Young master's caution is not misplaced, that being careful in the wild can sometimes be more important than strength. With the young master's talent and awareness, he is bound to achieve great things in the future. Just as the two were chatting and lamenting, a deputy officer responsible for perimeter reconnaissance rushed over with an anxious look. Report, Yi team. The deputy officer was panting heavily, speaking rapidly, detected a swarm of thundercloud storm eagles. The numbers are immense, covering the sky. They have already reached 5 kilometers away. Have they finally arrived? Shurtu glanced at the sky, speaking in a deep voice. This is the last wave of the monster tide. According to the pattern, after this wave of flying beasts, that wild boss should refresh soon. Yi Hongyu's expression sharpened as she commanded the surrounding soldiers sternly. Everyone listen up. We don't need to leave any of these monsters alive, kill them directly, and ensure the young master's safety. Yes. Dozens of soldiers shouted in unison. After that, Yi Hongyu turned to Lin Mo inside the earthen wall. Young master, the last wave of thundercloud storm eagles is about to arrive, and the level of this wave of monsters is generally above LV 35. The level gap is too large, and the experience points will significantly decay. Moreover, with your current level, it will be extremely difficult to break through and reap the rewards. You shouldn't engage in this wave, just rest easy and let us handle it. Lin Mo, after hearing this, looked up at the distant sky, filled with dark clouds, faintly hearing the sound of thunder approaching. He opened his panel and took a look. Level LV 1512. The experience bar had surged rapidly after an afternoon of frenzied harvesting. Alright, I'll listen to Sister Yi. Lin Mo nodded readily. Upon hearing the young master being so understanding, Yi Hongyu also breathed a sigh of relief. Just then the earth shield in the skill bar began to stir restlessly. The earth shield is trembling. The earth shield gazed at the unobstructed sky above, falling into a state of great anxiety. The earth shield cried out, although we have a wall, there is no roof. If they attack from above, what should we do? The earth shield anxiously urged, Master, we should run. It's not safe here, really not safe. Before Lin Mo could reassure it, the fireball skill began to spew out. The fireball scoffed, what's the point of running? So what if, as long as they dare to fly, and it'll burn one if one comes. It'll burn two if two come. The earth shield despaired, you only know how to boast. Those are monsters over level 35, we are only level 15. Enough already. Lin Mo was annoyed by the noise, having to step in to mediate. Everyone quiet down. Little Earth Sister Yi and the others are guarding outside. Just a few birds, they can't come in. We can't leave yet. There's still a boss about to refresh, and the experience from the boss is substantial. The earth shield continued to grumble, but it's really very open above. What if one slips through? I'm so anxious. Lin Mo rolled his eyes and chose to ignore this coward, closing his eyes to rest. Caught. With a series of piercing cries, a vast expanse of dark clouds swept in from the depths of the canyon. Upon closer inspection, there were thousands of giant eagles with wingspans exceeding 3 meters. Their feathers glimmered deep purple, and as they flapped their wings, arcs of electricity flickered. They're here. Everyone prepare. Ranged classes, unleash your skills. Bring them down. Yi Hongyu stood on the wall, shouting fiercely. In an instant, the ranged classes that had been on standby launched their attacks simultaneously. Multi-shot. Explosive arrow. Wind blade. Ice spike. In an instant, a dazzling array of skill lights illuminated the dim sky like daytime. Boom. Skills collided with the horde of monsters, and the sky erupted into vibrant bursts of fireworks. Countless thundercloud storm eagles were struck by the skills in the air. Yet the sheer number of these flying monsters was overwhelming, and they did not charge blindly like ground monsters. They circled and dove in the air, using their agility to dodge the skills below, while spewing forth thick bolts of lightning in retaliation. Damn, there are too many of them. Ahu stood atop the camp's earthen wall, continuously drawing his bow and shooting arrows, wary of any potential threats to the young master. However, there were simply too many. In the face of this all-round aerial assault, the defense line still showed vulnerabilities. Caw. A large elite-level storm eagle wrapped in intense lightning dashed past 3 wind blades and an explosive arrow with its abnormal speed. With a powerful flap of its wings, although it suffered some minor injuries, it ferociously broke through the outer firepower blockade and headed straight for Lin Mo's position. Young master, be careful. Yi Hongyu was dealing with 2 storm eagles flanking from the side when she caught sight of this scene, and her expression changed drastically. However, it was too late for her to turn back and provide assistance. The elite storm eagle let out a shrill cry as it dove straight toward Lin Mo. Its speed was so fast that it even created a sonic boom in the air. The earth shield let out a pig-like scream. Ah, it's coming. I told you. I said it was unsafe above. Lin Mo remained quite calm. With so many powerful figures around him, he truly didn't believe this beast could touch a hair on him. Beast, you dare harm my young master. Sure, 2 eyes widened and his magical power surged. Die. Boom. A sharp stone spike as thick as a bowl shot up from the ground, piercing directly towards the descending storm eagle. The spike impaled it through the chest, nailing it in midair like a lamb skewer. Blood dripped slowly from the stone spike. Shirtu panted heavily, wiped the dust from his face, and turned to Lin Mo with a grin. Young master, I didn't scare you, did I? Lin Mo gave a thumbs up. Brother, sure, well done. The crisis was averted. Yet the oppressive feeling that was so close lingered deeply in the heart of the Earth Shield. The Earth Shield trembled, its spirit unsettled. It's too terrifying. Too terrifying. The Earth Shield murmured, just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. What if that big fool was delayed by a second? The Earth Shield fell into deep self-doubt. What good is a high wall? Without a roof, it's a live target. What to do, but sealing the top. The Earth Shield was on the verge of tears. The principle of Earth Flow Wall is to guide the energy of the Earth veins to erupt vertically. It would be so difficult to make the earth and stone turn horizontally in midair to seal the top. What? Lin Mo's heart sank. No, Xiaotu, calm down, I was just saying it casually. The master is simply a genius. How did I not think of this? As long as I burrow into the ground, who can harm the Earth Shield art is crazily analyzing the structure of the earth. Earth Shield art, as long as I change the density of the surrounding earth elements, liquefy the hard rocks, and form a texture similar to quicksand. Seeing that Earth Shield art had entered a state of oblivion, Lin Mo abruptly straightened his body. Xiaotu, listen to me, I need oxygen. There's no oxygen underground, it could be life-threatening, you know. Lin Mo tried to reason with the skill that was lost in ecstasy. It's dark and damp underground, and there might even be bugs. Lin Mo did not want to hide underground while being so comfortable above. However, Earth Shield art was currently in a state where it could not hear Lin Mo's words at all. In its view, the master's words were merely some hints. Oxygen. As long as I create an independent space, I can come up to the surface and refresh the oxygen periodically. Earth Shield art blocked external interference and devoted itself entirely to the skill's deduction. This is bad. Lin Mo's mouth twitched slightly. Congratulations. Your skill Earth Shield art is extremely lacking in a sense of security, successfully deducing the Earth-type advanced skill. Earth Stealth Beginner. Earth Stealth, able to merge into the earth, move freely underground, and can carry objects within a certain range. Along the stronger the mental power, the longer the duration. Cooldown time 15 minutes. Earth Shield art laughed wildly, ha ha ha. The master is too amazing. A single word awakens those in a dream. Truly worthy of being my master. Just as these words fell, a buzzing sound echoed. Lin Mo felt a sudden softness beneath him. The originally solid ground turned soft and fluid in that instant. The custom-made big bed began to sink down at an astonishing speed. The maid kneeling beside was completely stunned. She watched as her young master bed, and all seemed to be swallowed. Young master. The maid instinctively reached out to grab, but grasped at nothing. Lin Mo could only catch a glimpse of the rapidly shrinking sky above and the terrified face of the maid. I lost the thunder tower. Whoosh. The soil rolled over and instantly closed up. The ground returned to its flat state as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, atop a 5-meter-high earth wall, Yihan Yu swung a knife to decapitate an approaching flying beast. The storm of thunderclouds in the sky had been mostly cleared. At that moment, the ground shook violently. He looked down at the earth beneath his feet. An unusually heavy wave was coming from deep underground. As in Shrank Earth Affinity, Mage Shirtu was all too familiar with this kind of wave. This feeling. It's coming. Yihan Yu noticed Shirtu's unusual behavior and turned to him asking, what's wrong? Is it an Earth-type boss? Yes. This pure Earth element wave. It can't be mistaken. This time the wild boss is definitely Earth attribute. Shirtu nodded heavily, his tone assured. Do you know the exact location? Yihan Yu immediately pressed on. Shirtu pointed to the ground beneath his feet. Before the Earth attribute boss refreshes, it will frantically absorb the energy from the Earth veins, causing the flow of Earth elements underground to form a massive whirlpool. It's just like a whirlpool on the water's surface. As long as we follow the flow of the underground Earth elements to find the center of that whirlpool, that's where the boss will refresh. After listening, Yihan Yu thought for a moment and asked, your Earth Stealth, how many people can it carry? Shirtu said proudly, it can carry about 120 kilograms of items. Theoretically, you and I can both go at the same time. Alright, it's settled then. Yihan Yu nodded. Just a small boss. With the young master along, she and Shirtu could easily leave the boss with just a sliver of health for the young master to harvest. This boss is a must-have. The two turned around simultaneously. In the next moment, they both froze. Where's the young master? Where's that huge bed? Where's that living person? Yihan Yu's expression changed drastically. Her figure flashed as she jumped directly down from the 5-meter-high wall, landing in front of the maid. Where did the young master go? Yihan Yu's voice carried a rare urgency. This is the inner camp with layers of protection. How could anyone abduct the young master right under her nose? The maid finally snapped back to reality at Yihan. She pointed to the smooth ground in front of her, trembling as she said, the young master fell down. Fell down. Shirtu, who had just jumped down, was taken aback. How did he fall? There's no pit here. The maid struggled to organize her words, gesturing as she said, just a moment ago the soil suddenly became like water, and the young master, bed and all, whoosh, just fell down. And then the ground just closed up on its own. Tu and Yi Hongyu exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The soil became like water, burrowed into the ground, and left no hole. This description sounds so familiar. Is this Earth stealth? Tu exclaimed in surprise. He suddenly squatted down, pressing his hands against the ground where Lin Mo had disappeared, sensing the traces underground. A few seconds later, Tu abruptly raised his head, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Yi team. It really is Earth stealth. This. Tu swallowed hard, feeling as if his worldview was collapsing. In just one day, first he comprehended Earth flow wall, and then he comprehended Earth stealth. What kind of monster is this? What made Tu's scalp tingle even more was that big bed was solid wood, weighing at least 300 to 400 kilograms. As an Earth mage, Tu could only carry 120 kilograms of items at a time, yet Lin Mo just comprehended it and managed to take the big bed down with him. However, what shocked Tu the most was that the young master had already dived underground before him. What does this imply? It means that the young master's elemental perception range far surpasses that of him and shrank Earth mage. Before he could react, the young master had already sensed the Earth-type boss's refresh and conveniently comprehended Earth stealth, diving into the ground alone. Most crucially, the young master even felt that this wild boss was too weak. He could solo it with just a bed. So insane. So confident. Is this the pride of a top genius? Stop overthinking. Yi Hongyu suddenly snapped back to reality, interrupting Tu's thoughts. Quick, take me with you. The young master's life is invaluable. Nothing must happen to him. Alright, right. Yi team, hold on to me. Buzzing. The yellow-brown light lit up and the soil beneath their feet instantly softened. Tu took Yi Hongyu and dove into the ground. On the other side, at the western side of Sunset Canyon, the Zhao family's defense line. Zhao Yu cast a fireball spell, killing a pangolin that had ambushed him from the side, his expression somewhat restless. He looked around as if searching for the boss's trace. Time was running out. The boss should be about to respawn, yet he sensed nothing indicating it was likely not a fire attribute. At that moment, a middle-aged deputy rushed over from a distance. Young Master Zhao? Young Master Zhao, we have a situation. Zhao Yu's expression sharpened. He recognized this deputy as a great Earth mage. What happened? Did you sense the boss? The deputy, not bothering to wipe the sweat off his brow, spoke hurriedly. Just now a terrifying wave of Earth element surged from deep underground. Young Master Zhao, this great Earth mage from the Lin family, likely sensed it before us. We must hurry over. Zhao Yu's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. If they were a moment too late, the massive experience points from that boss would no longer concern him. If that second-generation heir Lin Mo, who was on vacation, took the experience points, he would likely be disgusted and unable to sleep for 3 days. Then what are we waiting for? Your Earth stealth can take me along, right? Let's go. Zhao Yu decisively stated. The deputy quickly replied, yes, my Earth stealth can carry about 80 kilograms. Taking the young master is no problem. The deputy wasted no time and immediately cast the skill. Buzz, a yellowish glow enveloped the two. The ground softened, and Zhao Yu and the deputy's figures vanished into the earth. At this moment, deep underground. Ugh, Lin Mo was already feeling dizzy. If the skill had a physical form, his fireball would have likely been thrown into chaos. The originally luxurious soft bed now resembled a small boat without a rudder, violently rocking in the raging torrent of earth elements. Soil, rocks, and debris flew past the shield like a flowing liquid. Slow down. Slow down. Are you trying to get us killed? Lin Mo clutched the bed's railing tightly, completely disoriented, his stomach churning. He couldn't understand. Just a moment ago, everything was calm and peaceful. How did it turn into a hellish adventure in the blink of an eye? Fireball roared in fury. Can you drive or not? Fireball pointed at the rocks ahead. Are you blind? Can't you see that massive rock? Crash. Oops. Fireball, what level are we at? Why must I sit in such a spirit vehicle? Earth shield panicked. I didn't want this either. There's a huge suction force pulling us. I can't control it. Bang. A muffled sound. The luxurious bed crashed against a hard granite layer. Lin Mo felt as if he could cry, but had no tears. I told you not to come down, but you wouldn't listen. Now look at where we are going. Earth shield, whine boo-hoo. Master, I didn't expect it to be like this down here. That suction force is too strong. It feels like it wants to pull us somewhere. Just then, the originally narrow earthen passage suddenly opened up. A massive underground current instantly wrapped around the bed, violently surging upwards. Earth shield, panicked Master, hold on. I feel we're about to take off. Take off, you bastard. Lin Mo shouted, wrapping himself tightly in the quilt. Boom. With a loud explosion, the earth shattered. In a flat area of Sunset Canyon, the once smooth ground suddenly bulged into a mound, then exploded like a volcano. Ah! A luxurious bed, along with a cloud of dust and debris, was forcefully propelled to over 10 meters. Finally, the bed crashed heavily to the ground. Fortunately protected by the earth shield, it did not fall apart, and Lin Mo was safe. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Mo poked his head out from under the quilt, feeling as if all his bones were about to break. You little earth. Before he could finish, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped him. Lin Mo abruptly raised his head. What met his eyes was a terrifying giant composed entirely of obsidian and molten lava, standing at least 10 meters tall. Its body was flowing with scorching underground lava, and its eyes the size of grinding wheels gleamed with a brutal red light, fixating on this small bug that had suddenly emerged from the ground. Earth Vein Lava Titan, Lord Level BOSS. Level LV. 40. Description: a terrifying existence born from the essence of the Earth Vein in Sunset Canyon, possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth, with extremely high defense and immunity to most control effects. Their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze. Lin Mo looked at the boss's level marker, which was glowing a deep purple, and swallowed hard. Level 40. Lord Level Boss. Is this really something I can fight at my current level? I mean, I'm only level 50. Is this what you meant by taking me to dodge? Lin Mo felt hopeless and couldn't help but blurt out. Earth Shield was already dumbfounded. I don't know either. This is the endpoint of that suction force. Earth Shield broke down in tears. What kind of monster is this? Level 40. It's clear we can't defeat it. Earth Shield attempted to activate the skill to dive back underground, but the skill was on cooldown. Fireball exploded in fury, flames erupting from its body. Fireball roared, "Run. Run my ass." Fireball not only showed no fear, but instead was filled with fighting spirit. So what if it's level 40? I am destined to become an existence of forbidden spells on the path to the supreme. All obstacles shall turn to ashes. God blocks kill God, Buddha blocks kill Buddha. At that moment Lin Mo only wanted to slap that little fireball. Is it crazy? It's level 40, I'm level 15, that's a 25 level gap. Do you think I can just tickle it? And you talk about killing gods. Why don't you go up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Meanwhile, the little fireball could no longer contain itself. Whoosh! An orange-eared fireball, with an eye and the strongest momentum, shot out directly. Boom! The firelight flashed and vanished. Clearly, it was just a tickle. Though the damage was low, it was extremely insulting. The lava titan instantly erupted in fury. Boom! It lifted its gigantic foot, and beneath it the lava churned, waves of heat rising. Damn it! Lin Mo looked at the massive creature charging toward him, his heart racing. There was no escaping now. Lin Mo's eyes sharpened, a fierce determination rising from his heart. Even a cornered rabbit would bite. Did he really think he was a soft persimmon? Little fire, let's take it down. Fireball laughed maniacally. Ha ha. Now that's more like it. Let's take it down. Buzz. Lin Mo raised his hand, a dark red light, point instantly condensing at his fingertip. Extreme compression, extreme rotation. Boom. A dark red spiral beam shot towards the lava titan at an incredible speed. The terrifying sound of the explosion echoed. The shockwave that erupted at that moment actually forced the lava titan back a step. But that was all. The gap in levels was simply too great. Damn it, little Earth. Lin Mo yelled angrily. Earth Shield heard the master's roar. Although it was cowardly and afraid of dying, it was even more afraid of the master being harmed. As the smoke cleared and the dust settled, Yi Hongyu quickly walked up to Lin Mo. Confirming that her young master was unscathed except for a slightly disheveled hairstyle, she let out a long sigh of relief. Young master, it's good that you're fine, but you were really too impulsive this time. Shirtu also stepped forward, his expression grave. Young master, I understand your confidence and pride as a strong individual. I can comprehend your desire to challenge limits alone and seek breakthroughs between life and death. However, this is a level 40 wild boss after all. Since you discovered it with your keen perception, you should have notified us first instead of facing it alone. Yi Hongyu nodded in agreement. Young master, what if? If Shirtu had been half a second late, how would we explain it to Commander Lin? Lin Mo stood in silence. Challenging limits alone. Seeking breakthroughs between life and death. Facing a level 40 wild boss by himself. What the hell? I was lying comfortably in bed and suddenly found myself in front of this thing. But since I'm already here, I can only put on a brave face. Lin Mo brushed off the dust from his sleeves, revealing a faint smile. It's nothing much. While I was in bed, I sensed the boss and suddenly had a moment of inspiration to comprehend a new skill. I got a bit carried away and ended up here. Fortunately, Shirtu and Yi Jia arrived in time. Saying this, Lin Mo flashed an apologetic smile at the two. I'm sorry for worrying you. It won't happen again. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongyu and Shirtu exchanged glances, both seeing the warmth in each other's eyes. Their young master not only possessed an extraordinary talent, but also an invincible spirit to face a level 40 lord at level 15. More importantly, he could still humbly apologize to his subordinates afterwards, even promising it wouldn't happen again. Unassuming and open-minded. This is the true demeanor of a great general. Young master. Shirtu felt a lump in his throat. You flatter us. Protecting you is our duty. Yi Hongyu slightly bowed, her eyes filled with loyalty. Young master, you are too humble. It's nothing, we are all family. Lin Mo said with a smile, waving his hand. Yet inside he was roaring. Little Earth, get out here. The Earth Shield technique trembled in the corner of the panel, shivering master. I was wrong, boohoo. Wrong. Do you know you almost sent your master away? Lin Mo gritted his teeth. From now on you must obey my commands. I said no digging, then no digging. If you dare to act out again, I'll have little fire roast you into a brick. Do you believe that? As soon as he finished speaking, the fireball technique shook slightly. The fireball technique looked gleeful, hee hee, happy to serve. The earth shield technique was frightened out of its wits. No. Big brother, please. I really made a mistake. That's much better. Lin Mo rolled his eyes helplessly. His skills really were a handful. He could only hope that the later water would lightning and other abilities would be easier to manage. Being a mage these days is truly difficult. Just then, a sudden commotion came from the ground nearby. Two rather disheveled figures emerged from the earth. It was Zhao Yu and his earth-type aide. Cough cough. As Zhao Yu poked his head out, he spat out the mud and sand from his mouth, looking completely disheveled. Damn, why is the road underground so bumpy? Ugh. Lin Mo and the others turned to look, exchanging glances with Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu paused for a moment. Upon seeing the pile of huge broken stones behind the three, he instantly realized that the boss was gone. Oh, isn't this young Master Zhao? Lin Mo flashed a radiant smile. That's quite a unique look you have. Looks like the underground path isn't easy to traverse. Zhao Yu stared intensely at the pile of the boss's corpse, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Damn it, his luck was really terrible. Why did a level 40 earth boss just appear out of nowhere? He had an array of talents on his side, yet the earth type was still inferior to the Lin family. Zhao Yu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, and said coldly, Lin Mo, you may have a high level, but without matching combat ability and skill proficiency, you're just a super soldier. Relying on your family to feed you this kind of leveling method is something only you can pull off. With that, Zhao Yu didn't want to stay for even a second longer. Let's go. He flicked his sleeve and turned to leave with his aide. Zhao Yu felt as if he had worked hard to farm only to find that the second-generation heir next door, who spent his days sunbathing on vacation, not only had better harvests, but also stole his land. This was a level 40 boss, a massive amount of experience, and it was just stolen by a vacationer. Disgusting, utterly disgusting. Watching Zhao Yu's departing figure, Shirtu spat disdainfully. What a joke, Shirtu said with a face full of disdain. If you're outclassed, don't blame it on bad luck, and even complain about the boss's attributes. If it were a fire type, he probably wouldn't be able to outshine our young master either. Yihongyu also scoffed, retracting her gaze. This young master from the Zhao family has too narrow a mind. He won't achieve great things. Compared to our young master, he's not even close. Just then the fireball technique and earth shield technique began to... The fireball technique wriggled its non-existent nose. It smells so good, so tempting. It's the scent of becoming... The earth shield technique also looked intoxicated. Master, I smell it too. What a warm, earthy aroma. Huh. Both skills are reacting. Lin Mo's heart stirred. Could there be something good? He turned his head, directing his gaze towards the pile of lava titan corpses. Shida Yijia, let's go over there and take a look. It seems like something good has dropped. The three stepped forward. As they drew closer, a blend of red and yellow light appeared before their eyes. Shirtu stepped forward for a closer look and suddenly shivered. What the hell? The heart of chaotic lava. Yihongyu also lost her composure, her expression filled with disbelief. This is such a rare, dual attribute treasure of earth and fire. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first one in the Dragon Kingdom. This, you're right. Shirtu swallowed hard, unable to suppress his excitement. I'm going, this dog luck is too good, isn't it? Smack. Yihongyu slapped Shirtu on the back of his head, glaring. Who are you calling a dog? Shirtu covered his head and quickly corrected himself. I meant me. I'm the dog. If I had such luck, I'd be... Lin Mo watched the exaggerated reaction of the two and couldn't help but feel curious. He stepped forward. An item heart of chaotic lava, legendary description, contains the essence of extreme fire and earth elements, a rare dual attribute treasure. This is a capability every practitioner in this world possesses. They can identify dropped items through the panel after transitioning jobs. Looking at the description, Lin Mo asked curiously, Shitu, is this thing very useful? Shida, hearing this, excitedly slapped his thigh. Young master, this is not just useful. This is a priceless treasure. It's used to comprehend combined techniques. Lin Mo was slightly taken aback. Combined techniques. Indeed, young master, the so-called combination technique is the fusion of two different elemental powers, resulting in a super-tier skill that embodies the characteristics of both. Shirtu stared at the spoils in Lin Mo's hands and said, such a skill is usually only mastered by top. Yihongyu nodded in agreement and added, to comprehend a combination technique, one must possess a high-level affinity for dual elements. The vast majority of magic professions have a single-element affinity. For instance, Shirtu has an S-level affinity for earth, while fire magic would only allow him to cast a fireball. Shirtu smiled helplessly and said, yes, only those legendary hidden professions like the Thunderflame Mage with S-level affinities for both lightning and fire have the innate conditions to attempt it. However, to comprehend a combination technique, such elemental materials are essential as they serve as the medium to harmonize different elements. Without this item, it is impossible to successfully comprehend the combination technique. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo understood. He nodded thoughtfully and asked, so this item is quite difficult to... Shirtu chuckled lightly and replied, this item exists in a state of having a price, but no market. For example, the Chaos Lava Heart you have in your hand is the first one produced in our Dragon Country this year, if I remember correctly. As he finished speaking, Shirtu glanced at Yihongyu, seemingly seeking confirmation. Yihongyu nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, it is the first one this year in Dragon Country. Once such an item is put on the market, it will be immediately snatched up by the top fighters across the country. Not only mages, but also high-tier magic swordsmen and elemental archers need this item. Shirtu nodded and added, such materials are not only rare for dual elements, but even single-element ones are quite scarce. For instance, in this upcoming major exam, Jiang Haisher plans to reward the city champion with the complete heart of a lava behemoth, which is a type of single-element material. Such single-element materials can greatly enhance the success rate of comprehending mid to high-level elemental skills. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. Well, it seems my luck is indeed quite extraordinary. Falling into the ground by chance and defeating a boss unexpectedly, have I just obtained this year's National First Edition limited item. Meanwhile, the two skills began to protest vehemently. Fireball complained, what does this mean? Why must I work on a combination technique with this coward? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Earth Shield also shook its head vigorously, protesting. As if I want to work with you, you reckless one. Master, I protest. Lin Mo ignored the quarrel between the two skills. With such an impressive item, how could he not use it? After all, it was his skill meant to serve him as the master. How could they be choosy? At this moment, Shirtu continued to speak earnestly. Young master, even with this material, it's not guaranteed that you will comprehend the combination technique. Typically, it requires reaching a high level when you have a profound understanding of dual elements to use it, which will increase the success rate. A crisp shattering sound interrupted Shittis' lengthy explanation. Both of them exclaimed. They froze simultaneously, their gazes directed at Lin Mo's hands. They saw red and yellow streams of light flowing through the gaps between Lin Mo's fingers, instantly drilling into his body. My hand moved too fast. Lin Mo scratched his head, looking innocently at the two. Shittis' mouth dropped open, feeling as if his heart was twitching. This is an item with a price, but no market. The first one in Dragon Country this year. And you just used it. You're only at what level now, young master? Using it now would surely have a low success rate. However, at this moment, lines of information floated on Lin Mo's profession panel. Successfully used Chaos Lava Heart. The fire element and earth element within your body under the influence of the Chaos Lava Heart were forced to hold an unfriendly meeting. Fireball roared. Wait, you coward, why is everything sand? Earth Shield screamed, ow ow. You reckless one, can't you tone down the fire a bit? After a fierce adjustment and reorganization. Congratulations. You have successfully comprehended the fire and earth dual element combination technique. Lava Battle Armor. Lava Battle Armor summons molten lava from the earth's core to envelop your body, forming an indestructible armor. All attributes are greatly enhanced. Meanwhile, during the duration of the armor's existence, your normal attacks will inflict additional fire damage. Duration 5 minutes, cooldown time 1 hour. I succeeded just like that. Lin Mo stared at the notification on the panel, a bit stunned. But after a moment's thought, Lin Mo instantly understood. Normal people need to carefully balance two completely different elements when comprehending a combination technique. But indifferent to my skills have their own intelligence. The Chaos Lava Heart forcibly crammed Fireball and Earth Shield into one room. They could only rely on their instincts to find the most perfect point of combination. Fireball let out a desperate wail. What is this? I am a noble flame, why must I wear this hideous thing? Fireball resisted vehemently, and I am a damage dealer. Only cowards wear armor. I refuse to wear it. I would rather die than wear it. Earth Shield voiced its concerns. Master, this form is so fiery and conspicuous, it gives me no sense of safety. How about we skip wearing it? Lin Mo directly ignored the protests of the two skills. He wouldn't care whether they were willing or not. Boom. A terrifying heat wave erupted from Lin Mo as the center spreading outward. Shirtu and Yihongyu instinctively retreated several steps, staring at Lin Mo in horror. Blocks of pitch-black obsidian rapidly adhered to Lin Mo's body. Amidst the gaps of the armor, molten magma flowed, and the high temperature distorted the surrounding air. It was as if an ancient demonic god was emerging from the molten lava of a volcano. Lin Mo looked down at his outfit, clenched his fist. Cool. Simply stunning. But does this mean he would really become a melee mage in the future? Forget it, melee combat is exhausting, it's more comfortable to stay at a distance and cast skills. Let's consider it a new defensive skill. Shirtu and Yihongyu exchanged glances, both seeing an unparalleled shock in each other's eyes. Is this what genius looks like? A god-tier skill, just click and receive. After a long pause, Yihongyu finally regained her senses. She looked at the now deactivated Lin Mo, who had returned to being the laid-back young man, a faint bitter smile appearing on. It was a deep sense of helplessness and resignation that an ordinary person feels in the presence of a true prodigious talent. Young master, it's already quite late, we should head back. Yihongyu glanced at the now completely dark sky. With your current strength plus this freakish combination technique, you will certainly dominate the major exam tomorrow. Let's rest well tonight. Lin Mo nodded in strong agreement. Indeed, we should head back, I'm about to starve. Fireball excitedly exclaimed as flames danced around. Let's eat, let's eat. I want fire dragon liver. I want blazing rhinoceros meat. In Jianghai City, the Lin family's villa stood under the deep night sky ablaze with lights. A procession of luxurious cars slowly entered through the ornate gates, coming to a halt in front of the fountain of the main villa. As the car door swung open, a line of waiting maids immediately bowed in unison. "Welcome home, young master." Lin Mo had just stepped one leg out of the car when his mother Su-won hurried over. Mower, though she was dressed in home attire, her noble presence was unmistakable. She grasped Lin Mo's hand, and noticing his slightly disheveled hair, her eyes turned red. "Oh dear, look at you all dusty. You must have had a tough time." "Mom, I'm fine, just a bit tired." "All right, as long as you're okay." Su-won gently patted the back of Lin Mo's hand, refraining from further comments. "The chefs are still preparing dinner. You should take a bath and get a massage to relax, then enjoy a nice meal." "Sure, Mom." Lin Mo nodded and turned to wave at Yi Hongyu, who had just exited the car. "Sister Yi, you should also go rest for a bit." "Yes, young master." Yi Hongyu replied with a nod. Watching Lin Mo depart, Su-won turned and pulled Yi Hongyu, "Come with me. I'll tell me what happened to Mower today that left him so disheveled. His hair is a mess." Su-won's voice was gentle. Yi Hongyu slightly bowed and said, "Madam, the young master's experiences today were quite astonishing. I believe it would be best for the commander to hear this as well." Su-won paused for a moment, then nodded. "All right, Lao Lin is in the study, let's go." On the second floor, in Lin Mo's exclusive bathroom, in the center of the bath, steam rose in gentle swirls. "Ah, this feels good." Lin Mo leaned against the edge of the tub, letting out a long sigh of satisfaction. "Young master, is the water temperature all right?" Two young maids had been waiting nearby. "Yes, it's perfect, just the right." With his eyes closed, Lin Mo casually draped his arm. The two maids took towels and began to wipe his body. "Young master, you've worked hard today. Your muscles are a bit stiff. Let us help you with that." Lin Mo responded absent-mindedly. This was the treatment a transmigrator deserved. After all, the fighting and killing were all for this moment of enjoyment. However, Lin Mo had long grown accustomed to such treatment, having been born with a silver spoon. After soaking for a while, he felt much more relaxed and casually pulled out a few red bills from his pocket. "Here, take this and buy yourself some snacks." The eyes of the two maids instantly lit up. "Thank you, young master." "You're so kind, young master." Then the maids exchanged glances, smiling as they said, "Young master, you look quite tired today. Shall we head to the massage room next? We've recently mastered a new technique called Dayu controls the flood. It should definitely help you relax." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and opened one eye. "Dayu controls the flood? What is that? Then I must see how impressive it is." Lin Mo stood up from the water, allowing the maids to drape a bathrobe over him. Meanwhile, in the study on the first floor, the atmosphere was heavy with tension and shock. After hearing Yi Hongyu's report, the study fell into a brief silence. Lin Tianhao sat behind the large desk and took a deep puff of the already extinguished cigar, only to realize it was out and tossed it aside. "So, Mower is already at level 17. Lin Tianhao lit another cigar, attempting to calm his emotions. 4 ordinary professionals leveling up to level 17 in just 3 days was indeed a fantastical notion. But for the Lin family, it wasn't particularly shocking. The key was Lin Mo's understanding. Su-won, with a look of disbelief, counted on her fingers. "Mower is being too exaggerated. It's only been less than 3 days, and he's grasped the fire-based skills of multiple explosive fireball, blazing spiral dragon ball, and the earth-based skills of earth flow wall, earth submersion." As Su-won continued to count, her astonishment grew. "He's even comprehended the fire-earth combination skill, lava battle armor. This is a powerful skill for both offense and defense that can be used for a long time." At this moment, Yi Hongyu, standing in the center of the study, did not speak, but was equally shocked. Even though she was a witness going through Lin Mo's day again, the sense of shock remained undiminished. She understood very well what this meant. In 3 days' time, not to mention an S-class genius, even an S-class genius could only comprehend at most 3 skills. But what about Lin Mo? For skills plus a dual system combination skill, this was simply SS level. No, it far exceeded SS level talent. Lin Tianhao took a deep puff of smoke, exclaiming, "He'll soon reach level 20. And will be able to learn a new basic skill." In this world, every time a professional reaches level 10, they can learn a new basic skill. Usually mages constrained by elemental mastery tend to specialize in one element, and the new basic skills every 10 levels offer little improvement. But Lin Mo was different. Without elemental mastery, he had already surpassed countless geniuses in his understanding and application of both fire and earth elements. Lin Tianhao looked at Su-won, his tone laced with anticipation. He's already mastered the fire and earth elements to such an extent. Now he can learn a 3rd skill soon, my dear. Do you think Mower can continue to be this astonishing? Su-won was taken aback for a moment and instinctively countered, "No. That can't be possible, right? It's already a blessing from heaven that Mower can achieve such attainments in both fire and earth elements. Could he possibly be a triple element genius?" "My dear, you forgot the most important point." Lin Tianhao exhaled a smoke ring, interrupting Su-won. "Mower is a blank slate mage without elemental mastery." Upon hearing this, Su-won suddenly realized. Indeed, if he could master both fire and earth elements without elemental mastery, it implied he could also excel in other elements. Su-won's breathing became a bit rapid. "Lao Lin, do you think Mower might become an all-elemental mage?" This This is unprecedented. Yihong Yu standing by felt her scalp tingle as she listened to the analysis of the two big shots. An all-elemental mage. There had never been one in this world. The most powerful mage only mastered 3 elements, and even one of those was merely at a mid-high level. Su-won calmed herself and spoke. Lao Lin let Moer choose which element to learn the 3rd skill. It's up to his own preference. There's no need to impose too many restrictions on a genius like Moer. We just need to provide support. You're right, dear. Lin Tianhao nodded in agreement. Alright, it's about time. Dinner should be ready now. Su-won stood up, adjusting her attire. Hong, you go call the young master down for dinner. This child must be starving after a long day. Lin Family Restaurant. The long dining table was piled high with various exquisite ingredients. Lin Mo was engrossed in his meal. This is the flavor. Awesome, simply awesome. Su-won looked at her son who was devouring his food, and gently said, slow down, take your time, no one is competing with you. Have a sip of soup to help, don't choke. Mom, it's just too delicious. Lin Mo mumbled through his food, but his eating pace didn't slow down at all. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Lin Tianhao looked at Lin Mo with a kind gaze. Moer, you're almost at. It's about time you learn some new foundational skills. Do you have any ideas? Lin Mo swallowed the meat in his mouth, falling into deep thought. Since he was going to learn, he might as well learn. Having read so many novels in his past life, Lin Mo knew well that at the top of the disdain chain for magic professions stood 2 awe-inspiring attributes, light and dark. If he could combine these 2 elements, it would not only be stylish, but powerful. If he could create a combination technique, like the fire and earth dual elements. While the imagery was too beautiful to behold. Thinking of this, Lin Mo raised his head and tentatively asked, Dad, Mom, since you both have spoken, can I learn? Or perhaps the dark element. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao and Su-won exchanged a glance, revealing a hint of difficulty in their expressions. What's the matter? Can't we get the skill book? Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. With the Lin family's financial resources, how could there still be foundational skill books that were unattainable? It's not that we can't get it. Su-won sighed lightly, her tone becoming somewhat serious. Moer, you might not know. The light and dark elements, although known as the strongest magic systems, have incredibly strict requirements for talent. The foundational skill books for these 2 elements are tightly controlled by the state and will not flow into the market. But that's not the main point. The main issue is, without corresponding elemental affinity, forcibly learning the skills from these 2 systems can be fatal. Fatal. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. Exactly. Lin Tianhao took over the conversation, his expression serious, as he nodded. For ordinary elements, even without corresponding affinity, the worst that can happen is not learning it, or having greatly reduced power. But light and dark are different. If you lack the talent for holy light affinity, the moment the light element enters your body, you will explode and die instantly. As for the dark element, its corrosiveness is extremely strong. Without corresponding affinity, your mind will collapse in an instant, turning you into a madman who only knows how to kill. When Lin Tianhao said this, he looked at Lin Mo earnestly and said, Son, although you have talent, you do not have the corresponding affinity. We don't want you to gamble your life on such probabilities. Do you understand? Su-won quickly interjected, her eyes filled with concern. Yes, Moer, you are already very excellent. You have mastered the fire and earth dual elements to a remarkable level. With your talent, even just mastering ordinary elements will be enough for you to stand at the pinnacle of the world as a great mage. There's no need for us to take such life-threatening risks for a single skill. Lin Tianhao pondered for a moment, and added, if you are truly obsessed with the light and dark elements, it's not like there's no chance at all. Once your level is high enough after surpassing level 100, at that time the elemental abilities within your body will theoretically be able to withstand the invasion of the light and dark elements, and there won't be any life-threatening danger. As for now, listen to Dad's advice, it's too early. Lin Mo felt a chill run down his back upon hearing this. Goodness. Exploding and dying. Turning into a madman. He wanted to grow stronger, but he didn't want to meet his end. Better to wait for another opportunity to discuss. Thinking this, Lin Mo quickly waved his hands, looking frightened. Alright, I get it. Since it's so dangerous, let's drop it. Seeing her son heed her advice, Su-won visibly sighed in relief. After a moment of thought, she said, since light and dark are not options, how about learning the lightning element? Lightning element. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Su-won nodded. Exactly, the lightning element is a rare attribute second only to light and dark with extremely high burst output and attack speed. The foundational skill book for the lightning element is quite expensive in the market, but our family is not lacking in money. Moer, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Lightning element sounds great. Who doesn't dream of controlling lightning these days? Just then, Fireball Technique suddenly chimed in. Fireball Technique, scoffed in terms of burst, the fire element is truly the unquestionable king of all magic. Lightning element. It's just a sound. Go sit at the kids' table and don't come near us. Fireball Technique. Look disdainful, humph, in the presence of the great flames. Lightning is just a little brother. Does that fleeting thing even compare to the eternal flame? Shut up. Lin Mo twitched his mouth. If you keep yapping, there won't be any fire dragon liver next meal. Fireball Technique was taken aback, gritting its teeth, ultimately choosing to go silent. Having dealt with the troublemaker, Lin Mo raised his head and said, Mom, I also think the lightning element is pretty good. It's cool. Let's go with that. Great. Suwon smiled and said, I'll have someone get it right away and send it to your room. All right, Mom. Lin Mo wiped his mouth and casually asked, by the way, Mom, are there any other foundational mid-level skill books for fire and earth at home? I want to take a few to study. In fact, Lin Mo was quite curious. With such a humanized skill system, what would happen if he fed them skill books? Yes. Suwon nodded. We have plenty of skill books at home, and I'll have someone send them over later. Although skill books are valuable in the market, even the foundational ones are quite pricey. But with the Lin family's wealth, there's as many as you want. Then thank you, Mom. Lin Mo stood up satisfied. I'll head back to my room to rest and prepare for tomorrow's big exam. After Lin Mo left, the restaurant returned to quietude. Suwon paused and looked at Lin Tianhao. Beside her, old Lin, tomorrow is the big exam. Yes, indeed. Lin Tianhao exhaled a puff of smoke. With Moer's current strength, getting the top spot in the city would be as easy as reaching into a bag. We just need to go there and applaud for him. Suwon rolled her eyes at him. I'm not talking about that. Oh, what's the use of getting the top spot in the city? Your old classmate Su Wenchang, I remember, he seems to be an admissions officer at the Dragon Sequence class in the Kyoto Tianlong Academy, right? Call him and ask him to come to Zhanghai City to take a look at this big exam. Lin Tianhao was taken aback upon hearing this. Dragon Sequence class. That class only enrolls individuals with S-level talent and above, and it also depends on performance in the big exam. SS is merely the threshold. Our Zhanghai City has only produced Zhao Yuan's level talent this year. Suwon directly interrupted Lin Tianhao at this point. Old Lin, have you lost your mind? What does Zhao Yu from the Zhao family have to do with this? What gives him the right to have me specially invite him to watch? I'm talking about our Moer. Don't you think Moer's talent is inferior to that so-called S level? Are you blind? Suwon's sharp words made Lin Tianhao shrink his neck. Cough, cough. Dear, calm down, that's not what I meant. I certainly know our son is amazing. I'm just worried that old Su might be blind and wouldn't come. Suwon sneered. In any case, my Moer must enter the Dragon Sequence class. You must bring him there by force. Alright, I'll call him right away. Lin Tianhao quickly replied. Learning forbidden spells directly is impossible, as there are no skill books for them, but studying some intermediate skills isn't bad. After all, this one costs 500,000. Lin Mo thought with great anticipation. Learning forbidden spells directly is impossible, as there are no skill books for them, but studying some intermediate skills isn't bad. After all, this one costs 500,000. Lin Mo thought with great anticipation. Flame Pillar is a great skill that can shoot high-pressure fire columns from the ground at a fixed point. Combined with a skill like Earth Flow Wall, it can completely encircle monsters and turn them into roasted delicacies. Come, let's learn. With a single thought, the skill book in Lin Mo's hand transformed into a streak of crimson light piercing directly into his brow. The fireball spell, which had been dozing off, sprang to attention upon seeing the stream of light akin to a hungry wolf spotting fresh meat. Without any hesitation, Fireball transformed into a ravenous wolf, lunging fiercely and devouring the glowing orb that represented Flame Pillar. Learning failed. Your skill Fireball has devoured Flame Pillar. Fireball multiple explosive fireballs and blazing spiral dragon bullet proficiency has significantly increased. Current skill levels Fireball LV. 17 reached current maximum multiple explosive fireballs LV. 13, blazing spiral dragon bullet LV. 5. Lin Mo stared at the series of notifications for 2 seconds in shock. Wait, an intermediate skill book costing 500,000 just increased the skill proficiency. In this world, skill proficiency is a grueling endeavor. Ordinary practitioners require hundreds or even thousands of repetitions to raise a skill level, and the skill level cannot exceed the practitioner's own level. Thus, most people at this level have skills that are generally around LV. 5, while those who reach LV. 10 are considered diligent. But now, he had only consumed a skill book and his skill levels were skyrocketing. Although this cash injection for proficiency is indeed exhilarating, it was an unexpected surprise. Lin Mo's forehead twitched. But I want to learn new skills. This wasteful thing, a skill book costing 500,000, just adds to skill proficiency. Fireball burped innocently, saying it was too tempting. I couldn't resist. Couldn't resist. Lin Mo chuckled coldly. Fine, I declare that tomorrow's Fire Dragon liver is cancelled, and the Flame Rhino is also cancelled from now on. You'll just drink the northwestern wind. Fireball immediately panicked. Please, Dad, give me another chance. I promise I'll resist next time. Seeing the creature back down, Lin Mo finally suppressed his anger. He picked up another skill book, Flame Ring. If you dare to eat again, you'll never eat meat in this lifetime. Lin Mo clicked to learn once more. The flow of light entered his body again. In the skill bar, Fireball trembled fearfully, curling up tightly. It was trying hard to restrain itself, desperately enduring. However, the aura emitted by that orb had a fatal attraction for it. Fireball trembled. I must not eat. The Fire Dragon liver is too tempting. I must endure. Fireball's eyes began to bloodshot, its rationality crumbling away. Fireball gradually went insane. But it is provoking me. My territory only allows one Lord of Flames to exist. How can I tolerate others sleeping beside me? Owl. It only held on for 3 seconds. Instinct completely overwhelmed rationality. Learning failed. Your skill Fireball has devoured Flame Ring. Fireball, multiple explosive fireballs, and blazing spiral dragon bullet proficiency has significantly increased. Current skill levels Fireball LV. 17 reached current maximum multiple explosive fireballs LV. 16, blazing spiral dragon bullet LV. 10. Lin Mo's eye twitched, and he laughed in anger. Good, very good, you're done for your life, is over. Fireball was emotionally unstable, fearing it would have no more fire dragon liver to eat. Can't control myself. This isn't my fault. At that moment the quietly observing Earth Shield suddenly jumped forward. Earth Shield exclaimed angrily, Master, it's doing this on purpose. Earth Shield loudly accused, what do you mean you can't control it? That's just an excuse. It completely disregards the Master's words. Such a disloyal skill deserves to starve. Earth Shield looked obedient. Master, please don't be angry, I'm very obedient, definitely not like that reckless one who eats indiscriminately. Lin Mo glanced at the skill icon of Earth Shield and raised an eyebrow. Alright little Earth, you really understand. Since you're so obedient, show your older brother how it's done. This is Earth Spike. Once learned, it can both attack and defend. Come learn it, so your older brother can see what it means to be obedient. Earth Shield replied confidently, no problem, Master. I guarantee I'll complete the task. Fireball began to feel uneasy. It couldn't be certain if Earth Shield, this old six, could control itself. If Earth Shield could control itself, wouldn't that mean no more fire dragon liver in the future? After all, the Master was about to learn a new lightning attribute skill. Lin Mo didn't waste words and directly learned. A brownish-yellow stream of light drilled into his brow. In that instant, the previously confident Earth Shield instantly exploded with anger. It felt a kind of invasive threat, one that sought to establish new rules on its territory. Learning failed. Your skill Earth Shield has devoured Earth Spike. Earth Shield, Earth Flow Wall, and Earth Stealth proficiency has significantly increased. The air suddenly fell silent. The Fireball, which had just been worried, was momentarily stunned and then erupted into wild laughter. Fireball rolled on the ground laughing, ha! Obedient. Show me how you're obedient. Fireball ruthlessly mocked, you coward. You eat faster than I. How dare you say that? After devouring Earth Spike, Earth Shield was left bewildered, unable to believe what had just happened. It shrank into a corner, looking down at its body as if it had committed an unforgivable mistake. Lin Mo watched this scene, falling into deep thought. He didn't get angry again, but rather calmly asked, Little Earth, you can't control yourself either. Earth Shield replied with a crying tone, Master, I really can't control it. Upon hearing this answer, Lin Mo understood completely. It seemed that the anthropomorphized skills also possessed exclusivity. Within him, each elemental attribute could only have one ruler. Any foreign skills of the same attribute would trigger their territorial instinct. However, new skills of different attributes were a different story. For example, the lightning attribute basic skill Lightning Strike, which he would learn after level 20, theoretically could be learned, as the lightning attribute still lacked a ruler. Thinking this, Lin Mo shook his head, feeling a bit regretful. So it means, in this lifetime I'm destined to never learn new skills of the same attribute through skill books. However, he quickly came to terms with it. After all, others had to rely on relentless training day and night to raise their skill proficiency, but he didn't need to, he just needed to spend money. Having realized this, Lin Mo waved his hand, pushing all the remaining skill books on the ground in front of him. Then let's max out all skill levels first. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo looked at his refreshed skill panel, nodding in satisfaction. Fireball LV. 17 reached current maximum. Multiple explosive fireballs LV. 17 reached current maximum. Blazing spiral dragon bullet LV. 17 reached current maximum. Earth Shield LV. 17 reached current maximum. Earth Flow Wall LV. 17 reached current maximum. Earth Stealth LV. 17 reached current maximum. Lava Battle Armor LV. 17 reached current maximum. All skills have been raised to match Lin Mo's level of LV. 17. The next morning, Lin Mo groggily turned over and reached for the bedside table. A maid who had been waiting handed him a cup of warm honey water. Young master, drink some water. Lin Mo cleared his throat and finally woke up completely. He stretched comfort, so refreshing. This sleep had left him feeling utterly revitalized. Habitually, Lin Mo focused his mind and opened his personal attribute panel. Name Lin Mo, occupation, mage, level LV. 1792. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and instinctively glanced at the skill bar. Fireball, yawned, looking exhausted yet immensely satisfied. So this is the feeling of dawn. Fireball glanced at Lin Mo. You're awake. I wiped out all the monsters in that area last night. Fireball said proudly, no need to thank me, this is all necessary accumulation on the path to forbidden spells. Status Sage mode after extreme excitement, a bit sleepy, but can still fight. Urgently need to replenish fire element food. Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim. Little fire, oh little fire. If conditions permitted, I would definitely award you the best spell award trophy and let you parade with a big red flower. Fireball snorted coldly, just a hollow title. Ooh, I don't care about that, what I care about is power. Alright. Lin Mo was in high spirits as he got out of bed. Soon after finishing his grooming, Lin Mo hummed a tune as he arrived at the dining room. Lin Tianhao and his wife were already seated. Today's atmosphere was a bit more solemn than usual. Lin Tianhao was dressed in a sharp military uniform adorned with rows of dazzling medals, exuding an imposing presence without uttering a word. Su-won had also changed into a formal black long dress, her hair neatly styled, appearing elegant and capable. "Dad, Mom, good morning." Lin Mo pulled out a chair to sit down and casually took a slice of toast. "Why so formal today? If I didn't know better, I would think you're being promoted to city lord today." Lin Tianhao's eye twitched as he said sternly, "You little rascal, today is a major exam the whole city is watching, and I am one of the chief examiners. Can I dress a bit more formally?" Su-won served Lin Mo a bowl of fiery beef congee softly, saying, "Eat more, the major exam is physically demanding, eat, don't end up hungry later." "Thank you, Mom." Lin Mo took the congee and enjoyed a sip. Lin Tianhao then reminded, "By the way, Lin Mo, today the admissions officer from the Tianlong Academy's Dragon Sequence class will be coming. Make sure to perform well." "Dragon Sequence class?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. "Is it very impressive?" Lin Tianhao snorted, "Son, let me put it this way. Every year millions of candidates take the professional examination in the Long Kingdom. Those who can get into the Tianlong Academy are truly exceptional talents chosen from countless others. And the Dragon Sequence class has never accepted more than 20 students each year." "Wow." Lin Mo gasped in surprise. "That really is quite impressive." "Of course it is." Lin Tianhao continued. "Once you enter this class, it's equivalent to stepping into the privileged class of the nation. Even during your time at school, you'll have the privilege of acting first and reporting later. Do you understand?" Yes, I understand, Dad. "Don't worry, it'll definitely make you proud." Lin Mo mumbled while drinking the congee. For him, the major exam was merely a chance to bring honor to his parents, how anywhere would do. After all, his skills would level up on their own, and he would comprehend them naturally. Seeing his son's confident demeanor, Lin Tianhao and Su-won exchanged glances, their hearts filled with pride. "Good. Ambitious." Lin Tianhao laughed heartily, stood up, and patted Lin Mo's shoulder. "Since you are confident, then I can rest easy." Su-won also stood up, adjusted Lin Mo's collar, and gently said, "Just do your best, don't put too much pressure on yourself. No matter whether you can get into that Dragon Sequence class, you are the best in our hearts." Lin Tianhao glanced at his watch, his expression turning serious. "Alright, it's about time. Your mother and I need to head over to the venue first. After all, it's a grand occasion today. As officials, we must arrive early to inspect the exam setup. Finish your breakfast, and just take the family car over." Lin Mo nodded. "Okay, you guys go ahead while I'll take my time eat." Jianghai City Professional Examination Monitoring Command Center. In the vast circular hall, hundreds of high-definition screens monitored every corner of the exam site in real time. Lin Tianhao and his wife had already arrived in the VIP monitoring room on the second floor. Just then a slightly lazy voice rang out. "Old Lin, you tricked me into coming from Kyoto. If I end up watching nothing, I won't let you off the hook." Lin Tianhao turned to look. Su Wenchang was walking over holding 2 walnuts. "Ha ha ha, how could that be? How many years of friendship do we have? When have I ever deceived you?" Lin Tianhao laughed heartily and stood up to greet him. Su Wenchang rolled his eyes and plopped down onto the sofa. "Come on, what can you possibly offer?" "What do you mean your son simultaneously comprehended 4 skills in both fire and earth elements and can manipulate them with ease? And a fire-earth combination technique. Do you think you're writing a novel?" "Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that we used to share a bunk bed, I definitely wouldn't have come." Lin Tianhao simply smiled mysteriously and poured a cup of tea for Su Wenchang. "Whether it's a novel or not, you'll find out once the exam starts. I'll say this, if your son isn't accepted into the Dragon Sequence class today, that will be your greatest loss in this lifetime. A loss for the nation. Don't try to raise the stakes for me." Just as the two were bantering, Zhao Lei walked over with several aides. His gaze immediately fell on Su Wenchang, and his pupils slightly contracted, clearly surprised. "Hey, isn't that old Su? What brings you here?" He couldn't understand why Su Wenchang would appear here. Could it be for his class-talented son? Thinking of this, Zhao Lei felt a surge of joy. It seemed he had enough influence that even without calling anyone, Su Wenchang had come running over. Su Wenchang turned his head slightly upon hearing the voice. The 3 of them were classmates from the same university back in the day. At that time, Lin Tianhao was recognized as the battle maniac of the entire school, his strength unmatched. As for Zhao Lei, he was the perennial second place, always overshadowed by Lin Tianhao. Su Wenchang, on the other hand, was merely a spectator enjoying the show. For decades, Zhao Lei had been holding on to a desire to beat Lin Tianhao once, and this fact was no secret among their old classmates. "Ha ha, old Zhao, long time no see." Su Wenchang did not get up, merely smiled lightly, and said, "I was invited by old Lin." "Invited by?" Zhao Lei was taken aback, his tone becoming somewhat peculiar. "Old Su, you can't be joking, right?" Su Wenchang shrugged. "Yes, old Lin is boasting about his son being a onsen 1,000 years genius, and insisted that I come to witness it." Puffed. Zhao Lei couldn't help but laugh out loud. He retracted his hand, adjusted his collar, and plopped down onto it. "Old Lin, what kind of place is the Dragon Sequence class?" "It's a venue that looks at solid strength." "Are you asking old Su to help you pull strings? Or are you saying you've prepared a one-time skill scroll for Lin Mo thinking of cheating?" Zhao Lei said seriously, I advise you not to entertain such thoughts. The consequences of cheating in the exam are severe. Lin Tianhao didn't even raise his eyelids, blowing on the steam from his teacup. Zhao Lei, your perspective is just always assuming the worst of others. No wonder you couldn't catch up to me back then and now. You won't be able to catch up with the next generation either. You. Zhao Lei's face darkened. But soon he regained his composure and snorted, I'll be waiting to see what miraculous performance your son shows. With that, Zhao Lei ignored Lin Tianhao and turned to Su Wenchang. Old Su, I suggest you pay more attention to my class fire element affinity, a blazing fire mage. I've been giving him intensive training these past few days, his skill proficiency and casting speed wow. Zhao Lei gave a thumbs up, looking very proud. He's definitely the top candidate from Jianhai City this year. Su Wenchang listened to Zhao Lei's bragging and smiled politely. Class fire mage is indeed impressive. However, the dragon sequence class recruits based on fate and on-the-spot performance. Let's just wait and see, no rush. Su Wenchang's words were carefully chosen, neither agreeing nor completely refusing, a typical evasive response. Seeing this, Zhao Lei leaned back on the sofa, his heart bubbling with joy. Originally, his class-talented son would have had no chance to showcase himself to the dragon sequence class admissions officer. But now that Lin Tianhao had invited Su Wenchang over, it would be interesting to see how Lin Mo, that blank slate of a mage, could possibly impress them. He definitely wouldn't catch the attention of the admissions officer from the dragon sequence class, instead providing an excellent stage for his son Zhao Yu to shine. This was a divine assist. Thinking of this, Zhao Lei picked up his phone and edited a message to his son Zhao Yu. Son, make sure to perform well. The dragon sequence class admissions officer is here. In the heart of Jianhai City, at the examination hall for professional candidates, a black limousine with military plates smoothly came to a stop in front of the main entrance. The car door opened, and a long leg stepped out first. Yi Hongyu approached the back seat respectfully, opened the door, and thoughtfully shielded the top frame with her hand. Young master, we have arrived. Lin Mo yawned as he emerged from the car. His casual demeanor carried a hint of nobility, immediately attracting several glances from those around. Isn't that the young master of the Lin family? I heard his awakening was a blank. Should keep your voice down. His father is the commander of Jianhai City. Even without awakening, he'll never have to worry about food and clothing for life. Yi Hongyu stood beside Lin Mo and softly said, Young master, the examination hall for output-type professions is right in front, while the meat shield and support-type exams are on the other side. Lin Mo nodded, stretched lazily, and replied, All right, I understand. Thank you, Sister Yi. I'll head in first. I'll wait for you outside. Yi Hongyu slightly bowed, then stood by the car watching Lin Mo walk towards the entrance of the examination hall. At that moment, a long queue had already formed at the security check. However, Lin Mo took the VIP passage, which was completely empty. 2 uniformed staff members, 1 male and 1 female, were in charge of security. Hello, please present your examination permit. The male staff member extended his hand in a businesslike manner. Lin Mo handed over the permit. Lin Mo. The staff member glanced at the name, his expression momentarily frozen. Hearing that name, the female staff member organizing the documents immediately approached, her eyes sizing Lin Mo up. Oh, you are the son of Commander Lin Tianhao. Lin Mo calmly nodded. That's me. What's wrong? Do I not look like my photo? You do. You do. You look even more handsome in person. The female staff member hurriedly smiled, her tone filled with flattery. In the meantime, both of them subconsciously activated their detection technique. What the hell? The male staff member couldn't help but blurt out a profanity. Level 17. It should be noted that in previous years, even reaching level 15 was considered extraordinary. Just moments ago, Zhao Yu at level 16 had already shocked them enough, and now a level 17 appeared. They exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Is this the power of a wealthy family? Did they really elevate a blank mage to a commanding level of 17? Ahem. The male staff member, having received professional training, quickly composed himself, hiding his astonishment. Young Master Lin, my apologies. As expected of Commander Lin's son, a tiger father does not raise a dog. He pointed to the metallic security gate behind him and spoke respectfully. Young Master Lin, this is a routine safety detection device. You only need to stand under that light curtain for 5 seconds. It will be quick. Lin Mo took the examination permit and nodded. All right, no problem. With that, he stepped towards the security gate. As soon as Lin Mo entered the light curtain's range, buzz! A dark blue beam of light instantly descended from above. In that moment, Earth Shield technique, there's a situation, was activated. In the next moment, a brownish-yellow spherical shield enveloped Lin Mo, blocking out all external light. The 2 staff members exchanged glances. What is going on? It's just a security check. Why is young Master Lin so cautious? Young Master Lin, this is just to check if you are carrying any prohibited items and whether your equipment exceeds bronze quality. Inside the shield, Lin Mo held his forehead, feeling somewhat speechless. Who would have thought that a simple security check would cause such a commotion? If someone didn't know better, they'd think he was terrified of dying. Ahem. My apologies. Lin Mo awkwardly coughed, and then actively retracted the skill. I've been leveling up a bit too intensely lately, my mind's been too tense, and I reacted, please forgive me. After speaking, Lin Mo began to educate the Earth Shield technique in his mind. Little Earth, don't be so jumpy, alright? Sooner or later it'll either be me getting killed, or you scaring me to death. Earth Shield technique feels aggrieved. I just want to think of my master's safety. I'll be more careful next time. Alright, young Master Lin, the check has passed, you may enter. After glancing at the monitor, the staff member granted him passage. Lin Mo nodded and walked into the examination hall's passage. The two staff members watched Lin Mo's departing figure, whispering among themselves. My goodness, is this the level of caution that wealthy people have for their lives? Does one really need to set up a shield just for a security check? What's the big deal? If I were a young master from the Lin family, I'd be even more cautious than him. That's true. After passing through the passage, Lin Mo arrived at a huge open square. Many candidates had already gathered here, chatting in groups. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted many gazes. After all, the name Lin Mo was quite famous among his peers in Zhanghai City. Lin Mo. A familiar voice came from behind. The crowd parted to create a path. Zhao Yu, flanked by a group of people, strode over level 17. That's quite impressive. Lin Mo turned around, recognizing the visitor, and casually replied, Oh, isn't this Zhao Xiao? Zhao Yu chuckled lightly. I just wanted to remind you that there won't be anyone from your father's subordinates to protect you in this examination hall. You? Just take it easy inside. If you should withdraw from the exam, do so. As a blank mage, honestly, there's no need for you to take the test. The surrounding candidates all cast strange glances, whispering among themselves. Lin Mo remained unperturbed, simply responding blandly. Thank you for your concern, Zhao Laodi, but I suggest you worry more about yourself. After all, if I, a blank mage, fail the exam, it would be expected. But you, Zhao Laodi, are in strength prodigy. If you don't achieve a good score later, Zhao Shu's face will have nowhere to be placed. You? Zhao Yu's smile, which had been plastered on his face, instantly froze. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word for a long time. This logic is infuriatingly sound. Lin Mo couldn't be bothered with him any longer, hands in his pockets, leisurely walking towards a corner of the resting area. Zhao Xiao, don't be angry, it's not worth it to get upset with someone like him. A lackey approached, fawningly trying to soothe him. Lin Mo is just trying to act tough with his words. We all know how he got to level 17, he's just a waste with a high level. Exactly. Another lackey chimed in. Zhao Xiao is the prodigy destined for the prestigious Tianlong Academy in the capital, while Lin Mo will probably just scrape by in Zhanghai City for the rest of his life. They're simply not from the same world, there's no need to stoop to his level. Hearing this, Zhao Yu's expression he took the water handed to him by a lackey, took a sip, and coldly snorted, Tianlong Academy. That's just the baseline. Zhao Yu's eyes sparkled. My goal is the Dragon Sequence class at Tianlong Academy. Dragon Sequence class. The people around were momentarily stunned. Zhao Xiao, the Dragon Sequence class is the highest reserve of combat power in our Dragon Nation. Will their admissions officer even come to Zhanghai City? I heard the entry requirement starts at SS rank. Listening to the discussions of those beneath him, Zhao Yu slightly raised his chin. The esteemed Su Wenchang from the Dragon Sequence class indeed came in. It's for me. Hiss. Zhao Xiao, you're amazing. Zhao Xiao, once you soar to greatness, don't forget to help your brothers out. Hearing the flattery around him, Zhao Yu's earlier gloom dissipated, and he regained that high and mighty confidence. How can a mere sparrow know the ambitions of a swan? Lin Mo, you frog at the bottom of a well, will forever be unaware of how vast the true world is. Fireball Art grumbled indignantly. What does that boy's gaze mean? Is he daring to scorn this sovereign? Fireball Art raged, leaping about wildly. I detest arrogant braggarts like him most. His fire affinity is as feeble as a matchstick's flicker. Who does he think he is, strutting about like some grand predator? All right, Xiaohua, calm down. Your moment will come. Lin Mo murmured, inwardly unruffled. According to past years' grand examination regulations, the first phase is typically a solo trial. But the second phase usually features PvP combat, though specific rules vary annually. Hearing this, Fireball Art erupted in shimmering flames. Fireball Art clenched its fists eagerly. Excellent. My blade has long thirsted for battle. Earth Shield Art spoke meekly. Combat against other humans. Humans are far more ferocious than wild monsters. Master, perhaps we should simply skip phase 2. No sooner had these words left its lips than Fireball Art flared up in fury. Before Lin Mo could, Fireball Art shot forth a tongue of flame, pointing it squarely at Earth Shield Art, and roaring, Silence, you spineless wretch. Earth Shield Art pouted plaintively, I'm only concerned for Master's safety. That Zhao Yu looks terrifying. As the two arts teetered on the brink of another quarrel, Lin Mo once again assumed the role of peacemaker. Enough, Xiaohua. Rein in that volatile temper. Your brothers, after all, show kindness and mutual respect. And you shall too, Lin Mo added, voice firming slightly. Your current defensive prowess is absolute. If Zhao Yu can breach it, I'll write my surname backward. What then is there to fear? Under Lin Mo's steady guidance, the two arts finally settled. At that very moment, silence all of you. A commanding voice boomed across the entire plaza. All eyes lifted toward the elevated dais at the plaza's center, where a broad-shouldered figure now stood. That's Zhang Taijun, the deputy commander of Zhanghai City's defense force famed as the Iron Wall Mad Lion. Someone recognized him and whispered in awe. Zhang Tiejuan's expression remained stern, his voice thunderous. I am Zhang Tiejuan, chief examiner of this grand examination. I'll spare you needless rhetoric. Since you stand here, cast aside frivolity and levity. This is not merely an examination hall. It is a battlefield. You will one day confront monstrous beasts and the abyss itself. If you lack even this measure of solemnity, go home and suckle milk instead. His stern admonition made many students instinctively shrink back, faces tightening with tension. Zhang Taijuan nodded faintly at their reaction, then raised his voice. Now, announced the grand examination rules. This examination consists of 2 phases. Phase 1, the trial tower. As he spoke, the plaza's earth trembled violently. Dozens of obsidian towers, each soaring dozens of meters high, rose slowly from the ground. The trial tower comprises 30 levels. Each level spawns diverse monsters of varying types and strengths. The rule is simple: clear a level, earn 100 points. Final rankings prioritize total points. Ties are broken by shortest completion time. Only the top 200 candidates after Phase 1 advance to Phase 2. At the phrase top 200, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. This year's Zhanghai City cohort numbered tens of thousands. Only 200 would proceed. The attrition rate was merciless. Unmoved by the commotion below, Zhang Taijuan continued. As for Phase 2, the 200 qualifiers will be randomly teleported into the misty wastelands. There, a high-tier wind mage stationed outside will conjure a tempest. Its vortex will steadily constrict over time. Do not attempt to cross its boundary, or you shall be torn apart instantly. During Phase 2, slaying common monsters yields 10 points, defeating elite monsters grants 20. Here Zhang Taijuan paused. Then a chilling aura surged forth. Of course, beyond monsters there exists a swifter path to points, defeating fellow candidates. Defeating a candidate transfers all their accumulated points directly to you. These words ignited an uproar across the plaza. Steal all their points. It meant that no matter how many monsters one slew early on, a single ambush at the end would render all prior effort futile, serving only to enrich another. Watching the candidates' varied expressions, Zhang Taijuan spoke coldly. Fret not over fatalities. Every examinee bears the soul ward enchantment. Should you suffer mortal injury, the ward activates automatically, preserving your life until the examination concludes. Yet such activation signifies immediate disqualification. Now, line up by admission number and enter the trial towers. The grand examination begins. Lin Mo listened calmly to the rules, his expression unchanged. Merely monster slaying and human slaying. He casually pulled out a pouch of fire element snacks and joined the queue entering the trial tower. Second floor VIP monitoring room, command center. Lavishly appointed, with attendants serving tea and water. Su Wenchang sat centrally upon the sofa. Lin Tianhao and his wife alongside Zhao Lei occupied adjacent seats, harmony masking undercurrents of tension. It begins. Lin Tianhao straightened as the screen displayed candidates filing in. He turned to a technical deputy officer behind him and issued a quiet command. At the deputy's command, Lin Mo's internal trial tower feed zoomed to maximum size, dominating the entire. On-screen, Lin Mo sat cross-legged on the floor snacking. Your son is remarkably relaxed, isn't he? Su Wenchang blurted out. Lin Tianhao flushed faintly, clearing his throat awkwardly. Ahem. Brother Su, my boy simply possesses exceptional composure. That's the Taoist ideal, unshaken even as mountains crumble before him. Ha ha ha, exactly so. Unshaken as mountains crumble. What rare poise among today's youth, so often wound tight as bowstrings. How refreshingly unusual. Zhao Lei found the remark deeply grating. Relaxed. Unshaken as mountains crumble. That was sheer apathy, laziness masquerading as calm. Zhao Lei snorted, turning to another deputy officer. Bring up Zhao Yu's feed. Yes, Commander Zhao. Instantly Zhao Yu's feed appeared beside Lin Mo's, both centered on the main display. On-screen, Zhao Yu gripped his staff, face grave, eyes sharp as a hunting eagle's. His demeanor stood in stark contrast to Lin Mo's beside him. Zhao Lei pointed meaningfully at the screen. Brother Su, behold the proper attitude for the grand examination. Even lions hunt hares with full force. That is the hallmark of an elite professional, unwavering vigilance even against trivial foes. Glancing sidelong at Lin Tianhao, Zhao Lei added, dripping with irony, unlike certain individuals treating the examination hall as a playground, such negligence will prove catastrophic on the true battlefield. Lin Tianhao bristled immediately. Zhao Lei stopped moralizing. Must one grimace like facing a demon lord just to dispatch a few weaklings? Exhausting. Unaware one might mistake him for battling an abyssal boss. My son embodies effortless mastery. You understand nothing. Zhao Lei glared back. Effortless mastery. Humph. I call it insouciance. Insouciance. So what? Dare you raise him? Who clears the tower faster? Lin Tianhao retorted. Seeing his old classmates verge on another squabble, Su Wenchang hastily intervened. Enough. You're both men of 50 yet bicker like schoolboys. Look. Here we have a prodigy of extraordinary talent wielding power with serene grace. And there, a disciplined scholar grounded in fundamentals, unwavering in focus. Each possesses unique brilliance. Let us watch onward. The trial tower hasn't even begun. The finest spectacle lies ahead. Humph. Lin Tianhao and Zhao Lei simultaneously scoffed, turning away in silence. Yet despite Su Wenchan's words, his gaze lingered longer on Lin Mo. After all, in decades of overseeing the Longshu class admissions, he had never encountered a student so audaciously, unflinchingly relaxed beneath the scrutinizing gaze of examiners. The interior chamber on the first floor of the trial tower where Lin Mo stood. It was an unusually spacious, enclosed hall spanning roughly 1,000 square meters. The surrounding walls had been cast from an unknown black metal, exuding a chilling aura. Candidates, please take. A broadcast announced, monsters on the first floor will arrive via the teleportation array in 60 seconds. Prepare your combat status. To the right of the hall stood basic supply chests containing novice mana potions and life potions available as needed. Countdown begins 59, 58. Lin Mo glanced at the distant teleportation array. It seemed a simple test of the damage dealer's output on each floor. The monsters would be teleported in through the array. The fireball spell bounced about with excitement. Quick, quick. Where are the monsters? I will bathe this place in blood. I shall turn it into a hell of scarlet lotuses. Hehehe, let those ants wail in the blaze. Lin Mo couldn't help but quip. Hey little fire, could we maybe not act like some overblown villainous boss, okay? The fireball spell snorted disdainfully. TCH, boring human. In this world, violence is the only truth. Destruction is eternal. What do you know? Lin Mo sighed. Alright, but could you stop bursting into that hehehe laugh all the time? The earth shield spell interjected weakly from the side. Yes, big brother, you're too violent. Could you be a little more composed like me? The fireball spell scoffed. Learn from you. And send us all to the sky together. The earth shield spell protested. It was an accident, okay? An accident. Stop arguing, the exam has begun. Lin Mo cut off the spell's bickering. At the same moment, the 1-minute countdown reached 0. A low hum swelled. The teleportation array at the end of the hall suddenly flared with a blinding light. Space warped and several squat, ugly silhouettes slowly took form. 5 creatures with rusted iron clubs and dark green skin surged forth from the array. Goblin Warrior, LV. 5. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Only level 5. Rookie goblins. Well, that was to be expected. After all, this was only the first floor. Very well, little fire, send them on their way. The fireball spell's flames swelled instantly, emitting a hair-raising cackle. Haha. Finally, they've come. Now turn to ash and despair. A fireball coalesced before Lin Mo. Go. Lin Mo, chewing a snack, mumbled the word indistinctly. The fireball trailed a long plume of flame as it screamed toward the goblins who had just found their footing. At that moment, a rumble rolled through the ground. The earth beneath Lin Mo shook violently. An immense earthen wall shot up 2 meters in front of him, sheltering him behind its bulk. But the wall also intercepted the oncoming fireball. Sparks flew and dust filled the air. The 5 charging goblins, however, looked momentarily confused. What is that human doing? One goblin wondered. Human tactics. Have they grown so abstract now? Behind the earthen barrier, Lin Mo's mouth twitched uncontrollably. The fireball spell was stunned. Then it snapped. Are you out of your mind? Why did you block me? The fireball spell barked on. I had just shouted turn to ash, and you pull a stunt like this. Faced with the Elder's roar, the earth shield spell muttered a meek defense. The earth shield spell shrank back weakly. I was just afraid those monsters would hurt Master. The fireball spell shouted, hurt them, Master. Those trash. Are you doubting my might? The fireball spell thundered. The earth shield spell mumbled, safety first. As long as Master is unharmed. And besides, my wall, even you couldn't blast through, so, and clearly impressive. The fireball spell snapped, it'll kill you. Enough. Lin Mo slapped his forehead, feeling his temper rise. Can you quiet down? This is an exam broadcast across the city. Show me some face. Lin Mo inhaled deeply and said calmly, Little Earth, your intention is good, but you must judge the situation. With those level 5 mobs, there's no need to erect an earth barrier. And if you insist on using it, wait for your elder to go out first and coordinate, understand? Scolded by his master, the earth shield spell deflated. I'm sorry, Master. I was just too nervous. I was wrong, it said, lowering its head in guilt. Seeing Lin Mo take his side, the fireball spell swelled with pride. Hands on its metaphorical hips, it laughed. Move aside quickly. Don't block my output, the fireball spell demanded. The earth shield spell sulked. I know. Lin Mo turned to soothe the hot-tempered elder. Alright, little fire, don't be so combative. Now send those goblins on their way. At that moment, the goblins outside reacted. Dull of wit, they did not comprehend the human's behavior. They only knew to kill every human in sight. They shrieked as they brandished their clubs and charged. Lin Mo's eyes chilled. He shifted his intent. The solid earth barrier instantly liquefied into flowing sand and sank back into the ground. The view opened. The lead goblin raised its club, a bestial grin on its face. The fireball spell sneered, laugh. I'll see you cry soon. Perish before me. A blistering fireball formed in an instant. As the orb launched, it trembled violently. Multiple exploding fireball. The single sphere fractured into 15 explosive fire seeds, each locking onto the 5 hapless goblins with lethal precision. Crushed by the twin advantages of class level and skill mastery, the goblins were powerless. Explosions roared, flames leapt skyward, and heat waves rolled. The narrow fan-shaped sector was instantly transformed into a sea of flame. The 5 goblins were incinerated in an instant. Cut to the exam monitoring command center VIP room. Good, good, good. Zhao Lei slapped his thigh and pointed at a screen, pride and smugness written across his face. Su Lao, did you see that? My Xiao Yu not only grasped multiple exploding fireball, he split it into 5 fireballs, and each struck with pinpoint accuracy. That micro-control, that talent. Su Lao, this is surely the ceiling for this year's candidates in Jianhai City. Yet the expected praise from Su Lao did not come. Su Lao, Zhao Lei asked, puzzled, glancing at Su Wenchang. Quiet, Su Wenchang said suddenly, then issued a stern order to the technicians, rewind the footage of candidate Lin Mo by 10 seconds. Slow it down to 10 times. Yes. The technicians complied at once. The large screen switched, and the scene began to flow backward. Zhao Lei had just fixed all his attention on his son Zhao Yu, and had not noticed Lin Mo's situation. Seeing Su Lao's expression now, he keenly sensed that something was wrong. Could Lin Mo have been caught cheating? That would be perfect. On the screen the footage began to play in slow motion. In the 10-fold slow motion replay, everyone clearly saw the fireball tremble violently in midair and begin to split. 1, 2, 5, 10, 15. This. Zhao Lei shot up from the sofa. 10, 15. How is that even possible? Su Wenchang's mouth was slightly agape, unable to close for a long time. As the admissions officer of the Longshu class at the Tianglong Academy, he had seen countless talents. SS-level elemental affinity. He had seen it. A naturally dual element user. He had seen that too. He had even encountered those rare prodigies with awakened companion beasts. However, a freshly transitioned mage with no elemental affinity casting multiple explosive fireballs without a staff, and summoning an astonishing 15 of them. That had truly crossed into the realm of the unknown for him. At this moment Su Wan, sitting beside Lin Tianhao, subtly elbowed him, lowering her voice. Old Lin, look at Zhao Lei's face, it's as green as that goblin's. Lin Tianhao lifted his teacup using the action to hide the corners of his mouth that were slightly rising and replied quietly, did you hear that, dear? Just a moment ago he was boasting that his son is the best in Jinghaishi. So what does that make our mower? The son. Su Wan shot him a playful glare, keep it down, don't laugh out loud. Just then Zhao Lei snapped back to reality and shouted loudly, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Cheating, this must be cheating. He turned to Lin Tianhao, pointing coldly, Lin Tian, how do you have no shame? To let your son enter the Longshu class, you even prepared skill scrolls for him. 15 instant casts. Do you think everyone here is an idiot? In history, which archmage could achieve this at this moment? In response to Zhao Lei's accusations, Lin Tianhao leisurely replied, Zhao Lei, you can eat recklessly, but you shouldn't speak recklessly. Do you have evidence? Evidence? Just wait for me. Zhao Lei turned and ordered the staff behind him, go bring me the staff responsible for Lin Mo's entry inspection, I want to question them personally. Yes. Yes. Commander Zhao. The staff trembled in fear and hurriedly ran out of the room. Su Wenchang also regained his composure, looking deeply at Lin Tianhao. Old Lin, it seems your son is indeed not simple. He didn't comment on Zhao Lei's actions. After all, he was also quite curious to know whether Lin Mo was truly this talented or actually cheating. Of course, old Su, I've said it long ago, why would I need to deceive you? Lin Tianhao's lips curled slightly. Zhao Lei sneered from the side. Keep pretending, when the inspection personnel arrive, we'll see how you end up. Lin Tianhao remained calm and composed, even crossing his legs. With a clear conscience, he thought his son was using his own skills. What does it have to do with cheating? Before long, 2 staff members in uniforms were brought tremblingly into the VIP room. They were the male and female staff who had previously conducted the entry inspection on Lin Mo. As soon as they entered, they felt the tense atmosphere in the room. Especially Commander Zhao, whose gaze was as fierce as if he were about to devour someone. Commander, you called for us, the male staff member asked, trembling. Zhao Lei stood up and slowly walked toward them. You were responsible for Lin Mo's pre-examination check, right? He coldly questioned the 2. The male staff member immediately trembled and hurriedly replied, yes. Commander Zhao, we were responsible for young Master Lin Mo. Zhao Lei raised his wrist and leisurely adjusted his cuff, speaking in a flat tone. When Lin Mo entered, did you conduct a thorough check? We checked thoroughly, Commander Zhao. Everything was in accordance with regulations. The staff member responded. Zhao Lei fixed his gaze on him, warning coldly. I will give you one more chance, think carefully before you answer. Did you turn a blind eye during the pre-exam check due to bribery or some threats from certain individuals? You should be very clear that such actions have very serious consequences. Not only will your skin be peeled off, but you might even spend the rest of your life in prison. Now if you confess, it would be considered a surrender. Do you understand? The 2 staff members turned pale and their legs went weak under the pressure. The male staff member took a deep breath and exclaimed, report to Commander Zhao. We can guarantee with our lives. The inspection process was absolutely compliant. There were no omissions. Young Master Lin Mo was wearing fully compliant gear with no illegal skill scrolls. Zhao Lei squinted slightly, not immediately rebutting. A few seconds later he coldly spoke, "No scrolls. Then you tell me, how did he manage to instant cast 15 fireballs?" This. The male staff member swallowed hard, as if suddenly remembering something. He quickly added, "Although there were no scrolls, an incident did occur during the inspection. At that time the device had just begun to emit the detection light, and young Master Lin instantly cast the Earth Shield spell and deflected the light back. That speed was extremely fast, released at the moment the light beam was emitted. Later, after our explanation, young Master Lin voluntarily retracted the skill, and we completed the inspection." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei's brows furrowed tightly. He sneered, his tone laced with ridicule. "You mean to say that Lin Mo, a student who had just transitioned for a few days, could react quicker than the machine's detection beam? Do you really think I'm an idiot?" Under Zhao Lei's pressure, the male staff member was sweating profusely. "Commander Zhao, what I said is true. If you don't believe me, look, even the surveillance footage from that time exists." As he spoke, he quickly took out a tablet and pulled up the detection data for Lin Mo during that period. Zhao Lei snatched the tablet. Moments later his expression froze. Both the detection results and the surveillance footage were consistent with what the staff member had said. No skill scrolls or automatic defense items were detected, yet he could instant cast the Earth Shield spell for defense in such a short time. Undoubtedly this was the Boda's combat instinct, irrefutable. The room fell into a suffocating silence. "Alright, you can leave now." Su Wenchang, who had remained silent, waved his hand. The two staff members, feeling like they had just received a pardon, bowed to the big shots and quickly left the room. After they left, Su Wenchang sighed. "Old Lin, it seems your Lin Mo is indeed not simple. Achieving such levels in both earth and wood elements, and even confidently casting without a staff." Everyone present understood what this meant. Casting without a staff is something every mage can do. However, due to the lack of a staff to guide the spiritual energy to the elements, the power is usually lesser than that of staff-assisted casting and can even be significantly reduced. Only those with extreme confidence in their self-control would choose this seemingly showy, but actually challenging maneuver. In a staffless state, instant casting 15 fireballs, the value of this. Su Wenchang clicked his tongue in wonder. Hearing Su Wenchang's praise, Lin Tianha's face practically blossomed. "Oh, old Su, you shouldn't praise him so much. This kid is just too lazy, even too lazy to pick up a staff. This is a major exam. What does this count as? In this regard, my Lin Mo really can't compare to Zhao Yu from old Zhao's family, alas." Zhao Lei's face instantly darkened. He wasn't foolish. He could hear the underlying sarcasm in Lin Tianha's words. This was clearly implying that his son, who struggled with a staff for so long, was still not as good as his son casting skills barehanded. If this is just the first level, there are still 29 levels left. I want to see how long Lin Mo can keep this up. Zhao Lei said coldly. Alright, let's all keep the comments to a minimum." Su Wenchang intervened again with a smile. "Which genius? It's normal for young people to be a bit arrogant. As long as they have the strength, whatever they do is right." Just then a staff member spoke up in confusion. "What is young Master Lin doing?" As soon as this was said, everyone looked at the surveillance screen. At this moment the second wave of monsters had been cleared, yet Lin Mo was still busy. Is he building a wall? Inside the trial tower. Before Lin Mo, the previously vacant teleportation formation had undergone a dramatic transformation. Boom. With a deep rumbling sound, the sixth earthen wall surged upward, seamlessly joining the 5 already erected. Thus the construction was complete. Centered upon the teleportation formation's 6 towering earthen flow walls, each 5 meters high, formed a flawless regular hexagonal prison. Like an abyssal well with no bottom in sight, it sealed the monster spawn point within its confines. Earthen Shield Art exhaled deeply, blissful relief. Earthen Shield Art beamed with quiet pride, much more secure now. Lin Mo did not withhold his praise. "Well done, Xiao Tu. You've finally matured into the skill you were meant to be. Remember, we are a team, not merely for safety, Sake, but above all for coordination. Understand? Only by confining the monsters can your hot-headed elder brother unleash his full destructive power." Admittedly, though timid, Xiao Tu possessed unmatched mastery in infrastructure and defensive engineering. This strategy, strangling danger at its birthplace, resonated profoundly with Lin Mo's own tactical instincts. Hearing his master's commendation, the icon of Earthen Shield Art shimmered with radiant joy. "Earthen Shield Art," nodded vigorously. "Understood, Master." Earthen Shield Art declared resolutely. "Coordination. I shall coordinate flawlessly with elder brother." Yet on the opposite side of the skill interface, Fireball Art wore an expression of utter disdain. Fireball Art scoffed coldly. "Tch. Why go to such absurd lengths? Fireball Art's flame flickered erratically. True strength confronts Hedon. My fire consumes all." At these words, Earthen Shield Art, still basking in delight, immediately wilted into wounded silence. Had its painstaking labor, erecting those 6 formidable walls, just been dismissed as worthless by its own elder brother? Earthen Shield Art, quavered voice trembling on the verge of tears. "Master. Look at him. He only knows how to undermine me. This reckless brute." Lin Mo rubbed his temples in weary exasperation. "Enough, Xiaohua. Hold your tongue for once." Think if the monsters scattered, wouldn't you have to chase and aim at each one individually? How exhausting. Now Xiao Tu has gathered them into one tight cluster. You simply hurl your spells into that pit. What is this called? Catching turtles in a jar. Efficient monster clearing. A skill must possess vision. Do you understand? Fireball Art paused, seemingly pondering the logic. Fireball Art reluctantly conceded, humph. Sounds like an excuse, but if it lets me blast to my heart's content, fine. Meanwhile, the overhead broadcast chimed with an electronic countdown. Monster teleportation in 10 seconds. About time. Lin Mo settled into a relaxed posture, awaiting the monster's arrival. The countdown ended. Within the narrow space tightly enclosed by the 6 earthen walls, the teleportation formation blazed with sudden brilliant light. Then 10 figures slowly coalesced from the radiance. Goblin Warrior, LV. 5. Compared to the scrawny goblins of the first wave, these stood markedly sturdier and broader-shouldered. Their rusted iron clubs had been replaced by spiked maces, their skin a deeper, richer emerald green. These 10 goblin warriors stepped forth from the formation, brimming with fury and bloodlust. Gagaga! Humans! Die! Their leader roared, brandishing his spiked mace. Yet in the next instant, he lifted his head, bewildered, scanning the surroundings. Front, back, left, right, all sealed shut. They were quite literally frogs gazing up from the bottom of a well. Edge, where are we? GUH. Another prison. The goblins exchanged blank stares. Unbidden memories of their turbulent half-lives surfaced in their minds. Once they had roamed freely through dank, shadowed caverns, hunting rats by day, occasionally raiding human settlements, living carefree lives. Until one day grotesque yet powerful humans stormed their lair. No warning, no negotiation, binding them in chains without mercy. Then came endless imprisonment in frigid, lightless dungeons. Night after night they honed their spiked maces, dreaming of freedom and vengeance. Until today, those humans dragged them from their cells, then summoned them with a mysterious light. They believed it heralded liberation, the dawn of retribution. And what awaited them? A different cell? Just then, a searing crimson light flared overhead. They looked up. It was fire. A blazing, incandescent fire, radiating pure annihilation, a rain of fireballs. Ki-yi. The goblins shrieked in abject terror. They tried to flee, but every direction was blocked by towering walls, leaving no escape. This was no arena. It was a slaughterhouse meticulously engineered for extermination. Fireball Art roared with manic laughter. Ugly beasts, feel the wrath descending from the heavens. Boom, 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 boom. Deafening explosions detonated within the earthen enclosure. Terrifying shockwaves trapped by the walls had nowhere to dissipate, piling upon themselves with escalating force. Flames churned violently in the confined space, igniting every molecule of air. Those 10 wretched goblin warriors were instantly reduced to ash. Congratulations, examinee Lin Mo. Level 2 cleared. Time elapsed 3 seconds. Prepare for level 3 in 5 minutes. Fireball Art smacked its lips, unsatisfied. TCH. Pathetic trash. Earth and Shield Art beamed with pride. Elder brother, we're truly magnificent. Fireball Art, Earth and Shield Art declared unflinchingly. Elder brother, why that look? Without me, could you ever blast so effortlessly, so elegantly? Earth and Shield Art blinked earnestly. It's like dining. We're a pair. I'm the one holding the bowl, you're the one devouring the meal. Neither can function without the other. Fireball Art twitched at the corner of its mouth. What unholy analogy is that? Fireball Art turned away. Humph. Fine, you're marginally useful. Lin Mo, listening to the mental squabble, stepped in as the impartial mediator. Enough, cease quarreling. Both of you are extraordinary, one an unbreakable shield, the other an unstoppable spear. That is the perfection of teamwork. That is brotherhood united, cleaving mountains apart. With that, Lin Mo lounged lazily on the ground, hands tucked comfortably beneath his head. This exam truly is tedious. Yet admittedly, this tactic proves remarkably effective. Granted, only 5 and 10 low-level monsters now. But remember, this is merely level 2. The tower ascends to 30 levels. Unsurprisingly, later waves will bring ever greater numbers and higher-tier monsters. Then, regardless of quantity or strength, simply seal the spawn point and obliterate them methodically. Lin Mo swung his leg idly over the other. Was he here to take an exam? No, he was here to carve a path of solitary triumph. Meanwhile, in the external VIP monitoring chamber, silence fell once more, thick, absolute, suffocating. All eyes remained fixed, wide, unblinking, on the screen, upon Lin Mo's languid reclining figure, and upon the hexagonal earthen wall still wreathed in faint curling smoke. Su Wenchang's bleary eyes were fixed on the screen as he let out a dry exclamation. As the admissions officer for Tianlong Academy's Longshu class, he had witnessed countless methods of clearing the trial tower. There were those who relied on kiting and harassment, those who lived by burst damage and one-shots, even those who brute-forced encounters with summoned beasts. But he had never seen this. Building up the monster's spawn points into a structure and then pouring fireballs into it. It must be understood that Tuliu by Earth Flow Barrier is an advanced earth element skill. After only 3 days since changing vocation, an ordinary Earth Mage would be fortunate merely to raise a stable wall. They could not possibly fashion such a thick seam-tight, hexagonal prison. More remarkable still to hone Tuliu Bai to that level, while also wielding the terrifying firepower capable of melting 10 goblins in an instant. Geniuses born with dual affinity for earth and fire on the final exam, who could hold a relatively sturdy wall, and also maintain accurate fireball casting, were already considered formidable. Old Su, what do you make of this? Lin Tianha's lips betrayed a smile, he could not quite suppress though his face remained deliberately composed. Su Wenchang drew a deep breath, his voice heavy with astonishment. Old Lin, your boy, is extraordinary. No, he's just a bit stronger than most. Lin Tianhao said, watching Zhao Lei with the corner of his eye. Su Wenchang turned to the technicians. Replay that footage. Slow it down. The image rewound. Everyone watched as a rain of fireballs reduced the stunned goblins to ash. The crucial point was that Lin Mo never once glanced inside the earthen enclosure. Do you see, Oi? Su Wenchang said, pointing at the screen in a low voice. Each splitting fireball struck a goblin with deadly precision. Under no visual confirmation, he managed to lock onto every monster's position. That absolute perceptual acuity. Honestly, I have never seen the like. Haha, old Su, you're exaggerating. Flushed by his son's praise, Lin Tianhao waved his hand and said, you can do that kind of sensing too, can't you? How could I not have seen it? Su Wenchang snapped with a sour look. Old Lin, don't say that. I've been in my vocation for 30 years, your son switched only 3 days ago. How can we compare? This is genius, true genius. Old Lin, I must thank you for notifying me in time. Otherwise it would have been a loss for our Longshu class. Lin Tianhao and Su Wan exchanged a glance, and laughter threatened to spill from their eyes. Old Su. Su Wan took up the tone with perfect timing. Genius schmenius. Our mower has no lofty ambitions, he's simply lazy. He thinks chasing monsters is too tiring, so he invented this lazy method, herd them into a ring, and blow them up just to make things easier. Exactly, Lin Tianhao added. Our mower has been like that since he was little. If he can lie down, he will never sit up. The couple sang the same tune in unison. To Su Wenchang and Zhao Lei it sounded like smug boasting about taking it easy. Zhao Lei's face seemed steady, but his heart was already roiling. Such terrifying command of the elements, such unfathomable tactical thinking. I was truly mistaken. That abyss raid had nothing to do with Xia Qinghua. It had been this kid leading the team through it all. Damn, I misjudged. Su Wenchang glanced at the data and said again, 3 seconds. Old Lin, what's the trial tower's all-time record again? Lin Tianhao considered for a moment and answered calmly. The current record was set 5 years ago on the 27th floor. 20 minutes total, not counting rest intervals. 20 minutes for 27 floors. Su Wenchang murmured. At this speed, Lin Mo won't just break the floor count record. He may well reset the fastest clear time for every floor. Dream on. Zhao Lei could no longer contain himself and snorted, cutting off Z's speculation. He stared coldly at the screen, trying to salvage his pride. Old Su, you are overestimating him. The final 5 floors are filled with level 25 monsters in great numbers, some even flying. You expect a few earthen walls to stop them. How? Lin Tianhao merely smiled. Old Zhao, that is the limit of your vision. If you think it's a fantasy, then let us continue. Zhao Lei's expression darkened, and he fell silent, turning to look at his cherished son. Regrettably, his son could not keep pace. Not even on horseback could he catch up to Lin Mo's toes. Meanwhile, on the trial tower's 2nd floor inside Zhao Ye's private chamber, Zhao Yu leaned on his staff, gasping for... Although he had won that fight, it had not been easy. The 10 goblin warriors were thick-skinned and brawny. They dispersed to encircle and attacked with fierce determination. He had to kite and tug at them while timing his skill cooldowns, precisely releasing each fireball with deadly accuracy. This level of intensity. And this is only the 2nd floor. Zhao Yu moved to a supply crate, drew out a novice mana potion, and drank it down. A voice announced, congratulations, examinee Zhao Yu, 2nd floor cleared. Time 1 minute 47 seconds. Prepare yourselves, you will enter the 3rd floor in 5 minutes. Hearing the broadcast, a touch of pride creased Zhao Ye's smile. 1 minute 47 seconds. An ordinary attire candidate would tangle with the foes for at least 3 to 5 minutes, and might even be wounded. Even among steer talents, finishing a fight within 2 minutes is exceedingly rare. He had done it in under 1. Such a result in previous years would have represented the ceiling among steer examinees. And in Shanghai City there are no existences above this rank. In other words, his current time would most likely dominate the entire field. Thinking this, Zhao Yu turned his gaze to the surveillance camera in the corner. Dad, did you see that? This is the dominion of ensgraved flame mage. This time I will be Shanghai City's top scorer, am certain of it. Though he could not see the monitoring room, he was convinced his father sat in the VIP control room, watching with swelling pride. In the monitoring room, since Lin Mo had already cleared his floor, everyone's attention had shifted to the other enlarged screen, Zhao Yes. Watching Zhao Yes' enigmatic smile on the screen, Lin Tianhao feigned puzzlement and asked, Old Zhao, what is your Zhao Yu jabbering about over there? Zhao Lei's face turned dark at the remark. A father knows his child best. He knew his son all too well, though from that glance and the lift of his mouth he could guess what the boy was thinking. At other times the boy might be proud and boastful. But now, watching the 3-second clear beside them, and then his son's I am number 1 expression, Zhao Lei felt a hot flush surge to his head. He longed to dive into the screen and drag Zhao Yu out to give him a proper thrashing. What a humiliation, utterly shameful. Inside the trial tower, the air hung thick with a faint acrid scent of charred residue. Combat raged on, or rather a one-sided slaughter continued unabated. As the teleportation formation flared to life, the monsters of the third floor emerged, only to be met instantly by a torrent of fireballs descending from above. Boom, boom, boom. Muffled detonations reverberated deep within the earthen walls, sending tremors shuddering across the ground. Congratulations, candidate Lin Mo. Level 3 cleared. Time elapsed 3 seconds. Lin Mo did not even lift his eyelids. He merely shifted into a more comfortable sideways recline, chewing thoughtfully on a strip of dried meat. Level 4. Level 5. The same scene repeated itself relentlessly, whether rusted sword-wielding skeletons or shadow panthers attempting stealthy ambushes through sheer speed. Any creature daring to materialize via teleportation was invariably met with an inescapable omnidirectional barrage of multi-explosive fireballs. Earth Shield Technique murmured in genuine awe, brother is truly fearsome. Brother's might is unmatched. Fireball Technique scoffed coldly. Naturally. Observe closely and mind your craft. Though I must admit your barrier construction isn't entirely without merit. A faint twitch tugged at Lin Mo's lips. This little fireball truly carried itself like an elder brother now, already bossing around its junior siblings. Level 19. From start to finish, goblins, steppe wolves, and even shield-bearing halforks all had been mercilessly bombarded the moment they teleported and crushed before ever setting foot beyond the portal. Congratulations, candidate Lin Mo. Level 19 cleared. Time elapsed 42 seconds. A golden radiance erupted skyward. Lin Mo's level ascended to LV 18. Not bad, LV 18. Just 2 levels shy of mastering Thunderstrike art. Though his fire and earth affinities were already formidable, what spellcaster could resist the allure of lightning? The very embodiment of swiftness and annihilation. Fireball Technique wore an expression of smug pride. Little Thunder. Another junior sibling joining my retinue. Excellent. I'll assign Earth to tanking lightning to Aaron's and myself to magnificence alone. Earth Shield Technique rubbed its hands together, brimming with excitement. Am I becoming second brother now? Lin Mo shook his head, exasperated. Soon a broadcast voice cut through Lin Mo's reverie. Attention candidates. Proceeding to level 20. Monster level LV 22, with aerial variants included. Prepare anti-air defenses accordingly. At this, Lin Mo's eyebrows lifted ever so slightly. Flying monsters. His current earthen flow barrier couldn't seal the ceiling. And even if it could, how would Fireball Technique strike downward? Earth Shield Technique instantly tensed, fretting aloud. Master, what shall we do? Perhaps we should burrow underground. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. The memory of his last subterranean ordeal still vivid. What's there to panic about? With me leading, anything that emerges dies on sight. Don't act rashly, little Earth. No digging unless absolutely necessary. Earth Shield Technique bowed its head meekly. Understood, Master. Even as the countdown reached 0. Scree. With a piercing shriek, 10 ash-gray bat-winged creatures materialized from the portal. Gargoyle LV 22-9. Elite Gargoyle LV 22-1. The elite leader towered larger than its kin, its entire form wreathed in a faint crimson aura. The moment they appeared, instinct drove them skyward, wings beating furiously. Fireball Technique sneered disdainfully. Apologies, but flight is strictly prohibited within my domain. Fireball Technique roared, explode, now. Fireballs surged upwards, splitting midair into 15 homing projectiles, each locking unerringly onto the ascending gargoyles. Boom, 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 boom. Blinding firelight erupted skyward. Searing heat rolled in waves. This salvo remained devastating, yet an anomaly occurred. Though Lin Mo's spell damage far surpassed that of peers at his level 1 adversary, remained an elite LV 22 gargoyle. Compounded by the absence of his legendary cooldown reduction, gear, sustained suppression, proved impossible. After the first barrage, the elite gargoyle still stood, its vitality stubbornly clinging to life. Fireball Technique scoffed, still breathing. Then take another. Another fireball screamed forth. Boom. Flames exploded outward. The massive elite gargoyle black and charred, but its health bar held firm, a sliver defiantly remaining. It lived. Both multi-explosive fireball and fireball technique plunged into cooldown. Seizing the opening, the elite gargoyle beat its ruined wings and burst free from confinement. Its blood-red eyes locked instantly onto Lin Mo below. Earth Shield Technique shrieked in terror. Brother, you missed one. You missed one. Earth Shield Technique panicked wildly. Help. Master, watch out. Crunch. Just as the gargoyle lunged toward Lin Mo, an earthen wall erupted from the ground. The gargoyle's razor-sharp talons scraped futilely against the wall, this sighing rampart of earth unmoved. Little Earth, your reflexes are sharp. I knew in the crucible of crisis you'd hold true. Lin Mo spared no praise. He understood the art of skill cultivation intimately. The more he affirmed their worth, the deeper their sense of purpose, the fiercer their protective drive. and the harder they labored. This was the way of commanding techniques, clarity of reward and consequence. Earth Shield technique wept tears of profound gratitude sob. Sob. As long as I endure no soul shall lay a finger upon master's hair. Meanwhile the dazed elite gargoyle refused surrender. It veered past the earthen wall, beat its tattered wings once more, and soared high preparing a dive from above. Lin Mo tilted his head meeting the gargoyle's gaze midair. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. In the next breath he raised his hand, fingers shaped like a pistol, aiming squarely at the beast. Next life, don't provoke a cheat. Hum. A dark red spark coalesced sharply at his fingertip. Pang. His lips parted softly. A spiraling thread of crimson flame tore through the air, piercing the gargoyle clean through. Blackened fragments scattered across the ground. Congratulations, candidate Lin Mo. Level 20 cleared. Time elapsed 9 seconds. Lin Mo blew gently across his fingertip, as if dispersing invisible gunpowder smoke. Acceptable. A close call, but resolved. After dealing with the monsters on this level, the argument between the skills began. Earth Shield cried out, brother. How could you let that happen? That was a level 22 elite monster. You actually— Earth Shield continued in a whining tone. If my reaction had been slow by even 0.01 seconds, what would the master do? This is serious negligence. It's dereliction of duty. Faced with the accusations from his younger brother, the usually proud Fireball felt a bit embarrassed. Fireball felt guilty, his gaze wavering cough. It was an accident, purely an accident. He insisted on defending himself. I didn't expect this stone golem to be so tough. I thought it would be similar to the previous monsters, and that it would just die if I blew it up casually. Earth Shield wasn't listening to any explanations, excuses. Just excuses. Don't you know how dangerous it was? You just stood there looking foolish. If it weren't for me and the master reacting quickly, you would be crying right now. As the two brothers were about to argue again, Lin Mo had to step in once more. Alright, everyone quiet down. The two skills instantly fell silent, but they still huffed at each other in defiance. Lin Mo stroked his chin and analyzed. Our biggest shortcoming right now is the lack of sustained area damage capabilities. While the multi-explosion fireball is powerful, without that cooldown reducing equipment, the cooldown time is a bit long. After one wave of explosions, if not everything is killed, a vacuum period, like just now, will occur. If we encounter non-flying enemies, that's fine, we can just trap them and wait for the cooldown. But it gets complicated when we face flying enemies. As for Fireball and Explosive Spiral Dragon Ball, they are single target damage. At this point Lin Mo suddenly thought of something and said to Fireball, Little Fire, I remember there was a mid-level skill book called Flame Pillar in the skill book I fed you before, right? Upon hearing these 4 words, Fireball's icon trembled slightly. It didn't remember any book. Once it was fed, it lost its mind, only remembering that it tasted good. Seeing Fireball's bewildered expression, Lin Mo realized that this guy was just focused on eating. Forget it, it's impossible to expect you to study. In short, it involves accumulating fire elements on the ground, and then spraying out a high-pressure fire pillar. Got it? Lin Mo casually said. He wasn't even sure how these skills were realized. But that didn't matter. He would leave the comprehension process to the skills themselves. He was only responsible for posing the questions. Fireball fell into thought. Accumulate on the ground. Spray a fire pillar. Although it felt somewhat unreliable, Fireball decided to give it a try. Buzz. Fireball concentrated hard and pushed a mass of fire elements towards the ground. PFF. Accompanied by a sound like a fart, a small cluster of flames sprang up from the ground, reaching a height of about 30 centimeters. Comprehension failed. Fireball became instantly furious, justifying itself. See, it's not that I'm not trying, but it's just impossible. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly. It seems that comprehending skills is really not that simple. At this moment, Earth Shield timidly raised its hand. Brother, actually, although the ground looks very flat in my perception, it actually has many tiny pores and textures. Earth Shield continued softly. These pores may be small, but if utilized well, we can inject through these pores. Exactly. Lin Mo's eyes lit up as if he had grasped the key point. Little Earth, can you share this perception with Little Fire? He looked at the skill bar with a hint of anticipation. Earth Shield was taken aback for a moment, and then nodded. I should be able to. We are all the master's skills and our origins are interconnected. Earth Shield turned to Fireball. Brother, shall I try to transmit this feeling to you? Although Fireball still looked skeptical, it reluctantly agreed. Okay, I'll begrudgingly experience the world. Buzz. A strange wave rippled through the skill bar. It was the unique frequency of the earth element, heavy, stable, yet all-encompassing. Under the influence of this wave, Fireball's worldview seemed to open a new door. Fireball was shocked. Whoa, is this how the floor looks? So many holes. Congratulations. Your skill, Fireball, has entered a state of epiphany. Meanwhile, in the VIP room of the monitoring command center, Su Wenchang and Lin Tianhao with 3 pairs of eyes stared intently at the screen where Lin Mo was located. They had all seen Lin Mo's attempt to accumulate fire elements on the ground. This kid. Su Wenchang squinted. The walnut in his hand also stopped moving. Is he trying to comprehend the mid-level fire skill Flame Pillar? As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up, and he was about to speak. But Zhao Lei turned around as if he had heard the biggest joke. Old Su, are you overestimating this kid too much? Just 3 days after changing jobs, he wants to comprehend a mid-level skill. If he changes jobs for a month, wouldn't he directly comprehend a forbidden spell? Hee old Zhao, I advise you not to speak too confidently. Lin Tianhao snorted coldly. Although he felt a bit anxious, he couldn't lose face, so he insisted, just because others can't do it doesn't mean my son can't. Some things depend on talent, not on how long you've been in a new job. Zhao Lei didn't want to waste time arguing with Lin Tianhao, sneering, hee talent. Don't make me laugh. If he can comprehend Flame Pillar today, I'll eat this screen on the spot. This statement echoed powerfully in the monitoring room. The entire room fell silent instantly. Su Wenchang was taken aback for a moment, just about to say something to persuade. Bring someone here. Lin Tianhao shouted. Here. The aide instantly stood at attention and saluted. Lin Tianhao didn't even glance at Zhao Lei, pointing at the massive screen. Prepare wrenches, screwdrivers, and cutting machines. Also go to the cafeteria and bring a bucket of lubricant and prepare 2 bottles of high-concentration vinegar. I think Commander Zhao might feel a bit choked later and will need something to soothe his throat. Yes. The aide executed the order without any hesitation. PFF. Su Wan covered her mouth and turned away, her shoulders shaking. Old Lin, what are you doing? Su Wenchang reacted, helplessly laughing and saying, this is the big exam monitoring center. Lin Tianhao, are you a bandit? You're just making demands. After saying that, Su Wenchang turned to Zhao Lei, sincerely advising, and you old Zhao, how old are you? Why are you arguing with a child? Saying you'll eat the screen is something you can just say? Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth? However, at this moment Zhao Lei was also riled up. Ignoring Su Wenchang, he stared fiercely at Lin Tianhao. Humph, my word is my bond. I'll follow through. But what if he doesn't succeed in comprehending? Lin Tianhao, what will you do? You should say something too. Lin Tianhao adjusted his sleeves. Sure. If a mower doesn't comprehend, I'll eat the screen myself. Good. You said it. Zhao Lei shouted, a gentleman's word. A promise is a promise. Lin Tianhao did not back down. The two seemed like 2 bulls about to collide. Standing in the middle, Su Wenchang opened his mouth and could only helplessly sigh. What a sin. He rubbed his throbbing temples and sat back on the sofa. Forget it, I won't care about you two. If you want to eat, just don't choke on it. He then turned his attention back to the big screen. On the screen, Lin Mo was still sitting there, while under the ground a red light was faintly pulsating wildly. This kid. Old Zhao wouldn't really start a feast, would he? Su Wenchang muttered to himself. Trial Tower, 21st level. With a twist of space, Lin Mo was teleported to the central position of this. Candidates, please pay attention. This layer contains high mobility flying monsters. Be prepared. Countdown 60 seconds. The cold, unyielding broadcast echoed through the hall. Lin Mo stared expressionlessly at the ground. He was waiting for the fireball technique to deduce a new skill. At this moment, under the perception sharing of the earth shield technique, the ground, which seemed unremarkable in the eyes of the fireball technique, transformed into a skin covered with countless tiny pores. As long as the fire element was compressed and infused through these nodes, then detonated. Buzz! The air suddenly became hot. A faint dark red glow emerged from the ground beneath Lin Mo's feet, as if magma was surging underground. Immediately, a series of notifications popped up on Lin Mo's panel. Your skill, Fireball Technique, has successfully comprehended the Earth's texture. Your skill, Fireball Technique, has autonomously deduced and successfully comprehended the intermediate fire-type skill, Flame Pillar LV. 1. Flame Pillar creates a ring of flames on the designated ground, which after a brief delay erupts into a high-pressure flame pillar, dealing massive fire attribute damage to enemies within the area. Cooldown time 15 seconds. Current level LV. One effect can continuously release 5 flame pillars. For each level increase, the number of pillars increases by 1. Cooldown time 15 seconds. Is it done? Lin Mo's eyes lit up. He looked at the new skill introduction on the panel, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Is this the value of an intermediate skill? Starting with 5 flame pillars, if the level maxes out that scene, it's simply unimaginable. However, the red circle warning mechanism, although it seems a bit silly, can still be acceptable when combined with some control skills or terrain restriction skills. Fireball Technique rejoiced, ha! It's done. I've succeeded. Fireball Technique dispersed the restless flames around, glancing at the nearby Earth Shield Technique with rare appreciation. Fireball Technique snorted, humph, this time. I'll give you some credit, I tentatively acknowledge you. Earth Shield Technique blushed slightly. Actually, it's mainly because the master is amazing. If it weren't for the master awakening me from my slumber, I wouldn't have thought of this. The master is the eternal god. Fireball Technique nodded appreciatively. Although this human is usually lazy, he truly comes through it. Once I become a forbidden spell, you will all be the greatest contributors. Alright, with the new skill in hand, let's— Lin Mo silently interrupted the mutual flattery between the two skills in his mind. Little Earth raised the wall. Earth Shield Technique energetically responded, alright master. Rumble. The ground trembled. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Lin Mo was not idle. He focused his thoughts and directly opened the backpack section of his attribute panel. There are a few skill books that had not been fully used lay quietly. The examination room did not prohibit carrying these skill books, only disallowing one-time skill scrolls. Lin Mo directly used all the remaining skill books. Buzz buzz buzz. Streams of light flew out from the backpack, entering Lin Mo's body. Your skill, Fireball Technique, has devoured Flame Impact, Rapid Fireball, Portable Flame. Fireball Technique, Multiple Exploding Fireball, Flame Spiral Dragon Ball, Flame Pillar, Proficiency greatly increased. Current skill levels Fireball Technique, LV. 18 reached current limit Multiple Exploding Fireball, LV. 18 Flame Spiral Dragon Ball, LV. 18 Flame Pillar, LV. 18. Your skill, Earth Shield Technique, has devoured Rock Skin. In just a few seconds, skill books worth over 1 million Dragon Kingdom coins turned entirely into nourishment. Lin Mo's skill panel was completely refreshed. All skills including the newly comprehended Flame Pillar were raised to the same level of 18 as him. LV. 18 Flame Pillar. Base 5 pillars plus the boost from level 17, which totals 22 pillars. Perfect. Lin Mo snapped his fingers. He glanced at the empty backpack and began to calculate. However, the consumption is indeed a bit high. Once the major exam is over, I need to go back and get some more supplies from my mom, and also prepare some lightning-type skill books. If I enter that so-called dragon sequence class, my mom will probably give me some extra pocket money if she's happy. At this moment, the countdown in the broadcast just reached 0. Monster teleportation begins. Buzz. Inside the cage formed by hexagonal earthen walls, the teleportation array suddenly lit up. As space-twisted silhouettes began to appear. A full 20 level 22 monsters packed the small space. Half of them were the hideous bloodthirsty bats. As soon as they landed, they were dazed. Surrounded by towering earthen walls, there wasn't even a sliver of gap. Before they could react, the ground beneath their feet suddenly lit up with vibrant red circles. 125. The densely packed red circles instantly covered the entire floor of the cage, leaving no inch of ground untouched. At the same time, above, a rain of fireballs composed of 15 fireballs poured down. Fireball Technique, cackled welcome to the fiery hell. Boom 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 boom. 23 flame pillars erupted simultaneously from the ground. In that instant, the world inside the earthen walls turned into a purgatory. The rain of fireballs from the sky and the erupting pillars from the ground. Those poor monsters didn't even have time to scream before being blown to ashes. Flames rose to the sky, illuminating half of the trial tower space. Even the thick earthen walls turned a fiery red. Lin Mo stood at a distance, feeling the rushing heat wave silently, taking out a bag of unopened snacks. TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected of an intermediate skill, this explosive power is stronger than previous skills. I can't even imagine what high-level or even forbidden spells would be like. Fireball Technique let out a very refreshing sigh. Awesome. So clear. So brutal. I love this new skill. Earth Shield Technique. Looked at the soaring flames, unable to help but swallow. Big brother, you're amazing. I feel like my wall is about to collapse. Fireball Technique. Laughed heartily. This is just the beginning. Wait until I become a forbidden spell, and I'll show you what true flames are. A few seconds later, as the flames dissipated. Congratulations, candidate Lin Mo. You have cleared the 21st level. Time taken 3 seconds. The broadcast sound rang out in due time, announcing the end of this one-sided massacre. Lin Mo lazily stretched his bones, cracking with a crisp sound. On to the next level. He casually glanced at the red light flashing surveillance camera in the corner. He did not know. On the other side of the camera, someone was about to sit down. Inside the monitoring room, the soaring flames from the fire pillar cast a crimson glow across the screens. Everyone was stunned. Having just switched jobs 3 days ago, he comprehended an intermediate skill within the trial tower, something unheard of. And it started with more than 20 fire pillars. This indicates that the skill proficiency has reached Lin Mo's own level limit. How on earth did he achieve this? Lin Tianhao turned his head, casting a playful glance at Zhao Lei on the other side. So what do you say? Do you want this screen steamed or fried? At this moment, Zhao Lei's expression was beyond difficult to describe. He stared at the screen in disbelief. But the facts were right before his eyes. Ahem. Su Wenchang's gaze swept between the two, his tone somewhat meaningful. Old Zhao, we are all prominent figures since these words have been spoken. He paused, looking like someone who was eager for the spectacle. In the military, there are no idle words. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao immediately chimed in. Haha, old Su, you're overthinking it. What kind of person is old Zhao? He is General Zhao, a high-ranking official in Zhanghai City. How could he go back on his word? As he spoke, Lin Tianhao glanced at Zhao Lei and added, but the taste of this screen is probably not great. Old Zhao, if you're really in a tough spot, all you have to say is my son is not even as good as Lin Mo's pinky finger, and we can consider this settled. What do you think? This remark seemed to provide an easy way out, yet having Zhao Lei say it himself was more painful than death. Zhao Lei suddenly lifted his head, gritting his teeth, and declared, I Zhao Lei am upright, and will accept my losses. Someone, take this screen down for me. The adjutant beside him was taken aback. Huh, Commander, are you serious? Nonsense, in the military there are no idle words. Take it down. Zhao Lei bellowed. The adjutant trembled in fear and quickly removed the screen. Looking at the pitch-black display before him, Zhao Lei took a deep breath. Boom. A swirl of crimson flames erupted from his palm, instantly reducing the display to a pile of black ash. As a high-level fire attribute warrior, his physical prowess was almost on a different plane from ordinary humans. Eating a display might cause some discomfort and nausea, but the humiliation felt was more intense than any poison. Lin Tianhao, watching Zhao Lei prepare to feast, gave a thumbs up. He was indeed a tough guy. Su Wenchang laughed heartily, saying, "Haha, it has to be our General Zhao, this courage I truly admire." After saying this, he turned his attention back to the main screen. At this moment, Lin Mo had already cleared the 21st level, waiting for the next level's transfer. However, speaking of which, Su Wenchang's tone became serious. Old Lin, your kid is not merely comprehending an intermediate skill, it's much more than that. He started with over 20 fire pillars, and each pillar's damage was significantly higher than that of practitioners of the same level. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao was equally puzzled. He couldn't understand either. Normally, skill enhancement required repeated use to gradually improve proficiency and grow stronger. Who could reach such a high level of proficiency right after comprehending a skill? This was absurd. Lin Tianhao pondered for a moment and sighed. Perhaps this is what we call extraordinary talent. You have no idea, my kid has been different from other children since he was young. He often lay on the sofa at home staring into the flames of the fireplace for an entire afternoon. Back then I thought he was just being lazy, but looking back, this child might have been intuitively grasping the essence of fire elements from a young age, accumulating knowledge to take off completely after his job change. Ahem. Zhao Lei nearly choked on a mouthful of screen ash upon hearing this. Staring at a fireplace can lead to over 20 fire pillars. Then should we let him stare at a light bulb and see if he can comprehend light-based forbidden spells? Old Zhao, you're just jealous, Lin Tianhao replied with a smile. Is it that hard to admit someone is exceptional? This world is vast and full of wonders. Some people exist to break the norms. Su Wenchang nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. Regardless of the method used, the results cannot deceive people. Such terrifying learning speed and mastery. If he could enter our dragon sequence class, the future would be limitless. Meanwhile, outside the examination hall, the enormous square was bustling with noise. Countless already eliminated candidates were gazing up at the massive list hanging in midair. At this moment, within the entire trial tower, apart from Lin Mo and Zhao Yu, all other tens of thousands of candidates had been eliminated. According to the rules, they had to wait here for the final score rankings to be announced, as well as the confirmation of the top 200 entering the second phase. First place, Lin Mo, current level 23. Second place, Zhao Yu, current level 13. Third place. Wow, 23 levels. Young Master Lin won't actually break through the trial tower, will he? Damn, I was eliminated on the 3rd level, and he's already reached the 23rd level. Is this the disparity of the world? Wasn't it said that Lin Mo was a blank slate mage? Who has such an impressive blank slate mage? Did he cheat? Probably not cheating, or would you dare to let your blank slate son cheat like that? Do you really think the review committee is just sitting around? No comparison, no harm. Didn't Zhao Yu and his gang boast about being the best in Jianhai City? Best. They've been left 10 levels behind. This is no longer the tail light. It's as if you can't even see the wheel tracks. Laughing to death and Class Genius compared to young Master Lin is simply a joke. What do you think Zhao Yu will look like when he sees that list after he comes out? He'll probably look like he just ate feces, ha. On one side of the square, Yihong Yu stood with her arms crossed, leaning against a luxury car, her face filled with pride. At this moment, Shirtu was squatting on the ground holding a telescope of unknown origin, grinning at the big screen. Tisk tisk, as expected of our young master, leaving Zhao's grandson unable to even see his tail light. Yihong Yu chuckled lightly, her tone full of calm confidence. That's only natural. Those people only see the young master's laziness, not realizing it's the composure unique to the strong. Shirtu lowered the telescope and looked around. Media reporters with cameras were everywhere. Team Yi, it's likely that tomorrow's headlines across the Dragon Nation will be about our young master. This time the young master will truly become famous. Yihong Yu adjusted her windblown bangs, her gaze focused on the towering trial tower. Becoming famous is inevitable. Since the young master has chosen to reveal his brilliance, the world will undoubtedly be shaken. The young master's stage has never been limited to this small Jianhai city. In the square outside the trial tower, a white beam of light shone brightly, drawing countless gazes towards it. As the light dissipated, Zhao Ye's somewhat disheveled figure emerged from within the trial tower. His meticulously styled hair was now in disarray like a bird's nest, and his face was smeared with dirt and blood. Huff! Huff! Zhao Yu gasped heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. Yet he still forced himself to stand tall, a proud expression adorning his face. The 13th level. This was his. Although he stopped at the 13th level, he had absolute confidence. It should be noted that in previous years there had been very few candidates who could pass the 10th level, let alone him reaching the 13th level. This score was enough to look down upon the masses, enough to become a legend in Jianhai City. Zhao Yu scanned his surroundings. Seeing the densely packed candidates in the square, the smile on his lips grew wider. As expected, it seems most have been eliminated. At that moment several of Zhao Yu's lackeys hurried over. Zhao, young master, you've come out. The leading lackey held a towel and water, but his expression seemed somewhat strange. Zhao Yu took a sip of water, raising an eyebrow slightly. What's with that expression? Did someone die at home? He was quite displeased. His score was the pinnacle of its-level genius. Shouldn't these people be cheering and shouting, young master Zhao? Who are they showing these mournful faces to? No. The lackey wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, stammering. Young master Zhao, your score is indeed impressive. 13th level, which would definitely make you the top scorer in previous years. Of course. Zhao Yu slammed the water bottle down, glaring at them with displeasure. Since you know it's impressive, what kind of reaction is this? What do you think, my score isn't good enough for you? Or do you think someone in Jianghai City can outperform me? This? The lackeys exchanged glances, each shrinking their necks, none daring to speak first. Finally, it was still the leading lackey who cautiously reminded Zhao. Young master, you might want to look at the leaderboard behind you. Look at what? Zhao Yu snorted coldly, turning away with a disdainful look on his face. Look at my remarkable second place. Second place. At that moment Zhao Yu froze entirely. He couldn't comprehend that he was not in first place. He was even less able to understand how large the gap was between him and the first place. What was most unacceptable to him was that the first place was Lin Mo, the second-generation heir he had always looked down upon. No way. This is impossible. Zhao Yu's pupils constricted violently as he murmured, it must be a system bug, a display error, right? Or is Lin Mo cheating? Yes, Lin Mo must be cheating. A nearby lackey cautiously leaned in, whispering, we've been watching for a long time, and Lin Xiao was just too fierce, basically moving up effortlessly. Shut up. Zhao Yu suddenly turned around, his eyes bloodshot. Did I ask you to speak? The lackey shrank his neck in fear, and no one dared to speak again. Zhao Yu withdrew his gaze, staring fiercely at Lin Mo, who was at the top of the leaderboard. Although he had blurted out that Lin Mo was cheating, deep down he understood that it was nearly impossible. In this world, the consequences of cheating were extremely severe, leading to the destruction of one's entire clan. Lin Tianhao wouldn't have the guts. Besides, their family was well off and had no motive. Yet he still couldn't believe how Lin Mo, a novice mage, could be so exceptional. Just as he was lost in thought, another lackey couldn't help but ask, young master Zhao, do you think Lin Mo really can clear the 30th level? The historical record is only the 27th level. If he really clears it. Before he could finish, Zhao Yu sneered, the 30th level. Something that no one has accomplished in so many years, how could a novice mage possibly achieve it? Does he really think that those SS-level geniuses are fools? Zhao Yu adjusted his disheveled collar and pointed to the two mighty stone lions outside the examination hall. If Lin Mo can truly clear the 30th level, Zhao Yu will swallow these two stone lions whole today. Without chewing, just swallow. As soon as this was said, there was an uproar around. The lackeys exchanged glances, but to please their master they still cheered loudly. Young master Zhao is impressive. I don't think Lin Mo will be able to afford these stone lions. Inside the trial tower, the 29th level. It was a desolate desert terrain with fierce winds whipping up the sand, stinging the face. Starting from the 26th level, the terrain was no longer uniform, but began to undergo various changes. Congratulations, candidate Lin Mo. You have cleared the 29th level. Time taken 56 seconds. Huff. Lin Mo patted the sand off his butt and let out a rare sigh. At his feet lay dozens of massive desert scorpion corpses sprawled in all directions. These monsters had incredibly hard shells and could burrow underground to launch surprise attacks, making them extremely troublesome. This is getting a bit challenging. Lin Mo stretched his stiff neck, looking at the few walls that had been battered and damaged. In the previous battle, he had even been unable to sit still. To avoid the attacks of the magical creatures, he had to move around a bit, and even used the earth stealth once. I'm tired, let it be destroyed, just end this already. Lin Mo complained helplessly. Fireball shouted, awesome. This is real battle. That group of scorpions was formidable, they could actually withstand 2 of my multi-explosive fireballs. Fireball's battle intent soared. Only this level of fierce fighting can hone true forbidden spell prowess. Earth Shield felt apprehensive. Big bro, don't say that. It was really too dangerous just now. This damn place is too perilous, the monsters are getting crazier. Earth Shield started to waver. Master, how about we call it quits? Let's go home. I missed the big bet at home. Fireball instantly exploded with rage. Coward. You want to quit at the door? I can't afford to lose face. We must clear the level. Earth Shield weakly retorted, but the next level will definitely be harder. What if? Enough, everyone shut up. Lin Mo rubbed his forehead, saying helplessly, since we've come this far we have to at least take a look at the last level. Besides, I have the priest buff, I won't die. Moreover, Little Earth, have you forgotten the combination skill we comprehended just yesterday? We haven't tested it in battle yet, have we? Upon hearing this, Earth Shield was struck with realization. Oh right. Our combination skill. It looks really tough. Earth Shield instantly perked up with that layer of shell. With that layer of armor, what am I afraid of? Earth Shield changed its attitude faster than flipping a page. Master. I feel like I'm ready again. Let's charge. We must clear this level. Whoever doesn't clear it is a grandson. Fireball rolled its eyes, him fickle coward. Just then the countdown for the teleportation also completely reached 0. The surrounding space began to distort, and the scene transformed. What appeared before Lin Mo was an enormous circular arena. Surrounding it were towering stands, though empty it felt as if he could hear the shouts of millions of people. A murderous atmosphere rushed at him. Trial Tower, 30th level. The final level. Congratulations, candidate Lin Mo, you have reached the final level of the Trial Tower. This level is the ultimate trial. Monster level 25. Monster count 50, OBOSS 1. We wish you good luck. Inside the monitoring room. The 30th floor. Su-won tightly grasped Lin Tianha's hands, her eyes filled with worry. This is an area that no candidate has ever set foot in before. Can Moa really do it? Lin Tianhao reached out and gently patted his wife's hand. Though his hand trembled slightly with excitement, he tried to maintain a calm tone. Dear, with soul protection in place, even if we fail there won't be any life-threatening risks. Don't worry. At this point Lin Tianhao lowered his voice. Besides, have you forgotten that our son still has a trump card up his sleeve? Su-won was taken aback for a moment, then her eyes lit up. Are you talking about Daddy? Exactly. Lin Tianha's lips curled into a smile. That is a coveted divine ability from many. No matter how powerful the boss on the 30th floor is, it's only level 25 and cannot break through the defense of lava battle armor. Upon hearing her husband's analysis, Su-won finally felt her anxious heart relax a bit. Indeed, Moer still. At that moment, Su Wenchang also spoke up. Sister-in-law, old Lin is right. We should just sit back and watch the show. I genuinely believe that your son Lin Mo has a good chance of becoming the first candidate in history to clear the trial tower. Just then in the corner, Zhao Lei, who was holding a handful of grayish-black screen powder, sneered upon hearing Su Wenchang's words. Clear it. Dream on. His gaze fell on the screen as he chuckled. The last 5 floors are all random maps. Didn't you notice that the 30th floor is the most disgusting shadow arena? The guardian boss of this floor is Shadow Wing Demon Lord, a formidable foe that severely counters ranged classes. So what? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Zhao Lei was unaware that Moer had combination skills. So what? Zhao Lei looked at Lin Tianhao as if he were an idiot. Lin Tianhao, you're also an old warrior. Don't you know the characteristics of this boss? It possesses both super evasion and super speed abilities. Its movement speed is incredibly fast, and its evasion is exceptionally agile, making it a nightmare for mages and archers who are ranged classes. I admit your son is indeed impressive in terms of damage output, but hitting the Shadow Wing Demon Lord, dream on. He will undoubtedly fail this round. Lin Tianhao simply smiled lightly. Old Zhao, nothing is absolute. My son has excellent micro-control, who knows, he might just hit it. Micro-control, in the face of absolute speed and evasion, micro-control is just a joke. Zhao Lei scoffed. Lin Tianhao, hearing this, teased, since you're so confident, why not make another bet for a screen? Zhao Lei paused. The taste of that previous screen was indeed a bit choking, even somewhat scratchy. But at this moment, spurred by Lin Tianhao and his understanding of this boss mechanism and his impression of ranged class, no matter how you look at it, Lin Mo had no chance of winning. A fragile mage without any mobility or life-saving skills facing an assassin-type BOSS, what else could he do but wait to die? Let's bet then. Zhao Lei said loudly, are you afraid of me? If he clears this time, not only will I eat the screen, but he'll even gnaw on the corner of this table. Alright. Lin Tianhao laughed heartily. Su Lao, be our witness. Su Wenchang helplessly rubbed his forehead and sighed. Fine, I'll witness it. You two old men have over 100 years combined, how childish. In the trial tower, 30th floor. In the center of the massive circular arena, Lin Mo stood there all alone, appearing particularly small. The teleportation array for monsters on this floor was more than 10 times larger than before. However, Lin Mo wasn't idle either. He directly commanded Little Earth to start building walls. Boom. The ground trembled. Thick earth flow walls rose from the ground, rapidly erecting soil walls along the edge of that enormous array. Phew. Lin Mo sighed. This is quite a big project, but I think I can manage. Just as the last earth wall was, the countdown ended. Countless beams of light shot into the sky and various spine-chilling howls echoed throughout the arena. Following this, a swarm of monsters appeared. Hellhound LV. 25x, 10 Abyssal Wolf LV. 25x, 10 Bloodthirsty Bat LV. 25x, 15 Harpy LV. 25x, 15, a total of 50 monsters. Half of them were ferocious land beasts, while the other half were flying monsters soaring in the air. Fortunately, the land monsters were trapped inside the earth walls. Meanwhile, those flying monsters, bloodthirsty bats and harpies, immediately took to the skies, soaring over the 5-meter-high earth walls and diving toward Lin Mo. A dark mass blocked out the sun. Time to shoot some birds' little fire. Lin Mo observed the flying monsters that rushed out, showing no signs of panic. Fireball laughed maniacally. I've been waiting for this moment. Die for me. Boom, 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 boom. Multiple explosive fireballs and columns of flame erupted simultaneously. The airborne monsters were instantly obliterated in droves. Although these monsters were of high level, they stood no chance against Lin Mo's fully mastered skills and the damage boost from their personification. After one wave of bombardment, the sky became significantly quieter. At the same time, Lin Mo raised his arm and executed a backhanded barrage. The dark red spiral beam tore through the air, instantly piercing the chests of the few remaining harpies. The fireballs also began to self-correct. In just 30 seconds, all 30 flying monsters were annihilated. Meanwhile, inside the earth walls, the 20 land monsters were still madly slamming against the walls, trying to break free from their prison. Earth Shield cried out in a whimper, "Master, they are so fierce. My walls can barely hold up." "Can't hold up? Then let's send them on their way." Lin Mo's gaze turned cold as he looked at the enormous earth prison. Little fire flame pillars, full coverage. On the ground inside the earth prison, a myriad of bright red warning circles lit up, densely packed, leaving almost no space to stand. The next second, boom! 22 pillars of fire shot up into the sky. Following closely, a rain of fireballs descended. After bombarding twice, the trapped monsters inside the earth walls were reduced to ashes. Congratulations to candidate Lin Mo. Attention! The boss will appear in 60 seconds. Boss name Shadow Wing Demon Lord. Level LV 25. This target possesses extremely high flying speed and has an acute evasion instinct against ranged attacks. Please prepare yourself. Upon hearing this introduction, Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly. Extremely high flying speed and acute evasion instinct. TSK. Lin Mo clicked his tongue. This does sound a bit tricky. For a mage, it's less about the monster's health and more about how erratic the monster moves. This type of assassin boss indeed counters fragile mages like him, whose skills require prediction. Thankfully, he himself isn't fragile. Little fire, be careful. The main act is coming. This boss is incredibly fast and counters mages. Just follow my lead, don't go off blasting randomly, we need to use our brains. Lin Mo silently thought to himself. After hearing the introduction about this boss, he had already devised a Fireball scoffed disdainfully fast. In front of me there is no target I can't hit, or just watch and see how I score a direct hit. Looking at the arrogant fireball, Lin Mo helplessly shook his head. This foolish child is still too young, having never played games, not understanding what class suppression means. Alright then. Lin Mo no longer tried to persuade further, simply saying, "Since you are so confident, you go first. But let me state this up front, if you miss, or if you get shown up, then just obediently keep quiet and listen to order." Fireball was fired up with competitiveness. "Alright, just wait and see my performance." Earth Shield looked obedient. "Master, I will always follow your orders, swearing to protect you at all costs." Good. Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. Fireball made a retching expression. "Ugh, Brownnoser." 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached 0, the enormous teleportation array erupted with a blinding blue light. Immediately, a sharp screech tore through the air. A shadowy figure shot out from the teleportation array, hovering in midair. Shadow Wing Demon Lord BOSS LV 25. This was a humanoid creature. It had a demonic face with black energy forming wings on its back. Each flap left an eerie afterimage in the air. It scanned its surroundings, ultimately locking its gaze firmly on Lin Mo. Fireball spell confidently declared, "So what if you can fly? I can fly too. Prepare to die." Just as the words left the fireball spell's mouth, it whizzed through the air. However, just as it was about to collide with the Shadow Wing Demon Lord, the figure of the Shadow Wing Demon Lord flickered oddly, and the fireball passed directly through its afterimage, missing completely. Fireball spell sneered him. Trying to dodge. What a joke. Without any hesitation, the fireball traced a perfect arc in the air, charging again towards the boss's back. Fireball spell, take that. However, the agility and evasion of the Shadow Wing Demon Lord far exceeded what the fireball spell had anticipated. No matter how the fireball spell predicted and curved to accelerate, it could only graze its afterimage, not even touching a single hair. Fireball spell broke down. What the hell is this thing? A loach. If you have the guts, don't move, and let me blow you up. Just as the fireball continued its aerial duel with the air, the Shadow Wing Demon Lord seemed to have had enough fun. It narrowed its crimson eyes slightly, focusing on Lin Mo. That frail aura, that reliance on elemental manipulation for ranged attacks. It was all too familiar. Human mage. In its long memory of slaughter, this fragile profession was the most favored plaything. It could no longer remember how many human mages it had torn apart with its own hands. It relished the look of despair and terror that human mages displayed when it closed in. Roar. The Shadow Wing Demon Lord let out a roar. In the next second, its black mist wings behind it shook violently. Boom. The air exploded like a sound barrier bursting. The Shadow Wing Demon Lord rushed towards Lin Mo on the ground with a terrifying speed that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Inside the monitoring room. "Be careful, Moer." Suwon exclaimed, unable to help but grip Lin Tianha's arm tightly. Even knowing that with the soul protection in place, Lin Mo would be fine. As a mother, witnessing such a scene instinctively caused her heart to race with worry. Lin Tianha's pupils, even the usually calm Su Wenchang, couldn't help but lean slightly forward. This was the absolute suppression of an agile boss over a mage. Without any means of survival, it was certain death. In the corner, Zhao Lei had a slight smirk on his lips. "Ah yes, that's right, go die." Inside the trial tower, Facing the rapidly approaching shadow winged demon, Lord Lin Mo appeared completely composed. In the next moment, boom! Red and yellow, two distinctly different elemental powers fused perfectly. An incredibly terrifying heat wave erupted violently from Lin Mo, spreading in all directions. In an instant, the hard black obsidian rapidly covered Lin Mo's entire body. Between the seams of the armor, boiling red magma flowed like veins, emitting a high temperature that warped the air. The shadow-winged demon lord's claw struck Lin Mo's lava armor. That layer of obsidian armor flowing with magma left only a few shallow white marks. Shadow-winged demon lord, its eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. Not broken. Is this the hardness a fragile mage should have? Just as it was stunned, it caught sight of the slight curve forming at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. In that moment, a primal sense of dread surged through its body. Something was wrong. Run. The shadow-winged demon lord's wings suddenly flapped, trying to create distance. However, it was too late. A hand wrapped in scorching magma gripped its wrist tightly. Lin Mo teased, "Got you." The shadow-winged demon lord struggled desperately, its wings frantically flapping, trying to escape from this terrifyingly hot monster. Yet under the full attribute enhancement of the lava armor, it could not break free at all. At the same time, the shadow-winged demon lord noticed that Lin Mo had raised another hand, placing it on its abdomen, a dark red light point spinning and compressing furiously. "You think you can dodge? Let's see you try." Fireball spell shouted excitedly. "Awesome. Yes, just like that, blow up this dead bat. Blow its guts out." Bang. As Lin Mo's lips parted slightly. Boom. The dark red spiral beam erupted at zero distance. The massive impact slammed into the shadow-winged demon lord's abdomen, sending it flying. In that instant, Lin Mo's gaze turned razor sharp. His connection between thought and skill reached its zenith. Every command was delivered instantaneously through his inner thoughts. "Little Earth, stand against the wall." Earth Shield spell was already prepared. "Got it, master." Boom. Just as the shadow-winged demon lord flew backward, Earth flow wall rose from the ground, sealing off its escape route. Bang. The shadow-winged demon lord crashed heavily into the earthen wall. "Little fire." Lin Mo commanded again. Fireball spell was already eager with anticipation. "This is the moment we've been waiting for. Take off now." Beneath the shadow-winged demon lord's feet, numerous red circles had already lit up. A full 23 flame pillars stacked together. Boom. 23 flame pillars erupted in succession. The terrifying flames blasted the shadow-winged demon lord into the air. "Get it." Fireball spell laughed maniacally. All missiles launched. "Prepare to die." The fireball that had been frustrated for not hitting earlier finally found its outlet. It instantly split into 15 fireballs in the air. Faced with the boss suspended in midair and unable to move due to the flame pillars, the fireball spell no longer needed to predict. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous sounds of explosions echoed in the air. The shadow-winged demon lord was an agile boss. Its health was already inferior to other bosses of the same level. Under Lin Mo's exceptionally high attack and seamless combo, its health plummeted rapidly. Fireball spell roared with battle intent. Die, 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 die. As the last fireball struck the shadow-winged demon lord, it didn't even have time to let out a scream before it turned into ash. The shadow-winged demon lord, even in death, could not comprehend. Why had it once ruling the battlefield fallen to the point of not being able to break through even an 18th level mage's defense? Am I getting old? No, it's this human too strong. Congratulations to candidate Lin Mo. You have cleared the 30th level. Time taken 24 seconds. The announcement echoed in the silent trial tower. Meanwhile, a dazzling golden light rose from Lin Mo. Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV 19. Lin Mo released the state of lava armor, patted the dust off his clothes, and let out a long breath. Level 19. He glanced at his hands, a glimmer of expectation flashing in his eyes. Just one more level. I'm coming. Thunder system. Inside the surveillance room, all eyes were locked upon the youth clad in molten lava armor. Just moments ago, they had witnessed a textbook-perfect solo kill. This. Su Wenshang's voice trembled slightly. Awe filled his eyes as he murmured. Facing the shadow-winged demon lord, renowned for supreme agility and evasion, he did not rush into offense. Instead, he feinted with fireballs to feign weakness, luring the demon lord into close quarters. Then, once within reach, he leveraged the high defense and melee amplification of the molten lava armor to pin down the shadow-winged demon lord, neutralizing his greatest asset, speed. At point-blank range, he unleashed the inescapable explosive flame spiral dragon shot, immediately followed by erecting an earthen wall to seal all escape routes, exploiting the resulting stun to chain into the blazing flame pillar. Then, using the pillar's levitation effect, he seamlessly transitioned into aerial pursuit with the multi-explosive fireballs. This entire combo flowed like water, each move precise, inevitable, and utterly devoid of redundancy. At this, Su Wenshang abruptly turned toward Lin Tianhao, his gaze blazing with intensity. Old Lin Mo, doesn't merely master skills at the pinnacle, his tactical composure is chillingly absolute. This is elite combat discipline. Such talent emerging in a student who's only been transmuted for 3 days, it's nothing short of monstrous. Lin Tianhao listened heart, soaring with pride. He nodded, suppressing his exhilaration. Brother Su, Mo may be lazy, but his mind is razor sharp. Is this performance sufficient for admission into your Longshu class? Su Wenchang drew a deep breath, without hesitation. Absolutely. More than sufficient. Even if he were a bare-bones mage, no gear, no enhancements, I'd secure him solely on the basis of this tactical acumen and micro-skill execution. Then his tone shifted. However, the grand examination has a second phase real-time PvP combat. The complexity of the human heart far surpasses that of any demonic beast. I want to see whether he can retain this same calm when forced to confront his own kind. Then let us watch, and I trust this young man won't disappoint you, Lin Tianhao replied with quiet confidence. Meanwhile, in the corner, Zhao Lei's face had darkened to an alarming degree. His eyes remained fixed, unblinking on Lin Mo's image across the screen. As commander of Jianghai City's defense forces, and a high-tier for elementalist, he fully grasped the implications of what he'd just witnessed. Perfect fusion of fire and earth elements, offense and defense unified, elevated to transcendence. This was no mere coincidence. It demanded profound elemental mastery and countless trials before such a composite technique could ever be realized. How was it possible? After 30 years, he himself had yet to grasp even a single composite technique. And Lin Mo, just 3 days into his vocation, had already unlocked one. Had he bypassed 3 decades of detours? This cannot be. Zhao Lei felt his entire worldview crumbling. Lin Tianhao, observing Zhao Lei's stunned expression, felt a quiet, deep satisfaction. He personally detached a monitor from its mount, then snapped off a sturdy wooden corner from a nearby desk, and strode forward. Brother Zhao, in the military, words are binding. No jests allowed. Mo has cleared the trial. That monitor is yours, no escaping it. And here's the desk corner too, freshly broken. Enjoy while it's still warm. Don't hold back. Zhao Lei's expression soured further, bitterer than swallowing ash. Oomph. With a cold snort, he reduced both monitor and wood fragment to swirling ash. Crunch, crunch. The sound of grinding teeth echoed through the chamber. A true master. Even devouring a screen exuded the ferocity of crushing an enemy's bones beneath his jaws. Lin Tianhao watched, smiling benignly, and handed him a cup of water. Sip slowly, don't choke. No one's rushing you. Outside the trial tower, the plaza erupted. As Lin Mo cleared the 30th floor, pandemonium seized the crowd. Cleared it. 24 seconds. He took only 24 seconds on floor 30. I spent 3 minutes just on floor 1, and he breezed through floor 30 in 24. Is he even human? Amidst the throng, Zhao Yu stared blankly at Lin Mo's name, glaring atop the leaderboard. Impossible, impossible. How could anyone achieve this? The all-time record stands at only 27 floors. How did he blitz through 30? Why? Just then a startled cry pierced the air. Holy! My uncle works as a technician in the control center. He just sent me a message. The floor 30 boss is the so-called Mage Slayer, the Shadowwing Demon Lord. At those words, the crowd exploded. Huh, the Shadowwing Demon Lord. I recall the textbooks stating, when confronted by this entity, mages are advised to surrender gracefully. Death will be swift and dignified. Absurd. How did this glass cannon mage pull it off? Did Lin Xiao cheat? Amid the tidal wave of awe surrounding him, Zhao Yu felt suffocated. His body trembled uncontrollably, the arrogant fire once burning in his eyes now drowned in crimson veins. An unprecedented wave of defeat crashed over him. 24 seconds, impossible. Zhao Yu clenched his teeth. His vaunted strength aptitude, once his crown jewel, now felt like a grotesque mockery. At that moment, a lackey cautiously edged forward, whispering reassurance. Zhao? Zhao, don't lose heart. This is only phase 1. Lin Mo may excel against monsters, but in phase 2's PvP arena, victory belongs to you, Zhao. Silence. Zhao Yu whirled around, eyes bloodshot. Are you truly foolish, or merely pretending? Can you honestly believe I stand a chance against someone who soloed the Shadowwing Demon Lord in 24 seconds? The lackey flinched, shrinking back speechless. Zhao Yu inhaled sharply, his chest heaving violently. He knew irrevocably he would not win. Outmatched in strength, outshined in talent, even outstripped in fortune. Yet, he refused to accept it. Why should Lin Mo, a carefree scion who lounged away his days, trample over him, a man who had striven relentlessly? Why must he play the fool, watching helplessly as Lin Mo claimed glory meant for him? If I cannot possess it, neither shall you enjoy it freely. Bitterness coiled through Zhao Yu's heart. With a single glance, he summoned several trusted henchmen close. Go. Contact everyone who's accepted money from the Zhao family. Also summon those eager to curry favor with my father. Notify them all. Tell them in phase 2, await my signal. Then converge and eliminate Lin Mo. The henchman hesitated. Zhao, isn't this excessively ruthless? After all, he is Commander Lin's son. What is there to fear? Zhao Yu sneered. Phase 2 is PvP. Spontaneous targeting of the top-scoring contestant is perfectly legitimate. Zhao Yu knew full well. Lin Mo's performance guaranteed his entry into the Longshu class. Inescapable. He intended only to poison Lin Mo's triumph. Zhao Yu enunciated each word with venomous clarity. I will not allow Lin Mo to complete the grand examination smoothly. I will force him to flee the arena in disgrace. Go now. Tell them whoever eliminates Lin Mo will receive triple their original reward. Yes, Zhao. The henchmen scattered instantly, vanishing into the crowd. Outside the trial tower, a massive teleportation light column gradually dissipated. Lin Mo's figure appeared in the center of the square. He still wore his usual listless expression and even covered his mouth to yawn. He's out. Young Master Lin is out. Is this the ruthless one who passed the 30 levels? Why does he look like he hasn't woken up? You don't understand? This is what we call the relaxed demeanor of a strong person. Didn't you see the candidates who came out before, each looking utterly disheveled? I suspect you're talking about young Master Zhao. Shoo. In the crowd, many girls' eyes began to sparkle. Whoa. So handsome that I can't close my legs. I want to be that boss. I also want to be pressed down by young Master Lin and have him unleash his power on me. Young Master Lin is rich, handsome, and powerful. He really strikes me. I want to have his children know a whole litter. Come on with your little physique. When young Master Lin goes all out, how long can you last? You'd probably be begging for mercy after just one shot. I'd still be willing to die under the peony. Even as a ghost, I shall be free-spirited. Amidst the increasingly perverse and explicit discussions, Zhao Yu stood in the shadows of the crowd, his gaze cold. He stared intently at the highly regarded Lin Mo. Listening to the praises and admiration that should have belonged to him, all of it flowed toward that detestable Lin Mo. Jealousy continuously brewed within him. At this moment, the subordinates who usually surrounded Zhao Yu, fawning over him, had completely disappeared. Silence. What a ruckus! What kind of decorum is this? Do you think this is a vegetable market? Just then a voice as imposing as thunder drowned out the entire commotion. On the high platform, the chief examiner Zhang Tiejuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the crowd. He coldly looked down at the tens of thousands of candidates below. Look at how you all present yourselves now. The overall quality of this cohort disappoints me greatly. The first 5 layers of the trial tower were filled with level 5 monsters. And yet more than 60% of you still fell at the first 5 layers. Some even wet their pants from being scared by goblins on the first layer. Zhang Taijun scolded with exasperation. With this kind of mental fortitude, how will you face the abyssal monsters in the future? How will you defend your homeland? Do you expect the monsters to spare you just because you're crying? Many candidates in the crowd lowered their heads in shame. Zhang Taijun changed his tone, his gaze sweeping over the front row where Lin Mo and others were seated, his expression softening slightly. Of course, there are a very few who have shown exceptional talent and combat skills far beyond their peers. Especially the candidate who broke the long-standing record of the trial tower. Their tactical choices and skill applications are textbook level, worth learning for everyone. Though he didn't name anyone, everyone knew who he was talking about. Zhang Taijun took a deep breath, his voice rising again. The first phase of the assessment is officially over. The rankings have been updated. Everyone check for yourselves. Congratulations to the top 200 candidates. You have qualified for the second phase. As for those ranked outside the top 200, I'm sorry, your major exam ends here. Leave the examination area immediately. Do not linger in the square. Now everyone take a break. Candidates advancing to the next stage gather at the teleportation array in 2 hours to begin the second phase assessment in the misty wasteland. As soon as he finished speaking, the square instantly turned into a scene of mixed emotions. Some cheered while others were despondent, but this had no impact on Lin Mo's mood. His only thought now was hunger. Lin Mo walked straight through the crowd towards the commercial area on either side of the square. The facilities here were exceptionally complete, with rows of shops lining both sides. On the left were dazzling equipment stores and skill book shops, even selling low-tier pet beasts, with various flashy signs hanging at the entrance. On the right, however, were all food shops. From street vendors to high-end restaurants, everything was available, wafting with delectable aromas. Lin Mo glanced around. His gaze quickly locked onto the most extravagantly decorated restaurant. The 2 dragon-shaped pillars standing at the entrance silently conveyed the message, "I'm very expensive, poor folks, stay away." This is the one. Lin Mo stepped inside. Fireball technique, shouted while banging on the table, I'm starving. I want to eat a lot. Bring me meat. I want fire attribute meat. Vegetables are heresy. Earth shield technique, weakly raised its hand master. I also want to replenish, I'm so hungry. Stop whining, can't you see I'm ordering? Lin Mo casually replied in his mind, then picked up the menu and flipped through it. How much is this flame feather? The waiter enthusiastically introduced. This is our restaurant's signature dish, tender meat rich in fire element. This dish is sold by the plate. Each plate contains 3 slices of breast meat arranged like a phoenix soaring in the sky, with a very auspicious meaning, priced at 8,888 Dragon Country coins per plate. Alright, bring me 3 whole ones, and also this thick earth rock steak. Let's start with 3 servings. Lin Mo waved his hand grandly. All this. The waiter was somewhat stunned. Normally people only order 1 plate of 3 pieces of meat, but why is this young man directly ordering 3 whole ones? Does he have a mind at home? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Just then a woman who looked like a head waiter hurried over and pulled the oblivious waiter behind her. Oh, isn't this young Master Lin? Young Master Lin's visit is a great honor. We didn't receive you properly. The head waiter whispered to the still bewildered waiter. This is the son of Commander Lin Tianhao. Don't say, just one chicken, even buying our restaurant is just a word from young Master Lin. Go hurry and arrange things. Upon hearing this the waiter turned pale and quickly bowed in apology. I'm sorry young Master Lin. I didn't recognize the great mountain. Alright, no need for these formalities. Lin Mo waved his hand, uninterested in arguing with them. Hurry and arrange it. I'm in a hurry and hungry. Yes. We'll arrange it immediately. I'll have the kitchen stop other orders and exclusively serve your table. The head waiter nodded and bowed as she retreated. I must say, under the influence of Lin Mo's reputation, the efficiency of this restaurant was indeed commendable. In less than 20 minutes the door to the private room was pushed open. 3 golden red roast chickens, sizzling with oil along with various delicacies, instantly filled the table. Enjoy your meal young Master Lin, the waiter politely said before retreating. As the door to the private room closed, Lin Mo directly reached for a chicken leg and took a hearty bite. Delicious! Lin Mo exclaimed with grease on his mouth, saying, this is life. Fireball technique was frantically absorbing the fire elements while letting out satisfied moans, so fragrant, really fragrant. Earth shield technique was drooling, master, eat some rock steak. Hurry. Just then a graceful figure walked over. Lin Mo glanced and found it was Xia Qinghua. Seeing the extravagant food on the table, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Young Master Lin, your appetite is quite impressive. Isn't this the campus bell, Xia? Is there something you need? Lin Mo casually asked. Xia Qinghua paused, her expression becoming serious. Young Master Lin, there's something I feel you must be informed of regarding Zhao Yu. He has contacted many candidates entering the second phase of the assessment. They are planning something, and their target is you. Oh. Lin Mo paused, slightly a hint of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. Who gave them the audacity? Even the usually reclusive earth shield technique was filled with righteous indignation. You think you can treat the master like a boss to farm points? Big brother, let's deal with them. A bunch of insignificant characters dare to stir trouble on my turf. Lin Mo leisurely pointed to the chair opposite him. Don't just stand there, sit down and explain what's going on. Xia Qinghua glanced at the remnants on the table, hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a chair and sat down, her expression. Young Master Lin, I just got contacted by someone from the Zhao family. Because I followed your advice earlier and took their money, they now consider me one of their own. The rules of the second phase, the Misty Wasteland, state that besides killing wild monsters for points, defeating other candidates also allows you to directly rob them of all their points. As time passes, the outer storm circle will continue to shrink, forcing all candidates to gather towards the central area. Teleportation is random, but the communication devices have not been disabled. What Zhao Yu means is that once the teleportation lands, he will notify everyone of his coordinates. Everyone should gather around him first. Once they successfully group together, they will begin a carpet search to hunt you down, young Master Lin. After hearing this, Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully, picking up a napkin to wipe the grease from the corner of his mouth. Tisk tisk tsk. A group of dozens of people banding together. Do they really think of themselves as a boss to farm points? Fireball technique sneered disdainfully. Haha, does having more people really matter? Such trivial fish, the more that come the more I will burn. Earth shield technique also chimed in. Exactly. We have lava armor and earth flow barrier, what are we afraid of? Lin Mo calmed the agitated skills and looked at Xia Qinghua. So this is their entire plan? Yes, Xia Qinghua nodded. She looked at Lin Mo's calm demeanor and couldn't help but admire the composure of this young master. Young Master Lin, you are indeed strong, but there are still dozens of them. What do you plan to do? Will you avoid their sharp edge? Avoid their sharp edge. Lin Mo leaned back, a glint of mockery in his eyes. Since they want to play, I'll just play along with them. He looked at Xia Qinghua, a mischievous smile curling at his lips. Xia, the campus beauty, once the teleportation lands, and Zhao Yu sends out the coordinates, forward them to me immediately. Xia Qinghua was taken aback, then quickly understood Lin Mo's intentions. You want to take the initiative? Lin Mo nodded slightly. Even if dozens of people come at me together, I'm not too worried. After all, they probably can't break through the lava armor defense, even though it only lasts for 5 minutes. But I have plenty of skills, and 5 minutes is enough to wipe them all out. However, that would be quite troublesome, right? As the saying goes, capture the thief, first capture the king. If I could eliminate Zhao Yu from the start, the remaining rabble would naturally scatter. Why wait for them to gather before Xia Qinghua looked at Lin Mo, paused, and asked hesitantly, young Master Lin, do you really trust me? What if I lead you into a trap? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo shrugged, a nonchalant expression on his face. A trap? So what? It's just... At this point, Lin Mo looked at Xia Qinghua with a smile that was not quite a smile. What about you, Xia, the campus beauty? Aren't you afraid of Zhao Yu retaliating after you come to warn me? After all, the Zhao family has some power in Zhonghai City. Xia Qinghua's hand resting on her knee tightened. After a moment of struggle, Xia Qinghua seemed to have made a decision, raising her head to look directly at Lin Mo. Young Master Lin, I have an A-level talent. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people I am a genius, but in the entire Dragon Nation A-level talents are as common as dirt. My family has no background and no resources. If I don't strive for something, my best outcome after graduation would be to join a big guild as a thug, or start as a low-level soldier in the army, risking my life for those meager resources. I'm not willing. As she said this, her tone became incredibly firm. Young Master Lin, you have strength, background, and character. Alright, I understand. Lin Mo waved his hand, interrupting Xia Qingyue's lengthy speech. He was crystal clear in his mind. Xia Qingyue merely wanted to find a big backer. But he had no interest in gathering underlings right now. Managing them would be too tiring. Lin Mo took a sip of juice nearby, and said lightly, no need to pledge allegiance to me. Ooh, I'm not into that. Since you've helped me, I won't let you work in vain. Once the big exam is over, I will mention you to my dad. However, Lin Mo casually continued, I'm only responsible for mentioning it. How my dad arranges things, and what treatment you receive is his business. I'm too lazy to get involved, so I won't guarantee anything. Though it's just a mention, it's already a golden opportunity for Xia Qingyue, who is Lin Tianhao, the god of war in Jianghai City. If she could join his elite forces, it would be a meteoric rise. What more could she ask for? Xia Qingyue's face lit up with joy, and she quickly stood up and bowed. Understood, young Master Lin. As long as I can help you, that's all that matters. Thank you, young Master Lin, for your support. I won't let you down. Lin Mo nodded, pointing at the 2 remaining chickens on the table. Have you eaten? Haven't eaten yet. This chicken tastes really good. Xia Qingyue glanced at the enticing roast chicken and swallowed hard. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Lin, but I'll pass. I need to leave first to avoid being seen with you, which might alert Xiao Yu and ruin your big plans. Alright then, go. Lin Mo didn't insist, waving his hand. Xia Qingyue turned and quickly left the private room. The door closed again. At that moment, Lin Mo's phone on the table suddenly vibrated, displaying the words father. Hello, Dad. Son. Lin Tianha's booming voice came through, startling Lin Mo to instinctively pull the phone a bit further away. Huh. Well done. You really made me proud. 30 floors. 24 seconds for a fast pass. Do you know what that means? Just now Zhao Lei's face turned as green as a goblin. Ha ha, crack me up. So satisfying. Lin Mo listened to his father's infectious laughter, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Keep it up, don't slack off. You brat, still so full of yourself. Lin Tianhao chuckled, then his tone became a bit more serious. By the way, I need to tell you something important. The admissions officer of the Dragon Sequence class is very satisfied with your performance, and they can even say they are astonished. As long as you don't mess up in the second phase, getting into the Dragon Sequence class is basically a done deal. This is a great honor for the family. Of course they wouldn't look at me otherwise, right? Lin Mo said with a smile. You little brat. Lin Tianhao laughed and scolded. Lin Mo held the phone, pondering. Should he tell Dad about Zhao Yu planning to ambush him? After thinking for half a second, Lin Mo dismissed the idea. What's the point of telling Dad? It would only make them worry unnecessarily and serve no purpose. Moreover, Zhao Yu is nothing but a minor threat. To be honest, he isn't someone worth taking seriously. Such a small matter, I can handle it easily, so why alarm my parents? At that moment, Su Wan's voice came through. Old Lin, let me speak to my son for a moment. Hey, Mower. Su Wan's voice instantly became gentle as water. You must be tired from earlier, right? If the second phase is too exhausting, we can find a place to hide. After all, the results of the first phase are already good enough. Mom, I'm eating right now at the restaurant by the square, and the food is great. That's good, eat more, don't neglect yourself. After chatting with his mother for a while, Lin Mo finally hung up the phone. At this moment, the food on the table had already been mostly devoured. Lin Mo let out a satisfied burp, stood up, and strolled back to the square as the second phase was about to start. Inside the square, Lin Mo was picking his teeth, aimlessly wandering about. Their eyes met. Oh, isn't this Xiao to Xiao? Lin Mo spoke first. I just saw the leaderboard. How come you came out after only reaching the 13th floor? I feel that the trial tower isn't that difficult. Upon saying this, Lin Mo displayed a look of sudden realization. Oh, I get it, Zhao Xiao is controlling his score right. After all, being in grade genius, if you exert yourself too early and leave us too far behind, it seems too out of place, right? Tisk, this is called vision. I admire you. Hearing this, the veins on Zhao Yu's forehead throbbed with anger. Controlling scores. Control your own scores. He had already exhausted all his strength. It was his limit. Zhao Yu gritted his teeth, feeling utterly frustrated. Lin Mo, don't be too arrogant. The monsters in the trial tower are just a bunch of beasts. There's no strategy, no adaptability. What's so impressive about defeating these mindless beasts? In response to Zhao Yu's remarks, Lin Mo blinked, appearing confused. Huh. Then if our Zhao Xiao can't even defeat mindless beasts, doesn't that mean he's even worse than the beasts? Puffed. As soon as Lin Mo said this, several passing candidates couldn't help but burst into laughter. Cough, cough, cough. This logic is flawless. Even worse than beasts. Ha ha ha, that's just too funny. You. Listening to the snickering around him, Zhao Yu felt a wave of discomfort in his chest, nearly spitting out old blood, and he trembled with rage. Frustrated. Truly frustrated. He stammered for a long time, but couldn't come up with a single rebuttal. Fireball technique. was clamoring on the panel. Look at that brat. Does he dare to stare at you? Just wait and see if I— Earth shield technique. Chimed in exactly. Master, should I bury him first? Lin Mo waved his hand disinterestedly. Alright, stop shaking, you look like you have Parkinson's. See you later, Zhao to Xiao, good luck. Don't become a box when you land, don't embarrass this grade genius. After saying this, Lin Mo couldn't be bothered to glance at Zhao Yu again, shoving his hands into his pockets and swaggering past him. At this moment, a red-haired lackey approached Zhao Yu. He looked in the direction Lin Mo had left, spat fiercely on the ground. Pa. What a thing. A small person who has achieved some success. Zhao Xiao, please calm down, don't stoop to the level of such trash. Just then another lackey rushed over looking flustered and whispered, Zhao Xiao, you truly are insightful. I just saw Xia Qingwei sneakily head to the tavern at the edge of the square and entered Lin Mo's private room. She stayed in there for a full 10 minutes before coming out. Hearing this news, the expressions of several lackeys changed. Damn, Xia Qingwei is really shameless, taking money and then colluding with the enemy. I think she's tired of living. Damn it, a traitor from within. I think she's tired of living. The red-haired lackey turned to Zhao Yu indignantly, saying, Zhao Xiao, good thing you guessed it right. This woman is indeed untrustworthy. When we enter the exam venue, let's not inform her, let her fend for herself. Let's see how she keeps playing both sides. However, Zhao Yu did not explode in anger. Instead, he revealed a confident demeanor, as if he were strategizing. Zhao Yu shook his head. We still need to inform her, just wait until everyone is gathered, set the encirclement, and then inform her. The red-haired lackey's eyes lit up. Zhao Xiao is planning to catch a turtle in a jar. Brilliant. Truly worthy of being Zhao Xiao. Zhao Yu adjusted his collar. With dozens of people, various professions combined, I don't believe we can't defeat a single Lin Mo. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Zhao Xiao is wise. Compared to Zhao Xiao, Lin Mo is just a little brother. Listening to the flattery of his subordinates, Zhao Yu's frustration was swept away. Lin Mo, no matter how strong you are, you cannot compete with our teamwork. Prepare to die, Lin Mo. Now. Zhang Taijun waved his hand. Everyone enter the formation. Boom. The massive teleportation array at the center of the square suddenly activated. A dazzling white light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire square as if it were daytime. Fierce spatial energy began to surge, causing everyone's clothes to flap wildly. Good luck to you all. As Zhang Tiejuan's last words fell. Swish. The white light swallowed everything. The figures of the 200 candidates instantly vanished from the square. The misty wastelands, aptly named, stretched endlessly beneath a shroud of ashen fog, visibility reduced to mere shadows, the air thick with dampness and the faint musty scent of decay. Already inside, Lin Mo glanced around, his brow furrowing. What a wretched environment, drenched to the bone, utterly unbearable. He unfolded his map. The misty wastelands sprawled vast and unforgiving. 200 examinees had been scattered at random across its expanse. Reuniting would demand more than mere chance. No matter. I'll wander a while, hunt some monsters, and wait for Xia Qingwei to send Zhao Yu's coordinates. Lin Mo stretched languidly and strolled forward without direction. He had taken only a few steps when, rustle, 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 a strange sound emanated from the thicket ahead. Instantly, two grotesque creatures erupted forth, bloated, oozing, festering hounds. The corpse hyenas, barreling toward him with jaws dripping foul saliva. Corpse hyena LV. 10. Truly an arresting visage, Lin Mo remarked with disdainful distaste. In the next breath, boom, boom. Two fireballs split midair and struck true. Both hyenas disintegrated instantly. Slain corpse hyena 20 points. Current score 3020. Having cleared 30 floors of the trial tower, he entered the exam with a staggering base score of 3000 points. Earned at 100 per floor. That figure surpassed the threshold most examinees could scarcely dream of reaching, even after grinding relentlessly until the final bell. Even a mosquito's leg is meat, he muttered idly. Lin Mo ambled onward, unhurried and unbothered. 10 minutes passed. Then, Fireball Art grumbled, its voice laced with irritation. This place reeks of moisture. I feel profoundly unsettled. At that very moment, Earth Shield Art jolted sharply. Master. Behind you, something red is moving. Lin Mo halted mid-step and turned. A shock of crimson hair blazed vividly against the gray mist. And just then the figure seemed to sense his gaze, whirling around abruptly. Their eyes met. Lin Mo grinned. Wasn't this the same fiery-haired lackey who'd barked loudest at Zhao Yu's heels back in the plaza? His name. Irrelevant. Merely another easy point. Ah, Zhao young master's favored confidant isn't. What a coincidence. Lost your way. Lin Mo waved amiably. At the sight of that serene smile, the redhead trembled violently, his face bleaching bone white. Wow, what the a? Lin Mo. His scalp prickled with dread. Without hesitation, he shrieked and bolted. Gale step. Boom, crack. The grass before him exploded upward, rising instantly into a towering earthen wall. Thud. A muffled, sickening impact. He slammed headlong into the barrier, crumpling onto the sodden ground. Damn it, my nose. Blood gushed freely as he slumped, dazed and bleeding. Why run? Am I truly so terrifying? Lin Mo's voice drifted coolly from behind him, calm, detached, looking down with quiet amusement. Summoning desperate bravado, the redhead snarled. Lin Mo, you won't gloat for long. Young Master Zhao has prepared everything. Wait till you see what's coming. Though his words were sharp, his trembling limbs and frantic recoil betrayed raw, unvarnished fear. Even with soul protection active, ensuring survival, the pain remained brutally real. Tisk tisk tsk. Lin Mo shook his head. A truly loyal dog. You serve so faithfully. Does young Master Zhao even know? Fireball Art scoffed impatiently, wasting breath on vermin like this. A fireball coalesced and shot forth. Boom. A violent conflagration engulfed the redhead entirely. Instantly a soft white light shimmered into being, a translucent mist-like shield enveloping him completely. Soul protection had activated. Though death was averted, the shield signified elimination, and imposed absolute paralysis, motionless, helpless, awaiting the exam's conclusion. Fireball Art sneered, is that all? Pathetic. So weak it makes monsters look formidable. Lin Mo regarded the shield-encased figure. Fine. Just watch closely. How your master meets his end. Defeated examinee, 210 points awarded. Destitute, Lin Mo murmured, shaking his head in mild contempt at the meager tally, then resumed his steady advance. Scarcely had he taken several more steps when a swarm of venomous frogs leapt forth. Lin Mo flicked out a fireball without pause. Fireball Art grumbled irritably, more slimy, damp things. Disgusting, clingy filth. Can't we have something crisp and dry? Earth Shield Art offered placid reassurance. Brother, endure it. We must adapt to our surroundings. Lin Mo paused, scanning the mist-shrouded terrain. Strange. 20 minutes have passed. Zhao, you should have rallied allies by now. Why hasn't Xia Qinghua sent anything? Could she have fallen immediately upon landing? With that thought, Lin Mo drafted a message and dispatched it. Meanwhile, in the monitoring command center, Old Lin, look at Zhao Yu's feed. Su Wan nudged Lin. Lin Tianhao turned his gaze to Zhao Yu's dedicated screen. There Zhao Yu stood amid a lowlying swamp, already surrounded by over a dozen examinees. And on the surveillance map, countless more luminous dots streamed swiftly toward that same location. Gathering forces. Su Wan frowned. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes. Veteran monitor that he recognized this pattern instantly. Though PvP was permitted, examinees naturally distrusted one another. To inspire such swift, unquestioning alliance, only one explanation existed, overwhelming. Lin Tianhao glanced meaningfully at Zhao Lei. It seems Commander Zhao spared no expense for this exam. Su Wenchang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Such coordinated ambushes targeting the top scorer have occurred before, but never on this scale. Lin Tianhao, unwavering in faith toward his son, added calmly, good. Saves Lin Mo the trouble of hunting them down. They've delivered themselves right to his doorstep. Just then Zhao Lei spoke, voice low and sardonic. Old Lin, aren't you celebrating too soon? Have you even noticed where he stands? Lin Tianhao and Su Wenchang exchanged glances, then stared intently. Black mud swamped. Lin Tianhao's brow furrowed. Zhao Lei laughed aloud. He'd already briefed his son on Lin Mo's profile after Phase 1 concluded. Black mud swamp, the most hostile terrain here. Perpetual vapor hangs, heavy humidity oppressive beyond measure. Under such conditions, fire elemental potency is suppressed. Any pyrokinetic technique suffers at least a 30% reduction in power. Moreover, earth elemental arts are inherently countered by this quagmire. Earthen walls spikes. None will hold firm. Do you grasp the implication, Commander Lin? Zhao Lei wore a triumphant smirk. Even if Lin Tianhao understood now, it was too late. Once formal assessment began, proctors were strictly forbidden from transmitting any information to examinees, to prevent map-based tactical coaching and cheating. Su Wenchang nodded slowly, realization dawning. He glanced at Zhao Lei, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Old Zhao, you've engineered this meticulously. A trap tailored precisely to Lin Mo's dual affinity for fire and earth. Lin Tianhao's expression tightened, but he steadied himself instantly. Zhao Lei, how certain are you Lin Mo will enter Black Mud Swamp? The misty wastelands are immense. If he simply avoids it, your elaborate snare collapses into farce. Ha ha ha. Zhao Lei's laughter rang with cruel confidence. Old Lin, you're naive. Every trap requires bait. How it's done, that's none of your concern. Su Wan tugged anxiously at Lin Tianhao's sleeve. Old Lin, what do we do? If Lin Mo enters, he'll be trapped like a fish in a barrel. Lin Tianhao scoffed coldly. Zhao Lei, spare me your theatrics. Against absolute strength, intellect is meaningless. Terrain advantages. Don't delude yourself. Even halved in power, even unable to cast Earthflow Wall, my Lin Mo will annihilate your entire cohort. His words remained defiant, but inwardly his pulse raced. Fire suppression mattered little. Lin Mo's offensive output already exceeded practical thresholds. But Earth Art nullification, this was critical. In group combat, Earthflow Wall, 5-second cooldown, was indispensable for battlefield control and division. Now rendered unusable. Lin Tianhao watched Lin Mo's idle, wandering on-screen palms slick with sweat. You reckless boy, don't falter now. If you lose this round, I'll have no face left to show anyone. Miwu Huang Yuan southwest corner. A thunderous blast. A spiraling firebolt swept across, piercing the skull of the crocodile fiend lurking in the grass. The massive body twitched twice, then lay still. Lin Mo glanced with disdain at the crocodile whose hide was riddled with sores, and withdrew his still-smoking finger. He had wandered here dispatching many monsters along the way and had effortlessly dealt with 3 examinees who tried to flee at his sight. After all, having come this far, there was no reason to let them go. Watching the experience bar inch toward level 20, Lin Mo felt a small measure of relief. At that moment his pocket buzzed. Lin Mo pulled out his phone. A message from Xia Qingyue flashed on the screen. Xia Qingyue, young master Lin Zhaoyu has sent his coordinates, 325, 668. Xia Qingyue, but young master Lin, something feels wrong. Normally Zhaoyu would send coordinates immediately upon landing, but he delayed so long. I suspect a trap. A trap? Lin Mo frowned, and replied. Lin Mo understood. Whether you go is up to you, but I will certainly go. After sending the message, Lin Mo stuffed his phone back into his pocket. Earth Shield worried. Master, that woman says it's a trap. Maybe we shouldn't go. Fireball spell erupted. Why not go? I can hardly wait to wrench that Zhao Yes head off and kick it like a ball. Lin Mo took a strip of jerky from his pocket and chewed. Go or not? From a rational standpoint, there was absolutely no need to go. His father had just called the admissions officer for the Longshu class, was very satisfied with him. Acceptance was essentially his purpose in taking the grand exam, had been to make his parents proud, to give them face. In that respect the goal was all. As for second stage results, they hardly mattered. Simply put, his performance was already enough to secure a recommendation into the Longshu class. But Lin Mo chewed the jerky, and his gaze deepened. What he feared most was trouble, an endless stream of trouble. That Zhaoyu was like an indefatigable fly. After witnessing the crushing results Lin Mo produced in the first stage of the trial tower, any normal person would have skulked away. And yet he dared to muster people to surround and try to kill him. What did that mean? It meant he was not afraid enough. It meant he harbored illusions, thinking numbers and terrain could flip the outcome. If one did not punish such a man until he was hurt, subdued, made to dream of you in nightmares for the rest of his life. Lin Mo swallowed his jerky. A cold glint passed through his eyes. He might hatch more schemes to torment him later. Rather than be periodically harassed, it was better to, while the chance remained, permanently eliminate the threat. Thinking this, Lin Mo brushed crumbs from his hands. Let's go, little ones. Go teach that young master Zhao. Fireball spell laughed wildly. Yes. This is the kind of human I approve of. Strike when the time comes. Heishui Ni Zhao. A marsh perpetually veiled by black mist. The air hung heavy with dampness. Underfoot putrid black mud exhaled a rotten stench. Around the marsh gathered a dense dark throng, 50 or 60 people. Though most were not very high in level, the majority barely exceeded level 10. Yet their professional composition was complete and their quality relatively high. After all, those who reached the second stage were the top 200 elites from the first stage. Such a team's configuration could easily take on a wild boss of the same level. In the center of the crowd, Zhaoyu held a phone. A video played on its screen. It was a video Zhao Lei had sent him before the second stage surveillance footage of Lin Mo clearing the Ingyi Maju in 24 seconds. Zhaoyu had watched the clip over and over. That seamless chain of moves, that terrifying burst of power, and that final look of contempt. Even through the screen, Zhaoyu felt incredulous. How could Lin Mo, someone with no elemental affinity, be so powerful? Good heavens, young master Zhao, are we really the same species as Lin Mo? The so-called mage slayer Ingyi Maju was just smoothed away in a second. A henchman beside Zhaoyu blurted. The henchman wiped cold sweat from his brow. Young master Zhao, can we really beat him? At that the surrounding men fell silent, morale plunged. What is there to fear? Zhaoyu pocketed his phone, scanned the crowd, and said in a low voice, Lin Mo is indeed strong, I do not deny that. But don't forget, this is Heishui Ni Zhao, naturally countering fire and earth classes. And look around you are the elite forces among this year's examinees. Heaven and earth favor us. The advantage is ours, understand. If we still can't take down Lin Mo, then forget about universities. Go home and farm together. Zhao Ye's calm analysis instantly dispelled much of the fear in their eyes. Indeed, terrain advantage plus superior numbers made victory certain. Young Master Zhao is right. The advantage is ours. Bring down Lin Mo. Bring down Lin Mo. Bring down. Zhao, seeing their resolve, nodded with satisfaction. He then looked to 3 identical professionals, the 3 twin brothers. Your fathers were my father's old subordinates. You have endured the harshest combat training since childhood. In coordination and close quarters, grappling you far surpass your peers. Zhao watched the 3 and ordered in a low voice. Moreover, you are all ranked melee classes, tough and resilient. When Lin Mo appears, your task is singular lock onto him tightly and create openings for our backline to deal damage. Understood? Rest assured, young Master Zhao. The 3 of us cooperating. Our melee won't yield to anyone. One of the leading twins guaranteed. Zhao nodded. If the front line could hold him and the back line concentrated fire, even gods would kneel. At that moment, someone's coming. An archer shouted. Zhao looked up. Xia Qingyue appeared not far off. Seeing the scene before her, she halted. Dozens of eyes turned to stare. She had rushed to the coordinates the moment she received the message and was not far away, yet she had arrived last. In an instant Xia Qingwei was certain it was a set up a trap. Without hesitation, she typed a brief message to Lin Mo, then turned and ran. You've come all this way. Trying to run now. Zhao Yu sneered. The three twin brothers sprang forward and gave chase to Xia Qingwei. Xia Qingwei ran back without a care. The triplets chased closely behind her. As a mage she had short legs, and the triplets had received inhumane physical and combat training since childhood. Before long Xia Qingwei was caught up. Still running. A mocking voice came from behind her. She suddenly turned around, and a flash of light glimmered from her staff. Several azure water arrows shot through the air. However, the frontmost meat shield class didn't even raise his shield. He simply sidestepped to the left, effortlessly dodging the water arrows. Immediately after, another brother on the left accelerated, swinging his massive axe in a horizontal sweep, blocking Xia Qingyu's escape route. Perfect coordination. Xia Qingyu's pupils constricted. Before she could react, a third figure silently appeared behind her. Goodbye. A cold voice echoed in her ear. Then a flash of blade light slashed across Xia Qingwei. The attacks from the other two followed closely behind. In less than 3 seconds, a gentle white light erupted from Xia Qingyu's body, transforming into a translucent cocoon of light that enveloped her entirely. The soul protection took effect, meaning Xia Qingwei had been eliminated. In the protective state, Xia Qingwei was immune to all damage, but lost her ability to act. She could only remain like a statue until the exam was over. At this moment, Zhao Yu also strolled over leisurely. Why aren't you running anymore? Oh right, you can't move, can you? You're truly despicable. Xia Qingyue, unable to move her body, still managed to speak coldly. Hey, you are too naive. Deception is a tactic. This is strategy, understand? Zhao Yu snorted disdainfully, saying, in this world the victor is king, the process doesn't matter, only the result does. Result? Xia Qingwei glared at Zhao Yu, sneering. Do you really think you are a match for Lin Xiao? Just with this ragtag group of yours? Zhao Yu, you think too highly of yourself, and too little of Lin Xiao. Hearing this, the smile on Zhao Yu's face vanished instantly. Xia Qingyue, please realize where this is the Black Mud Marsh. The environment here counters both fire and earth elements, and with dozens of elites, how can Lin Mo win? Just stay here, keep your eyes wide open, and watch how your master is surrounded and killed. Meanwhile, deep within the misty wasteland at the edge of the Black Mud Marsh, the fog here was denser than on the outskirts and exhibited a bizarre gray-black color. Lin Mo stepped onto the soft ground. He frowned, lifted his foot, and looked at the black sludge sticking to the sole of his shoe. This place is truly uncomfortable. Lin Mo squinted. Fireball technique feels weak. What kind of cursed place is this? I feel unwell, all over. Little Earth, try setting up an earth barrier. Lin Mo instructed in his mind. Earth shield technique. Also felt somewhat unwell, but immediately responded, received master. Rise. Buzz. The ground trembled slightly. A clump of wet black mud barely heaved up from the ground. Not even 2 meters high. Lin Mo remained silent as he stepped forward to test it. With just a bit of force, the soft wall instantly collapsed into a puddle of mud. Fireball technique. Burst into laughter. I'm dying of laughter. Second brother, what happened to your wall? Earth shield technique. Was nearly in tears. This isn't my fault. Earth shield technique. Anxiously paced. I did my best, but I couldn't solidify it at all. Lin Mo gazed at the puddle of mud, deep in thought. As expected, the earth element was largely incapacitated, and the fire element was weakened. Is this Zhao Yu's confidence? Lin Mo stroked his chin, quickly calculating the current situation in his mind. Over at Zhao Yu's side there were many people, and they were humans, not those low-intelligence monsters. Humans have tactics, understand how to pull back, and can cooperate. Although he possessed the invincible magma battle armor, the problem was it only lasted 5 minutes, yet the cooldown was a whopping 1 hour. Once the armor activated, the opponent would certainly not be foolish enough to engage him directly. They would definitely utilize their numerical advantage and terrain advantage to employ kite tactics, dragging out those 5 minutes. And his Earth Barrier, which had a mere 5-second cooldown for multi-target battlefield segmentation, was rendered useless. Once the armor's duration passed, he would fall into a passive position. In terms of attack, Lin Mo glanced at his skill bar. Both Fireball technique and multiple explosive fireball had cooldowns. One was 3 seconds, the other was 15 seconds. It would be quite challenging to deal with an intelligent human team. As for the Flare Fire Pillar, though it had a wide range and high damage, the bright red warning circle was far too obvious. It would work against those not very smart monsters or targets with restricted movement. But to hit these agile and clever elite exam candidates, without control skills to assist, they would simply dodge upon seeing the red circle, making it impossible to hit. Looks like it might be a bit tricky. Earth Shield technique grew increasingly anxious. Master, what should we do? My wall won't stand up if they focus fire on UI. I can't block that. How about we don't go? Wait, control. Suddenly Lin Mo had a flash of inspiration. He told Earth Shield technique, Little Earth, shift your thinking, don't focus on making this pile of mud hard. Earth Shield technique was baffled. If it doesn't harden, how do I block damage? How can I protect the master without a wall? No offense is the best defense. As long as we immobilize them, whether to kill or maim is up to us, right? Earth shield technique, trembled him. Lin Mo continued, try to control the soft mud and make it flow like powerful glue. Do you understand what I mean? Earth shield technique was stunned. In its non-existent mind it seemed as if a door to a new world was. Earth shield technique, murmured to itself, offense is the best defense. Not thinking about how to harden. Making it flow. Earth shield technique, seemed to comprehend something. Yes. As long as we control them, and then Big Brother quickly takes them down, that's also a way to protect the master. Earth shield technique, became excited. Master, I want to try. Give it a try. Lin Mo pointed to an empty patch of ground. Glub, glub. The once calm black mud surface began to writhe, forming a slowly rotating vortex. In the monitoring room, everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the screen. Zhao Lei was originally amused by the collapsed earth wall. But when Lin Mo began to stare blankly at the ground, and the soft mud started to move, the smile on his face vanished. Su Wenchang's pupils narrowed. The soft mud is flowing. This kid, could it be? What could it be? Zhao Lei felt inexplicably irritated as he saw Su Wenchang's hesitant demeanor. He snorted coldly, his tone mocking. Old Su, you can't possibly think that Lin Mo is about to comprehend a new skill again, right? He just comprehended a mid-tier fire skill this morning, and only a few hours have passed. Is he really going to comprehend a new skill again? Does he think he's at a market buying cabbage, picking up another one in the afternoon? Why can't he comprehend a new skill? Lin Tianhao shot a glance at Zhao Lei, his tone filled with arrogance. My mower has extraordinary talent. Comprehending skills is as easy as drinking water. What's so surprising about that? Oh, extraordinary talent. Zhao Lei was about to continue speaking. Su Wenchang suddenly interjected, his voice unusually serious. In the swamp area, the ground displays a small vortex-like movement. This characteristic aligns with only one condition, the mid-tier earth control skill, quicksand domain. A mid-tier skill. Is it possible? Zhao Lei cast a glance at the two of them, rebutting, to successfully comprehend 2 mid-tier skills in a single day. This overturns the understanding of all practitioners. Lin Tianhao chuckled lightly, mockingly looking at Zhao Lei. Then let me ask you, is it possible for a blank slate mage to clear the 30th floor of the trial tower in 24 seconds? Is it possible for someone without elemental affinity to comprehend a fire-earth dual combination skill? A student who just changed jobs 3 days ago casually unleashing over 20 flame pillars. Do you think that's possible? Lin Tianhao shrugged. Since all these have been achieved, why is it impossible to comprehend 2 mid-tier skills in a single day? You? Zhao Lei opened his mouth, but found himself utterly speechless. Indeed. Lin Mo, this anomaly, since the major exam, which of his actions has conformed to reason? Even though reason told him that comprehending 2 mid-tier skills in one day was absolutely absurd, why did he feel inexplicably anxious? Damn it. Su Wenchang sighed, trying to mediate. Alright, let's all say a little less. The world is vast, and there are wonders everywhere. Anything is possible. What are we arguing about? We'll know the results soon enough. Lin Tianhao wasn't planning to let Zhao Lei off. Old Zhao, since you're so confident, how about we bet on a few screens? Ugh. Hearing those 2 words, Zhao Lei felt his stomach churn. After just swallowing 2 screens and a solid wood table corner, he rushed to the bathroom to vomit violently. The stinging sensation in his throat and the taste of plastic with chips in his mouth made him gag. Eat again. It would be better to kill him. Zhao Lei snorted. Bet on screens. Who's so childish? If we're betting, let's bet on something else. Alright, Lin Tianhao seemed well prepared, shifting the topic. Then let's bet on that legendary mage set you just gathered, the Phantom Spirit set. Don't say you don't have it. I know you spent half a year piecing together that level 20 legendary set for your Zhao Yu. At this remark, Zhao Lei's heart skipped a beat. Phantom Spirit set. Although it was only level 20 gear, it belonged to beginner equipment. However, its price was anything but beginner, because it had the coveted cooldown reduction attribute for mages. Collecting a full set could reduce skill cooldowns by up to 65. This set of equipment was priceless on the market. Zhao Lei spent tens of millions of Dragon Country coins, and even invested considerable favors to gather it. Seeing Zhao Lei's silence, Lin Tianhao casually remarked, what? Afraid? You're afraid to bet on screens, calling it childish. Now you're also afraid to bet on equipment. What do you want to bet on, eh? Bet on running naked. Puffed. Su Wenchang, who was drinking water, spat it out. Running naked. Only Lin Tianhao could say such a thing. Zhao Lei's face turned red and pale, shaking with anger. As the esteemed Commander Zhao, if he really ran naked, he wouldn't be able to survive in Jianghaishi anymore. He might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. Compared to social death, a piece of equipment seemed more acceptable. Moreover, Zhao Lei took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. To comprehend 2 mid-tier skills in one day. Impossible, absolutely impossible. With this thought, Zhao Lei steeled his resolve. Alright. Let's bet. Let's bet on that Phantom Spirit set. Lin Tianhao, this is your own doing. Lin Tianhao didn't hesitate, waving his hand. Deal. Old Su, you have to bear witness, but don't let him back out. Su Wenchang shook his head helplessly. Alright, I'll bear witness, Zhao Lei sneered, his gaze returning to the screen. Old Lin, you should prepare to reimburse me for the equipment cost. claiming to comprehend 2 mid-tier skills in one day. You really can dream. At the edge of the black swamp, Lin Mo was unaware of the external bet. He was bored munching on snacks and scrolling through his phone. In the skill panel, Earth Shield Technique was undergoing an unprecedented brainstorming session. Earth Shield Technique is fully focused. Yes, that's it exactly. I can feel it. Your skill, Earth Shield Technique, has entered a state of epiphany. Comprehension progress 1. 2. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Could it really work? He just casually blurted out a few words, and it actually led to a breakthrough. So I'm responsible for sketching the blueprint, and the skill is responsible for realizing it, huh? Brilliant. Just as Lin Mo was marveling at this, the progress bar shot up rapidly. Your skill has comprehended another form of defense where trapping the enemy is protection. Congratulations. Your skill, Earth Shield Technique, has autonomously evolved, successfully comprehending the mid-tier skill Quicksand Domain LV. 1. Quicksand Domain transforms the ground in a designated area into a quicksand trap with terrifying adhesion. Cooldown time 1 minute. Skill effect: after the skill is released within an initial range of 500 meters, all hostile targets that step into that area will be strongly bound by the earth, unable to move or use any displacement skills for 5 seconds. Skill effects are influenced by environmental factors and the level difference between enemies and allies. Every time the skill level increases by 1, the range increases by 50 meters. Awesome. Lin Mo looked at the introduction of the new skill, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This skill is quite powerful. A 500-meter range hard control for 5 seconds. With 5 seconds, it's enough time to unleash all the output skills on the enemy's face. However, the skill's effectiveness is influenced by environmental factors and the level difference between enemies and allies. Does this mean that in this swamp area the skill's effects will be even stronger? Moreover, since my level is far ahead of my peers, it seems this control effect will be extremely potent. Earth Shield Technique is excitedly trembling. Master. I succeeded. Master is amazing. If it weren't for Master's reminder, I would have never thought of playing it this way. Earth Shield Technique is full of energy. Whoever dares to harm the Master will find themselves trapped in the quagmire, unable to move an inch. Lin Mo did not hesitate and immediately began to invest in skill books. Investing money to activate. In just a few seconds, all skills were raised to level 19. Quicksand Domain LV. 19 reached current limit, current range 1400 meters. Lin Mo looked at the final skill panel, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Goodness. 1400 meters in range. Xiao, you calculated everything, but didn't account for the fact that this black swamp not only cannot restrain me, but has instead become my home ground, right? Still trying to play tactics with me. In the face of absolute strength, tactics are merely a joke. Lin Mo adjusted his collar, gazing into the mist-covered depths of the swamp. Boys, let's march. Fireball Technique, laughed maniacally. Ha. Tremble mortals. I have arrived. Earth Shield Technique, confidently for the Master. Whoever dares to move will be rendered immobile. In the black cement marsh mist swirled. Xiao just now. Xia Qinghua has already informed Lin Mo in advance. Will Lin Mo really come? He won't be too cowardly, will he? Besides, Zhao Yu, his underling, was already a bit impatient. Zhao Yu sneered, his tone certain. You don't understand Lin Mo at all. I've been competing with him since we were kids, put together by adults when we were in our diapers to compare our strengths. Though he appears lazy and carefree on the surface, deep down, he is prouder than anyone else. Moreover, he just took first place in the trial tower, breaking the record. This is the time when he is full of vigor. Even knowing that I've organized people to wait for him here, he will definitely come. Hearing the boss analysis, the surrounding underlings exchanged glances and soon revealed looks of realization, their earlier anxiety dissipating in an instant. As expected of Xiao, you really understand that kid's thoughts. An underling waved his fist and grinned. As long as he dares to come, we will teach him how to behave. Let him know why the flowers are so red. Zhao Yu narrowed his eyes and turned to face the 50 or so elite camp. He took a deep breath, his voice booming. Listen up, as long as we can eliminate Lin Mo today, Zhao Yu will triple the earlier reward. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in excitement. Xiao is generous. Defeat Lin Mo. Defeat Lin Mo. The shouts of dozens of people converged, creating an overwhelming momentum. At that moment, Lin Mo's figure appeared within everyone's line of sight. Everyone instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons, holding their breath and staring intently ahead. This feeling was like waiting for a long-awaited boss to finally spawn. Nervousness, excitement, anticipation, and a hint of inexplicable fear. Lin Mo stopped slightly, furrowing his brow, and used his little finger to dig in his ear. Tsk, it's so noisy. From so far away, I can't hear you wailing. If someone didn't know better, they would think there was a funeral going on. There was a dead silence in the crowd. Lin Mo. Zhao Yu stepped out from the crowd, a look of arrogance and mockery. You really dare to come, huh? Knowing this is a trap, knowing this is the black cement marsh, you still came alone. Zhao Yu shook his head, letting out a mocking sigh. Should I say you're overly confident in yourself? Or should I say you are foolish to the extreme? Taking first place in the first phase and breaking a record, do you really think you're invincible? Not far away beside a crooked dead tree Xia Qingyue was enveloped in a white light, the state of soul protection in effect. Though she couldn't move, her consciousness remained clear. Watching Lin Mo, who was all alone, Xia Qingyue felt an immense anxiety in her heart. Lin Xiao, this is the black cement marsha terrain that suppresses both fire and earth, and there are dozens of elite candidates on the opposite side. Can he really win? Facing Zhao Ye's mockery, Lin Mo seemed to not hear anything. He ground his shoe against the black mud beneath him. Zhao to Xiao, I must say your choice of location is quite nice. The mud can't support the wall, it's quite suitable for burying people. Bury people? Zhao Ye's smile froze on his face. Why? Why at this point can this guy still be so calm? Clearly the terrain suppresses him. Clearly the numbers overwhelm him. Clearly all the advantages are on my side. Why can he still maintain this expression? A surge of unnamed anger rushed to Zhao Ye's head. Good. Very good. Zhao Ye's face contorted, he roared. You dare to be tough even at death's door. I want to see if you can still be this calm later. Attack. With Zhao Ye's command, dozens of candidates erupted simultaneously, a dazzling array of colored skills shining brightly. However, Lin Mo's movements were even faster than theirs. Quicksand domain activate. A wave of energy surged from Lin Mo, instantly enveloping a radius of 1,000 meters. They were shocked to discover that the soft, muddy ground beneath their feet had transformed into swirling quicksand at that moment. A terrifying force of attraction emanated from their feet. What is happening? I can't move. I can't even use my displacement skills. Zhao Yi noticed it too. He suddenly looked up just in time to meet Lin Mo's cold, mocking gaze. Lin Mo remained standing in place, slowly raising his right hand, his index finger pointing directly at Zhao Yu. Buzz! Dark red points of light rapidly condensed, swirling wildly, the surrounding air warping due to high temperature and friction. At the same time, the group of immobilized candidates discovered that beneath their feet bright red circles of light were appearing. Dense and numerous like hell's blooming red spider lilies, they radiated a sense of destruction. What is this? Zhao Ye's pupils constricted violently. Lin Mo, what have you done? Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight arc, and he spoke calmly. Nothing, just want to send you all to heaven on the spot. Zhao Yi was taken aback for a moment. The next second, boom. Dark red spiral flames carrying a world-destroying momentum instantly tore through the air and pierced through Zhao Ye's chest. At the same time, boom, 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 boom. More than 20 thick pillars of flame erupted from those red, accompanied by 15 exploding fireballs falling from the sky. In that instant, the entire black cement marsh seemed to be ignited. Crimson flames shot into the sky, completely tearing apart the gloomy sky, engulfing all the screams in the process. Columns of white light ascended. That was the light of soul protection in effect, dense and numerous. 50 or so people were directly annihilated in an instant. As the flames subsided, thick smoke billowed. Only a few dozen were left on the field. They were either lucky enough not to be covered by the fiery pillars, or they were tank-type professions positioned well enough to only sustain minor injuries. But at this moment their eyes were filled with fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably. I wasn't hit. A candidate mumbled. He looked up at the young man. Under the glow of the fire, Lin Mo's figure was elongated. This is the value of passing 30 levels in 24 seconds. An invisible sense of oppression bore down on them. He used all his skills. Now's the time. In this deathly silence, a shout broke through. It was the trio of triplets. They were relatively lucky, not hit directly by the fire pillars, only sustaining slight injuries. Even so, they were still left half damaged. Let's go all out. As long as we eliminate him, millions will be ours. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Under the temptation of enormous profits, the three brothers unleashed their final potential. Just as the binding time of the quicksand ended, they rushed towards Lin Mo. Die! The eldest brother roared, raising the tower shield in his hand. The second and third followed closely behind, ready to flank him from both sides. Boom! Crimson magma surged from nowhere, instantly covering Lin Mo. Lin Mo's right hand formed a fist, the scalding magma flowing over his knuckles. He faced the heavy tower shield and punched out. Bang! A deafening explosion. The tower shield shattered instantly. The force of the punch did not diminish, crashing heavily into the eldest brother's chest. The eldest brother spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. In midair, the white light shone brightly, directly putting him into the protective state. This scene stunned both the second and third brothers. No, although their eldest brother's health was low, you just shattered the shield of a tank profession with one punch and sent him directly into the protective state. Are you seriously calling this a mage? Watching their leader being knocked away like a rag doll, the remaining second and third members were instantly dumbfounded. Run fast. The second member, being an assassin, reacted the quickest. He shouted in surprise without any hesitation and turned to run. The third member also immediately turned around. Their leader had been turned into a protected state by a single punch. Staying here would only mean delivering their heads as gifts. The fireball spell was furious. Wanna run? Die for me. Buzz. A fireball suddenly condensed in front of Lin Mo, then shot towards the second member, who was running the fastest. After all, the second member was an assassin-type profession, and he had undergone rigorous training since childhood. Instinctively, he dodged to the side. The The fireball whizzed past, brushing against the edge of his clothes. He dodged it. His heart raced wildly, filled with the joy of having survived a near-death experience. Although he had soul protection, he couldn't die. But the sensation of near-death was real, and no one wanted to experience it. More importantly, being knocked into a protected state here would have a significant impact on their scores in the major exam. At that moment, the fireball which had flown to just in front of him suddenly made a sharp turn. What? What the hell? No way can it really turn like that. Is this something that a practitioner of their level can execute with such finesse? The second member was stunned as the fireball rapidly enlarged in his eyes. He wanted to dodge again, but he was already in cooldown and couldn't activate his skill. Boom. Flames erupted. The second member, already half damaged from the fiery pillars, was instantly killed. Monster! Run! Run for your lives! The remaining candidates who could still move did not hesitate and scattered in all directions. What a joke! An entire assault team was wiped out in a single encounter. Zhao Xiao and the strongest triplets were all killed. This is even more like a boss than a wild boss. Lin Mo looked at the candidates fleeing in all directions and did not pursue them. After all, his purpose was merely to intimidate, to kill a chicken, to warn the monkeys. If the monkeys scattered, so be it. His objective had been achieved. Chasing them one by one would be troublesome and unnecessary. Lin Mo stepped towards the direction where Zhao Yu was. Passing by the crooked neck tree, he paused slightly. Xia Qingyue was sitting there, unable to move, half leaning against the tree. Her whole body was wrapped in white light, resembling a beautifully crafted statue. Seeing Lin Mo approach, her eyes were filled with guilt. Although the outcome was good, Lin Mo had dominated the scene with an invincible demeanor. But regardless, it was because of her intelligence that Lin Mo stepped into the trap meticulously set by Zhao Yu. If Lin Mo's strength were even slightly weaker, today's outcome could have been entirely different. Lin Xiao. Xia Qingyu's voice carried a hint of apology. I'm sorry. I was careless and almost got you into trouble. What trouble? It's not a big deal. Lin Mo waved his hand and smiled nonchalantly. If it weren't for you gathering them all together, how long would it take me to find them one by one? After all, if it weren't for Xia Qingyue, Zhao Yu wouldn't be waiting for him here. He wouldn't have comprehended the powerful control skill quicksand domain in this harsh blackwater swamp. This was his first large-scale control skill, and its effect was exceptionally strong. Watching Lin Mo's carefree figure leaving, Xia Qingyue let out a sigh of relief. But soon a deep sense of shock surged within her. She looked at the devastated battlefield around her. So powerful. This level of strength had completely surpassed her understanding of her peers. He was many times stronger than what she had seen in the Abyss dungeon. This rate of growth was terrifying. As a top student, Xia Qingyue had some understanding of the skills of various professions, especially mage skills. She immediately recognized that Lin Mo had just used a fire and earth combination technique along with 2 intermediate skills. Xia Qingyue felt self-aware. With her qualifications, even if given half a year, she might not be able to comprehend an intermediate skill. Not to mention the even more profound combination techniques, she might never have the opportunity to comprehend them in her lifetime. Is this the true prodigy? Xia Qingyue gazed at Lin Mo's back, her expression becoming incredibly complex. There was both awe, as if looking up at a mountain, and a sense of relief. Relief that at that moment she chose to stand by this man's side. At this time, Zhao Yu was lying in the muddy swamp. The white light cocoon protected him tightly, but it also rendered him completely unable to move. He watched helplessly as that familiar figure walked towards him step by step. Fear and despair overwhelmed him like a tide. When watching the video of Lin Mo swiftly passing through the 30th floor, he still felt he had a chance. But the moment he truly faced Lin Mo, he understood what true despair meant. It was a suffocating sense of power. The meticulously planned trap. He was so proud of the terrain that countered him and the siege of dozens of people. Before Lin Mo, it was weak and vulnerable. Moreover, Lin Mo didn't even take out his staff. He cast spells without a staff the entire time. Zhao Yu trembled all over. He wanted to close his eyes and not look at Lin Mo, but he couldn't. Lin Mo stopped looking down at Zhao Yu lying at his feet. Xiao, you can't even handle this just lying down. Zhao Yu gritted his teeth, filled with humiliation and rage. You? His lips trembled, countless harsh words swirling in his mind. He wanted to say wait for me, wanted to say 30 years in the East River and 30 years in the West River. But when he recalled the overwhelming scene just moments ago, all the harsh words choked in his throat. A shudder from the depths of his soul rendered him utterly voiceless. It was the instinctive fear of the weak in the face of an absolute powerhouse. He was scared. He was truly scared. The Lin Mo who smiled with a playful demeanor had turned into an invincible demon in his eyes, a peer who existed like a glitch. Looking at Zhao Yu's state, Lin Mo felt utterly bored. Tisk, boring. Lin Mo shook his head. To him now, Zhao Yu was completely on a different level, and he didn't even have the desire to humiliate him. Like a dragon flying through the sky, would it care whether an ant beneath it was clawing at it? Clearly not. The actions of the ant were meaningless to the dragon. Zhao, you just reflect here properly. I'm leaving now. Lin Mo stood up, striding over Zhao Yu's body and walking towards the depths of the fog. There was still some time left. He could find more monsters to kill. Striving to reach level 20 as soon as possible. He just hoped that by then the thunder skills would be a bit more reliable. In the swamp, Zhao Yu lay in the cold muck despairingly looking at the gray sky. It would be impossible to catch up to that guy in this lifetime. No chase. Laughable. With his class talent. Before that guy he was nothing but a joke. Perhaps. Only an SS-class genius one in hundreds of thousands would have the qualification to catch a glimpse of Lin Mo's back. As for himself, he didn't even have the right to look up. Inside the monitoring room the sound of a falling pin could be heard. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the enormous main screen. The battle in the Blackwater mud had come to a complete end. From the muddy ground dozens of white lights soared into the sky, each representing a soul's protection seemingly narrating the brutality of this battle. Cough cough. Su Wenshang cleared his throat and said, I didn't expect this kid to have truly succeeded in comprehending the intermediate Earth-type skill Sand Domain. At this point Su Wenshang turned to glance at Lin Tianhao and teased, Old Lin, your son doesn't happen to have some kind of system, does he? Like those popular web novels where the protagonist has an outrageous cheat, otherwise how could skills be so easily? Lin Tianhao looked at Su Wenshang with a strange expression. Old Su, how old are you? You still read that kind of web novel? Su Wenshang blushed slightly and chuckled awkwardly. Cough. It's just that my little nephew has been particularly obsessed with these things lately, so I flipped through a few pages. Don't say it, some of them are actually quite exciting. I think you're just reading too many novels and should cut back on that nonsense. Lin Tianhao shot back, rolling his eyes. Don't blame me for thinking wildly. Su Wenshang shook his head, his tone filled with disbelief. Who can comprehend 2 intermediate skills in one day at this level and time? Listening to his old classmate Lin Tianhao couldn't hide his smugness. Old Su, you know, skills depend purely on perception. Some people's enlightenment is like constipation, unable to produce anything for days on end. My daughter Moer is like a flood, nothing can hold her back, isn't that right? Alright, that's getting more ridiculous and quite disgusting. Su Wan couldn't help but laugh, giving him a glare. Although the analogy is quite unpleasant. Su Wan paused, a hint of pride appearing on her face. The logic isn't. Su Wenshang sighed helplessly. He refocused his attention on the screen where Lin Mo was wandering around looking for monsters to battle. Having served as an enrollment officer in the Longshu class for so many years, he had seen many geniuses. But someone like Lin Mo with skills appearing one after another had never been seen before in history. However, the absence of such a phenomenon in the past does not mean it cannot happen. After all, isn't history meant to be broken? Perhaps this kid can truly forge an unprecedented path. Thinking of this, Su Wenshang's gaze grew more appreciative. Just then Lin Tianhao's slightly boastful voice rang out again. Old Su, what do you say? My daughter Moer going to the Longshu class should make her the top one this year, right? Ha ha ha. Su Wenshang chuckled lightly, then looked at Lin Tianhao meaningfully. Old Lin, in Jianghai City your son Lin Mo is indeed the undisputed #1, but... Su Wenshang paused and continued, this year's talents are exceptional. We internally refer to this year as the year of the god's descent. The competition is that intense this year. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Yeah, Su Wenshang nodded, gravely saying, let me put it this way, this year there is a space-type mage, a light-type knight, and 12 SS-grade geniuses. Moreover, they almost all comprehended intermediate skills before the major examination. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao gasped. It seems the intensity is indeed quite high. It's worth noting that space and light types are rarer than even SS-grade existences. 2 appeared in this batch. Yes, Su Wenshang sighed. So although Lin Mo is a prodigy in this chaotic melee of gods, it's tough for him to maintain his top position. Lin Tianhao fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. That's good. If there's no challenge, it would be so boring, right? The god's descent, huh? Then let's slay the gods. Ha ha ha. Su Wenshang was also infected by this boldness and laughed. Alright. I look forward to seeing if this Lin Mo who lacks affinity can truly slay the gods. At this point Lin Tianhao's gaze locked onto Zhao Lei, who was trying to sneak away in the corner. Hey old Zhao, where are you? Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei's figure stiffened his back. To everyone his steps abruptly halted. He slowly turned around, forcing a smile that was more tragic than crying. Cough. Can't I just go to the restroom? Lin Tianhao stood up leisurely, adjusting his collar. Going to the restroom? Sure, who could possibly stop you, Commander Zhao, from doing your business? But first bring that set of equipment over. I'm afraid you might try to skip out on the bet. Skip out? Zhao Lei instantly exploded. Lin Tianhao, stop slandering me. My word is my bond. With that, a flash of light appeared, and a set of mage equipment radiating with an orange-yellow glow appeared in his hand. Phantom Spirit Set Legendary. Looking at the equipment in his hand, Zhao Lei felt his heart bleed. He had spent over tens of millions of Dragon Country coins, relied on countless connections, and used many favors, taking a whole 6 months to collect it all. Sigh. He sighed deeply in his heart. Fortunately, he had intended to give his son a surprise, and didn't reveal anything beforehand. If his son found out that his father had lost this set of divine gear that originally belonged to him, to Lin Tianhao, and it ended up on Lin Mo, Zhao Lei didn't dare to imagine that scene. He feared that his son would choke and pass out from the shock. Old Lin. Zhao Lei made one last struggle, his tone softening. Can we negotiate? Can we exchange it for money? 50 million. He'll give you 50 million Dragon Country coins. Let me keep the equipment, how about that? No way. Lin Tianhao refused without hesitation. Money. I have plenty of money. But this set of equipment is a priceless treasure, just right for my daughter Moer to use temporarily. Zhao Lei took a deep breath to calm himself, and ultimately tossed the equipment to Lin Tianhao. Here you go. Lin Tianhao caught the equipment in one hand, waited, and a sly smile appeared on his face. Thanks, old Zhao. If my daughter Moer finds out that this equipment was gifted by you, she'll surely be deeply moved. I'll make her write you a thank you letter and send you a banner, how about that? Get lost. Zhao Lei could no longer hold back, roaring as he left the monitoring room with his aide. Su Wenchang chuckled lightly and shook his head. He looked at Lin Tianhao, his expression becoming slightly serious. Alright, I should be going. I need to report to the old guys. After all, a whiteboard mage without elemental affinity exhibiting such talent is too unusual. Lin Tianhao nodded, not urging him to stay. Alright, then you go back to your business. Once Moer goes to Kyoto, you'll have to look after her more. Rest assured, you don't need to tell me that. Su Wenchang waved his hand and strode out of the monitoring room. As Su Wenchang departed, Lin Tianhao gently wrapped his arm around Su Wan's shoulders. Honey, the major examination is nearing its end. Shall we head to the examination hall to prepare to bring our top scholar's son home? Su Wan smiled slightly. The major examination has officially concluded. In the center of the square, a massive teleportation array flickered, and a blinding white light shot into the sky. When the light dissipated, hundreds of figures appeared out of thin air in the square. Ouch! My back! Priest! Where's the priest? Help, please help. My leg is broken, sob sob, priest, hurry. The square was filled with cries of despair. More than half of the candidates were in a state of soul protection, unable to move. The remaining ones who had not been eliminated were not much better off, looking utterly disheveled. Only Lin Mo stood out in the crowd, appearing out of place. He was like a rich young master who had just returned from vacation amidst a group of refugees who had just escaped disaster. At this moment, the priest team, already waiting on the outskirts, rushed into the arena like angels in white. A gentle, healing, holy light illuminated the area, beginning urgent treatment for the injured candidates. The originally tragic wails gradually subsided under the soothing light. The second stage assessment is over, and now we will announce the final results. On the high platform, Zhang Taijin's authoritative voice resounded once more. First place, Lin Mo. Total score 1280 points. At this announcement, the entire venue fell into silence. It was not because this score was outrageous, but because a large portion of the candidates had witnessed Lin Mo's terrifying power with their own eyes. That towering pillar of fire, that incredible micromanipulation, that unbreakable magma fist. The scenes replayed in their minds still sent chills down their spines and made their legs tremble. Lin Mo is amazing. Someone in the crowd broke the silence. In the next moment, the square erupted into excitement. So strong. I was in the black cement swamp at that time, and I saw this mage Lin Mo take down a meat shield with one punch. Piss. A one-punch mage. Lin Mo's long-range attacks are impressive, alright. The wide area control combined with that outrageous damage from the pillar of fire nearly took half my life, with just a grace. What does it mean to have a gap? This is what it means to have a gap. Lin Mo is the pride of Jianghai City. Aren't you all from Zhao Xiao's side? You switched sides pretty quickly. We were just blinded by Zhao Xiao's money. From now on, I swear allegiance to Lin Mo. Lin Mo remained calm, ignoring the discussions and flattery around him. He scanned the crowd and quickly spotted a few familiar figures on the outskirts of the square. His father Lin Tianhao and his mother Su Wan were standing at the front, followed by Yi Hongyu, Shi and others. The smiles on his parents' faces were as radiant as blooming chrysanthemums. Lin Mo's lips curled slightly as he walked over. Young master. As soon as he approached, Shi couldn't help but speak first. As expected of our young master, you've brought us so much pride. Yi Hongyu's eyes were filled with admiration. Congratulations, young master, on becoming the top in the city. This battle was beautifully won. Lin Mo smiled and waved his hand. It's just basic skills, and I owe a lot to brother Shi and sister Yi for helping me level up. At this moment, Su Wan stepped forward and adjusted Lin Mo's collar. Moer, I am truly proud of you. As she said this, Su Wan's eyes turned slightly red, her voice choked. You must be exhausted these days, right? Look, you've lost weight. Lin Mo's heart warmed at the sight of his mother's concerned gaze, and he intentionally showed off. Mom, this is called being fit. Look, the outline of my abs is almost showing. You can rest assured your son is not. Lin Mo was actually speaking the truth with the last sentence. He hadn't really exhausted himself. These past few days had mostly been about changing places to sleep or just strolling around. Huh. Good lad. Lin Tianhao laughed heartily as he walked over and patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. This time, let's see who still dares to say that my son Lin Tianhao is a waste of a blank slate mage. Moer, I've already sent someone to handle the procedures for the city top reward. It will be delivered to our home soon. That item will greatly assist your understanding of fire-type skills. With your talent, as long as you consume it, you should be able to comprehend a new fire-type skill very soon. The already exhausted fireball technique sat up in an instant, drooling, hurry, I want to eat. After consuming it, I feel like I'm one step closer to the forbidden spell. Thanks, Dad, Lin Mo replied with a smile. This is just the beginning. Lin Tianhao smiled mysteriously, flipping his wrist. An orange glowing set of equipment appeared in his hand. This is the illusory spirit set of legendary quality wearable at level 20. Not only does it have high attribute bonuses, but the key point is that this is an extremely rare cooldown reduction set capable of reducing 65 of cooldowns. Now it's yours. Lin Mo's eyes lit up as he quickly accepted it. What a good item. The previous purple cloud set, although also top tier, was a cooldown reduction set. But the level was too low and its attributes were lagging behind. He had been worried about how to get a suitable set of equipment, and now his father had brought it to him. Indeed, in this world, only dads are the best. So how is it? Do you like it? Lin Tianhao asked mysteriously. Do you know where this came from? Lin Mo was taken aback. This question was. If it was bought, Dad definitely wouldn't say it like this. Given his father's nature, it was highly likely it wasn't obtained through a legitimate channel. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and cautiously asked, did Zhao Lei lose it to you? Lin Tianhao laughed heartily. Ha! No one knows a father better than his son. That's right. I won this from that old kid Zhao Lei. You have no idea this set of equipment was prepared for his son Zhao Yu, a level 20 divine item, and it took him over half a year to prepare it. In the end, it ended up in your hands. We should express our gratitude to Uncle Zhao properly. Lin Mo chuckled. If Zhao Yu knew that this top-tier equipment on him was lost to his father, he would probably faint on the spot, right? This father-son duo is truly generous, sending both points and equipment. Alright, you two shouldn't be taking advantage of this and acting cute anymore. Su Wan interrupted their conversation with a smile. Moer must be hungry, right? Let's go home. Mom has already prepared a celebration feast in the kitchen. All hearty dishes. Eat as much as you want. Upon hearing the word eat, the skills instantly came to life. The fireball technique drooled with sparkling eyes. Hurry, I feel like I can eat 10 cows. The earth shield technique trembled with excitement. Finally, we can go home. It's safer at home. I want to eat too. In the Lin family villa on the second floor bedroom. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. After a feast, Lin Mo felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, wanting nothing more than to lie down. He pushed open the door to his bedroom and directly laid down on the soft bed. Ah, so comfortable. The fireball technique burped, and the flames flickered. After eating to my heart's content, it's a perfect time to level up. The fireball technique excitedly jumped around on the panel. What a nice day. Let's go out and clear the nearby wild areas, aiming to reach level 20 today. The earth shield technique weakly protested from the side. Big brother, aren't you tired? I want to sleep. The fireball technique almost kicked into the adjacent skill slot. Tired my ass. Strong individuals don't need rest. Only waste would think about sleeping. Lin Mo glanced at his experience bar. Level LV. 1980. He was indeed close to leveling up. However, he did not feel like going out at all. He had already wandered around the exam venue for the whole morning, and his legs felt like they were about to break. However, Lin Mo was still looking forward to reaching level 20, as he could learn a new lightning-type skill. With that thought, Lin Mo turned over and said, Little fire, if you want to go, just go, but be careful to stay hidden. Don't cause any trouble for me. If you don't reach level 20 tonight, I will look down upon you. The fireball technique snorted disdainfully. Nonsense. You underestimate me too much. Just wait and see. I will definitely level you up tonight. After saying that, the fireball technique bolted out the window and disappeared into the sky. The earth shield technique glanced outside the window and curled up decisively. Big brother's energy is truly abundant. I think I'll just sleep. Sleeping is the safest. Boom. Night descended upon Zhanghai City, its sky choked with roiling black clouds. A jagged bolt of lightning tore across the heavens, briefly illuminating the opulent Lin family villa. On the second floor of the villa, along a long corridor carpeted in soft wool, Lin Mo had just finished dinner and strolled toward his bedroom, a toothpick idly clamped between his teeth. Hurry, a downpour's coming. We haven't brought in the clothes from the terrace yet. 2 young maids dashed past, halting respectfully upon spotting Lin Mo. Good evening, young master. Watch your step, don't slip. Lin Mo replied absently. He glanced out the window at the brooding sky and muttered, this cursed weather shifts on a whim. Tonight's perfect for burrowing under the covers and gaming. He pushed open his bedroom door and collapsed onto the sofa. Ah, bliss. Then he opened his occupational interface and scanned the experience bar. Level LV. 1999. TCH. Lin Mo clicked his tongue, shaking his head with mild dissatisfaction. How long had he been stuck here? Just that final sliver remained. The higher the level, the less feasible outdoor leveling became. At least this was fully automated idle grinding. Tolerable, if not ideal. Xiaohu, why haven't you hit level 20 yet? Did some flirtatious fireball lure you away? Lin Mo teased lightly. Seconds later, fireball technique erupted in irate reply. Fireball technique roars, what's all this racket? Are you rushing me to death? And mother fireball. Fireball technique declares solemnly, with no woman in my heart, my casting is naturally divine. The opposite sex only hampers my explosive potency. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Then why have you dawdled so long without action? Fireball technique grins savagely, I'm luring monsters. Almost ready. Let me show you what art truly is. Explosion. Before the words faded. Slain Goblin Thrower 12. Gained 3680 XP. Slain Goblin Warrior 13, gained 3710 XP. Slain Goblin Knight 10, gained 3550 XP. Slain. A torrent of kill notifications flooded the screen. Instantly golden light surged within the bedroom, enveloping Lin Mo. Congratulations. Your level has ascended to LV 20. Here it is. Lin Mo's eyes lit up, he shot upright. With a flick of his wrist, the skill manual he'd prepared long ago materialized in his palm. Skill manual Thunderstrike Basic. Lin Mo drew a slow, deep breath, anticipation gleaming in his gaze. Learn. At his mental command, the manual dissolved into a violet streak of light and vanished into his forehead. Within his spiritual sea, a thunderclap detonated like a celestial shockwave. Congratulations. You have mastered the foundational lightning element skill, Thunderstrike LV 1. Thunderstrike hurls a bolt of lightning at the target, inflicting lightning damage and possessing a chance to induce paralysis. Cooldown 3 seconds. A new skill icon, a sharp crackling lightning bolt, appeared in his skill bar, radiating fierce, solitary pride. First to react was Earth Shield Technique. Earth Shield Technique peered curiously. Oh, a newcomer arrives. And miles away, Fireball Technique, since the Fireball Technique instantly grew alert. A newcomer. Fireball Technique sneered. Humph. So this is the so-called highest single target burst, lightning element technique. Wait there. I'm returning at once to test your mettle firsthand. Fireball Technique status updated, full speed return en route. Lin Mo frowned, beginning to reprimand Fireball Technique. Now Xiaohua, aren't we all family? Is that how you welcome newcomers? What does test your mettle even mean? Earth Shield Technique immediately chimed in. Exactly. Exactly. Master is absolutely right. Earth Shield Technique gazed at the new Thunderstrike icon with gentle obedient eyes. Thunder. Brother Lei. Hello. You may call me Xiao too. We're family now and must cherish one another tenderly. Fireball Technique scoffed. Family. Humph. To earn my recognition as kin, one must first pass my Earth Shield Technique timidly objected. Elder brother, that's unfair. Lin Mo is our master. Since master himself declared us family, we must obey his word. Fireball Technique exploded. Silence. I am destined to become a forbidden spell. I'll never bind myself. Lin Mo sighed. This motley household, each more exasperating than the last. Just then, the newly appeared lightning icon pulsed once. Thunderstrike too loud. Its voice was icy, laced with profound disdain and haughty solitude. Lin Mo blinked in surprise. Whoa, this newcomer certainly had presence. Fireball Technique flared instantly. What did you say? How dare you insult me? Is noisy. Fireball Technique blazed with incandescent fury. I am a noble being destined for forbidden spells. What are you? A mere spark of electricity, to question my authority? Thunderstrike idiot. Fireball Technique trembled with rage. Very well. Excellent. You dared call me an idiot. Fireball Technique seethed. Today, I shall open your eyes. Witness true apex damage output. Yet Thunderstrike remained utterly unmoved by Fireball Technique's fury. Fireball Technique, seeing no response, fumed anew. Why won't you speak? So bold moments ago, now cowering. Earth Shield Technique wailed, please stop fighting. At that moment Thunderstrike spoke. Thunderstrike, only feeble impotent beings bark like rabid dogs. Fireball Technique detonated entirely. Fireball Technique enraged beyond measure. Enraged beyond measure. I demand a duel. I shall prove once and for all that fire element reigns supreme in this household. Lin Mo rubbed his temples wearily. These skills truly spared him no peace. Alright Xiaohua, calm down. You've already grasped mid-tier techniques. Xiao Lei has just arrived. Wouldn't that be bullying? Fireball Technique paused, conceding the logic. Fireball Technique magnanimously flickered its flames. I'll use only basic fireball. How's that? Before Lin Mo could nod, Thunderstrike let out a soft, derisive snort. Humph. Unnecessary. Thunderstrike stated coolly, use your strongest technique. Attack freely. Thunderstrike, after all, the outcome remains unchanged. Lin Mo. That swagger. Full marks. Fireball Technique laughed, fury twisted into manic triumph. Ha ha ha. Excellent. See. Utter arrogance. I must teach him what lies beyond technique. Enough. Let's head to the backyard. There are training dummies there for skill testing. Lin Mo rose from the sofa. Truth be told, he was genuinely curious. Was this outrageously confident Thunderstrike truly formidable, or merely a master of empty bravado? Lin Mo stepped to the window and looked out. Boom. The muffled thunder rumbled louder. Clouds hung low and heavy as though the heavens themselves might collapse. This accursed weather feels like rain's imminent. Let's make it swift. The backyard's open air. We'd end up drenched like drowned rats. Lin Mo walked out of his bedroom and unexpectedly bumped into his mother. Su-Wan, accompanied by two maids, was holding a bowl of soup. Mower. It's so late. Where are you going? She raised the porcelain bowl, slightly, her tone filled with affection. I just had the kitchen simmer some soup and was about to bring it to your room. You must be exhausted from the big exam these past few days. You need to replenish your energy. Lin Mo paused, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. Mom, I'm not hungry. I just had dinner not long ago. I just learned this new skill called Thunderstrike, and I was thinking of trying it on the wooden post in the backyard. Going to the backyard to test your skill, eh? Suwon was taken aback looking Lin Mo up and down. Oh, Mower, you're already level 20. If she remembered correctly, he was still level 19 this afternoon. Yeah, it's fast, right? Lin Mo casually brushed it off. Fortunately, Suwon didn't press further and only urged him to drink the soup first. After Lin Mo finished drinking, Suwon spoke up. Alright then, but don't stay out too late, it might rain outside. Just try it a couple of times, and hurry back to rest, don't get soaked. Got it, Mom. I'll just toss it around a bit. Lin Mo waved his hand and walked past Suwon towards the Watching her son disappear around the corner of the stairs, Suwon's smile grew even brighter, tinged with a hint of sentimentality. This child clearly puts in a lot of effort yet insists on hiding it. What? Is working hard something to be ashamed of? Suwon felt both gratified and amused. He must be afraid of the high expectations from others, feeling too much pressure, which is why he deliberately acted nonchalant. In reality, behind the scenes he worked harder than anyone. Level 20. Thunder Elemental Skill. Suwon murmured, her eyes gradually brightening. Previously with the Fire and Earth Elemental skills, Mower had given everyone such a surprise. This time it was the Thunder element known for its strongest single-target burst. Although it was just a basic skill, who knows what kind of astonishing effects it might produce. No, I need to tell old Lin about this. With that thought, Suwon turned and quickly walked towards the study at the other end of the corridor. At this moment the atmosphere in the second-floor study was somewhat tense. The heavy soundproof door insulated most of the thunder from outside, leaving only a faint rumbling. Lin Tianha's expression was grim, and his casual home attire could not conceal the authority of his position as the city defense commander. Opposite him, Yi Hongyu and Shirtu stood straight, their expressions equally serious. You all need to remember the situation we just discussed. Recently the world has been unstable. According to intelligence from the front lines, monsters in various wild areas have begun to show different levels of agitation. In previous years a small-scale beast tide would only occur once a month, but this month it has already happened 3 times, and each time the scale has been larger, with the frequency doubling compared to last year. As he spoke, Lin Tianhao stood up and walked to the window, pulling apart a curtain. Boom! A brilliant flash of lightning split the sky. Thundercloud beast. Hasn't appeared in years, Lin Tianhao sighed. Yi Hongyu asked worriedly, Commander, should we head to Yunhai City for support? Lin Tianhao shook his head, indicating no need. It's just a world boss. There are at least 5 archmages stationed in Yunhai City. This little thundercloud beast can't stir up much trouble. However, disturbances from such high-level monsters often trigger a chain reaction. For the time being, our patrols in Jianghai City need to be more frequent. You two arrange this. Yes, Commander. Both responded in unison. Just then there was a knock. Before Lin Tianhao could speak, the door was pushed open. In the entire Lin family, the only person bold enough to barge into the commander's study without notification was Suwon. Upon seeing her enter, Lin Tianhao immediately broke into a smile. Wife, what brings you here? Seeing the serious atmosphere, Suwon couldn't help but ask, am I interrupting your important discussion? No. Lin Tianhao waved his hands, repeatedly speaking with utmost sincerity. What could be more important than my wife's matters? Besides, the meeting has already concluded. I was just about to let them rest. What do you need, my dear? Seeing Lin Tianha's demeanor, Yi Hongyu and Shirtu exchanged glances, seemingly sharing a mutual understanding of helpless amusement. The commander, who was decisive and commanding outside, had no temper at all in front of his wife. Perhaps this was what they called a wife slave. Suwon smiled and said, Mower has reached level 20 and just learned Thunderstrike. He mentioned wanting to try it on the wooden post in the backyard. I thought since this is our son's first thunder elemental skill, would you like to go take a look? Hearing this, Lin Tianhao waved his hand, chuckling. Come on, it's just a Thunderstrike. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Tianhao suddenly remembered. This was Mower's Thunderstrike. Who knows what surprises might emerge. No way, I have to go. Let's go. He hurriedly pulled Suwon out, his face full of anticipation. Yi Hongyu exchanged a glance with Shirtu, and they were also curious. What would the thunder element known for its strongest single-target burst look like in the young master's hands? Meanwhile, in the Lin family's villa. Hey, did you hear? The young master went to the backyard training ground. A maid jogged over, speaking softly to another companion who was dusting a vase. Huh, the young master went to the training ground. I've been working in the Lin family for 3 years, but I've never seen the young master go there. So should we go join the fun? But I haven't finished my work yet. Oh, come on. When can't we do our work? The young master rarely goes to the backyard. There must be a good show to watch. That's true. In no time, similar conversations erupted in various corners of the villa. Within just a few minutes, the servants, who had each been focused on their tasks, began to find excuses to put down their work. Groups of 3 or 5 surged toward the backyard. Fortunately, Lin Tianhao and his wife were usually friendly and never looked down on their subordinates, nor would they reprimand them for such trivial matters. The servants all knew that Commander Lin and his wife spoiled the young master to the core. As long as it was about the young master, it was a big deal. They went to watch the young master practice. Perhaps Commander Lin would be pleased, thinking everyone cared about the young master's growth. In the Lin family's backyard. This was an extremely spacious outdoor lawn surrounded by various solid wooden weapons and racks. In the center of the lawn stood a massive wooden post connected to a device that could display damage. This was no ordinary wooden post. This wooden post was incredibly hard and had a strong self-repair capability. Just the cost of this one wooden post exceeded several million Long Kingdom coins. Looking around the entire Zhanghai city, very few families could afford to install such a testing wooden post at home. At this moment Lin Mo was standing about 20 meters in front of the post. He suddenly felt something was off and turned around to look. The once empty entrance to the backyard was now crowded with people. At the front were his father Lin Tianhao and mother Su Wan, both looking at him with eager anticipation. Beside them were Yi Hongyu and Shitu, equally curious. But that wasn't all. Behind them were the chef in a white uniform, the gardener with large scissors, and even the security uncle walking his dog. Lin Mo could only feel speechless. What are you all doing? A thunderous roar split the heavy clouds. My boy, show them what the might of thunder truly is. Lin Tianhao stood at the front of the crowd, hands on his hips, his voice even drowning out the thunder above. Lin Mo, standing by the test stake, felt the corners of his mouth twitch involuntarily. Dad, I'm only trying a basic technique. Does it have to be such a spectacle? Lin Mo sighed, feeling the weight of expectations bearing down on him. He turned his head again, eyes fixed upon the testing stake. All right, since neither of you will yield, let action decide who is superior. Little Fire, Little Thunder, are you ready? Who will go first? The Earth Shield timidly peered out and pleaded. We are all one household. Keep the peace, do not let harmony be broken. Shall we not reconcile with a handshake? The Earth Shield tried once more to broker peace. Big brother, please yield a little to third brother. Third brother, show some respect to big brother. Shall we together protect our master? Fireball snapped in fury. Shut up. You have no say here. After scolding the lesser skill, Fireball turned its contempt toward the newcomer Lightning Strike. Fireball sneered. Hey new one, don't say I bully you. I'll ask you again, do you need me to hold back? Lightning Strike answered coldly, annoying. Fireball erupted in rage. Humph. So arrogant. Fine. I'll teach you what hopeless devastation looks like, and what an insurmountable mountain of damage is. Enough talking. Little Fire, you go first. Lin Mo, weary of the bickering, issued the command. Fireball wasted no words and instantaneously entered combat state. A low hum then. At that instant, a glaring red light flared at the base of the testing stake. A moment later, a thick column of flame shot skyward. Then a second, a third. 20 or more pillars of fire erupted, all converging and spewing from the same spot in a frenzied burst. The continuous detonations battered everyone's eardrums. Numbers in bright red cascaded across the nearby damage display like a fevered rain. Each damage tick made the wooden stake shudder violently. In less than 10 seconds, the pillars of flame had dissipated. The test stake now stood charred black, belching thick smoke. Total damage 138521. A young cook inhaled sharply at the sight. Though he only cooked, he had seen enough of the world to know when something extraordinary occurred. Normally, a level 20 practitioner who could deal 10,000 damage with a single skill was already impressive. Even in Steer Prodigy's full burst rarely exceeded 30 to 40,000. And now, 138,000. Could that truly be the work of a level 20 skill? Around them, the young maidservant's eyes sparkled with admiration. Good heavens. Master is so fierce, so wild, so manly. I adore him. Indeed, being with the young master makes one feel so safe. I want to marry him. Looks like I must improve my craft even more tonight. Listening to the chorus of flattery, Su Wan pressed a hand to her forehead with a helpless smile. Then, frowning in genuine puzzlement, she looked at Lin Tianhao and asked, Old Lin, didn't Lin Mo say he would test a newly learned lightning technique? Why did he open with a blazing fire pillar? Lin Tianhao pondered for a moment and offered, I suspect. The boy intended to make a comparison. That said, to be honest, the damage of that blazing pillar is outrageously high. Su Wan's bewilderment deepened. But old Lin, the blazing pillar is a mid-tier technique, while lightning strike is only a basic lightning skill. No matter how strong lightning is, it should not outmatch a mid-tier fire skill, right? Lin Tianhao scratched his head, unable to explain. Whatever, my dear. Let us simply watch. Lin Mo must. Fireball crowed with pride, nostrils flaring. How about that? Scared now? What can you possibly use to... Fireball looked down contemptuously at lightning strike and advised, you would do well to call me big brother and follow my lead. There will be food for those who do. Yet Lightning Strike gave no response. Lightning Strike merely examined the wooden stake with thoughtful silence. Observing this, Lin Mo could not help but speak. Little Lei, you just arrived, and are still a basic skill. It's unfair to compare your damage with Little Fire's mid-tier move. Besides, while Little Fire's attack looks devastating in practice, it is difficult to land all the burning rings on a single target. How about this? If you can output even 1/10 of Little Fire's damage, I'll concede you the win. How about that? Fireball readily agreed to Lin Mo's proposal, waving magnanimously, no problem. I am not an unreasonable fire. Faced with Lin Mo's proposition and Fireball's grandstanding Lightning Strike seemed indifferent. Lightning Strike lifted its gaze to the heavens, staring into the swirling clouds above. Lin Mo blinked, and then followed the gaze skyward. The night sky was swathed in ink-black clouds, thunder rolling across the firmament. What are you doing, Lin Mo? Suwon watched her son suddenly look up and asked in puzzlement. Aren't you supposed to strike the stake? Why are you staring at the sky? Are you expecting rain? At that moment Lin Tianhao shuddered. His eyes fixed on a single point in the heavens, then shifted swiftly back. Even across the entire dragon realm, Lin Tianhao was known as a lightning champion. His sensitivity to the lightning element was terrifyingly acute. To him the world above was not merely cloud and gale. Countless turbulent threads of lightning were roiling inside the clouds. From that chaotic frenzy, slender blue filaments, imperceptible to ordinary eyes, hung down from the vault of the sky. They were known as guiding lightning lines. Lin Tianhao, having a deep understanding of lightning, knew of a mid-tier technique that could lure down heavenly lightning to deal immense single-target damage. The comprehension of that technique is brutally difficult. One must possess an almost perverse sensitivity to the lightning element to even see and manipulate those guiding lines. Even Lin Tianhao had only grasped such lines after passing level 40 and enduring countless life-or-death storms before barely mastering them. And now, Lin Tianhao fixed his gaze on Lin Mo nearby. There was no mistake. Lin Mo could see the guiding lightning lines too. Lin Mo tilted his head until his neck ached and said, "Little Lei, are you really planning to draw down heaven's thunder?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than messages began to appear. Lightning strike perceived strands of power descending from the sky. Each of those filaments carried the destructive force to unmake worlds. Lightning strike seemed to sense a way to harness that power. It tried to seize control. Furious thunder surged along the lines, yet lightning strike did not recoil. Instead it gripped harder, embracing the onslaught with iron resolve. Lightning strike glimpsed the ancient legend of the Thunder Sovereign, an astral beast robed in purple lightning and tread upon auspicious clouds. Congratulations. Your skill, Lightning Strike Lei Jishu, has felt the might of heaven, independently evolved and successfully comprehended a lightning mid-tier technique. Lei Lin descends LV. 1. Lei Lin descends invoke divine thunder to manifest a thunder qilin that smites a single target with colossal lightning damage, inflicts guaranteed paralysis, and causes splash damage to nearby foes. Cool down 1 minute. Lin Mo stood utterly dumbfounded. What the? I only said that casually, and you went and did it for real. You are, bloody hell, an absolute genius. This kid. Lin Tianhao stood at the forefront of the crowd, suddenly shaken. As a top-tier thunder-type war god, he keenly sensed the changes in the thunder elements within Lin Mo. Old Lin, what's wrong? Suwon noticed her husband's unusual behavior. Lin Tianhao paused before saying, "Wife, just watch." He gazed at Lin Mo's back. The recent fluctuation of thunder elements, if he guessed correctly, was most likely that's the strongest mid-tier skill among thunder-type mages, Thunder Beast Descending. It is known that among countless mid-tier skills across all professions, the comprehension difficulty of Thunder Beast Descending ranks among the top 5. Many high-level veteran thunder mages may spend their entire lives without mastering this skill. And how long has Lin Mo been learning basic thunder-type skills? Lin Tianhao felt a buzzing in his head. Meanwhile, in front of the wooden stake, Lin Mo looked at the brand new skill icon on his profession panel, astonished. Thunder Beast Descending. Just hearing the name, its prestige is overwhelming. He directly skipped the basic skills and comprehended mid-tier. This little thunder kid is truly impressive. In the skill bar, Earth Shield and Fireball also found a new thunder-type skill below Thunder Strike. Earth Shield trembles. My goodness, big brother, that seems to be a mid-tier skill. Fireball snorts disdainfully. Flashy and extravagant. Is it a qilin or what? Fireball crosses its arms and sneers. I want to see how much damage you can deal. Lin Mo looked at the thunder-type skill icon on the panel. Little thunder, shall we give it a try? Thunder Strike flickered slightly, stopped the noise. The next moment, boom. The already overcast night sky seemed to be violently torn apart by an invisible giant hand at that moment. The thunder elements within a radius of several kilometers seemed to hear the king's command and erupted into chaos. In the Lin family's backyard, a fierce wind arose, stirring up dust and stones. Everyone present felt a tingling sensation on their scalps, and even their hair stood on end. It was the instinctive shiver of living beings in the face of celestial might. The crowd looked up in horror. Deep within the heavy swirling clouds, countless electric snakes, which had been wandering aimlessly, began to intertwine furiously. The dazzling blue light illuminated the pitch-black night sky, as bright as day. That is. A maid covered her mouth, her face filled with shock. The clouds churned and thunder gathered. Roar! A roar resounded through heaven and earth. Immediately after the clouds parted, a colossal creature entirely composed of lightning was slowly taking shape in the clouds. A lion's head, deer antlers, tiger eyes, elk body, dragon scales, and a bull's tail. Thunder qilin. It stood proudly above the sky, every scale shimmering with terrifying arcs of electricity. Then the thunder qilin stomped the clouds and transformed into a thick blue pillar of light, crashing down. Its speed was at its utmost. It was the peak of light, the extreme of thunder. Many people didn't even have time to capture its trajectory before their vision was completely filled with blinding blue light. Boom! Thunder pierced through heaven and earth. A terrifying shockwave mixed with countless fragmented arcs of electricity spread wildly in all directions. The wooden stake trembled violently, although it did not break. It was struck red hot and emitted thick smoke. On the damage display screen nearby, the numbers began to jump wildly. 100,000, 300,000, 500,000, 800,000. Finally, the number stabilized. Total damage 10475611. 1 million. Stone was stunned, murmuring, "Am I seeing things?" Team leader Yi, can you help me check if that's a 7-digit number? Yi Hongyu did not answer, because she was also dumbfounded. 1 million damage. What does this mean? This is damage that at least a level 40 professional can deal, yet the young master is only at level 20. My goodness. The servants behind were also in an uproar. Is this really dealt by the young master? 1 million damage. Even a top-level SSS tank profession of the same level probably can't withstand it, can they? Please remove probably. Thank you. Damn, I felt like my heart stopped for 3 seconds just now. The young master is not human. Suwon also came to her senses at this time. She asked, dumbfounded, "Old Lin, this machine. Is it broken? 1 million damage, can it really be dealt without being level 40? Is the wooden stake short-circuited by the lightning? After all, it hasn't been used for many years." Facing his wife's question, Lin Tianhao seemed very calm. The machine is not broken. This damage is very normal. Lin Tianhao glanced at the thunderclouds in the sky and then at the direction of Yunhai City next door. The skill that Moer comprehended is the mid-tier skill of Thunder-type mages, Thunder Beast Descending. This skill ranks among the top 5 in comprehension difficulty among all professions' mid-tier skills. Its high difficulty naturally implies tremendous power. More importantly, Lin Tianhao squinted and explained, what Moer just triggered was not just the thunder above. He drew upon the thunder of the world-class boss Thunder Cloud Beast that is currently rampaging in Yunhai City with his terrifying perception. Thunder Cloud Beast. That 80-level world boss. Suwon was taken aback. Lin Tianhao nodded and said calmly, "Yes, that is an 80-level world boss. Even if only a trace was drawn, dealing this million damage is not surprising." Hearing this explanation, Suwon suddenly understood. She patted her chest and let out a long breath. So that's how it is. I was terrified. I thought my son had really turned into some kind of monster. Since it borrowed the strength of a world boss, it is still understandable. But what the hell? Even if it borrowed strength, the premise is that he must first learn Thunder Beast Descending. This rebellious son, just after learning Thunder Strike, he comprehended Thunder Beast Descending and even reached out hundreds of kilometers to steal from a world boss. Old Lin. Fire, Earth, and now adding Thunder, that's already 3 elements. Suwon looked at Lin Mo's back, sighing. With 3 elements he can reach the peak in a very short time, even surpassing the peak. At this rate, water, wind, light, and dark. Even space and time systems, this full system divine mage is probably not just talk. Lin Tianhao, upon hearing this, took out a cigar from his pocket. Light and dark systems. That's still manageable. Given Moer's aptitude, when he levels up enough he will likely learn them. But the ethereal space and time systems. There are no skill books produced for that. Saying this, Lin Tianhao smiled bitterly. Forget it, that's too far away. Wife. Lin Tianhao looked at Suwon, his expression serious. Since our son is working so hard, I can't just sit here waiting for retirement. Tomorrow, I will go out to hunt in the wild and strive to bring back some good stuff for Moer. Suwon looked at her suddenly ignited husband and nodded heavily. Oi. With me at home, you be careful outside. What the hell? Lin Mo stared at the towering damage number, swallowing hard. This is 10 times greater than the blazing pillar of fire, even with every scorching ring stacked and at full power. A sharp gasp escaped him. Is this little thunder spirit even human? He paused. Then realization dawned. Oh, right. It's not human at all. My apologies. The skill interface lay utterly still. Seconds later, Earth Shield technique nudged Fireball technique beside it. Brother 7 digits. Judging by that, third brother appears marginally stronger than you. Silence settled over the skill bar. If skills possessed physical form, Fireball technique would have leapt up and slammed Earth Shield technique into oblivion. Did you really need to point that out? Marginally stronger, it demanded. Tenfold is marginally. Are you mocking me? It turned its gaze toward Lightning Strike technique. But Lightning Strike technique merely remained motionless, utterly silent, refusing even to glance its way. Fireball technique felt its composure crack. Sometimes silence cuts deeper than words. What does silence signify? Indifference. A refusal to acknowledge you as an equal, let alone a rival. That unspoken contempt struck Fireball technique harder than any blow. Fireball technique fixed its gaze upon Lightning Strike technique, its once frenzied flames stilled into eerie calm. Newcomer, Fireball technique said coldly, I concede. You are indeed formidable. This round belongs to you. Then its tone shifted, but remember this, it is only temporary. The potential of flame knows no bounds. I am destined to become a world-annihilating forbidden incandescent. One day I will make you witness true pyroclastic perfection. Lightning Strike technique, Fireball technique. Lin Mo watched, quietly gratified. Now that's more like it. Acknowledge the gap. Confront it squarely. Then surpass it. That is the mark of a mature. Our family thrives on healthy rivalry. Little Flame, I believe in you. Lin Mo offered timely. Fireball technique suddenly asked, where is the reward? That heart. Lin Mo pondered then replied, not yet. It should arrive tonight. Fireball technique's voice grew grave. When it arrives, consume it immediately. Huh. Lin Mo blinked. Why had Little Flame suddenly grown so formal and earnest? Clearly Little Thunder's strike had ignited something profound within Little Flame, a resolve to rise. All right. I'll handle it the moment it arrives. And preferably raw, added Fireball technique. Lin Mo's lip twitched. Absolutely not. Don't even think about it. Fireball technique fell silent for a long moment, then yielded retreating into quietude. Lin Mo glanced upward. Let's go home. Sleep. This wretched weather. Lin Tianhao surveyed the crowd and called out, all right everyone, disperse. Go home. Don't stand. Yes sir. Servants departed in twos and threes, their expressions tinged with lingering awe. Lin Tianhao and Su Wan lingered, not leaving until Lin Mo approached. Dad. Mom. He smiled as he drew near. Fine lad. Lin Tianhao stepped forward and clapped Lin Mo firmly on the shoulder. Your commotion dwarfs even mine from back in the day. Old Lin, stop inflating your own ego. Enough already. Su Wan shot him a wry glance. Lin Tianhao chuckled sheepishly, then turned to Lin Mo. Oh, nearly forgot. The Longshu class roster won't be announced just yet, but you're certainly on it. Get some rest tonight. Report to Jingdu tomorrow. Huh. Lin Mo froze. Tomorrow? So soon? His summer vacation, already stripped away. Lin Tianhao nodded, his tone turning solemn. Yes, the Longshu class is different. It is no ordinary university. Only 20 students per cohort, each bearing immense strategic significance for the Long Kingdom. You'll understand once you arrive. Lin Mo, seeing no alternative, acquiesced. Fine, I'll go. Besides, staying home would be dull anyway. Come to think of it, he'd never been to Jingdu. A perfect opportunity to explore. Oh Dad, he remembered suddenly. What about my first place reward? As the words left his lips, a butler in black livery hurried forward bearing a gleaming metal case. Sir, young master, the item has just arrived. Lin Tianhao accepted the case and handed it to Lin Mo with a smile. Arrived right as we spoke. Decide how to proceed. Lin Mo felt its substantial weight. Without hesitation, he passed it to his mother Su Wan and declared earnestly, Mom, please have the kitchen prepare it. She smiled. No problem. How would you like it cooked? Braised, steamed, or sliced for hot pot? Lin Mo paused thoughtfully. Make it steak style, medium rare. Sear the exterior lightly to seal in juices and leave the interior as natural as possible, and add generous seasoning. Su Wan nodded. Understood. I'll arrange it immediately. Thanks, Mom. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, in Jingdu, the headquarters of the Long Kingdom Practitioners Association glowed brightly atop its central tower. Lights blazed across the office. Shaolin, the Longshu class roster is confirmed. I've sent it to you. Prepare for announcement. A middle-aged supervisor instructed a young clerk. Receive. Shaolin scanned the document, his eyes landing first on the top entries. 1. Lin Mo, Zhanghai City, Mage None. 2. Yikong Jingdu Spatial Walker SSS. 3. Chu Lingshuan Moda Dawn Arbiter SSS. Han Mingyao Modu Lord of Frost SSS. Merely reading those titles, Shaolin could almost feel the overwhelming aura of power radiating from the page. Tisk TSK. So this is the Longshu class. All monsters. He murmured, then froze, staring at the very first line. Chief, what exactly is this first profession? Shaolin looked up puzzled. The supervisor sipped coffee, rolling his eyes. Can't you read? It's written right there. Shaolin frowned deeper, scratching his head. I see mage, but why just mage? And what does none mean? Did someone misfile it? A blank slate, mage, idiot. The supervisor replied offhandedly. A blank slate, mage, Shaolin gaped. The supervisor nodded calmly. I verified it 3 times with higher-ups. They confirm it's correct. Blank slate, mage. Shaolin stared disbelief, twisting his features. Traditionally, Longshu class rankings weren't arbitrary. They reflected comprehensive strength assessments. His worldview trembled. How is this possible? The supervisor checked his watch and urged, enough astonishment. Just publish it, then go home. Shaolin shrank slightly. Though 1,000 complaints burned behind his eyes, he simply nodded obediently. Yes, I'll post it now. As he moved the mouse, he muttered under his breath. Never seen anything like it. Blank slate mage ranked above SS Steer Legends. Pure surrealism. Better finish fast and get home to game. Need to reset my nerves. Lin Mo returned to his bedroom. Not long after, there came a soft knock on the door. 2 maidservants pushed in a serving cart, and the rich aroma of roasted meat instantly filled the room. Prepared to his specification, medium rare. The fireball spell stirred with sudden agitation, shouting, It's here. I can feel it. Hurry into the mouth. Young master, your meal has arrived. Shall we feed you? One maid asked sweetly. Lin Mo waved his hand, and let his gaze linger on the piece of meat. I know no need. You may go. Yes, young master. The 2 maidservants bowed respectfully, and then left the room. Lin Mo was left alone. He sat at the table, sliced off a small piece, and placed it on his tongue. He had expected some odd taste from a medium-rare cut, but it melted on his palate, astonishingly tender and silky. The specially made sauce perfectly tempered any faint gaminess and awakened a wild, intoxicating meat fragrance. Not bad. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. As expected of our head chef, this craft is superb. As the food settled, a pure current of fire element energy began to spread through his body. The fireball spell sighed with pleasure. Ah, power. My whole being is burning. Sated and content, the fireball could no longer sit still. Its thoughts were consumed by that Lei Qilin, which had once dealt 7-figure damage. If it did not reclaim its pride, how could it still hold its place in the skill bar? The fireball declared with determination that it would go level up and comprehend a single target strike more ferocious than that damned Qilin. It even taunted the lightning strike spell, Old 3, just wait. By dawn it'll show you what a true cataclysm looks like. Lightning strike merely flickered faintly in response. Bored, it said coldly. The fireball trembled with fury. Fine, fine. So self-righteous. So impressive. With that blazing with anger, it dashed out into the wilderness. Lin Mo watched the spectacle and shook his head helplessly. This damn competitiveness. The Earth Shield glanced out the window and couldn't help but complain. Big brother really. Third brother is so formidable. Why not just cling to his thigh? Why all this rivalry? The Earth Shield looked hopeful and said, Third brother, we'll be counting on you. Lightning Strike answered coldly to the Earth Shield's welcome, useless. The Earth Shield fell silent, then whimpered. Why is everyone in this family so hard to get along with? Master is still the best. Lin Mo yawned, performed a quick wash, and slid into the warmth of his quilt. Sleep, sleep, ooh, I must head to Jingdu tomorrow. Lin Mo yawned, performed a quick wash, and slid into the warmth of his quilt. Sleep, sleep, ooh, I must head to... He rubbed his eyes and glanced at his profession panel. The habit he had formed these days was to check what the fireball had been up. Level LV. 2078. Almost 21. The efficiency of grinding in the wild is already quite... He nodded with satisfaction, then looked at his skill bar. He started discovering 2 new mid-tier fires. Flaming Wind Wings LV. 1 condense flames into a pair of wings to gain the ability to fly for 3 minutes. While flying, one can launch fiery feathers to attack. The feathers deal splash damage. Cooldown 30 minutes. Flame Storm LV. 1 erupt a spinning vortex of raging flame, centered on the caster, dealing massive damage to enemies within a 50-meter radius. Cooldown 30 seconds. Well OB. Good job, little fire. 1 grants flight with area damage, the other is pure area damage. Both complement our arsenal nicely. Lin Mo's gaze fell on the fireball icon, and he noticed something odd. The fireball's status reads sulking and melancholy. Lin Mo's face filled with question marks. What's this? Upset about learning new skills. Did it lose a fight? He began to examine what had happened the previous night. A stream of log messages scrolled up. Your skill fireball brimmed with ambition, vowing to comprehend a single target ability that would surpass Lei Lin's descent. It rushed into the wild, seeking the strongest single target to challenge. Unfortunately, it met a flock of flying flame demon eagles. Those demon eagles flew high and were incredibly agile. The fireball could not so much as touch one feather. Angered and thoughtful, the fireball began to reason and ultimately succeeded in deriving and comprehending a mid-tier fire skill, Flaming Wind Wings. Lin Mo stroked his chin. So that's how the skill was born. But why is it sulking? He continued reading. Having gained the new skill, the fireball's mobility increased greatly, and it easily slew that flock of demon eagles. Yet it had not forgotten its original aim, a single target cataclysm. It continued its search and finally singled out a lone rotting giant demon. The fireball rejoiced and attempted to compress and spin its flame to the extreme, striving to refine a second evolution upon the explosive flame spiral dragon orb. Compress. Compress again. Spin. Spin more. But each attempt failed. The spiral orb had... The rotting giant demon howled and summoned a swarm of undead corpses which immediately surrounded the fireball. The fireball's frantic spinning rhythm was disrupted. What had been intended as inward compression inadvertently became an outward expanding great vortex. The fireball snapped. To hell with single targets. Get out of my way. It unleashed that expanding rotational force, and in doing so successfully derived and comprehended the mid-tier fire skill Flamestorm. Lin Mo read the battle report and couldn't help but exclaim, Ah, so that is how the second skill came about. Instead of compressing inward, it expanded outward into a rotating storm. Little fire, you're a genius. But aren't those 2 skills excellent? He frowned and scrolled further. The fireball had spent the entire night slaying countless monsters. It looked up to the sky and remembered the thunderlit Lei Qilin. It knew all too well that even with these 2 new skills it still could not defeat Lightning Strike. The fireball collapsed inwardly, crying out, Why? Why despite my efforts am I still inferior to it? Lin Mo, a little fire, you are far too competitive. In truth, you are already marvelous. You can fly and clear an area. How versatile is that? Every skill has its strength. What else can little lightning do besides strike? Can it fly? Can it spin? Despite his earnest consolation, the fireball remained unresponsive. Fine, I'll let you brood. Lin Mo then produced a large stack of skill manuals. Use them all. A hum of light sank into Lin Mo's body. Moments later, every skill's level surged. Lin Mo glanced over the splendid skill list. Fire skills: Fireball Basic, Multiple Explosive Fireballs, Novice Explosive Flame, Spiral Dragon, Orb Novice Flame, Pillar Meteor, Flaming Wind Wings, Meteor Flamestorm Meteor. Earth skills: Earth Shield Basic, Earth Flow Wall, Novice Earth Stealth Meteor, Quicksand Domain Meteor. Lightning skills: Lightning Strike Basic, Ley Lin's Descent Meteor. Combination skill: Magma Battle Armor. A warm sense of security welled up within him. I'm only level 20, and with this skill set, I can fly, tank, fight, and control. With this setup heading to Jingdu, I shouldn't be bullied, right? Lin Mo climbed out of bed in high spirits. Let's go. Jingdu. At the central train station of Zhonghai City. In this world, the first choice for long-distance travel is almost always the magical train. It is not that humans cannot create airplanes, but rather that there exist various advanced flying magical beasts in the sky, which are exceedingly dangerous. In contrast, magical trains equipped with powerful defensive arrays on the ground are the safest and fastest means of transportation. At the entrance of the station, the crowd surged. Lin Mo stood empty-handed without even a backpack. Suwon tightly held Lin Mo's hand, her eyes filled with reluctance, unable to help, but remind him, Moer, once you get there, don't hold back. Buy whatever you need. Saying this, Suwon took out a black card from her bag and stuffed it into Lin Mo's hand. Take this card. The password is your birthday. It contains 30 million Long Kingdom coins. Don't be too frugal. If you run out, call mom immediately. Lin Mo felt a warm current surge within him. 30 million, pocket money. If this were in his past life, it would be a sum he wouldn't even dare to imagine. But in this life, it was just a small token of his mother's concern that he wouldn't starve while away. Thank you, Mom. Don't worry, I'm old enough to take care of myself. Lin Mo smiled and tucked the card away. Lin Tianhao approached from the side. He reached out to help Lin Mo adjust his collar, his gaze falling on the shining badge on Lin Mo's chest. It was a badge made of pure gold. Engraved on it was a lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon coiling around the blade's edge. This had been delivered to the Lin family overnight by a special escort and was the exclusive badge of the Long Sequence class. Lin Tianhao gently stroked the badge with pride in his voice. Long Sequence class. Good lad, truly bringing honor to your father. Son, since you are working so hard, your father can't fall behind either. I'll also be heading to the front lines soon. Lin Mo. Wait, how did my father get so involved? Lin Mo looked at the streak of white in Lin Tianhao's hair and felt a twinge of worry, unable to help, but advised, Dad, you're getting older, it's about time to slow down. The front lines are dangerous, you should stay back to command safely. Safety first. Hearing this, Lin Tianhao's eyes widened. Nonsense. What do you mean getting old? He slammed his broad chest and shouted heartily, I am in my prime. This is the prime of my life. You underestimate your father too much. In the entire Long Kingdom, there are only a handful who can match your father. Seeing his father like this, Lin Mo sighed helplessly. Alright, you're the best, the Thunder War god. Just be careful and don't get too reckless. There was no helping it. After all these years, he knew his father's temperament too well. Once he made up his mind, even a herd of oxen wouldn't pull him back. However, his father was right about one thing: his strength was indeed among the top echelons in the entire Long Kingdom. Lin Tianhao laughed heartily, and then turned to Yi Hongyu beside him. Hongyu, you don't need to follow me for now. Take a break and focus on improving yourself. Yi Hongyu nodded, and then turned her gaze to Lin Mo, her eyes filled with reluctance and respect. Young master, safe travels. Don't worry, Yijia. Lin Mo smiled and nodded, then waved to the three. Alright, Dad, Mom, Yijia, you all go back now, the train is about to leave. After saying this, Lin Mo turned and strode confidently toward the entrance, watching his son's upright figure disappear at the end of the passage. Suwon's eyes reddened. Old Lin, our son, has really grown up. Indeed, a young eagle must spread its wings. Lin Tianhao took a deep breath. Let's go back now. Inside the station hall, there were indeed quite a few people heading to the capital, forming a long queue. Lin Mo stood obediently in line, slowly moving with the crowd. At that moment, a staff member in uniform walked over. He was merely conducting a routine inspection, casually scanning. Suddenly, he spotted the badge on Lin Mo's chest and was taken aback. This is... The staff member rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to believe what he saw. Under the station's lights, the pure gold 5-clawed dragon badge shone brilliantly. Long Sequence class. The most elite prodigies of the younger generation in the Long Kingdom. The staff member quickly adjusted his collar and hurried over to Lin Mo. Hello, are you a new student of the Long Sequence? Lin Mo was taken aback and stopped. Yeah, what is it? Haha, the Long Sequence class has a special passage. The staff member wore a smile full of flattery and gestured for him to follow. Huh, there's such a thing. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and followed the staff member to the other side. The people in line around them, hearing the commotion, cast envious glances. Long Sequence class. Oh my, I can't believe it, I'm seeing the real deal. I've only seen that badge on TV, it's dazzlingly gold, really impressive. If only my son could get into the Long Sequence class, then I could bask in the glory too. Stop dreaming, hurry up and line up, don't think about things you shouldn't. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, Lin Mo swaggered into the empty special passage. The passage was spacious and bright. Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim, indeed this privileged thing, while vulgar, is something only those who use it can understand. It's truly delightful. At the waiting platform, the silver-white Aurora magical train quietly rested beside the platform. Lin Mo followed the directions on his ticket and arrived at a luxurious carriage. The ticket he held was also delivered along with the badge by a long sequence class staff member last night. The carriage was spacious. Each 4 seats were grouped together facing each other with a large table in the middle. All the seats were genuine leather sofas equipped with massage and adjustment functions, offering extreme comfort. At this moment the carriage was still empty. Lin Mo walked to his designated 4-person area. On the table was a delicate fruit platter along with the day's newspapers and several of the latest practitioner magazines. This environment is quite nice. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction, sitting by the window. He glanced at the seats opposite and beside him. For seats. Could it be that besides me there are 3 other classmates from the long sequence class on this trip? Meanwhile the Earth Shield technique began to stir. The Earth Shield technique excitedly peered around. Wow. Is this the train to Kyoto? It's so big. Master, is Kyoto really fun? Lin Mo smiled at this naive excitement. Of course Kyoto is the heart of the Long Kingdom. It's definitely much more fun than Shanghai City. The fireball technique snorted coldly. Earth bumpkin, all you know is playing. Going to Kyoto is for better resources and stronger monsters. I need to level up and make my mark in Kyoto. Lin Mo rubbed his forehead soothingly, saying, all right little fire, don't rush. Let's settle down in Kyoto before. The fireball technique replied, fine, let those monsters live a few more days. After saying this, the fireball technique looked again at the adjacent skill bar. The fireball technique, old 3. Listen carefully. When we get to Kyoto, I will definitely develop a single target skill stronger than yours. Just wait and see. Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. That's more like it, little fire. Knowing shame and striving for progress. That's the big brother I know who wants to master forbidden spells. Keep up this momentum. I have high hopes for you. The Thunder Strike technique spoke in a lazy and indifferent tone. That tone clearly showed it looked down on the current damage of the fireball technique, not considering it a rival at all. Lin Mo glanced at the fireball technique, which had turned red-faced, and couldn't help but advise little Lei, don't be too aloof. Everyone is so passionate, at least offer a few words of encouragement. Don't be so dismissive, it really dampens the team morale. The Thunder Strike technique was silent for a moment. I'm going to sleep. Inside the luxurious carriage, more and more people began to gather. With a slight tremor of the magical train, the scenery outside started to slowly retreat. Lin Mo comfortably gazed at the view outside. So we are setting off now. He felt a hint of emotion in his heart. To be honest, after spending 18 years in this world, he had never been to the capital. It's not that he couldn't go, he was simply too lazy to step out. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked down the aisle and stopped next to Lin Mo's seat. Lin Mo slightly raised his head. The man appeared to be around 40 with thick brows and large eyes exuding the unique decisiveness and sharpness characteristic of a soldier. Following him was a young team member looking to be in his early 20s with a somewhat reserved expression. Excuse me, may I ask if you are Lin Mo? The middle-aged man glanced at the badge on Lin Mo's chest and smiled. Lin Mo politely nodded. That's me. May I ask who you are? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shun Yifeng, the captain of the security team for this train. I am responsible for ensuring the safety and security throughout this journey. Shun Yifeng smiled and pointed to the young team member behind him. This is my deputy Xiao Lu. Lin Mo suddenly understood. So he was the head of security. Indeed, although the train was equipped with defensive arrays capable of resisting a certain degree of beast-tide attacks, the wilds were ultimately filled with uncertainties. In the event of encountering a large beast tide or suddenly facing a wild world boss, it would be difficult for the defensive arrays to hold up. At that time, the security team would need to step in to handle any emergencies. Hello, Captain Shun. Lin Mo replied politely. Is there something you need? Shun Yifeng waved his hand and laughed heartily. It's nothing serious, just a routine inspection. I saw on the list that there are some prodigies from the Longshu class on board, so I came over to say hello. Shun Yifeng looked at Lin Mo with admiration in his eyes. I've long heard that this year's Shanghai City has produced an extraordinary individual. Upon meeting you today, Lin Mo, you truly are remarkable and exude exceptional charisma. Those who can enter the Longshu class are the future pillars of our long country, true dragons among men. Though this sounded like mere flattery, Shun Yifeng spoke with utmost sincerity. As someone who had spent years in dangerous situations as the captain of the security team, he understood better than anyone the significance of the badge of the Longshu class. It represented not just glory but also absolute strength and potential. Lin Mo smiled and humbly replied, Captain Shin, you're too kind, it's just good luck. Lin, you're being too. Shun Yifeng said seriously, the journey ahead is long, and we will pass through several rather dangerous wild areas. However, please rest assured, all members of our security team are elite, and there will be absolutely no issues regarding safety. If you need anything in terms of living arrangements or encounter any troubles, feel free to tell me, or you can directly contact the train attendants to reach me. Lin Mo nodded. All right then, I will trouble Captain Shun. I will speak up if I need anything. Okay, I won't disturb your rest any longer. Shun Yifeng was quite tactful, Having delivered his greeting, he did not linger any longer, turning with Xiao Lu to continue his patrol to the rear carriage. The two of them passed through 2 carriages and arrived at the specially designated smoking area at the junction. Shen Yifeng took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. The young team member Xiao Lu, who had been following closely behind, finally couldn't help but speak up. Captain, is that Lin Mo? He looks just ordinary. Aside from being a bit handsome, I don't sense any aura of a strong individual at all. Xiao Lu lowered his voice, his tone carrying a hint of skepticism. Besides, isn't he just a whiteboard mage? I heard online that he sped through the trial tower's 30th level. Must have cheated, right? Before he could finish, Shen Yifeng swiftly slapped the back of Xiao Lu's head. Though it wasn't hard, it made Xiao Lu Hey Captain, why did you hit me? Shen Yifeng glared at him and scolded, put away those petty thoughts of yours. Cheating in the major exam. Using connections. Do you think the Longshu class is just any place? Shen Yifeng exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze becoming somewhat profound. There, regardless of whether you are the son of a war god, or even the son of the king of heaven, if you lack strength you will be kicked out. Xiao Lu rubbed the back of his head, still a bit unconvinced, but a whiteboard mage is really ridiculous. Shen Yifeng sneered. There are plenty of ridiculous things in this world. Never use your barren understanding to measure a true genius. Since he can sit in the top seat of the Longshu class as a whiteboard, it means he possesses terrifying qualities far beyond ordinary people. Shen Yifeng extinguished the cigarette, but his tone turning serious. Alright, enough talk about this. A notice has come from above that the wilds have been quite unstable lately, with beast tides occurring frequently. Stay alert. Xiao Lu muttered under his breath. Captain, to escort this batch of students to the capital, we are equipped with 3 times the usual security force. What could possibly go wrong? Shen Yifeng's gaze sharpened. 3 times. Even if it were 10 times, you still need to be fully alert. Remember, on this train there are 4 students from the Longshu class, all of whom are strategic talents of our long country. If even a single hair on their heads is harmed, don't think that just skinning you alive will be enough. Even chopping you into pieces and feeding you to the magic wolves in the wild would be considered lenient. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu felt a chill run down his spine. Yes, Captain. Inside the luxurious carriage, Lin Mo had finished ordering his meal and was resting against the window. The only discomfort he felt was from a person behind him playing short videos at maximum volume. Soon a young female attendant pushing a food cart arrived beside Lin Mo. The girl looked to be around 18 or 19, with a ponytail and a professional yet sweet smile on her face. Hello, may I take your order? Lin Mo smiled and pointed to several items on the menu. This one. And this page, I'll take one of each. The girl quickly noted down the order, her face not showing much surprise. After all, anyone who could afford a seat in the luxurious carriage was either very wealthy or very influential. Alright, please wait a moment. After finishing, the girl did not leave immediately, but gathered her courage. Classmate, I've always admired the students of the Longshu class. Could I please take a photo with you? Just one photo. Looking at the girl's eager yet anxious expression, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle. In this day and age, can one still gain fans while studying? Lin Mo graciously straightened his collar and even playfully swept back a few strands of hair from his forehead. Alright, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll allow it. Thank you. The girl quickly took out her phone and leaned in next to Lin Mo. With a click, the photo was taken. The girl looked at the picture on her phone screen, her eyes sparkling like 2 stars. Classmate, you look amazing on camera. I accidentally forgot to turn on the beauty filter earlier, but the photo turned out great. You completely don't need any enhancement. Your features are so well defined. As she spoke, the girl's face turned red. While looks are something given by our parents, there's nothing I can do. Every morning when I wake up and look in the mirror, I have to give them a bow. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the girl burst into a giggle. You're really humorous. Then I won't disturb your rest any longer. The food will be delivered to you shortly. Lin Mo called out to the girl who was about to leave, pointing to the position behind him. Could you please remind that guy back there to lower the volume? The girl followed Lin Mo's finger to see. The loud sound of the short video became clear. The apocalypse is upon us, a global zombie outbreak. In my previous life, I was betrayed by my girlfriend and met a tragic end. Reborn 3 days before the apocalypse, I sold all my possessions and crazily hoarded supplies for the goddess. Attention, esteemed passengers, the train will shortly arrive at Moda Station. The announcement reverberated through the luxurious carriage, but it could not drown out the grating background noise of That night, the Dragon King returned to find his daughter living in a doghouse. At a command, 100,000 soldiers. The girl drew a breath, fixed a professional smile on her face, and walked in that direction. He was a burly bald man clad in a black vest, 2 heavily tattooed arms exposed. He sat with one leg casually thrown over the other, a foot propped on the seatback, phone in hand, and the volume cranked to the maximum. Sir, hello. The young attendant approached softly. Excuse me. Could you please lower the volume a little, or put on? The bald man glanced at her with disdain and had no intention of replying. He even pressed the volume key up a couple of notches. 100,000 soldiers roar in unison, hail the Dragon King. Passengers around cast looks of disgust, but seeing the man's ferocious mien, they all swallowed their words, and she braved herself and tried again. Sir, I'm terribly sorry, but you are disturbing the others. Could you please cooperate? A sharp slap. The bald man suddenly struck the table. Aren't you fucking annoying? I spent thousands on this ticket. What's wrong with me watching a video? Is that a crime? The girl flinched, but steadied herself, and replied, Sir, you are free to watch videos, of course. But this is a public carriage. If you put on headphones, you can still enjoy your video without bothering anyone. Would that be? The bald man sprang to his feet. His 1.9-meter frame filled the aisle, bearing down on the carriage with oppressive force. I don't wear that thing for comfort. If someone finds it noisy, let them get out. Otherwise, they can put on headphones. Why should I be the one to wear them? The girl's face drained of color, tears welling in her eyes. She gripped the hem of her uniform, but persisted, Sir, please maintain some courtesy. This carriage is not for you alone. Courtesy. Courtesy, my ass. The bald man exploded. Believe it or not, I'll report you. Nearby by the window, Lin Mo frowned slightly. Trash like this seemed to exist everywhere. He glanced over and noted that the bald man was also a professional, level 24. Though 4 levels above him, in truth this fellow had only just left the novice ranks. With such strength, he should be out in the wild training, not belittling a young woman to boost his ego. What a disgrace to professionals. Since no one else would intervene, Lin Mo rose to do something. He was about to. The bald man, apparently dissatisfied with mere insults, raised his hand and swung violently toward the girl's face. Though only level 24, if that blow landed, she would likely be disfigured. The girl let out a terrified scream and squeezed her eyes shut. At that moment, an icy chill swept through the frost spread rapidly across the window glass. The next instant, a silver spear tore through the air. The bald man cried out in pain as the spear halted between him and the girl. A searing numbness raced through. Who? He whirled his head. Less than 2 meters away stood a tall girl with white hair. The silver spear that held the man's arm in place was gripped in her hand. Behind her, a small head with pink twin tails peered out, wearing an amused spectator's expression. No shouting in public and no acts of violence, the white-haired girl said coldly. The bald man was cowed by her presence. A blue light flickered in his eyes as he realized the 2 girls were only level 20. I thought they were some big shots. Turns out they are just 2 brats. He sneered, bearing murderous intent. Level 20 trash, daring to raise a blade at me. You must be courting death. If I don't teach you a lesson today, how will you learn? He balled his fist, a soil-colored glow gathered about it, as he drove a punch toward the white-haired girl's face. Faced with that heavy charging blow, the white-haired girl merely rotated her wrist. The spear trembled. With a thunderous burst, an appalling cold exploded outward. Frozen in mid-swing, the bald man became an ice sculpture. The carriage fell utterly silent. Every passenger stared wide-eyed at the spectacle. An instant kill. This was a level 24 professional. Fell before he could even land an attack. The white-haired girl flicked the spear in a graceful arc and sheathed it. Her movements were clean, swift, and precise. Everyone, don't be scared, don't be scared. The twin-tailed girl hopped forward, grinning, as she explained to the crowd, my sister was just cooling this fellow down, helping him calm his temper. She poked the bald man playfully with a finger. See? Much quieter now. Good boy. Lin Mo watched the scene with interest. One level 20 had one-shot a level 24. That was impressive. He suddenly noticed both girls wore 5-clawed golden dragon badges on their chests. Classmates from Longshuoben. That explained their fierceness. At that moment, the attendant regained her composure. She hurriedly wiped her tears and bowed deeply to the white-haired girl, her voice choked. Thank you. I can't thank you enough. If not for you, I... The white-haired girl only nodded slightly and said nothing else. The twin-tailed girl waved a hand with the air of an older sister. No need to thank us. When we see injustice, we make a noise. All right, well, leave it to you too. Please prepare some food for us. We're starving. The attendant's tears turned to a smile as she hurriedly agreed, yes, I'll call the guards to handle this right away. They'll bring food for you at once. This meal is on me, thank you so much. She summoned the guard team. The 2 girls scanned the carriage's seat numbers, then made their way directly toward Lin Mo. They sat opposite him. The twin-tailed girl sized Lin Mo up and was the first to speak. Hello there, classmate. I'm Han Mingxing. This is my sister Han Mingyao. She smiled and extended her hand. Lin Mo returned the gesture politely. Hello, my name is Lin Mo. The sisters' gazes snapped to him in unison. You are the whiteboard mage Lin Mo who defecated on... Are you saying? To poop on your head? Lin Mo's mouth twitched. He couldn't comprehend how such an adorable girl could utter such unhygienic words. Han Mingxing, shut up. Before Lin Mo could respond, Han Mingyao shot a glare at her sister. After scolding her sister, Han Mingyao turned her head and explained in a calm tone, sorry, what my sister means is that you are ranked first in the Longshu class, and the list for the Longshu class is arranged according to overall strength. My sister Han Mingxing stuck out her tongue and nodded vigorously. Yes, that's what I mean. Wow, how did you, a novice mage, manage to surpass so many SS-ranked individuals? The Yikong from Kyoto, my sister, and sister Lingxian are all beneath you. Lin Mo's mouth twitched, though she said that what does it mean to be beneath someone? Can't we speak properly? Han Mingxing introduced herself. Well then, top brother, I'm a healer. From now on we will all be classmates, so please take care of me. Healer. Lin Mo looked at Han Mingxing, a healer who can enter the Longshu class. It seems her support abilities must be top-notch. The Earth Shield technique also became lively in an instant. Earth Shield technique, exclaimed a healer. A powerful healer, who is alive. Master. Quickly build a good relationship with her. With a powerful healer on our side, our safety factor will soar. Fireball technique, scoffed TCH, only the weak need assistance. After saying that, Fireball technique glanced at the other side of the skill bar. Hey third, don't you agree? We with our violent output don't need a healer, right? Thunderstrike technique, boring. Fireball technique was exasperated you. Lin Mo listened to the arguing skills and felt somewhat speechless. From now on, let's just call Thunderstrike technique boring, brother. Nice to meet you. I mean, who wouldn't like a powerful healer? He'll be relying on you for healing. Han, classmate. I also value my life. Lin Mo said with a smile. Regardless of whether he would need a healer in the future, they were classmates, and saying a few polite words was no issue. However, as soon as these words were spoken, Han Mingyao, who was about to take out a book to read, paused. She lifted her head and looked at Lin Mo. If you don't want to get into trouble, it's best not to let her heal you. Lin Mo was taken aback. What do you mean? Sister, how can you undermine me in front of outsiders? Hearing this, Han Mengqing immediately became unhappy, shouting angrily, Top brother, don't listen to my sister's nonsense. She is just jealous of my popularity. My healing and buffs are unmatched among my peers in Long Nation. I dare say no one can claim to be better than me. After saying this, Han Mengqing stole a glance at her sister. Han Mingyao didn't explain further, merely snorting lightly and returning to her book. Lin Mo observed the reactions of the two sisters. Although he felt a bit puzzled, he didn't think too much about it. After all, Han Mengqing's vibrant appearance didn't seem like that of someone who would be harmful. Moreover, being a support who could enter the Longshu class must mean she was a top-tier powerhouse. It was probably just a sisterly quarrel. Just then another girl with long hair approached. Upon seeing her, Han Mengqing's eyes lit up, and she waved her hand, shouting, Sister Lingxian. Over here. Why did you take so long to arrive? Chu Lingxian hurried over her face, showing an apologetic expression. Sorry. Mengqing Mingyao. I was helping a little kitten that almost fell into the gap on the platform just now. After saving it, I fed it a bit, so I was delayed. Han Mengqing pulled Chu Lingxian down to sit, saying, Our sister Lingxian is still so kind, as she's simply a living bodhisattva reincarnated. As she spoke, Han Mengqing enthusiastically introduced, Sister Lingxuan, let me introduce you to this year's top student, the novice mage Lin Mo. And this is our sister Lingxuan, an SS strength light-type dawn judicator, an incredibly strong tank class. Chu Lingxuan's delicate face turned slightly red as she shyly lowered her head, appearing a bit awkward. Top brother, hello. Puffed. Lin Mo almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He felt as if he was about to be showered with rockets any second. Don't listen to her. You just call me Lin Mo. Lin Mo waved his hand. Oh, okay, Lin Mo, classmate. Chu Lingxian nodded obediently. Lin Mo sized her up. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her features were exquisite, and she spoke softly. She didn't seem like someone who would be the strongest tank. Fireball technique, questioned, just her. And the SS strength strongest tank. Is she just bragging? Earth Shield technique. Actually liked her. Wow, she looks so gentle. Oh, she must be a good person. However, Lin Mo didn't think much of it. After all, she was SS ranked, and being a rare light type, she definitely would. Suddenly Chu Lingxian turned her head and earnestly said to Lin Mo, classmate, although you are ranked first and your strength is undoubtedly unquestionable, mages are relatively fragile. We will all be classmates from now on, so if you encounter danger in battle, please stand behind me. I will do my utmost to protect you. Lin Mo was taken aback for a moment, looking at the earnest Chu Lingxuan, feeling a mix of amusement and warmth. This girl really is straightforward. Then thank you, Chu classmate. Lin Mo accepted gratefully, not rejecting her kindness. In any case, having another strong light-type tank teammate was definitely not a bad thing. Moreover, this girl had a kind heart, so making a connection with her was also not a bad idea. Just then Chu Lingxian seemed to remember something, turning her head with some confusion to look toward the back of the carriage. By the way, what's going on over there? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look. They saw the previously arrogant bald man now curled up in the corner of a seat, wrapped in a thick blanket, shivering all over. A trained medic was busy attending to him, and several members of the security team stood nearby. See, cold, save, quickly save me. The bald man's lips turned purple, his teeth chattering. TSK, TSK, TSK. Han Mengqing withdrew her gaze, relishing the misfortune. Serves him right. Don't mind that person, Sister Lingxuan. Let's play cards. Oh, okay, sitting on the train is quite boring. Chu Lingxian lightly agreed. Han Mingyao, hearing this, immediately refused without a second thought. Not interested, you all play ill-read. As she spoke, she adjusted her sitting posture and immersed herself back into her book. Han Mengqing, on the other hand, was even more delighted, saying, Great. Let's play do de jeu, the three of us. Saying this, she took out a deck of playing cards from her small bag. What do you say, top brother? Shall we play a couple of rounds? Sure, let's play a couple of rounds then. Lin Mo agreed readily. After all, it would be quite a while until they reached Kyoto, so passing the time like this was also nice. The magically guided train cockpit. This is the control center of the train. Outside the window, the wilderness blurred into streaks of color as the landscape flew by. Laozhong, how is it? Any problems? Shin Yifeng walked into the cockpit and asked casually. The train carried 4 new Longshu class students, and the responsibility pressed heavily on him. The train chief stared ahead with full concentration. Rest easy, Captain Shun. The train was serviced before departure, and I have run this line 800 times. I could drive it with my eyes shut. Good. Shin Yifeng nodded. With a soft hiss, the cockpit's automatic doors slid open, and Xiao Lu stepped in. Shin Yifeng glanced over and asked Xiao Lu what happened in the luxury carriage just now. Xiao Lu pulled out his phone and said, Captain Shun, take a look yourself. This is the carriage surveillance. The playback finished soon after. Xiao Lu looked at Shin Yifeng and asked Captain Shun, that's the situation. What should we do with that bald attacker? Humph. Shin Yifeng snorted coldly. Committing violence openly on the train, that's provocation. If the Longshu class students hadn't intervened, someone might have died. Detain him. When we reached Jingdu, hand him over to the security bureau. Right? Understood. Xiao Lu chuckled and put his phone away. Then he could not help but exclaim, Captain, those Longshu class students are truly fierce. A level 24 practitioner couldn't even withstand a single strike from a level 20 Longshu class student. No kidding. Shin Yifeng rolled his eyes. What do you think Longshu class is? It gathers the top new talents of the entire Longhua. Not only occupational aptitude, but combat awareness. Every aspect is top tier. A braggart like that being felled in one move is perfectly normal. Xiao Lu nodded in earnest and continued, that student is Han Mingyao. I checked. She ranks 3rd on the Longshu class roster. If the 3rd rank strikes so hard, I'd love to see the 1st-ranked Lin Mo in action. It must be beyond. Shin Yifeng gave him a sidelong look, half smiling. What didn't you earlier say Lin Mo got in through family connections? Ahem. Xiao Lu scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled, Captain Shin, the more I think about it, the more I see you were right. What kind of place is Longshu class? How could someone buy their way to number 1? Shin Yifeng smiled lightly. It's enough that you understand. The Longshu class represents the nation's future supreme fighting force. Lin Mo ranked 1st must possess terrifying strength that silences all doubts. Shin Yifeng's gaze drifted to the rushing wilderness beyond the window. These people will inevitably become the focus of Longhua. True strength cannot remain hidden. Want to see Lin Mo strike? Sooner or later you'll get your chance. Xiao Lu listened, heart racing and eyes bright. Hey Captain, should I go ask for an autograph or a photo now? Shin Yifeng laughed and gave him a playful kick. Ambitious. Have some pursuit. Use that time to improve your own strength. That's the real path. When one day your strength rises and you can fight shoulder to shoulder with those greats, wouldn't that trump getting a signature by 1,000-fold? Xiao Lu rubbed his rear and laughed. You're right, Captain. You are the one with true insight. At that moment, the train chief suddenly spoke. Captain Shun, the radar shows something. Shin Yifeng and Xiao Lu leaned toward the radar screen. On the display, dense red dots had appeared along the edges, surging toward the train's route. Oh, it's just a beast tide. Xiao Lu said casually. On average, you encounter 1 every 2 runs. They can never break our train's defensive formation. Never mind breaking it. They get shot to pieces by our guard before they even reach us. Shin Yifeng did not worry much either. As Xiao Lu had said, encountering a beast tide in the field was an everyday matter. Most were small, disordered swarms that posed no real threat. Yet there were several students aboard who were considered national treasure level. Still, Shin Yifeng ordered cautiously, Xiao Lu, bring the binoculars. I want to confirm personally. Yes. Xiao Lu fetched 2 high-powered binoculars and handed one to Shin Yifeng without delay. They stepped to the cockpit's wide observation window and raised the binoculars. The view narrowed. 5 kilometers out, the wilderness teemed with creatures, both running on the ground and swarming in the sky. By species, the monsters looked no different from the usual beast tide. Suddenly, Shin Yifeng's entire body trembled and his pupils contracted. Is that a Guamian Xiao ghost-faced owl? Guamian Xiao? The train chief snatched the binoculars from Xiao Lu and peered through them. Laozhong, Captain, what is going on with you two? Xiao Lu was baffled. The train chief ignored him. Through the high-powered lens, he could clearly see several ash-gray strange birds circling above the beast tide. They bore eerie, human-like faces, their feathers ash-gray and their eyes cold. That's right. Guamian Xiao. The train chief lowered the binoculars, his face ashen as he muttered, it's over. This is bad. Xiao Lu grew even more confused and stamped his foot anxiously. No, what's wrong? What exactly is a Guamian Xiao? Shin Yifeng inhaled deeply and spoke with solemn gravity. Guamian Xiao are a special kind of monster. They are not especially strong in brute force, but they rank among the most intelligent of monsters and possess tremendously high mental resistance. They will never join small or medium beast tides. Their appearance usually signals one of 2 situations. First, this beast tide is unimaginably vast, capable of sweeping everything away, and they have come to take their share. Second, that there is a hegemon behind this beast tide, an entity so dominant that even the Guamian Xiao must submit to it. Xiao Liu's mouth fell open, his mind struggling to grasp it. So, either the beast tide is enormous or there is an extremely powerful boss behind it. Shin Yifeng's face darkened. Most of the time both are true. Xiao Lu drew a sharp breath. Then, with 3 times our usual guard strength we should be okay, right? Shin Yifeng gave no answer and turned to issue orders. No idle talk. Notify everyone at once. All personnel to battle positions on the roof, stand ready. Prepare to engage at any moment. Ill contact command immediately and request reinforcements at top speed. Yes. Xiao Lu dared not delay and dashed out of the cockpit at once. Inside the luxurious carriage the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Bomb. I just want to know if you want to die. Han Mengxing slammed 4 cards onto the table. At this moment her once fair and delicate face was covered with white sticky notes. Clearly she had lost terribly, but in this round she was quite confident. Lin Mo, you're doomed this round. Han Mengxing looked at the remaining cards in her hand, a smirk forming at the corners of her mouth. She still had 4 twos and 1 single card. Lin Mo clearly had a trump card in hand, but it didn't matter, this round was a guaranteed win. Beside them Han Mingyao put down her book and shot a cold glance at her younger sister, her eyes filled with a look of disdain, before silently returning her gaze to her book. Ahem. Chu Lingxian shrank her neck and quietly reminded Mengxing, how about keeping a low profile? Low profile, my foot. Sister Lingshuan, today, Han Mengxing will win back every last sticky note on my face with this hand. Han Mengxing said proudly as she looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, I know you have a trump card, but you still have 17 cards in hand. I don't believe you can take me out with just 17 cards. If you can take me out with 17 cards today, you'll chew this table right here. 17 cards, huh? Lin Mo slurped some juice and casually started throwing down cards. Bomb airplane that. The smile on Han Mengxing's face froze. Thank you. Lin Mo said with a smile, clasping his hands to. Chu Lingxian looked at Han Mengxing with some sympathy and said weakly, Mengxing, just let it go. It's not worth it if this table is quite expensive and it's also unsanitary. I'm not playing anymore. This isn't fun at all. Han Mengxing threw her cards onto the table in anger and sulked. At this moment Han Mingyao said with a hint of sarcasm, even a dog could win with this hand. TSK. I suggest donating your brain to someone in need. Sister. Han Mengxing was as angry as a pufferfish, her cheeks puffed up. She angrily tore off the sticky notes on her forehead and muttered softly, You all are bullying me. There's no love left in this world. Just then, ding dong. Dear esteemed passengers, please be advised that signs of monster activity have been detected ahead, possibly accompanied by a beast tide. The train will soon enter defense mode. Please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. Do not move around the carriage. Repeating, please fasten your seatbelts. Lin Mo listened to the announcement in the carriage, slightly furrowing his brow. A beast tide. He turned his head to look out the window. In the distance, a black line appeared on the horizon, a sign of the incoming. Above and below, everything was shrouded in darkness. That's quite a number, Lin Mo remarked. Meanwhile, Han Mingyao closed her book with an expressionless face, stood up, and a silver spear appeared in her hand, emanating a chilling aura. Sister, what are you doing? Han Mengxing was taken aback. The guard team can handle a beast tide, we can just sit back and watch. Han Mingyao ignored her sister, her tone flat. With great power comes great responsibility. Since we've encountered this, we can't just stand by. I'm going to check if they need help. After saying that, she grabbed her spear and walked away. Hey, Han Mengxing. Immediately after, Chu Lingxian also stood up cautiously. I'm going to take a look too. Although Chu Lingxian's voice was gentle, her tone was exceptionally firm. I am a knight, and it's my duty to protect the weak. And I can also help Sister Mingyao. After saying that, she nodded at Lin Mo and Han Mengxing, then hurried to catch up with Han Mingyao. Watching them leave, Lin Mo stroked his chin. Tisk, I didn't expect these two to have such high awareness. The fireball skill in his skill bar also started to get restless. Fireball is excited and trembling. So many monsters. Quick, I need to level up, follow me quickly. Earth Shield cautiously advised, Big brother, it's so dangerous outside. It's safer to stay in the carriage. The announcement said not to run around. Lin Mo was also calming down in his mind. Little fire, don't rush. There will be plenty of monsters to kill when we reach Kyoto. We can afford to wait a bit. Besides, didn't Captain Shin say, we have 3 times the usual guard strength. If we rush out now, we'll just be stealing someone else's job, which isn't right. Our current task is to be a distinguished passenger in a luxurious carriage and enjoy the journey. At this moment, Han Mengxing pouted and sighed. Hey, it's just a beast tide. It's normal for the train to encounter a beast tide. Clearly the guard team can handle it, but they insist on rushing out to cause trouble. They must not be tired of living. And Sister Lingxian too, why does she have to rush forward? I really don't understand them. Listening to Han Mengxing's complaints, Lin Mo shook his head with a smile. You can't say that. This world is precisely because of people like them that we can lie here so comfortably. In a sense, they're quite cool. Han Mengxing was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. She paused for a few seconds, then chuckled lightly. I suppose that's true. I didn't expect you to be quite philosophical. Flattery, just flattery. Lin Mo smiled and curiously asked, by the way, aren't you a powerful support? Why don't you go give your sister some buff boosts? A support hiding in the back should be safe, right? My sister doesn't care for my buffs. Han Mengxing waved her hand dismissively. Why not? Lin Mo was even more puzzled. In this world, is there really someone who doesn't like buff boosts? Oh. Han Mengxing's gaze flickered, stammering. Maybe she thinks she's strong enough. Or thinks my buffs are a bit Unnecessary. Well, let's not talk about this. Han Mingxing forcibly changed the topic. Anyway, she's so strong it doesn't matter if I give her a bit of buff. Come on Lin Mo, let's play draw tortoise. I refuse to believe I can lose this round. On the top of the magic train, this was the defensive position of the train. The howling winds made it almost impossible to stand. On the armored plate of the train's roof, magic machine guns were set up at intervals. Members of the guard team nervously guarded their posts. Ranged classes stood on the inside, while melee classes were ready to ensure their safety. Hey, you two students, what are you doing up here? A squad leader of the guard team, seeing Han Mingyao and Xu Lingxuan, was taken aback upon noticing the shining badges on their chests. It's too dangerous here. Hurry back to the carriage. Han Mingyao didn't waste words, glanced at the approaching beast tide, and said flatly, we're here to help. Beside her, Chu Lingxian nodded firmly with a serious expression. But, the squad leader was momentarily at a loss for words, staring into their determined eyes. No buts. Han Mingyao interrupted him, her eyes filled with battle intent. As a Dragon Kingdom professional, having enjoyed the protection and resources of the nation, we must take on corresponding responsibilities. One more person means one more strength. Chu Lingxian behind her also gathered her courage and said, I'm a light-type knight, I can shield everyone, and I want to contribute too. Looking at these two passionate young girls, the squad leader couldn't help but feel a warm current in his heart. Alright, the squad leader nodded heavily, no longer hesitating. In that case, I'll trouble you too. Dejuan, Erlei, you two come over and protect these two students. If they lose a single hair, I will hold you accountable. Yes. Two burly shield warriors immediately ran over and protected the two girls in the middle. Then the squad leader turned and left. Han Mingyao scanned the front and back of the train. Suddenly she frowned slightly. Magic cannon. Sister Mingyao, what's wrong? Chu Lingxian noticed Han Mingyao's unusual behavior and asked curiously. Han Mingyao looked at the magic cannons charging up front and said solemnly, magic cannons consume valuable resources every time they are activated. Under normal circumstances, facing an ordinary beast tide, it's enough to activate the magic machine guns. Chu Lingxian immediately began to feel tense. Inside the cockpit, Shen Yifeng, the train conductor, and Xiao Lu were all gazing intently into the distance. They were searching for the source of the beast tide. Where exactly? Shen Yifeng frantically searched through the binoculars. Suddenly Xiao Lu exclaimed, Captain Shen, it seems we found it. Look at the 11 o'clock direction. Shen Yifeng's heart skipped a beat as he immediately turned to look. A massive figure intruded upon his sight. It was a terrifying giant over 20 meters tall, made entirely of grayish-white rock. Thick chains were wrapped around its body, and on its back was a tattered battle flag that emanated a crimson glow. Though its movements appeared somewhat sluggish, its direction of advancement was right in the path of the train. This is bad. That is a war giant. Shen Yifeng recognized it, unable to suppress a gasp. A war giant. Captain Shen, is it very powerful? Xiao Lu hurriedly asked. Shen Yifeng's expression turned grave. The war giant itself isn't strong, it just has a high health pool, and is very tough, plus it is immune to all control skills. Isn't that kind of dumb? Xiao Lu was taken aback, then let out a sigh of relief. Since it has no attack power, let's summon the elite squad and take it down quickly, right? Shen Yifeng lowered the binoculars and said solemnly, what's most terrifying about it isn't the giant itself, but one of its core skills, the war aura. All monsters under its control get a 200 boost to all attributes. A 200 boost to all attributes. Xiao Lu was completely stunned. The current beast tide was only around level 2530, and with the train's defensive capabilities, they could easily fend it off. But a 200 boost to all attributes changed everything. Those cannon fodder that could be wiped out by a single burst from the magical energy machine gun now might charge through the fire directly to the train. If these enhanced monsters broke through the defensive array and engaged the guards on the roof in close combat, the passengers in the carriage would surely be affected. Xiao Lu dared not think further. Looking at the vast and enhanced beast tide, it was only a matter of time before the carriage's defenses were breached. Damn it! How could we run into something like this? Shen Yifeng slammed his fist on the control panel, his eyes turning red. The situation had instantly turned into a deadlock. If the elite guard team focused on taking down the tough-skinned giant, the remaining ordinary members would not be able to stop the frenzied beast tide with doubled attributes. But if the elite force were to clear the small monsters and secure the carriage, then the giant would approach the train without any hindrance. At that time, facing this giant that was immune to control and tough-skin, the passengers in the carriage would also find it hard to escape. Advancing meant death, retreating also meant death. There's no way out. Shen Yifeng's eyes flashed with determination as he shouted at the train conductor, stop the train. What? Stop immediately. Hold your ground. Await reinforcement. Shen Yifeng's eyes burned red as he roared, there's no other choice. Relay my orders. All elite members of the guard team go all out and deal with that damn giant as fast as possible. Then fall back to defend the carriage. Everyone else get on the roof. Hold the line. We cannot let a single monster breach the carriage. Even if we all die, we must hold until reinforcements arrive. This order carried a tragic sense of inevitable death. There was no retreat left. They could only gamble. Gamble that they could eliminate the giant before the beast tide destroyed everything. Understood. Xiao Lu showed no hesitation, turning around to pull out the communicator to relay the orders. The high-speed magical train abruptly came to a stop. Inside the luxurious carriage, what happened? Did we stop? Lin Mo frowned slightly. He looked outside through the window. At this moment the beast tide had already clashed with the train's guard team, flames shooting into the sky. Da-da-da-da-da. Boom, boom, boom. The magical energy machine guns and cannons roared wildly. Various practitioners released colorful skills bombarding the continuously surging beast tide. Something's off. Lin Mo felt strange. I remember that encountering a beast tide is common for the magical train, but usually we fight while moving. Why has it stopped to confront them? Han Mingqing also found it hard to understand. Yeah, I've taken this train many times, but I've never seen it stop to Lin Mo gazed at the dark mass of the beast tide and the explosive battle scene outside, feeling a slight unease in his heart. Just when I finally got out, something has to go wrong. My luck can't be this bad, can it? However, when he saw the guard team's fierce fire coverage and the monsters being mowed down in droves, he felt a bit more. From the looks of it, the guard team seems quite formidable. Lin Mo rubbed his chin, reassuring himself. Captain Shun is a professional. Since he dared to stop, he must have confidence. Besides, I'm just a passenger. This kind of fighting should be left to the professionals. With this thought, Lin Mo's heart, which had been slightly lifted, sank back down. Alright, stop looking, it's quite scary. That doesn't count. Let's continue. Let's play for 300 rounds. Han Mingqing urged Lin Mo to continue playing cards. Lin Mo agreed. Let's go then. Am I scared of you? 3 of a kind. Not enough. 5 of a kind. Pass. Suddenly a loud bang echoed from above. Holy crap. What the hell? Accompanied by the panic in the carriage, the entire carriage shook violently. The hard roof was ripped open by a sharp claw, creating a long gash that spanned several meters. Above that torn opening, a massive monster's head peered down, greedily scanning the crowd in the carriage. Ah! Help! The passengers in the carriage instantly screamed, thrown into chaos. The first to react was the Earth Shield spell. Earth Shield, protect us. Fireball erupted instantly, filled with excitement. This is great. How dare you disturb the ground under my feet? Lin Mo also stood up abruptly, seeking death. His eyes turned cold, and the lazy expression vanished as he decisively raised his arm. Buzz! A dark red light condensed instantly at his fingertips. The next moment, a spiraling dragon bullet shot out. Boom! The monster that was about to pounce was directly blasted away by the spiraling projectile. Phew! Han Mingqing patted her chest, still a bit shaken. Good thing you're here. You scared me to death. Then Han Mingqing stood up, as well, her expression serious. But Lin Mo, the defensive array has been breached. It seems we're really in for big trouble this time. Lin Mo looked at the hole. He had initially been reluctant to take action, as that was the guard team's job. But, since the threat had now reached him, and even endangered the lives of everyone in the carriage, there was no reason to stand by. Han Mingqing. Lin Mo turned his head and said sternly, buff me with your strongest abilities. Han Mingqing's eyes lit up, and she became excited. Alright, Lin Mo. In the next moment, a staff appeared in her hand, and Han Mingqing swung it vigorously. 3 beams of light fell upon Lin Mo. Lin Mo felt his body lighten, and an unprecedented sense of power surged through him. Thanks. He then walked towards the aisle. Boom. A pair of enormous fiery wings suddenly unfurled behind him. The dazzling flames instantly illuminated the dim carriage, reflecting Han Mingqing's awestruck expression. Wow, is it this cool? No wonder you're the top player. Lin Mo ignored the astonished looks from Han Mingqing and the other passengers in the carriage. He flapped his wings and charged out through the torn opening. The howling wind surrounded him as Lin Mo floated in midair, glancing at the buff panel. He wanted to see what powerful buffs Han Mingqing had given him. Mighty strength damage dealt increased by 50, defense decreased by 50, lasts for 5 minutes, cannot be dispelled. Pleasure and pain recover 2 of maximum health per second, sensitivity to pain increased by 200, lasts for 5 minutes, cannot be dispelled. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth twitched slightly. What kind of ridiculous names are these? And there are side effects. But the effects are indeed powerful, and the side effects are manageable. I have lava armor, which is already strong enough. A 50 drop in defense is fine. As for the sensitivity to pain, forget it. As long as I'm not injured, it's fine. This healing is indeed fierce. As long as I don't get one-shotted, I'll be an indestructible cockroach. With all buffs gathered, set effect triggered hope of the entire. Come here. All damage received reduced by 50. Forcibly attracts all monsters within a 1,000-meter radius to target me. Cannot be dispelled. This effect cannot be immune. With all buffs gathered, set effect triggered hope of the entire village. All the above effects increase by an addition. Lin Mo suddenly looked up. Thousands of scarlet eyes were fixed on him in midair. Lin Mo smiled. Oh good, this is how you want to play, huh? Fireball excitedly darted around the panel. So this is the feeling of being in the spotlight. Huh. Then let you ants see what true destruction looks like. Tremble. Turn to ashes before absolute annihilation. seeking a few small gifts asking for a little free support TT. At this moment chaos erupted within the other compartments. Boom. The roof was violently torn open by sharp claws. Suddenly a grotesque monster's head poked in. Drool dripped from its sharp fangs, landing right next to a mother tightly holding her child. Help! Help me! The mother in despair closed her eyes, shielding the little girl beneath her. The scent of death loomed close. Suddenly the monster trembled as if it had encountered an irresistible provocation. It halted its descent and withdrew its head back onto the roof. The anticipated death did not come. The young mother trembled and opened her eyes, her face filled with confusion. Wah! What happened? The others in the compartment were also stunned. At that moment someone shouted, pointing out of the window, "Quick, look over there." Everyone turned to look outside. Lin Mo hovered in midair. The wild wind howled, making his clothes flap. The enormous fiery wings behind him spread grandly, resembling a fire god descended to the mortal realm. Mom, is that a great hero? A winged great hero. The little girl just finished crying still had tears on her face, tightly clutching a comic book. On the cover was a figure with wings facing a tide of countless monsters. The passengers in the compartment were also in awe. At this moment of despair, the appearance of this figure undoubtedly provided everyone with a boost of courage. Is that the emblem of the Dragon Sequence class? A sharpied passenger exclaimed. It really is the Dragon Sequence class. The five-clawed golden dragon emblem, no doubt about it. Oh my gosh, we actually have a genius from the Dragon Sequence class on our train. That's amazing, we're saved. However, soon worried voices arose from the crowd. But isn't the Dragon Sequence class just first-year students? They're at most around level 20 right now. Yeah, there are thousands of monsters outside. Can he handle it? Well, saying it like that, one law, my wife, I love you. The flickering hope was once again dimmed. Although that figure was handsome, it appeared so thin and insignificant in the face of the overwhelming tide of beasts. At this moment on the roof, Han Mingyao wielded her spear like a dragon, instantly piercing through two attacking demon wolves. Beside her, Chu Lingxian held a shield emanating a soft golden light, repeatedly blocking deadly attacks meant for Han Mingyao. Sister Mingyao, watch out on the left. Chu Lingxian shouted, charging forward with her shield and knocking aside an attacking monster. Although their cooperation was seamless, the monsters were not weak even with their enhanced attributes, and there were many of them. Damn it. At this rate, we will be worn out. Han Mingyao gasped for breath, taking out a potion of magical energy and drinking it. Suddenly, all the surrounding monsters halted. Roar. The monsters let out a series of roars and took to the sky, gazing in the same direction. Huh. What's going on? Chu Lingxian looked bewildered. However, Han Mingyio's heart stirred as she suddenly remembered something. Only her sister Han Mingqing could draw the hatred of so many monsters at once. She turned her head to look. In the sky a figure stood proudly. Those wings ablaze with roaring flames were flame wind wings. Han Mingyao recognized the skill at a glance. It was a mid-tier fire skill that granted mages the ability to fly and fight in the air. As expected of the top rank, you can indeed use mid-tier skills. It seems, Lin Mo, are you a fire mage? Then let me see what the top rank is truly capable of. Han Mingyao tightened her grip on the spear. Lingxian, let's go help him. Chu Lingxian also reacted, nodding heavily. The two jumped off the roof and ran wildly towards Lin Mo's direction. Meanwhile, on the other side of the torn hole, Han Mingqing was clinging to the edge, peeking out with a small pink head. The wild wind disheveled her twin tails. She stared intently at Lin Mo in midair. So cool. Big brother of the top rank, so handsome. I'm coming to help you. In the next moment, Han Mingqing leaped onto the roof and jumped down. In midair, a dense and overwhelming army of monsters. Countless crimson eyes stared fixedly at him, emitting low growls from their throats. The sight was as if Lin Mo had just dug up their ancestral graves. Good. Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh in anger at this scene. No wonder your sister refuses to let you assist. No wonder you guys can match my level. It turns out it's all because of this buff, a force taunt that spanned a kilometer. If this were during regular leveling, it would definitely be a divine skill, incredibly efficient. But in the face of such a large beast tide, without adequate strength, it was no different than seeking death. Earth Shield Technique trembled as it looked at the overwhelming monsters around. Master, shouldn't we run? Fireball Technique laughed maniacally. Run. Why run? So much experience, why would we? Fireball Technique turned to Thunderstrike, shouting, Old 3, what use is high single target damage? Area damage is the true king. Let me show you what true destruction looks like. Thunderstrike flickered, slightly naive. Lin Mo took a deep breath. His gaze swept over the compartment filled with civilians. If he really ran, using Earth Shield Technique to burrow underground would indeed maximize his chances of survival. But once the hate value was lost, the thousands of furious monsters would instantly engulf the train. The old, weak women and children in this carriage would soon become food for the monsters. I'm not a savior, but I cannot simply watch as my kind are slaughtered without taking action. Lin Mo said softly, his eyes sharp. Little fire, little thunder, little earth, let's explode with them. Fireball Technique was ignited instantly, flames soaring. Explode. I will burn them all. Thunderstrike surprisingly showed a bit of interesting. Earth Shield technique. Let out a desperate scream, Master. No. It's too dangerous. Don't. Roar. Roaring with fury, the monstrous horde surged toward Lin Mo. Aerial and terrestrial ranged beasts launched their attacks first. Bone spikes, wind blades, fireballs. A deluge of ranged assaults descended upon Lin Mo. He made no attempt to evade. Magma armor, activate. Boom. Scorching crimson magma instantly enveloped Lin Mo's entire body. An armor solidified rapidly across his skin. Molten lava seeped through the armor's fissures, vaporizing rain into thick, white mist. Thud, 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 thud. Ranged strikes slammed against the magma armor, producing a rapid barrage of muffled impacts. Thanks to the 50 damage reduction granted by Dare You Come Closer, and the magma armor's extraordinary defense, these attacks inflicted negligible harm. Yet, SSSSS. Lin Mo sharply inhaled, teeth bared in agony, his facial muscles contorting violently. Han Mingqing, you wretched bastard. So this is what it feels like, with pain sensitivity amplified by 200. Truly exhilarating, yet excruciating. This searing pain ignited a feral ferocity in Lin Mo's gaze. He needed release, and would repay this torment tenfold, 100-fold upon these beasts. By now flying monsters had closed within 50 meters. Ground-based creatures were nearly at his feet. Lin Mo raised his hand, palm downward, like a god delivering judgment. Since you've come this far, none shall leave. Quicksand domain. Hum. A sepia-hued ripple emanated from Lin Mo, spreading across the earth. The ground instantly transformed into a terrifying vortex of quicksand. Monsters sprinting across it suddenly sank, legs sinking deep. An overwhelming suction force locked them in place, immobile, helpless. But this isn't over. Lin Mo's eyes hardened, he clenched his palm. Flame tempest. Boom. A blazing crimson tempest erupted spontaneously around him. A colossal fire tornado coalesced, instantly drawing every airborne monster into its infernal spiral. Multi-explosive fireballs. Scorching flame pillars. Lin Mo unleashed his full power, holding nothing back. Dozens of fireballs rained down from the sky. On the ground, countless crimson circles flared to life. All of you die. A faint, ruthless smile curled Lin Mo's lips. His blazing flame wings flared, and countless fiery feathers condensed behind him. Feather rain of fire. In the next instant, thousands of flame-forged feathers shot forth in every direction, indiscriminate, relentless, as if a storm of burning plum blossoms. Each feather detonated in a violent micro-explosion upon impact. Kaboom, 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 kaboom. At that very moment, sky and earth alike became a sea of fire. Lin Mo stood as sovereign of this living hell. Every gesture a decree of annihilation, every motion a herald of death. The once raging beast tide was obliterated, leaving behind a vast, eerie vacuum where ferocity had reigned moments before. Han Mingyao and Chu Lingxuan sprinting frantically toward Lin Mo froze in awe, staring speechless at his performance. Fire raining from the heavens, pillars blazing across the land, and that titanic fire tornado. Within hundreds of meters, every inch pulsed with Lin Mo's arcane mastery. Could a level 20 cultivator truly unleash such devastation? Even a level 40 archmage would scarcely surpass this. This, Lin Mo classmate. Chu Lingxuan's mouth hung agape. Han Mingyao murmured, not just fire, dual element earth and fire. Was this the true might of the top-ranked student? But she snapped back to reality in an instant, eyes sharpening. This is no time for spectating. Even if Lin Mo is extraordinarily powerful, sustaining such intensity won't last long. Ling Xian, hurry. We must relieve his pressure. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Han Mingqing, having just leapt off the train roof, stood paralyzed before the celestial pyrotechnics. Holy, damn, big brother top-ranked. So damn cool. I knew it. My buffs paired with Lin Mo are utterly unstoppable. Burn them all. Blast those grotesque abominations to ash. Elsewhere on the opposite flank of the battlefield, Shen Yifeng led an elite squad of over 20 warriors locked in mortal combat with the War Titan boss, Fury of the Gale. His staff blazed with azure light. Wild gales materialized midair, coalescing into a raging vortex that tightly ensnared the War Titan. Wind blades slashed relentlessly at the Titan's hide, scattering shards of stone. While inflicting grievous wounds, they also severely impeded its movement. Each step now agonizingly labored. Just then, kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. Earth-shattering explosions echoed from behind. What in the blazes is that? Xiao Lu startled, instinctively twisting his head. One glance, and he stood utterly dumbfounded. Above the train's direction, flames roared skyward. Its sheer magnitude dwarfed even the Titan's battle. Holy SHT, what's happening? Did reinforcements arrive this fast? A squad member cried out in astonishment. Their archer, having activated the eagle eye ability, possessed vision far beyond human limits. He scrutinized the figure at the heart of the conflagration. No, it's not reinforcements. It's that dragon sequence class prodigy. Lin Mo. What a... Shen Yifeng whirled around, disbelief flooding his eyes. He stared at the boundless sea of fire, mouth slightly agape. Could a freshman truly command such power? Was this the caliber of the Dragon Sequence class's #1 ranked newcomer? Unbelievably strong. Shen Yifeng whispered, yet hope kindled fiercely in his gaze. With strength like this, perhaps we can hold the line. At that moment, the War Titan's blood-red eyes locked unerringly onto the distant inferno. And not only the boss, the hundreds, even thousands of elite-tier monsters trailing it also turned their gazes toward Lin Mo's position. No, Shen Yifeng paled. The boss's aggro, and every elite monster's hatred, had been completely stolen by how Lin Mo accomplished this remained unknown, but irrelevant. What mattered was that these elites bore no comparison to ordinary beasts near the train. Each could fight 10 soldiers alone. Even Lin Mo, formidable as he was, could never withstand them all. And with so many elites converging, Shen Yifeng's 20-strong squad stood no chance of blocking them. Damn it! Shen Yifeng barked orders without hesitation. Xiao Lu, Yu Lao San, and De Zhuang immediately reinforced Lin Mo. Everyone else, give your lives. His eyes burned crimson, 2 for 1. Today we die here, but we will slay this accursed boss. Back where Lin Mo stood, the once dense beast tide had been scoured clean, leaving a vast silent vacuum. Charred remains littered the ground, smoldering corpses bore grim testament to the cataclysmic onslaught. Monster slain, mutated wolf. Monster slain, clawed demon bat. Monster slain. A torrent of kill notifications flooded Lin Mo's vision. It felt like playing with a tenfold experience cheat, pure intoxicating euphoria. Swoosh. Golden light shimmered over Lin Mo. Congratulations. Your level has ascended to LV 21. Ah, blissful. This is how monster slaying should feel. Lin Mo exhaled deeply, then turned his gaze beyond the vacuum. Their tens of thousands more monsters surged forward, endless, relentless. Earth shield technique trembled with excitement. Master is invincible. Big brother is invincible. Fireball technique smirked, glancing sideways at lightning strike technique. Well, third brother. See that? That is my dominion. That is true arcane supremacy. Lightning strike technique offered no reply. Its icon merely flickered softly, deep in contemplation. Lightning strike technique reflects lightning, is the most savage, most untamable force under heaven, and it may cleave the heavens as a single piercing blade, or ignite cascading chain reactions, or blanket the entire firmament in thunderous wrath. Lightning strike technique attempts theoretical refinement. Moi. Lin Mo sensed a subtle shift within. Genius, little Lei. Is it finally time for you to awaken? Inside the magical train's carriage, passengers leaned against the windows, their eyes wide open, gazing at the breathtaking scene outside. In the sky, a figure with fiery wings descended like a deity. A massive vacuum was created amidst the sea of beasts, cleared by the torrential rain of flames. A young man muttered to himself, what the heck? Is this the student from the Longshu class? We're both 18, but why is there such a huge gap? Next to him, a bespectacled man calmly retorted, dude, you're overthinking it. The Longshu class is indeed filled with monsters, but I bet even among them this one is the king of monsters. Level 20. Which level 20 can unleash such explosive combos? Most level 20 practitioners barely have 3 basic skills. How many skills has this monster unleashed? And at least 2 of them are intermediate skills. Indeed, my uncle is a level 40 fire mage, and I feel like he stands like a mere lackey before him. In the carriage, discussions erupted everywhere. Soon someone realized and frantically took out their phone to record this stunning moment. Even more extreme, someone started a live broadcast on the spot. Folks, I'm not pretending anymore, I'm coming clean. I was attacked on the magical train, but we've encountered a deity. Let the rockets fly. Let's cheer for our Longshu class students. Meanwhile, Lin Mo soared in the sky. Although the previous explosion cleared the surrounding monsters, the beast tide seemed endless, surging like a black tsunami once more. Come on, come at me, let's see how many levels I can gain. Lin Mo smiled, relieved that he wore the illusory spirit set, which showcased its impressive 65 cooldown reduction. As the monsters approached, the cooldown was already reset. Little earth, little fire, do as you see fit. Lin Mo took on the role of a carefree manager. In the face of these skillful beings, his micromanaging skills seemed inferior to their own. He only needed to look cool, while leaving the rest to the skills. Earth shield technique, immediately responded, rest assured, master. I will not let them get within a step of you. Fireball technique, exclaimed excitedly ants, how dare you approach? Then let this sea of flames be your funeral. Die, you fools. Buzz. The sandstorm field expanded once more, instantly controlling the ground monsters. Immediately after, countless fire skills were unleashed towards the tide of monsters without restraint. Boom, boom, boom. Fireball technique, laughed maniacally, ha ha. Get in line. Come one by one to die. Just as Lin Mo cleared another wave of monsters, several figures dashed over. Lin Mo will help you. Han Mingyao, wielding a silver spear, was surrounded by an aura of cold, her long hair flying like a valkyrie. Behind her, Chu Lingxian followed closely, holding a giant sword and a shield taller than herself. Lin Mo, I'm here to protect you. On the other side, Han Mengxing waved her staff, shouting as she rushed over Lin Mo, big brother Lin Mo, I'm coming too. I'm here to help. Seeing these three classmates rushing to assist Lin Mo did not refuse. After all, he adhered to a principle: if he could win effortlessly, he wouldn't fight solo. This is called the rational use of resources. The four of them quickly assembled. Chu Lingxian raised the giant shield at the front. Although she was petite, that giant shield gave a sense of stability like a mountain. Han Mingyao and Han Mingqing stood on either side. Lin Mo hovered behind the three as the core damage dealt. In an instant, a temporary yet incredibly luxurious team, arguably the strongest level 20 battle squad in Long Country, was formed. Roar! The roar of the monsters soared into the sky. This time the momentum was clearly more ferocious than before. The two previous waves of monsters Lin Mo cleared were all level 25. Now this wave consists entirely of level 30 monsters. They were 10 levels higher than Lin Mo and the others. Moreover, these monsters emanated a red glow granted by a war giant, their attributes skyrocketing. Everyone be careful. This wave is strong. Han Mingyio's expression tightened, gripping her spear even tighter. Don't worry. I can take it. Chu Lingxian exclaimed, driving the giant shield heavily into the ground. Holy light protection. Buzz. A thick golden barrier instantly enveloped all four of them, especially focusing on Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at the shimmering golden barrier around him, feeling much more at ease. Although the previous monsters couldn't break his defense. With the buffs from Han Mingqing, the pain was still very real. Now this shield looked solid and should be able to block a good amount of damage for him. This is the output environment a mage should have Lin Mo's side. In the next second, Han Mingqing was also unwilling to be outdone. Look at this lady's buff. I'm risking my life to cast. A blood-red glow instantly shot towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo's figure swayed in midair. What kind of ridiculous skill name is this? What kind of skills has this girl comprehended? Lin Mo glanced at the status bar. Risking life to cast all damage increased by 30, a skill cooldown reduced by 10, loses 2 of maximum health per second. Upon seeing the latter part, Lin Mo's scalp went numb. Good heavens. This is truly risking life to cast. Losing 2 health per second. 50 seconds of a true man. This is way too harsh. Thankfully, Han Mingqing had previously cast a super strong healing buff on him, which perfectly countered this damage debuff. Looks like these two skills are paired. Lin Mo silently complained. As the tide of monsters approached. Attack. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. Earth Shield technique received. Buzz. The sandstorm field instantly spread out. The armored magic rhinoceros in the front line softened its footing, sinking into the mire. Little fire, clear the area. Boom. A massive fire tornado erupted at the center of the beast tide, sucking in countless monsters. Immediately after, the ground lit up with dense red circles. Over 20 fire pillars shot into the sky, engulfing those monsters trapped in the quicksand. As the flames subsided, the armored magic rhinoceroses did not fall. The monsters before them were almost all level 39 levels higher than Lin Mo. Moreover, with the aura of the war giant, their life and defense had reached a terrifying level. Roar. The armored magic rhinoceros struggled frantically. The difference in levels resulted in a significant reduction in control effects. Just as they were about to break free. Extreme cold field. Han Mingyao gripped her spear tightly, forcefully stabbing the tail of the spear into the ground. Crack. An ice blue chill erupted from the spear's tail, sweeping outward. The armored magic rhinoceroses, on the verge of breaking free from the quicksand, had just pulled their legs out halfway when they were instantly frozen by the terrifying chill. Hard ice crystals rapidly spread along their limbs, turning them into ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. The control chain seamlessly continued. Well done. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Without Han Mingyio's supplementary control, his own skills would have gone into cooldown, potentially causing chaos. Is this the most special existence in the water system, reputed to have the strongest control in the ice system? Only when one's understanding of water elements reaches the pinnacle can such skills be comprehended. Perhaps when he reaches level 30, he could also learn a water system skill to reinforce his control. In just a few seconds of control with the dual boost of equipment and buffs, Lin Mo's skill cooldown. Reset. Little fire. Send them on their way. Fireball technique was already impatient, die fools. Boom, 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 boom. A new round of firepower coverage rained down. The ice sculptures exploded in flames, and despite having very high health, the level 30 ordinary monsters couldn't withstand Lin Mo's 2 waves of terrifying bombardment. In an instant, the world fell silent once again. Inside the magic train, the passengers who witnessed this scene were once again stirred up. Damn. Is this the kind of cooperation between Dragon class students? I heard they are freshmen, right? This should be their first collaboration, but why does it feel like they are old teammates who have worked together for many years? So strong. Truly too strong. Does anyone understand? A level 20 Dragon class freshman treats a level 30 beast tide like chives being cut. A young girl covered her mouth, her eyes filled with stars. That big sister with the shield gives such a sense of security, and that ice lance warrior looks so cool. And that girl with pink twin tails, is she a priest? This buff is so fierce. Someone pointed at the figure at the back of the team. The most outrageous is that last mage with wings, right? This damage output is explosive. Yeah. This crowd control ability, this dominance, it's simply, I feel like the combined output of those three girls is not even half of Lin Mo's. Be more confident, remove that feeling. In the corner, a little girl was peeking out of the window, her big watery eyes reflecting the blazing firelight. Mom, that big brother is so handsome and so powerful. He's even more handsome than the ones in comic. Yes. He is a great hero, a true great hero. The young mother tightly hugged her daughter, her eyes filled with gratitude for surviving the ordeal. The fear in the carriage was swept away. In this world, nothing is more reassuring than witnessing a human crush. As long as that figure stands in the air, this train is an absolutely safe fortress. Fireball looked at the corpses strewn all over the ground, feeling rather inflated. Fireball smugly remarked, "Old third, I admit my single target damage may not be as good as yours for now, but when it comes to area damage you can't even compare to a hair of mine." Lin Mo twitched his mouth. "What do you mean you lost? This little fire's competitive spirit is too strong, right? Little Lei didn't even bet with you." Earth Shield thought the big brother was getting a bit carried away and stepped in to mediate. "Hey big brother, let's say less, we're all family." Earth Shield turned to Thunderstrike. "Third brother, don't take it to heart, big brother is just being talkative, we're family, why compare? Supporting our main talent is our duty." However, no matter what these two said, Thunderstrike showed no reaction at all. Fireball curled his lip, humph, pretending to be dead. "Surely seeing how awesome I am made you shut down." Fireball disdainfully said, "Boring, really boring, being invincible is so lonely." Lin Mo couldn't help but remind him, "Shut up, little fire, little Lei is brainstorming, don't disturb him." Fireball was momentarily taken aback. A sense of unease inexplicably arose in Fire, but soon Fireball perked up again, believing that when it comes to area damage he is the best. "Here we go again." Han Mingio's voice came. Lin Mo looked up. He saw that the recently cleared vacuum area was once again filled with a dark mass of monsters. Lin Mo's gaze turned cold, a slight arc forming at the corner of his mouth. "Then let's continue. Kill as many." As soon as he finished speaking, the cooperation of the four began to operate again. Chu Lingxian raised her shield while Han Mingyao controlled the monsters. Han Mingxing was also busy maintaining buffs and wielding her staff to cast small spells, sending the monsters into a daze. Everyone's goal was the same, which was to create the best output environment for Lin Mo. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu and two other elite guards were rushing towards Lin Mo. "Wow, so fierce, too fierce." One team member murmured, "How many skills does this kid have exactly? I can't even count them." Xiao Liu's face was filled with excitement and fervor. "This is what true output looks like. This is what a mage should be. Look at that, hundreds and thousands of elite beasts behind us, and then look at the two teammates beside me," he said passionately. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fighting alongside this level of young genius is a glory that makes our ancestors proud. When I grow old, this will be my bragging rights with my grandchildren. I once fought alongside that one in life and death. Brothers, charge." Yes, the two team members were also infected by this emotion, howling as they rushed towards Lin Mo. In the center of the battlefield, Lin Mo cleared the field once again. "Huh. I told you when we work together, no matter how many small fries come, they're just giving us free food." Han Mingxing raised her chin, her pink twin tails swaying gently in the wind. "Well, mainly it's because Lin Mo is too fierce." Chu Lingxian glanced at the beast tide, which was now only left with a few scattered monsters, and smiled gently. Suddenly Han Mingyao turned her head to another side. "It's not over yet." Lin Mo heard her words and followed her gaze. Another wave of dark beast tide was rushing towards them, and it was clear that this wave of beasts was significantly larger than the previous ones. It looked like it would be quite troublesome to deal with. Meanwhile, three figures were sprinting towards them at an extremely fast speed. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. That person looks a bit familiar. It seems to be the one who was following Shen Yifeng before." Soon the three arrived in front of Lin Mo and his group. "You guys are too fierce." Xiao Lu panted and gave Lin Mo a thumbs up, treating level 30 beast tides like grandchildren. "Impressive, really impressive." Han Mingxing, hearing the praise, proudly lifted her chin. "Of course. Don't you know who we are? The Dragon Class F." Chu Lingxian blushed a little from embarrassment, stealing a glance at Lin Mo's profile. But Xiao Lu did not waste any more words and became serious. "Everyone, this is not the time to be happy. The real trouble has arrived." He glanced back. In the sky, countless two-headed monsters were flying. On the ground, a group of heavily armored halferks wielding giant axes was rushing towards them. And at the very back, there were even larger giant monsters following. "This is..." Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. Xiao Lu swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. "That is the War Giant's personal guard. All elite monsters at level 30. As he said this, Xiao Lu pointed at himself and the two teammates beside him. "We three are agile type classes, fast, which is why we got here first. Those beasts all have that damned war aura, and on top of that they are elite monsters. In simple terms, the combat power of these elite monsters is several times more terrifying than the combined ordinary monsters we just faced." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone except Lin Mo began to get tense. Level 30 elite monsters are already tougher than ordinary monsters, and now they also carry the war aura that doubles all attributes. It must be noted that elite monsters have a higher resistance to control than ordinary monsters. Under the pressure of level difference for Lin Mo and the others, it can be said they are almost immune to control. The reason the previous battles went so smoothly was largely due to the powerful control from Quicksand Field and Extreme, but now, control skills will probably not have a good effect. Once the first round of output is finished, and they fall into skill cooldown, without clearing the field, or controlling it letting hundreds of furious elite monsters rush at them. Even if Lin Mo has lava armor, it would be hard to deal with. Ultimately, it's still about damage. If only the damage was explosive enough to clear the field in the first round, then there would be nothing to worry about. What should we do? Han Mingxing was a bit panicked. Don't panic. Listen to my arrangements. The Earth Shield technique exclaimed, Hey big brother, look over there at third brother. It seems he has silently produced something significant. The fireball technique suddenly turned its head to look at the other side of the skill bar. Indeed, beneath the lightning skill tree, a new skill had appeared. The fireball technique widened its eyes amid last time he inexplicably comprehended the thunder Qilin, and now this again. The Earth Shield technique was astonished. Big brother, you worked tirelessly all night to comprehend two skills, while third brother just thought about it casually and succeeded. Third brother seems to be truly impressive. Maybe we should team up with him from now on. The fireball technique. The fireball technique provoked erupted with anger. Which side are you on? Can't you speak? If you can't, then just donate your mouth. The thunder strike technique. Practice more. If you're weak, don't shout. The fireball technique instantly flared up. Hey, who are you talking to? How about comparing area damage with me? The Earth Shield technique anxiously circled. Big brother, calm down, and third brother, you should say less too. Peace is precious. Lin Mo ignored the skills. He raised his head and glanced into the distance where elite monsters surged like a tide. Time waits for no one. Since he had learned a new skill, he would max it out directly. Lin Mo pulled out skill books one after another from his inventory. Buzzing. The precious skill books instantly transformed into streams of light wildly drilling into Lin Mo's body. This commotion also drew the attention of several onlookers. Little Lu watched this scene, feeling his heart bleed. Eating skill books. In his understanding, skill books are treasures. An ordinary person would take a long time to save enough money for one. Lin Mo seems to be eating them as if they cost nothing. These skill books would require at least 5 years' salary to afford. And the most bewildering part is it's an emergency situation. What good does eating skill books do now? Generally, eating skill books only accelerates the comprehension of skills. It does not mean one can instantly comprehend them. In short, skill books serve merely as assistance. Isn't this just a classic case of cramming at the last minute? Classmate, isn't it a bit late to eat books now? Little Lu couldn't help but remind him. Standing aside, Han Mengyao and Xu Lingxian also showed surprised expressions, but they did not react like little. They were top-tier prodigies and understood that such exceptional talents possess unique characteristics. Lin Mo, without a doubt, was a prodigy among prodigies. He certainly has his reasons for doing this. They just needed to watch quietly and wait for Lin Mo's performance. Lin Mo did not respond to Little Lu. At this moment, he was immersed in the exhilaration of leveling up. As the skill books were devoured, the skill levels within him skyrocketed. Lightning strike level increased. LV 21. Thunder Qilin's descent level increased. LV 21. Thunder Chain prison level increased. LV 21. Firestorm level increased. LV 21. Max it out. Everything maxed out. Lin Mo exhaled deeply and his gaze sharpened. Alright, everything that could be improved has been improved. Now it's time to test the results. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy footsteps shook the ground. Hundreds of enormous elite monsters were now less than 100 meters away from the group. The ferocious faces, the giant mouths emanating a putrid stench, and even the crimson war halo on them were clearly visible. A sense of oppression rushed in. They are coming. Little Liu's expression changed as he instantly entered combat mode. The distance is enough. Lin Mo prepared to unleash the first wave of skills. Others protect Lin Mo at all costs and buy him time for skill cooldowns. Yes, the other two team members and Xu Lingxian shouted in unison, fearless. Fireball technique was enveloped in raging flames. Get out of the way. Everyone get out of the way. Come on, third brother, let's compare whose area damage is stronger. Lin Mo calmly reassured in his heart. Little fire, don't rush, let little thunder take the lead this time. The fireball technique was nonchalant. Fine, whatever. It doesn't matter who takes the lead. The final glory will surely belong to me. The fireball technique found a way to justify itself. On the finale, do you understand what the finale means? Immediately after, Lin Mo looked at the skill icon for Thunderstrike. Little Thunder, are you ready? The Thunderstrike technique replied flatly, stop wasting time, let's get started. Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile. So bold, I like it. Then, let's begin. Buzzing. In an instant, a dazzling ray of lightning erupted from Lin Mo's right hand. Countless tiny arcs of electricity danced in his palm, emitting a tingling zzz sound like a chorus of birds. What is this? Little Liu's eyes widened instantly. Lightning system. Isn't he dual element fire and earth? Can he also use lightning? Han Mingyao looked at Lin Mo in disbelief. She had always thought Lin Mo was the top genius of fire and earth dual elements, but unexpectedly, he also had a hand in lightning. Lin Mo did not pay attention to the crowd. He suddenly stepped forward and slammed the raging lightning down onto the ground. Thunder chain prison. Boom. The moment that ray of lightning touched the ground, it transformed into countless electric sparks racing towards the elite monster group at lightning speed. Ziz. The torrents of lightning crashed into the elite monsters. Following that, after hitting the first target, it began to wildly ricochet. A flash of lightning instantly struck another target within a 5-meter radius. It was as if countless invisible mirrors were refracting light. In the blink of an eye, amidst the dark tide of beasts, a massive electric net woven from lightning suddenly lit up. The elite monsters erupted with shrill roars. Thunder. Thunder chain prison. Little Lu looked at the scene before him, his mouth slightly agape. This move can be considered one of the core skills of lightning mages. It's not just due to the high damage, but because of the terrifying area damage debuff, the electrified state. Under the electrified state, subsequent damage can directly double. This Lin Mo surprisingly has such a hidden trump card. Or did he just comprehend it? Little Lu looked at Lin Mo with eyes full of shock. Just when Little Lu was still questioning life, Lin Mo, Little Fire, it's your turn, now don't let third brother underestimate you. The Earth Shield technique shouted from the side. Big brother, go for it. Big brother is the best. Big brother, you are the strongest. The fireball technique could no longer contain itself. Everyone die for me. In this world, only flames are the eternal truth. Multiple explosive fireballs. Flame pillar. Boom. In the sky, dense fireballs rained down like a meteor shower upon the elite monsters. On the ground, countless crimson pillars of fire shot up into the sky. Without any reservations, Lin Mo unfolded his flame wind wings and charged directly into the elite monster group. Quick! Protect Lin Mo. Seeing this, Little Lu hurriedly followed, and the others quickly followed suit. Lin Mo flew above the elite monsters, raised his arms slightly, and clenched his fist. Flame. Storm. Boom. The crimson fiery tornado spiraled crazily around Lin Mo, devouring everything nearby. Little Lu and the others who had just caught up instinctively wanted to defend. However, they soon discovered that the flames remarkably avoided them. This fine control. Little Lu stared in astonishment. In such chaotic battlefield, he could accurately control the flames to avoid every ally. The top student of the Dragon Sequence class. Is he even human? Under the electrified state, damage doubled. Lightning and fire intertwined explosions rang out incessantly. Lin Mo resembled a walking god of fire, leaving nothing but desolation in his wake. After a wave of skills, the flames dissipated and the lightning faded. The once densely packed elite monster group had now vanished. On the battlefield, only charred remains were left. The flame wind wings behind Lin Mo gently flapped, hovering in midair. He looked down at Little Lu and the others, who were dumbfounded. Little Lu remained with his mouth agape. He looked at the empty surroundings, feeling his mind go blank. Where are they? Cleared them out. A level 21 mage unleashed a barrage of firepower, and the level 30 elite monster group, with a frenzy buff, is gone. On the other side of the battlefield, the wild wind howled. Wrath of the Wind God. Shun Yifeng's body was enveloped by a tempest, transforming into dozens of massive wind blades that fiercely slashed at the war giant. Debris flew as the war giant let out a deep roar. Shield formation. Hold the line. Several guards wielding huge shields gritted their teeth, standing firm at the forefront. Heal. Quickly. Don't stop the output. Shun Yifeng commanded loudly, while continuously unleashing wind-based skills to restrain the enemy. Though the war giant was cumbersome, its health was tremendously thick. Coupled with its despair-inducing defense, it was practically a tough nut to crack. At that moment, a team member suddenly turned to look behind. In the next second, he froze in place. Holy crap. Captain! Captain! Look behind. Focus on the battle in front. Shun Yifeng reprimanded sharply, but he couldn't help glancing back. Upon seeing what was there, everyone was stunned. Where did the elite monsters go? Did they disappear so soon? A team member couldn't help but ask. Someone exclaimed in delight. It must be reinforcements. Otherwise, who could clear such a large area of monsters in an instant? No, it's not reinforcements. It was still that archer. His vision was exceptional, and he even caught a glimpse of residual energy from a lightning-based skill. Reinforcements haven't arrived. It was Xiaolu and the kids from the Dragon Sequence class, who used large-scale lightning and fire skills. Lightning skills. Shun Yifeng was taken aback. Xiaolu and the others were not lightning-type practitioners. Moreover, it seemed that those from the Dragon Sequence class also did not have lightning skills. Han Mingyao was ice-type, Chu Lingxian was light-type, and Han Mingqing was supportive. As for Lin Mo, he was remembered as fire and earth dual-type, right? Furthermore, when he previously made a move, it was an overwhelming display of fire skills. Where did the lightning come from? Everyone exchanged glances, their minds filled with questions. Roar! The war giant's roar interrupted everyone's thoughts. The annihilation of the personal guard seemed to have made this behemoth feel threatened, and its attacks became even more frenzied. Stop overthinking it. We'll find out soon enough. Shun Yifeng snapped back to attention, his eyes sharp as he shouted. No matter who did it, now that the trouble over there has been resolved, this is our final battlefield. This behemoth has little health left. Brothers, give it your all. Don't lose to those kids. Yes. With Shun Yifeng's encouragement, the morale of the guards soared instantly. Meanwhile, inside the magic train, the atmosphere in the carriage was extremely excited. The scene of lightning and fire intertwining was deeply etched in everyone's minds. A young passenger was so excited that he danced with joy. So cool. Really so cool. Controlling lightning, a sea of fire. This is art. I thought that guy from the Dragon Sequence class was the embodiment of the fire god, or I didn't expect he also moonlights as the god of lightning. The students from the Dragon Sequence class are indeed monsters among monsters. In a corner, a little girl holding a comic book looked up, her eyes sparkling. She pointed out the window and said to her mother in a baby voice, "Mommy, I know who that big brother is." Who is it?" The young mother gently patted her daughter's head. "He is the great hero of thunder and fire." The little girl waved her tiny fists, mimicking Lin Mo's earlier skill release. Boom. All the bad guys turned to ashes. Laughter rang out in the carriage. The originally tense atmosphere lightened at that moment. "It's all thanks to him, otherwise we'd probably be done for today. Yeah, when we return, I must set up a longevity tablet. Setting up a tablet is too much, he's still young. But with this strength, he will definitely be the pillar of our dragon nation in the future." In the center of the battlefield, Lin Mo hovered in midair. Earth shield technique was wildly jumping. Big brother is awesome. Big brother is so awesome. Woo-woo, following big brother, there's definitely meat to eat. Fireball technique was somewhat dazed at this moment. It fell into deep self-doubt. Is this really the damage caused by me? Then fireball technique was ecstatic. It seems I have become stronger again. Truly worthy of my status. Evolving in battle, transcending in slaughter. Just as fireball technique was lost in self-joy, Lin Mo poured cold water on it. "Stop self-aggrandizing, you're overthinking it. It's Xiaolei's new skill that put the monster in an electrocuted state, during which your damage is doubled. Plus its rebound damage helped lower the health threshold. So do you understand why I let Xiaolei take the lead? This is teamwork, this is collaboration." Fireball technique was stunned. Fireball technique couldn't help but look at lightning strike technique. "Hey third brother, is it really your electrocuted state that doubled my damage?" On the other side of the skill panel, lightning strike technique replied in a cold tone, "Only an idiot would think that with your little flame, you could instantly wipe out the entire field." Earth shield technique, Fireball technique exploded instantly. "Who are you calling an idiot? You." Seeing that another argument was about to break out, Lin Mo quickly stepped in to mediate. Alright, we're all family here. Xiaolei, although your big brother can be a bit blunt, his output is solid. Without his burst, we definitely wouldn't have defeated the monsters. And you little fire, don't be so unconvinced. Is it really that hard to acknowledge someone else's excellence?" With Lin Mo's mediation, fireball technique calmed down a bit. Though it was proud, it wasn't ungrateful. That feeling of instant annihilation was indeed unprecedented. If this was truly because of the assistance from lightning strike technique. Fireball technique snorted, "Fine, but remember this. No matter if you assist or not, my area damage is still the strongest." Fireball technique declared proudly. "As for single target damage, I'm just temporarily not as good as you. Waiting until I comprehend forbidden spells, then you'll see what true flames are." Facing fireball technique's declaration filled with competitiveness, lightning strike technique flickered with a faint blue light. Lightning strike technique calmly responded, "Fine, I'll wait for you." This brief 3 words left fireball technique stunned. It originally thought it would be reprimanded as boring or idiot and was already prepared to retort. Fireball technique awkwardly swayed to him. Then it settled. "Don't be shocked when I scare you later." Lin Mo looked at the two skills like this and sighed in relief. The little fire and little lightning had finally eased. Lin Mo slowly descended. "Lin Mo, you're amazing." Han Mengqing was the first to rush over, spinning around Lin Mo several times. "Wow. That lightning fire combo just now was simply stunning." Lin Mo smiled casually, fixing his hair that had been blown askew by the wind. Stay low-key, stay low-key." At that moment, Han Mengyao and Chu Lingxian also approached. "Lin Mo, aren't you a fire and earth dual type? How come your lightning skills are so strong?" Han Mengyao looked at Lin Mo, unable to help but ask. At this level, a dual-type master who reached such a level was extremely rare, fully deserving of the title of top of the Dragon Sequence class. Yet now Lin Mo had unleashed a third-type skill, and it was even a mid-tier skill from the start. Lin Mo innocently countered, "When did I ever say that I am a fire and earth dual-type mage?" Han Mengyao was taken aback. She carefully recalled. Indeed, everything she saw was her own perception. "It seems that's also true." Han Mengyao let out a bitter laugh and shook her head. Then her expression became even more complex. "So, does that mean you are actually a tri-type mage? Fire, earth, and lightning mastery over 3 types? Upon hearing this question, Lin Mo stroked his chin, pondering before replying, "Well, for now I guess so." "For now?" Han Mengyao showed a puzzled expression. "What do you mean by for now?" After all, the most powerful mage in history could only achieve mastery over 3 types. 3 types had already reached the limits of human knowledge. It was the ceiling. But Lin Mo said for now. Did that mean he still had reserves? Did he think he could master a fourth type, or even a fifth type in the future? Ha ha ha, for now means for now. Who can predict the future? Lin Mo laughed. Classmates. Xiaolu ran over with 2 other team members. Since the elite monsters here have been dealt with, the remaining magical creatures can be handled perfectly by the guards on the train. He pointed to the distance. Captain Shun is still battling over there. Let's go help him. Do you want to join us? That's a rare practical opportunity. Although he claimed it was a practical opportunity, Xiaolu knew well. If Lin Mo joined in with his electrocuted buff, the war giant would definitely not last 3 minutes. Let's go. Of course we're going. Han Mingyao shook her spear, her battle intent soaring. In a boss battle, how can we miss out? I'm going too. Chu Lingxian raised her giant shield, her eyes resolute. And me. Han Mingxin hopped with her staff raised. I want to give Captain Shin a buff. Lin Mo glanced at everyone and smiled. Since we've come this far, let's send it on its final journey. Huff huff. Shen Yifeng's chest heaved violently. Around him, nearly every guard had reached the brink of exhaustion, holding on only by sheer willpower. And the War Colossus too was now at its last gasp. Wounds crisscrossed its body, its stony hide fissured open, revealing dark, crimson blood beneath. Captain, it should be almost over. One guard wiped sweat from his brow. Shen Yifeng narrowed his eyes. The blood bar above the War Colossus trembled precariously. Less than 10% remained. One final push, and they would obliterate this monstrous instigator of the beast tide. Shen Yifeng glanced back at his comrades. All were in dire straits, bodies and minds alike stretched to their absolute limits. In contrast, the War Colossus, though grievously wounded, had entered its most frenzied, desperate phase, the death throes of a titan. Rule war. A deafening roar erupted from the War Colossus. Its ashen eyes blazed into twin infernos of burning blood. It raised its colossal stone fist high. The final desperate strike is often the deadliest. Hold the line, everyone. Shen Yifeng clenched his teeth. This is the last wave. Just then, a piercing thunderclap split the sky overhead. Shen Yifeng instinctively looked. Lin Mo descended like a meteor, his back crowned with blazing wings of flame. Crimson light bathed the dim battlefield, illuminating his youthful yet stern face. Who, before Shen Yifeng could react, step aside. In the next instant, zzz, Lin Mo clenched his fist in midair. A colossal net of cobalt lightning materialized from the heavens, crashing down upon the War Colossus. Rampant currents surged through its wounds, surging, crackling, and detonating across its massive frame. The War Colossus froze rigid. Its titanic body convulsed violently, emitting guttural roars of agony. An eerie corona of electricity flickered wildly across its surface. Electrified, all damage taken doubled for the next 10 seconds. This is... Shen Yifeng's pupils contracted. He gazed at the figure standing before them. Wings of flame, prison of thunder. The sheer visual impact left even this battle-hardened veteran momentarily dazed. Lin Mo. Shen Yifeng recognized him, the top-ranked student of the Longshu class of freshmen who should have been safely sheltered far behind the front lines. Wait, was that a lightning-based ability? So, those elite monsters, they were all slain by Lin Mo, a mere 20-level freshman. Shen Yifeng felt his mind reel. How could 20 levels and triple-element mastery mage possibly belong to the same person? What are you waiting for? Attack now. Lin Mo's voice cut through the stunned silence. Then, boom, Lin Mo raised his hand and unleashed a pillar of searing flame, followed by volleys of explosive fireballs, then spiraling dragon fire blasts. One pyrokinetic technique after another rained down upon the War Colossus without pause or restraint. This is overwhelming. A guard stared dumbfounded. From afar he'd barely glimpsed the action, but up close the sheer oppressive aura of the Longshu class's triple-element sovereign mage was suffocating. Don't stand there. Press the advantage while the electrified buff lasts. Everyone, pour everything you've got into it. Shen Yifeng snapped back to awareness and roared. Yes. His guards bellowed in unison. Arrows, wind blades, crushing strikes. Multicolored torrents of skill light cascaded toward the War Colossus. Shen Yifeng grimaced, preparing to drain the last vestige of magical energy from his body. At that very moment, a flash of pink darted in from the flank. Uncle, behold, Miss Han's ultimate deluxe family feast. Han Mingxin twirled her staff, her face alight with exhilaration. Shen Yifeng blinked in surprise. Before he could react, several radiant auras converged upon him. His entire body jolted violently. Incredible, so powerful. But, in the next breath, Shen Yifeng's expression twisted in horror. The pain from his earlier wounds redoubled, as if salt had been ground into raw flesh, then scrubbed with steel wool. Simultaneously, Shen Yifeng felt his life force plummeting, only to surge back just as fiercely. His health bar danced wildly, his heart hammered, his body felt brittle as parchment, yet agonizingly, excruciatingly alive. He's all set, Uncle. Han Mingxin stuck out her tongue and punched the air cheerfully. Now, you're the hope of the whole. Go, duck. I sincerely thank you, truly. Shen Yifeng howled through tears, channeling every ounce of fury and power into his staff. Tempest execution. Boom. Dozens of azure wind blades coalesced into a colossal annihilating vortex, slamming headlong into the war colossus. On the other flank, Han Mingyao's spear pierced the air with glacial ferocity, while Chu Lingxuan's divine judgment descended in radiant splendor. A dazzling storm of skill light instantly engulfed the war colossus. Yet, amidst that maelstrom of brilliance, a far more terrifying, far more sovereign presence began to coalesce around Lin Mo. The sky darkened. Lin Mo hovered high above, gaze impassive robes whipping in the gale. Slowly he raised his right hand, crackling with arcs of pure lightning. Shaolei, deliver the final blow. Lightning strike scoffed inwardly about time. Kra. Clouds churned violently, as serpentine bolts of lightning writhed across the heavens. A crushing aura descended from the celestial realm, halting Shen Yifeng and his team mid-assault as they lifted their heads in awe. The lightning in the sky converged and condensed with breathtaking speed, until at last a divine beast emerged before their eyes, the Qilin, forged entirely of thunder. It strode upon storm clouds, threw back its head, and unleashed a roar that shook the land for 100 li. This is... Shen Yifeng forgot his torment, utterly transfixed. As a veteran practitioner, how could he fail to recognize this technique? Among all mid-tier skills, it ranked among the top 5 hardest to master. A single-target high-yield devastation technique, Thunder Qilin Descent. Amidst the stunned silence of all witnesses, Lin Mo brought his arm down. Fall. Rule War. The Thunder Qilin bellowed, a sound that shattered heaven and earth, as it plummeted from the skies wreathed in 10,000 tons of lightning. In that instant the world lost its color. All eyes saw only one thing, a blinding, incandescent bolt of lightning detonated. Arcs scoured the battlefield in all directions. Even Shen Yifeng and his team, standing dozens of meters away, were hurled backward by the cataclysmic shockwave. At the epicenter of the explosion, the war colossus body finally began to disintegrate. Then, a brilliant golden light erupted from Lin Mo, soaring skyward. He had already nearly filled his experience bar after clearing that wave of elite monsters. Now, with the immense experience granted by this boss-level sovereign entity, Lin Mo ascended once more. Congratulations. Your level has increased to LV 22. Current level LV 2275. The lightning faded. Silence blanketed the battlefield. Every eye fixed upon the youth suspended in midair. The clouds parted. Sunlight pierced through, bathing Lin Mo in golden radiance. Like a god descent, the earth shield technique trembled with excitement. Wow. Wow. So cool. It's really so cool. That kind of destructive momentum, that kind of oppressive feeling of ruling over all. It's never enough to see it a million times. Fireball technique, scoffed sourly. Humph, isn't it still relying on me to bring the health to the killing threshold? Just a mere head and dog. If I were to deliver the final blow, it would only be even more spectacular. More artistic. Thunderstrike technique replied, with just 2 words. Hee. Fireball technique instantly flared up. What does hee mean? You need to clarify this for me. Don't think just because you put on a show. Lin Mo slowly descended, retracting his wings. Who? Everyone in the guard team breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they managed to defeat the boss. Shen Yifeng walked over to Lin Mo, taking a deep breath. Lin Mo, I didn't expect you to be a trial element mage. And one of those elements is lightning. Lin Mo nodded and casually replied, oh, I heard that lightning has a very explosive single-target damage, and I'm a bit lacking in that area, so I learned a bit. Shen Yifeng's mouth twitched slightly. What do you mean you just learned a bit? That's lightning. Among all the elements in the mage profession aside from light and dark, lightning is universally recognized as the most difficult attribute. This kid is only around level 20, and he just learned and successfully comprehended the core lightning skill Thunder Chain Prison, as well as the extremely difficult to comprehend Thunder Qilin Descending. Moreover, the momentum he invoked just now to summon the thunder. This proficiency, this control, even a specialized lightning mage of this level would have to kneel down and concede. Not far away, 3 girls were huddled together, their eyes never leaving Lin Mo. Wow. So cool. That Thunder Qilin, that momentum. Han Mengqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, indeed, the number 1 brother is truly number 1, he has such presence. Hey sis, can you withstand that Thunder Qilin? Han Mengqing turned her head, looking at her sister with big sparkling eyes. Han Mengyao turned to look at her sister, her expression turning strange. She pointed to herself. Me? You mean me? Are you trying to make your older sister turn to ashes so you can inherit my— this? Han Mengqing shrank her neck. Beside her, Chu Lingxian weakly interjected, I can't block it. Definitely can't block it. Even if I activate Holy Light Barrier in the face of that strike, ID probably be as fragile as paper. TSK, TSK, TSK. Han Mengqing shook her head. It's worth noting that Chu Lingxian is the Dawn's Judicator in SS grade light profession, known as the Invincible Defense within the same tier. If even someone like her, a human fortress, feels like paper. So overpowered, really so overpowered. Suddenly Han Mengqing seemed to think of something, pointed her finger, and started counting. Yes. Let me count. From the basic fireball to that spiral dragon bullet, then fire pillars, fire tornado, flame wings. And then there's quicksand, electric net, and big Qilin. The more Han Mingqing counted, the wider her eyes became. My goodness, how many skills is this? Han Mingqing looked at her own hand, feeling defeated. Although I'm a talented support, I've only learned 6 skills, and only one of them is a mid-tier skill. So how many do you know? Han Mingqing asked Han Mingyao. Han Mingyao pouted, and replied, honestly I know 5. Among them Extreme Cold Domain and Ice Thorn Spear are mid-tier. Han Mingqing looked at Chu Lingxian again. Chu Lingxian felt even more embarrassed, and quietly said I know 4. Only Holy Light Barrier is mid-tier. It's over, it's over. Han Mingqing slapped her forehead, her face full of despair. The total number of skills we know doesn't even match the number of mid-tier skills that person has mastered. Is this really someone of the same age? Is there even a point of living? At this moment Chu Lingxian weakly added Lin Mo seems to know one combination skill, that lava armor. Oh, right. Han Mingqing suddenly realized, I almost forgot about that. That's a combination skill of fire and earth. That thing is even harder. The 3 fell silent again. After a long time Han Mingyao took a deep breath, looking at the distant silhouette of the boy, sighed, no wonder he's number 1. Just then a surprised shout came from afar. Wow, Captain, we got a drop. A big drop. Everyone present turned to look in Xiao Liu's direction. Xiao Liu held a glowing scroll in his hands, quickly running towards Shen Yifeng to hand it to the captain. Shen Yifeng took it, glanced at it, and his pupils suddenly constricted. This is such good luck. How could something like this drop? Lin Mo curiously glanced at a glance he recognized that it was a dungeon scroll. But why would a dungeon scroll cause such excitement? Lin Mo couldn't help but ask, what's wrong, Captain Shun? Isn't this just a dungeon scroll? Shen Yifeng forced himself to calm down and looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, this is no ordinary dungeon scroll. This is the Thunder Fire Temple scroll. Temple. Lin Mo was taken aback. Shen Yifeng nodded, explaining the dungeon scrolls in the Temple series drop extremely special items specifically produced for materials needed to comprehend combination skills. Combination skills. The moment those words left his mouth, Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. Previously he had been lucky enough to drop combination skill materials in the wild, which led to his comprehension of lava battle armor. But one must know the probability of a wild boss directly dropping combination skill materials is virtually 0. That's right. Shen Yifeng nodded, and judging by the name of this scroll, it is highly likely to drop materials for a combination skill of lightning and fire. Lightning and fire intertwine, achieving ultimate destruction. If one can comprehend a combination skill of both lightning and fire, Shen Yifeng swallowed hard. That power, it's simply unimaginable. Swish. Everyone's gaze turned to Lin Mo. Lightning fire. Isn't that just perfect? Isn't that exactly Lin Mo's forte? Lin Mo stared at the scroll, feeling extremely intrigued. The high single target burst of lightning combined with the wide area damage of fire. Just imagining it made his blood boil. In this world no one would refuse to become stronger. Many times people do not stagnate because they don't want to, but rather because they can't. Talent, resources, opportunities, and effort are all indispensable. Many people have exhausted all their strength, yet only awakened to a class profession. Some have struggled their whole lives only to be stuck in basic skills. Who? Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully his family is wealthy, has influence, and his skills are quite diligent. Upon hearing this, Shen Yifeng laughed heartily. According to the regulations, any extra drops obtained during the outdoor escort mission are generally handled by our escort team. Hearing this, Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. That makes things easier. Since it's unclaimed property that can be disposed of at our discretion, everything is negotiable. Should name your price, I'll buy it. Lin Mo spoke directly. However, Shen Yifeng shook his head and handed the scroll to Lin Mo, his tone serious and sincere. What are you talking about buying? Take it. If it weren't for the help from your dragon sequence class this time, not to mention this scroll, even the lives of everyone here would likely have been lost. It would definitely have been a major incident. You are indeed the one who deserves the credit. This loot rightfully belongs to you. Shen Yifeng was clear in his mind. This was not just out of gratitude. It was also because of the terrifying potential Lin Mo had demonstrated. A triple-element mage capable of single-handedly taking on a beast tide at level 20, he had turned the tide at a critical moment. Even a fool knows how terrifying Lin Mo's future achievements will be. Selling him a favor now and forging a good relationship is a deal that is beneficial in every sense. Rather than selling this hot potato for money, it's better to give it to the future god of magic. Yet Lin Mo did not reach out to take it, instead refusing. One thing is one thing. If it weren't for your support, I wouldn't have had the chance to output. Everyone is risking their lives. I cannot take this without giving anything in return. Lin Mo is not lacking in money. As the young master of Tianlon Magic Pharmaceuticals, any problem that can be solved with money is not an issue for him. It is the hardest to repay favors, since it can be purchased. Why incur a favor? Shen Yifeng frowned at this, and still tried to force it upon Lin Mo. Lin Mo, you're being too formal. We are soldiers, but protecting our home and country is our duty. Our lives are already saved. Why would we care about this little thing? Take it. Lin Mo smiled helplessly, taking a step back, and said seriously, Shun, if you don't accept money, this thing is too hot for me to handle. The brothers also have families, many were injured this time, and the subsequent treatment and settling costs all require money. If I take this, will you let the brothers go hungry? Alright, stop declining. If you don't agree, I won't take this scroll. Looking into Lin Mo's determined eyes, Shun Yifeng felt a warm current surge in his heart. This young man, not only strong in ability, but also principled in his actions, makes one feel at ease. He sighed and smiled wryly. Alright, since you've said so, let's follow the old rules of the wild teams. Everyone can bid. The final amount will be split among the others. Lin Mo nodded, agreeing readily. Okay then. Let's do this. I'll bid 30 million long country dollars. Puffed. Little Lou, who was drinking water, immediately spat it out. The surrounding escort team members also widened their eyes, doubting their ears. 30 million. They cannot be blamed for their reaction. Such temple scrolls are almost unseen in the market, typically exchanged privately among top guilds or wealthy families through special channels. For these escort team members who live on fixed salaries, this thing is nothing short of a legend. And 30 million. This number is simply astronomical. This is the amount they would need to save for 10 years without eating or drinking. Lin Mo, this is too much. Shun Yifeng quickly wanted to decline. Not too much. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. This scroll is valuable, yet scarce. If it were to go to auction, 30 million might not even secure it. Moreover, this is also to reassure the brothers. Everyone risked their lives in battle. They cannot return empty. After saying this, Lin Mo turned to Han Mingyao and the others, smiling as he asked, according to the bidding procedure, is there anyone who wants to raise the price? Han Mingyao rolled her eyes and put away her long spear. I'm an ice type. Oh, what am I going to do with a Thunderfire scroll? Use it as burning paper. Han Mingqing shrugged. I'm a support type. Chu Lingxian shook her head as well. I'm a light type knight. I don't. Seeing this, Lin Mo scanned the other escort team members. What about the rest of you? Feel free to raise the price. Don't be shy. The crowd looked at Lin Mo's generous demeanor, exchanging glances. Raise the price. What a joke. Starting at 30 million, how can anyone raise it? Who has that much liquid capital? Seeing no one respond, Shun Yifeng announced. Alright, no one is raising the price. This scroll belongs to Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't hesitate, storing the scroll in his panel backpack. He then asked Shun Yifeng for a bank card number and transferred the money on the spot. Ding! In less than half a minute, Shun Yifeng's phone vibrated. Looking at the long string of zeros in the transaction notification, Shun Yifeng's hand trembled slightly. Then, thank you, Lin. Shun Yifeng no longer pretended, giving a solemn military salute. The team members behind him also saluted in unison, their eyes filled with gratitude and awe for Lin Mo. This is what it means to have a vision. Strong in ability, solid in character, and incredibly wealthy. Is this what it means to be a big shot? Just then Lin Mo's phone suddenly rang. He took it out to see it was his mother Su Wan's call. Hello, Mom. On the other end, Su Wan's anxious voice immediately came through. Mower. Son, are you okay? I just received news that your train encountered a large-scale beast-tide attack. Please say something. You're going to worry your mother to death. Hearing his mother's concern, Lin Mo felt warmth in his heart. Mom, I'm fine, doing great. I can still answer the phone, right? Quick, open the camera so I can see you. Su Wan urged anxiously. Lin Mo had no choice but to open the video call. As the camera shifted, Lin Mo shook his handsome face at the camera and then scanned the surroundings. See, everyone is fine. The crisis has been resolved. In the video, Su Wan was dressed in professional attire, and the background seemed to be a high-end conference room. Hello, Auntie. Han Mingqing greeted sweetly. Han Mingyao and Chu Lingxian also waved politely. Seeing this, Su Wan finally sighed in relief. You scared me. Really scared me. If something happened to you, how would your dad and I live? Oh, don't worry, Mom. How could anything happen to me? Lin Mo comforted Su Wan. Meanwhile, Han Mingqing suddenly whispered, Oh, isn't this Director Su? Director Su? Which Director Su? Han Mingyao was taken aback. Han Mingqing excitedly explained, Oh, sister, don't you watch financial news? It's Su Wan, the chairwoman of Tianlan Magic Pharmaceuticals, the largest magic medicine group in Jiangnan province. The Tianlan Magic Pharmaceutical that monopolizes 70 of the high-level magic medicine market in the province. Chu Lingxian was also surprised. Their gazes toward Lin Mo instantly changed. No wonder he could casually take out 30 million. Turns out he is a super rich second generation. Lin Mo said into the phone, By the way, Mom, let me tell you something. The boss just dropped a Thunderfire Temple scroll, the kind that can drop combo skill materials. I discussed it with the brothers in the escort team and bought it for 30 million. Is this price reasonable? On the other end, Su Wan's eyes instantly lit up. Temple scroll. It's worth it. So worth it. Temple scrolls like this, not to mention 30 million, would be raised to 300 million in an auction in the blink of an eye. Such a good item, buy as much as you can. If you need more money, just tell Mom. Lin Mo smiled. Okay, that's great. I just have enough in my card to pay, but Mom, transfer some more money to me later, or I won't be able to afford meals at school. Oh, it's no big deal. Su Wan waved her hand, exuding dominance. I'll have the finance department transfer 50 million to your card later. If that's not enough, ask for more. Buy whatever you want, don't shortchange yourself. As long as your safe money is just paper. The people around listened to this exchange between mother and son, looking at each other in disbelief. Is this the world of the wealthy? 30 million is a bargain, 50 million is pocket money. Lin Mo casually chatted with his mother before hanging up the phone. Just after hanging up, he felt a pair of eyes looking at him from around. Cough. What's wrong? Lin Mo touched his nose. Rich guy, I want to hang on to your leg. Han Mingxing said with a flattering smile. I can shout 666, oh, and I can add buffs. Can you spare me some pocket money? Lin Mo rolled his eyes. Go away, go play somewhere else. Just then a rumbling sound echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up. In the distant clouds, heavily armed transport planes were rushing toward them. Reinforcements have finally arrived. Little Lu looked at the scene in the sky, feeling somewhat emotional. Although the crisis had been resolved, seeing the swift and powerful reinforcements still filled him with a sense of security. Shen Yifeng adjusted his uniform and said to Lin Mo, let's go report the situation together. The fireball technique sounded weak. I am so hungry. The earth shield technique, also lamented Master. I am hungry too, I want to eat. Lin Mo twitched the corner of his mouth and thought inwardly, stop whining, it's like I've raised a bunch of pigs. There's plenty to eat at school. Upon hearing this, the skills finally quieted down, albeit reluctantly. Boom. The roar of the airplane drowned out everything around them. In the sky, a giant command transport aircraft was descending onto a flat area not far away. The cabin door opened. A figure striking and poised stepped down from the ramp. It was a middle-aged woman dressed in a crisp military uniform. The dazzling gold star on her shoulder shone brightly under the sunlight. With her short, neat hair, she exuded a sense of authority and decisiveness with every gesture. Following her closely were several aides. Seeing this, Shen Yifeng froze for a moment. Wasn't that the commander of the Magic City troops, Zhao Yu? Although this support was urgent, it shouldn't require the commander of Magic City to lead the team in person, right? Just then Han Mingxing nudged her sister beside her and whispered, your mom is here. I have eyes. Han Mingyao said coldly. Upon hearing the sister's words, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. Mom. The commander of Magic City. It seems these two have some background after all. Shen Yifeng hurriedly straightened his appearance and led Lin Mo and the others to greet her. Hello, Commander. Although Shen Yifeng belonged to the railway security system and was not directly under Zhao Yu's jurisdiction, respect was due when facing such a high-ranking military official. Zhao Yu returned a standard military salute. Her gaze then fell on Han Mingyao and Han Mingxing. Are you both alright? Missing any limbs or anything? Han Mingxing put on a well-behaved expression and linked her arm with Zhao Yu's, acting cute. Oh mom. Why did you come in? What could possibly happen? Everything is fine. Thanks to Captain Shen and classmate Lin Mo, those monsters have all been dealt with. Han Mingyao stepped forward, as well saying calmly, Mom, we're fine. After confirming that her two daughters were indeed unharmed, Zhao Yu's tense nerves finally relaxed a bit. She then glanced at the slightly damaged, but overall intact magical train, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. She knew all too well what the war giant represented. With Shen Yifeng's strength, it would be a miracle if half the personnel on this train survived. Yet now, the casualties among the train staff seemed minimal. Shen Yifeng. When did he become so strong? At this moment, Shen Yifeng stepped forward and saluted. Hello, Commander. I am Shen Yifeng, captain of the Aurora train escort team, reporting to you. Zhao Yu returned a standard military salute. Captain Shen, thank you for your hard work. What is the current situation? Shen Yifeng took a deep breath and began to report. Commander Zhao, the reason we achieved a total victory this time was entirely thanks to classmate Lin Mo from the Dragon Sequence class. Classmate Lin Mo single-handedly cleared several waves of beast tides and annihilated the elite guard of the war giant, ultimately assisting us in defeating the boss. Saying this, Shen Yifeng sighed. Commander Zhao, classmate Lin Mo is a rare master proficient in fire, earth, and lightning spells. Without him this time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hearing this, Zhao Yu's pupils constricted. Proficient in 3 elements. Annihilated several waves of beast tides, and even the elite guard. Zhao Yu could not believe that Shen Yifeng was possibly lying. A soldier wouldn't dare to lie about such matters, especially with so many witnesses around. Lin Mo? Zhao Yu glanced at the calm young man. She knew Lin Mo, the son of that old scoundrel Lin Tianhao. Ever since her son entered the Dragon Sequence class, it seemed the entire military system knew about it. Moreover, Zhao Yu had also looked into the list of this year's Dragon Sequence class in advance. Lin Mo was indeed at the top. It seemed there was nothing wrong with someone at the top being somewhat against the odds. However, at this age, at this level, to be proficient in 3 elements, and one of them being lightning. Upon careful thought, it was still somewhat outrageous. Classmate Lin Mo. Zhao Yu nodded slightly at Lin Mo, her tone carrying more gratitude. I am Zhao Yu, the commander of the Magic City garrison and the mother of these 2 girls. Thank you for your help saving the civilians on the train and also saving my daughters. I will remember this kindness, Zhao Yu. Lin Mo smiled. Commander Zhao is too polite. I am also one of the passengers on the train, just saving myself. Besides, we are all classmates in the Dragon Sequence class. Helping each other is only natural. Looking at the calm and composed young man before her, Zhao Yu's appreciation for him deepened. Not arrogant or impetuous, with an excellent temperament. Zhao Yu checked the time. You still have to report to the Dragon Sequence class. Take my plane, I will personally take you to Kyoto. Lin Mo did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. Then I'll trouble Commander Zhao. A few minutes later, the massive command aircraft slowly ascended, soaring towards Kyoto. On the ground, Xiao Lu tilted his head back and couldn't help but exclaim, while the commander personally escorting them to school. If I had this treatment back then, I could brag about it for a lifetime. Shen Yifeng smacked him on the back of the head and chided with a laugh, "Stop dreaming. That's the treatment they deserve. If you had that ability, I'd carry you to Kyoto myself." In the sky 10,000 meters high, the interior of the command aircraft was extremely spacious. A huge holographic map was projected in the center, and several aides were busy at work. Lin Mo sat alone in the resting area, gazing at the sea of clouds outside, feeling a bit more relaxed. The Han sisters and Chu Lingxian were in another resting room, catching up on sleep. After all, the recent battle had drained them quite a bit. Tap tap tap. Steady footsteps approached. Lin Mo turned his head and saw Zhao Yu walking over holding 2 steaming cups of coffee. He instinctively wanted to stand up. "Sit down, don't be so formal, this isn't a military camp." Zhao Yu waved her hand and casually handed 1 cup of coffee to him. "Try this, it's made from special beans supplied to the military. You can't find it outside, and it's great for refreshing yourself." "Thank you, Commander Zhao." Lin Mo accepted the coffee, the rich aroma wafting towards him. Zhao Yu sat down opposite Lin Mo, her gaze deep and thoughtful as she looked at the young man. "In the past, I've heard your father mention you many times." Lin Mo halted his movements and smiled wryly. "Old Lin. He surely didn't say anything nice, did he? Did he say I'm lazy, a slacker, unambitious?" "Pretty much." Zhao Yu's lips slightly curled up. "He said you only want to be a rich second generation, living off your family with your greatest dream being to lie back and spend money. So when I saw the situation today and then saw you in person, I was quite surprised. Someone who only wants to lie flat wouldn't choose to step up in the face of such dire circumstances." Lin Mo took a sip of coffee, its bitterness giving way to sweetness. He gazed out at the clouds, pausing in silence for a moment. "People can change, Commander Zhao." Zhao Yu nodded, observing Lin Mo. "Lin Mo, since you've been admitted to that class, you should know what the words Dragon Sequence class mean, right? Privileges, resources, status." Lin Mo countered. "Not entirely correct." Zhao Yu shook her head, her voice growing serious. "Dragon Sequence meaning Dragon's Order. It represents the highest combat strength reserve of the Dragon country, the backbone of this nation. While having a very high status also means that when disaster strikes, you must be among the first to step up." Zhao Yu paused before continuing. "I initially thought you entered the Dragon Sequence class just for that privilege. But your performance today tells me that you seem to be ready." Lin Mo looked down at the dark coffee in his cup. He used to only want to be a happy slacker. After all, his family was wealthy and powerful, and when the sky fell, someone tall would be there to support him. But ever since the skills became sentient, everything changed. He realized that in the future he would likely possess the power to overturn the rules. This world is not at peace. The abyss is watching and the monsters are restless. Beast tides like today's could erupt in any city at any time. If he did not become stronger when real catastrophe struck, money from home wouldn't buy him life, and his father's power wouldn't stop destruction. "Commander Zhao, I am actually still quite lazy." Lin Mo raised his head, his eyes clear. "If I could, I would certainly hope for world peace, and I could sleep soundly at home. But I also understand a principle: when the nest is overturned, how can there be intact eggs? Since I have this ability, since I stand here, some things just have to be done by someone. If the sky really falls, then I hope I can be that tall person." Zhao Yu stared blankly at Lin Mo. The boy's tone was very calm, without passionate oaths or fervent slogans. But it was precisely this realization that emerged from the calmness that touched the heart the most. After a long time, Zhao Yu stood up, a smile of relief appearing on her face. She patted Lin Mo's shoulder, this time with a bit more force. "Good. With your words, I feel at ease. It seems the most correct thing that old Lin Tianhao did in his life was to have you as his son. Rest for a bit. In an hour we'll arrive in Kyoto." After saying this, Zhao Yu turned to leave. Watching Zhao Yu's departing figure, Lin Mo leaned back against the chair. With a thought, he opened the backpack on the panel. Thunderfire Shrine Dungeon Scroll, the key to the ancient Thunderfire Shrine, level requirement LV 20 LV 25 Thunderfire dual element combination technique. That was a real killer move. First go to school to report, then find an opportunity to visit the dungeon. At 10,000 meters above sea level, the aircraft glided smoothly through the sky. Lin Mo leisurely savored his military-issued afternoon tea. "Fireball technique," sneered disdainfully. "What wretched nonsense is this? Not a trace of fire, elemental energy." "Earth shield technique," muttered petulantly Master. "I crave soil." The mine we passed earlier looked deliciously dense. Lin Mo rolled his eyes. "We're at 20,000 meters. Where exactly do you expect me to dig up gourmet earth for you? You'll get your fill once we reach campus. And by the way, Xiao Tu, what did you just say? I'm a perfectly ordinary human being. Eating dirt. Absolutely out of the question. Now and forever." "Earth shield technique," whimpered pathetically. "But Master, that's no ordinary clay. It's mineral-rich compact earth with exceptional chewiness." "Earth shield technique," attempted to negotiate. "Just one bite. Honestly, just one. Get lost," Lin Mo replied coolly. At that moment, "Wow, there's moose cake too." Han Mengqing darted over to Lin Mo's table, and unceremoniously snatched a piece. Lin Mo didn't mind. This military-issued afternoon tea was so generously portioned that even he alone couldn't finish it before dawn the next day. Han Mingqing, are you a pig? Han Mingyao followed closely behind, watching her younger sister devour food like a starving soul reborn. She sighed deeply, her gaze heavy with exasperation. You ate non-stop on the shuttle, then devoured 2 bags of chips in the lounge. And now freshly awakened you're still ravenous. Is your stomach connected to another dimension? Han Mingqing paid no heed whatsoever. With a cheerful mph, she stuffed the entire cake into her mouth, cheeks puffing like a squirrel's. Mind your own business. This young lady is still growing. How else am I supposed to grow taller? She licked cream from the corner of her lips with deliberate flair, then plopped herself onto the sofa opposite Lin Mo, immediately eyeing the macarons on the plate. Chu Lingxian approached hesitantly, gave Lin Mo a polite nod, and sat beside Han Mingqing. The three settled comfortably. Han Mingqing chewed thoughtfully while scrolling absently through her phone. Strange. What's going on? Why can't I find anything? Han Mingqing stared intently at her screen, brow furrowed in confusion. Search for what? Lin Mo asked idly. Han Mingqing kept scrolling as she replied. The footage of our battle against the beast tied aboard the train. Back on the train I clearly saw dozens of passengers recording, and several even launched live streams begging for virtual rockets. I wanted to relive Master Lin Mo's heroic prowess, but after scouring the entire internet not a single trace remains. Lin Mo blinked, startled. He hadn't given it much thought. He had no desire to become an internet celebrity. Yet complete erasure struck him as peculiar. At that moment Han Mingyao spoke calmly. If you could find it, that would truly be supernatural. Remember who we are now. Who we are? Lin Mo frowned slightly. Students of the Longshu class. Precisely. Han Mingyao's expression turned grave. Longshu class students are classified under the nation's highest tier of confidential records, especially freshmen. Before officially entering the battlefield, our abilities, skills, and combat styles must remain strictly sealed. The battlefield? Lin Mo caught the term instantly, unsurprising given his circumstances. For years since his transmigration, his mind had been consumed solely with spending money and savoring life. Such matters had always slipped effortlessly past his ears. Even when his father occasionally mentioned them over dinner, Lin Mo had dismissed them as idle chatter. Yes, the battlefield. Han Mingyao met Lin Mo's gaze and explained patiently. Do you truly believe the state established the Longshu class, just 20 elite students, to cultivate only future supreme warriors? Huh, isn't that exactly why? Han Mingqing's spoon dangling from her lips looked utterly baffled. Aren't we destined to become high-ranking officials, guarding borders against beast tides? Han Mingyao drew a slow, steadying breath. The urge to freeze her sister solid surged fiercely. She glared at Han Mingqing, disappointment sharp in her voice. How many times has mother repeated this at dinner? Are your ears stuffed with cotton, or your head crammed with cake? You fall asleep the moment serious topics arise, and at critical moments you know nothing. Han Mingqing shrank back, muttering sheepishly. Well, home-cooked meals are just too delicious. Who has the mental bandwidth for lectures? Han Mingyao ignored the glutton and turned back to Lin Mo. Of course it's far more than that. Her tone grew solemn. Beyond training as Longwa's future apex warriors, Longshu class freshmen bear an exceptionally vital and unique duty, the Myriad Nation battlefield. The Myriad Nation battlefield opens periodically, permitting each nation to dispatch no more than 20 professional cultivators. Soon the level 30 Myriad Nation battlefield will open. There we shall represent Longwa, competing alongside top-tier cultivators from other nations for precious resources. She paused, eyes gleaming with fierce intensity. Within the level 30 Myriad Nation battlefield lies a strategic resource of unparalleled importance: profession-specific weapons. These weapons possess extraordinary power. When matched evenly in level and strength, the side wielding a profession-specific weapon effortlessly overwhelms its opponent lacking one. Upon hearing Han Mingyao's explanation, Lin Mo's understanding crystallized. So that was it. No wonder Longshu class freshmen were shrouded in such stringent secrecy. Even state-level intervention erased all video evidence. They feared foreign powers uncovering their techniques and hidden strengths prematurely, risking defeat within the Myriad Nation battlefield. No wonder the state created the Longshu class. It gathered Longwa's most exceptional new cultivators, not merely to train, but to seize profession-specific weapons on the battlefield. However, Lin Mo furrowed his brow, voicing his inner doubt. Aren't monsters the common enemy of all? Given that every nation faces existential threat from them, why don't all countries unite, fairly allocating profession-specific weapons to jointly resist the monstrous onslaught? Instead, why compete bitterly against one another on the battlefield? Isn't this self-defeating internal strife? Han Mingqing vigorously nodded. Exactly. Exactly. It's like playing card games. If we're all peasants uniting against the landlord, shouldn't we stand shoulder to shoulder? Who throws bombs at fellow peasants? Han Mingyao sighed, shaking her head. Peasants and landlords. Little sister, that's a charming analogy. But what if when the game ends the victor claims everything, while the vanquished lose not only wealth but their very lives? Would you still trust the ally seated across from you? Han Mingyao turned to Lin Mo, speaking slowly and deliberately. Lin Mo, you're absolutely right. It is self-destructive competition. Yet such competition is the inevitable fruit of human avarice. Long ago, during the first Myriad Nation battlefields opening, humanity did act precisely as you envisioned. The 5 strongest nations signed a covenant, pledging equitable distribution of battlefield resources. And then what happened? Han Mingyao gave a faint wry smile and shook her head. When the first forbidden tier profession-specific weapon emerged, the covenant became worthless parchment. Han Mingqing blinked her wide, innocent eyes. Then, why not surrender? Sure, the title sounds humiliating, but at least there's protection survival. Surely better than being devoured by monsters. Han Mingyao turned to her naive younger sister. Do you truly believe submission guarantees survival? Citizens of annexed nations became second-class subjects, or outright slaves. Their resources were plundered entirely in their youth. Those who awakened professions were forcibly conscripted into so-called suicide squads. Han Mingqing stared stunned, speechless, her face pale. Han Mingyao continued. During that era, long was suffering. Countless ancestors perished on battlefields defending cities, leaving neither name nor bones behind. Only after securing our first forbidden tier profession-specific weapon in a Myriad Nation battlefield, the Divine Dragon Bastion, did our fortunes finally shift. Later, as more forbidden tier weapons surfaced, humanity finally gained the strength to stand equal against the monsters. Her voice hardened with resolve. Every nation understands one immutable truth: publicly we unite against the monsters. But within the Myriad Nation battlefield, survival hinges solely on individual might and merciless contest. We must secure as many of these ultimate arms as possible. Imagine, if a single weapon existed capable of ending the monsters, ending the apocalypse itself. Han Mingyao fixed Lin Mo with an unwavering, burning gaze. Then the finger pulling that trigger must belong to Longhua. Lin Mo fell silent for a long time after hearing this. Indeed, there is no absolute utopia in this world. As long as humanity exists, conflicts will never cease. I see. Lin Mo nodded. It seems that the Dragon Sequence class is even more thrilling than I imagined. So those videos online. Han Mingqing interjected, seeming to understand now. They must have been cleared by Captain Shun and the others at the first moment. And you know that our country's cybersecurity team and firewalls are top-notch. It's a matter of minutes to clear all videos, and ordinary people cannot post anything to the external network. At this point, Han Mingqing sighed with regret. What a pity, I originally wanted to show off on social media. Han Mingyao rolled her eyes at her sister, too lazy to deal with her. Beside them, Chu Lingxian quietly said, It's okay as long as we know Lin Mo is very capable. And being low-key is better. It keeps Lin Mo safer. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. The firewall in this world is completely different from the one in his past life on Blue Star, where one could easily surf the internet with just a software. The wall here is a physical barrier compounded by the top-tier cybersecurity bureau. Unless you can physically cross the national border in this dragon country, nothing that the state does not want you to send out can be transmitted, not even a byte. The group chatted for a while longer. By the way, after reporting to school, how about we go to the temple instance together? Lin Mo looked at the three and made the invitation. Cautious Lin Mo would certainly not choose to solo, as this instance clearly seemed complex. The three before him included an exceptionally strong controller, an off-tank, a light-type tank capable of both offense and defense, and an absurdly powerful support. This configuration was simply designed to allow him to act as a turret in peace. Sure, absolutely. Han Mingqing raised her hand first. It's the temple instance. The experience from instances is much higher than that from wild monsters. Not going would be foolish. Han Mingyao glanced at her sister and helplessly said, I can't rest easy with this girl unsupervised. Chu Lingxian looked at Lin Mo with a serious expression, her eyes firm. Lin Mo, saved everyone. If you need me to help tank monsters, I will do my part. Seeing the three agree so readily, Lin Mo smiled with satisfaction. Speaking of which, Lin Mo, the Han Mingqing suddenly remembered something and curiously asked, I've heard that the scrolls for the temple instance come in 2 types, one blue and one orange. Which one did you get? Lin Mo glanced at the scroll in his inventory without much thought. Orange, what's the significance? Wow, it's really orange. Han Mingqing's eyes lit up instantly, then she explained with a serious expression, the significance is immense. The blue type, although also called the temple instance, is actually no different from a regular instance, with a drop rate for combo skill materials so low it's shocking, below 3. However, the orange quality is different. Its base drop rate starts at 30. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Is it that different? A 10-fold increase. Han Mingqing nodded. And that's not the main point. The key is that the orange quality temple instance has a special mechanism, and the final drop rate will be increased based on the completion score. The base drop rate is 30, while for the highest score of S rank the drop rate can reach 100. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. For someone who always considered himself unlucky, nothing was more delightful than the phrase guaranteed drop. What are the specific rules of the mechanism? Lin Mo immediately asked. Han Mingqing took out her phone and began searching. The mechanism is random, each time different. Some people online have shared various encountered rules. Let me show you, they are quite bizarre. Lin Mo frowned, a sense of ominous premonition rising in him. Found it. Listen to it. Han Mengqing looked at the screen and began to read. For example, this rule is called Silence is Golden. After defeating the BOSS, the team is rated based on the average decibel level of all sounds made during the instance. Lin Mo's lips twitched. What a ridiculous rule. This is torturous, especially for someone like Han Mengqing who talks excessively. It's practically worse than killing her. And then there's this one called confronting oneself. To inflict damage on the BOSS, you must loudly declare your most embarrassing secret before attacking. The more embarrassing and genuine the shout, the higher the damage bonus. If you don't shout or make something up, the attack is ineffective. After reading, Han Mengqing glanced at everyone. What the hell kind of social death instance is this? The person who designed these instances must be a psychopath. Han Mengyao coldly commented. And there are more. Han Mengqing continued scrolling through her phone, her expression becoming more and more entertaining. Life and death decision, hold hands. Master-servant contract. Randomly designating one person as master and the other 3 as slaves. The slaves must unconditionally obey any command from the master. Wait, what's honest meeting? Entering the instance causes all clothing to forcibly disappear. Han Mengqing read this aloud, her face blushing slightly. Vulgar. Disgusting. Han Mengyao snorted coldly. Chu Lingxian murmured softly. Who designed this instance? They're too indecent. Lin Mo looked at the orange scroll in his bag, also feeling a bit puzzled. Why does this temple instance sound so much like a prank show? But no matter what, for that Thunderfire combo skill, I still have to go. It cost 30 million, can't waste it. Ahem, since it's all random, well, just deal with whatever comes our way. Lin Mo forced himself to calm down. Right, it's still an orange temple instance. After all, many people never get a chance to go in their lifetime. And anyway, Han Mengqing waved her little fist. Just then Zhao Yu walked over. She looked at the lively young people with a smile in her eyes. What are you so happily chatting about? Reporting, Commander. We are discussing tactics. Han Mengqing immediately stood at attention and saluted. Zhao Yu shook her head helplessly and said, all right, enough joking, get ready. In 10 minutes we will arrive in Kyoto. However, with such a large combat aircraft formation, if we directly fly into Kyoto University or the city center, it would create too much noise and easily cause panic. I will have the plane land at the Kyoto Military Airport, and then you can take a taxi to report in. Lin Mo nodded and smiled. No problem, thank you, Commander Zhao. It's no trouble at all. Zhao Yu walked to the window, motioning for everyone to look down. Through the porthole, the majestic city below gradually came into view. Kyoto. That's where all the geniuses of Dragon Country gather, Zhao Yu sighed. She turned around and looked at Lin Mo and the others, her gaze finally stopping on Lin Mo, reminding him, Lin Mo, the locals in Kyoto are quite proud, especially that rank 2 behind Yi Kong. In the Kyoto circle, he has always been regarded as the undisputed leader of this generation. Yet when the list came out, Yu emerged and overshadowed him. Zhao Yu paused and cautioned, that kid has quite the pride, he won't submit just because you ranked first. Lin Mo, upon hearing this, didn't seem to mind much. It's better if it's lively. We're all classmates. If he wants to be the boss, let him be. I'm someone who dislikes trouble the most. Zhao Yu looked at Lin Mo's nonchalant demeanor, shaking her head with a smile. This was precisely what she admired most about Lin Mo. He had strength, but remained low-key. Anyway, just remember, if absolutely necessary, it's best not to cause any fatalities. In the Dragon Sequence class, strength is the ultimate truth. Understood, Commander Zhao. Kyoto. As the political and cultural center of the Dragon Kingdom, its prosperity far surpassed that of Zhanghai City. Lin Mo and his companions took a taxi to Kyoto University. Before their eyes stood a majestic and colossal school gate towering dozens of meters high. On both sides, stone pillars were intricately carved with vivid dragons, their heads raised proudly, as if ready to break through the wall and soar into the sky at any moment. Above the gate, the 4 gilded characters Kyoto University were inscribed in a vigorous and elegant script, radiating an imposing presence. Wow, how grand. This is several times larger than the gates of the shopping malls back in our Magic City. Han Mengqing opened his mouth wide, gesturing excitedly. I feel like a mere ant. Han Mengyao stood beside him, glanced at her sister, and said, that's to remind you of reverence. Also, don't act like you've never seen the world, it's embarrassing. If it's big enough as it is. Han Mengqing pouted. Lin Mo adjusted his collar and stepped forward. Let's go in and take a look. The 4 walked toward the gate. At this time, ordinary freshmen were still on summer vacation, so the vast gate appeared somewhat desolate. Several guards were on duty, scanning the surroundings. When their gazes fell upon Lin Mo and the others approaching, their eyes focused on the badges on their chests. A golden dragon coiled around his sword's edge, the 4 badges gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. Without hesitation, the lead guard pressed the controller in his hand. The gate slowly opened to both sides. Han Mengqing raised his chin and swaggered inside, passing by the guards with a cheerful wave. Thanks, uncle. Standing guard in such hot weather must be tough. Chu Lingxian lowered her head and hurried past, quietly whispering, thank you, sorry for the trouble. Han Mengyao looked straight ahead and nodded slightly. Lin Mo walked last, smiling at the guards. Thanks. They passed through the school gate. Not far away on a patch of lawn stood a solitary, exquisite sunshade tent. A banner hung above it reading Longshu Class New Student Reception. Under the tent sat a long-haired girl idly scrolling through her phone. Hearing the noise, she looked up and immediately, "Hello, we've finally been waiting for you." The girl smiled gracefully and extended her hand. "I am Guchinga, a sophomore at Kyoto University responsible for welcoming your batch of Longshu class. Welcome to Kyoto University. Hello, senior. I'm Han Mingqing." Han Mingqing, ever so outgoing, shook the senior's hand. "Senior, your skin is so good. What brand of skincare do you use?" Guchinga was momentarily stunned, then laughed. "Thanks for the compliment, I'll recommend it to you later." After the other three introduced themselves, Guchinga's gaze fell on Lin Mo. "Ah, you're the top-ranked one. Unexpectedly, you're even more handsome in person." Our group chat went wild, though everyone is curious how a whiteboard mage could surpass all others with such prowess. Lin Mo shrugged and smiled. "Senior, you flatter me. Handsome is true, but as for being top-ranked, just a bit lucky." Guchinga covered her mouth lightly and laughed. "Alright, let me take you to the dormitory area. First we can chat on the way." Kyoto University's campus was vast. Guchinga walked ahead, enthusiastically introducing. On the left is the library, housing nearly all history skill manuals, dungeon guides, and monster guides from the Great Cataclysm to the present. Over there is the technology laboratory. This is our first canteen. I heard a new chef arrived. His culinary skills are absolutely superb. At the mention of food, Han Mingqing's eyes instantly sparkled as he eagerly nodded and took notes. After passing through a teaching area, the group arrived at a vast plaza. In the center stood a 10-meter-tall humanoid statue. It depicted an elder holding a staff, his eyes gazing profoundly into the distance. Guchinga stopped and looked up at the statue with deep respect. "This is our Dragon Kingdom's legendary mage god Zhang Ya. He was the first and only mage god in history mastering the three elements. With the terrifying power of fire, wind, and water, he led the Dragon Kingdom out of the Dark Age." Lin Mo followed Guchinga's gaze. At the base of the statue, a large inscription read, "With my flesh and blood, I forge the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom. With my strength, I protect the everlasting prosperity of Daxia." Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat, his eyes flickering. A heavy sensation washed over him. Han Mingqing sneered, "A three-element mage god. Buffed, isn't our Lin Mo big shot also a master of three elements?" Before she could finish, Han Mingyao quickly covered her mouth. "What?" Guchinga looked back in confusion. "Nothing." Han Mingyao smiled faintly. "Lin Mo hasn't bathed for 3 days. Let's hurry to the dormitory." Lin Mo. That was overly cautious. He felt it was unnecessary. In a power-dominated world, hiding one's talents is indeed a survival skill. Yet most of the time, revealing one's strength can save much unnecessary trouble. However, Lin Mo chose not to expose her and let things flow naturally. Guchinga did not press further. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she smiled and said, "By the way, Longshu class students, please go easy on us in a few days, huh?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. "Go easy? What do you mean?" Guchinga blinked. "Don't you know? This is an old tradition at Kyoto University. Every batch of Longshu class freshmen at the start of the semester must engage in a friendly melee with us ordinary sophomore students." "A melee?" Han Mingqing frowned. "There are only 20 of us, and your sophomore year must have over 1,000 people. This is too unfair." Guchinga shook her head with a smile. No, we won't all join. Only the best 200 are selected to spar with you." 200? Han Mingqing widened his eyes. 200? We'd have to fight 10 of you each. Lin Mo glanced at Guchinga and cast a probing spell. Goodness, level 31. For 20 of them to face 200 level 30 sophomores. This old tradition was truly outrageous. Guchinga said matter-of-factly, "You are the Longshu class. The nation's top geniuses, monsters among If it were 1-to-1, how could it be a fight? Besides, this tests your ability to endure real combat pressure." Han Mingqing's cheeks puffed in anger. "That's just an excuse." "Absolutely an excuse. You just want to bully the freshmen." Han Mingyao frowned slightly and spoke calmly. "Senior, if I remember correctly, since this tradition was established, the Longshu class freshmen have never won once, right?" Chu Lingxuan's face turned pale, exclaiming, "Never won once? That's so tragic." Han Mingyao nodded. "After all, the numerical gap is there. No matter how talented, it's hard to overcome such a chasm." Hearing this, Guchinga smiled warmly. "Han Jr. understands well. Indeed, you never won before, but your batch. This batch has the SS strength Spatial Walker, Yikong the light element, Chu Lingxian. And this mysterious Lin Mo big shot. Maybe history is about to be rewritten by you." Guchinga winked playfully, clasped her hands, and pretended to be weak. "So please go easy on us then. Getting hit really hurts. I'm super afraid of pain." Though Guchinga spoke of going easy, Lin Mo clearly sensed little genuine concern in her tone. That confidence stemmed from overwhelming numerical superiority and historical experience. The so-called rewriting history was merely a polite compliment. Lin Mo smiled and changed the subject. "Senior, are the dormitories nearby?" "Ah, yes. Guchinga pointed ahead. "Just pass through this forest, and you'll arrive." As they spoke, the group reached a quiet area by the mountains and water. Rows of uniquely styled detached villas were scattered orderly at the foot of the mountain. Here it is. This is your dormitory area. Guchinga pointed to the cluster of villas ahead, her eyes tinged with envy. It's frustrating how ordinary students cram 4 people into one apartment. But you all have 1 villa each. The villas are allocated according to the roster sequence. The house number corresponds to the sequence number. At that moment, a figure approached from afar. Seeing the person, Guchinga respectfully called out, "Teacher Su, what brings you here?" Lin Mo turned to look. Teacher Su. It seemed to be Su Wenchang, the old enrollment officer, an old classmate his father had mentioned. "Good morning, Professor Su." Lin Mo greeted first. Professor Su Wenchang approached the group with a gentle smile. "You've all arrived." He turned to the Han sisters and nodded warmly. "Miao Mengqing. Long time no see. I just spoke with your mother. She insisted most earnestly that I keep a close eye on you 2 girls." Han Mengqing stuck out her tongue and murmured softly, "Mother worries needlessly. I'm not a child anymore." Han Mingyao responded politely, "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Su." Then Professor Su turned to Lin Mo, his gaze brimming with deep admiration. "Lin Mo, you truly excelled on that journey. I've heard every detail, and what you accomplished was extraordinary." He added, turning to Guchinga, "Chinga, please escort these 3 young ladies to their dormitory. I'll take Lin Mo to his residence myself." "Understood, Professor Su." Guchinga nodded obediently and led the 3 girls away. After watching them depart, Professor Su paused thoughtfully. He clapped Lin Mo lightly on the shoulder. "Let's go, we'll walk and talk." Together they headed toward Villa No. 1, the most prestigious residence on campus. Lin Mo, that incident aboard the train during the Beast Tide, truly masterful work. Adjusting his glasses, Professor Su sighed in quiet awe to step forward amid such chaos, and not only stabilize the situation but command it. This transcends mere strength. It reveals profound composure, moral fortitude, and unwavering responsibility. Your father would boast of this feat across the entire war zone for 3 days straight. Lin Mo smiled modestly. "You flatter me, Professor. I simply wished to survive, and so did everyone else. We helped one another, nothing more." Professor Su shook his head. To retain such clarity in utter despair, that is innate talent. After a brief silence, Lin Mo asked suddenly, "By the way, Professor, earlier that senior mentioned we'd have to fight 200 second-year students at orientation." Professor Su paused mid-step, then chuckled. "Indeed. You're familiar with the multinational battlefield, aren't you?" "Yes." Lin Mo nodded. Seeing his acknowledgement, Professor Su's voice grew solemn. "The multinational battlefield is defined not by beasts, but by human adversaries, ambushes, betrayals, cunning stratagems devised without mercy. This orientation trial exists precisely to acclimate you early to the intricate, treacherous art of contending with other people." Lin Mo fell into quiet contemplation. So that was the rationale. Yet 20 versus 200 still sounded absurdly disproportionate. Professor Su smiled. For past cohorts of the Longshu class, this trial has been nothing short of infernal. No freshman class has ever emerged victorious. But I suspect this year may rewrite history. You annihilated an elite monster horde bearing the war aura, a level 30 formation, as if scattering autumn leaves. 200 upperclassmen. They'd barely slow your stride. Lin Mo gave a light laugh. "Professor, let's not overstate it. Humans adapt, elite monsters follow thick." "Enough of that false humility," Professor Su retorted with a wry glance. "Excessive modesty is arrogance in disguise. In the Longshu class, confidence must blaze unapologetically, possess the sovereign certainty that none can rival you." Understood, understood. By then they had reached the entrance of Villa No. 1, a sprawling 3-story residence adorned with a private garden and swimming pool, its design understated yet exquisitely opulent. As Professor Su unlocked the door, he remarked, "This will be your new abode. Dedicated support staff will maintain cleanliness and handle laundry daily. The villa features an integrated smart system. Summon the concierge for any personal needs." "Understood," Lin Mo replied. They entered the grand hall, spacious, sunlit, fully furnished with modern appliances. Regarding meals, Professor Su gestured toward the campus cafeteria. The Longyuan Pavilion dining hall is exclusively reserved for Longshu class members. Open round the clock, entirely complimentary. Order anything you wish, so long as your stomach holds it. The feast is limitless. At this, Lin Mo's eyes gleamed. Now that's hospitality. His own family's voracious appetites consumed tens of thousands of Longwa credits per meal. Though wealth posed no obstacle, sustaining such feasts daily would strain even his coffers. "Follow me." Professor Su led Lin Mo onto the second-floor terrace and pointed toward a mountain range beyond the villa district. "Do you see those peaks? That is our designated wilderness training zone, the Blackthorn Grove, where monsters range from level 20 to 20. And over there lies the Thunderclap Canyon, a level 25-30 training ground." He paused. Still, wilderness leveling remains inefficient. For rapid advancement, the Dungeon Nexus is indispensable. He indicated a colossal structure east of campus. It links to dozens of tiered dungeons, but entry requires spatial keystones. Keystones are exceedingly rare. Ordinary students receive 1 per week. Longshu class members, however, are allotted 3 per day. 3 per day? Lin Mo's pulse quickened. Ordinary students get 1 weekly, while we get 21. Precisely, privilege incarnate. Professor Su nodded gravely. Were it not for the strict physiological limit of 3 entries per day, we'd grant even more. Dungeons are fragments of alien dimensions. Frequent transit inflicts severe psychic strain. 3 entries constitute the absolute threshold. Attempting a 4th risks total mental collapse, irreversible cognitive dissolution. I understand, Lin Mo affirmed, committing each word to memory. That covers the essentials. Gather at the Central Plaza day after tomorrow at 9 a.m. Punctuality is non-negotiable. Use these 2 days to orient yourself. Lin Mo hesitated, then said, actually, Professor, I plan to leave campus tomorrow. Leave? Professor Su blinked. Where? To Tianbei City. Lin Mo stated plainly. I possess a temple dungeon scroll whose activation coordinates lie there. I intend to clear it. A temple dungeon. Professor Su recoiled in astonishment. Without hesitation, Lin Mo opened his interface, retrieved the scroll from his inventory, and presented it. An amber radiance instantly bathed half the living room. Amber tier, and the Thunderfire Temple. Professor Su drew a sharp breath, staring intently. Where on earth did you acquire such a relic? Dropped by that war giant, Lin Mo replied casually. Seemed valuable. I purchased it from the Guard Corps for Professor Su studied Lin Mo with complex, unreadable eyes. 30 million. The boy's fortune bordered on preternatural. An amber tier temple scroll, if auctioned, would ignite bidding wars exceeding hundreds of millions. After a thoughtful pause, he declared, given its rarity, this expedition is justified. Yet Tianbei City borders hostile zones. Its volatility concerns me deeply. He made a swift decision. Very well. I shall accompany you tomorrow. Lin Mo accepted instantly. Excellent. With a powerhouse like you guarding me, I might just stroll through danger. Enough flattery, Professor Su smiled. Rest well tonight. I'll collect you at dawn. As he turned to leave, Professor Su cast Lin Mo a knowing look. Thunder's fury and flame's wrath. These elements resist fusion with legendary stubbornness. Yet when harmonized, their synergy unleashes cataclysmic power. Tell me, will you emerge from that dungeon wielding a Thunderfire combo technique as your grand revelation? Lin Mo merely shrugged. Who can say? Dreams demand audacity. After all, some do come true. If so, Professor Su mused, those second years had best begin composing their epitaphs. Ha ha ha. Splendid. I eagerly await your revelation. His hearty laughter echoed as he departed, leaving the villa steeped once more in tranquil silence. Fireball spell, churned impatiently. Starving. This sovereign is wasting away. Earth shield spell, clamored in chorus. Master. I'm famished too. Delay further and mortal peril looms. Alright. I'll feed you lavishly. Lin Mo massaged his temples wearily. These temperamental masters truly know no respite. As Lin Mo exited the cafeteria, he nearly needed assistance to leave. One must say the meals at the Dragon Sequence class of Kyoto University were simply extravagant beyond reason. Even Lin Mo, a second-generation rich kid accustomed to delicacies, was utterly astonished by tonight's feast. Steamed deep-sea demon crab, braised fiery bull tendons, ultra-cold ice crystal fish, sashimi. Each dish was prepared with high-grade monster ingredients imbued with remarkably pure elemental energy. Returning to Villa No. 1, Lin Mo collapsed on the sofa, letting out a satisfied sigh. So comfortable. Not only he but several skilled spirits were also content at this moment. The Earth Shield technique burped contentedly. Delicious. Too delicious. Master, if I could eat like this every day, I might just die of happiness. The Thunderstrike technique remained aloof. These foods are barely passable. Fireball technique was exhilarated. I feel full of power now. I want to level up. I want to hunt monsters. I want those trash monsters to feel my strength. Fireball technique. Hey third. Want to go out and hunt monsters with me? Thunderstrike technique slightly lifted its eyelids. No, it's boring. Fireball technique, scoffed TCH. So lazy. Then it looked at Earth Shield technique. Second, how about you? Don't sleep, let's go enjoy the thorny forest together. Earth Shield technique mumbled, its voice laced with drowsiness. Ice cream. I don't want to eat ice cream. Fireball technique was exasperated. I mentioned the thorny forest to stretch a bit. Earth Shield technique grumbled, ribs. I don't want to eat ribs anymore, I'm too full. Fireball technique. Fireball technique was completely unfazed. Get lost. All of you. A bunch of lazy dogs. Truly uncarvable wood. Alright, little fire, if you want to go ahead. Lin Mo reminded in his heart, but remember, keep a low profile, and don't cause any trouble. Fireball technique confidently replied, don't worry, master. I handle things like a pro. Fireball technique proudly declared, I am the assassin of the night, the ghost among flames. I will absolutely ensure that no one knows. And just as the words fell, a small fireball flew out of the window, disappearing into the night. Lin Mo shook his head, preparing to wash up and sleep, when his phone suddenly vibrated. Hey mom, still up this late? Lin Mo answered the call, his voice lazy. On the other end, Su Wan's concerned voice came through. Not yet, just finished handling some company matters. How about you, son? Are you adapting over there? Is the food and accommodation okay? No one is bullying you, right? The standard 3 questions from a mother. Lin Mo felt warmth in his heart and smiled. Don't worry, Mom, in the top of the dragon sequence class. Who would dare bully me? That's good, that's good. Su Wan sighed in relief, then changed the subject. By the way, son, where did you grind your temple dungeon? Tianbei City. I'm going there tomorrow morning, Lin Mo replied. Su Wan paused, then said Tianbei City. I've heard it's quite chaotic there. How about this? Your dad is nearby. I'll have him go check on you after he finishes his work. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo quickly refused. No need, teacher Su is personally accompanying me with him here. What could happen? Don't trouble Dad. However, Su Wan's attitude was exceptionally firm. No, Tianbei City is a mixed bag. This is non-negotiable. Just like that, get some rest early. Alright, I'll listen to you. Let Dad come. Lin Mo compromised helplessly. After hanging up the phone, he sighed softly and went to wash up before sleeping. Leveling up is left to little Fireball. The next morning, Lin Mo woke up feeling refreshed. Habitually, he glanced at his panel. The screen was filled with the kill records of Fireball technique. Killed LV. 22 Blackthorn, Wild Boar. Killed LV. 23 Venomous Flower Spirit. Killed LV. 24 Shadow Leopard. Lin Mo's eyelids jumped. Goodness. Did Little Fire clear out the Blackthorn forest last night? He hurriedly looked at his level bar. Current level LV. 23, 24. So comfortable, I leveled up just by sleeping. Lin Mo revealed a satisfied smile. Is this the joy of hanging out? Just then he heard Lin Mo. Lin Mo, the sun is shining on your backside. A clear voice called from downstairs. Lin Mo walked to the window, and Han Mingxing was standing at the entrance of the villa shouting up at him. Han Mingyao and Chu Lingxian leaned against the car, while Su Wenchang smiled and looked up. Coming, stop shouting. Lin Mo hastily washed up and went downstairs. Good morning, everyone. Lin Mo yawned as he stepped out. Good morning. The sun is already shining on your back. Han Mingxing was dressed energetically in a pink tracksuit that radiated vitality. Suddenly she exclaimed, "Ha! Lin Mo, you leveled up. You're LV. 23 now?" Lin Mo nodded calmly. Han Mingxing pointed at him indignantly. You liar. A big liar. Last night, I texted you asking if you wanted to go grind in the thorny forest, and you told me you were going to sleep and wouldn't go. But you secretly went. Lin Mo remained unfazed. Heir. I prefer leveling up alone to enjoy the experience by myself. Han Mingxing rolled her eyes and huffed, destined to be single. At this moment, Han Mingyao crossed her arms, her tone cool. You should stop worrying about others and reflect on yourself. If it weren't for Lingxian blocking the elite monster last night, you might not even be here. Oh, come on, sis, that was an accident, purely an accident. Han Mingxing's face flushed red. Slow reactions mean you're weak. Han Mingyao coldly added. Chu Lingxian quietly spoke up. It's okay. I'm a knight, protecting my teammates is my duty. Han Mingxing unyielding retorted. I was just attracted by the ghost fire. She leaned closer to Lin Mo and whispered mysteriously, by the way, Lin Mo, did you see any ghost fire in the thorny forest last night? A red fireball darting around the woods, moving at an insane speed. And that ghost fire is super weird. It can turn sharply in midair. Lin Mo. Fireball technique instantly flared up. What ghost fire? You are the ghost fire. Your whole family is ghost. Fireball technique was furious. I am the noble flame king. How dare this ignorant human woman insult me so? Han Mingxing saw Lin Mo was silent and continued to speculate. Our school must have had some fire-type tragic incident in the thorny forest before. Han Mingyao couldn't hold back. Han Mingxing, you should get glasses. Han Mingxing panicked. I swear. I absolutely saw it right. That flamboyant movement and the vague, overbearing aura, it must be a ghost fire coming to life. Lin Mo awkwardly said, maybe you really saw it wrong. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Han Mingxing continued to argue. My eyesight is 5.2. How could I be wrong? Seeing Han Mingxing was still unwilling to let it go, Su Wenchang walked over with a smile. Alright, there's no ghost fire. Little Han probably just got too tired last night, and her eyes are blurry. It's getting late. Let's all get in the car, don't miss the train. But I really. Get in the car. Han Mingyao directly grabbed her collar and shoved her into the car. The school is definitely haunted. You all have to believe me. Han Mingxing's voice came from inside. Lin Mo twitched the corner of his mouth. In his heart he grumbled, I told you to keep a low profile, and now it's a campus supernatural event. Fireball technique, huffed somewhat unconvinced TCH, it's not like I didn't recognize you. A party arrived at Jingdu train station. As the capital of Longhua, it served as the nation's transport hub, with trains running in relentless succession to every province. Several hours later, to the accompaniment of the train's arrival announcement, Lin Mo and his companions reached Tianbei City, a place that stood in stark contrast to the bustling splendor of Jingdu. Stepping out of the station, the first impression Tianbei City offered was one of backwardness. The concourse lacked air conditioning, only a handful of antiquated ceiling fans whirred overhead. The walls were plastered with garish handbills and tacky adverts: high-price purchase of monster corpses, urgent hiring of death squads daily, pay black market trades, honesty guaranteed. Passers-by hurried along with anxious expressions. Many wore garments still stained with drying blood. Han Mingxing sniffed with disdain and exclaimed, my God, is this really a city of Longhua? It feels like we've been thrown back into the era of the cataclysm, Su Wenchang said calmly. Let's rent a vehicle first. The temple dungeon is out on the Chaoshur wasteland, tens of kilometers from here. Lin Mo nodded, and the group made for the station's exit. By then the Longsa class 5-clawed golden dragon badges that had hung over their chests were gone. There was a simple reason: the badges drew too much attention. Wherever they went they would become the center of a crowd. They were here to run a dungeon, not to be ogled like rare pandas. Outside the station stood a shop with a sign reading Honest Rentals. The owner, a one-eyed man, lounged at the door with his legs crossed smoking. When he saw Lin Mo's group, especially the 3 composed young women among them, a sharp light flashed in his lone eye. He had found easy prey. Need a vehicle? He asked, blowing a smoke ring and pointing at a mud-caked, dilapidated pickup in the corner. Unlucky for you, everything's rented out. Only this one's left. 3,000 per day, deposit 100,000. No bargaining. Su Wenchang frowned. He inspected the truck and immediately saw its poor condition. Boss, if we go to the Chaosher wasteland, that truck won't make it back, will it? Do you have anything else? Nothing, the owner replied offhand with a trace of impatience. In his mind, he was already counting coins. Within 5 kilometers, there was no other rental. These young masters hated trouble. Oh, of course they'd rent. If the truck broke, the deposit would be his. At that moment, a slightly youthful voice called from the garage, don't rent it. The brake pads are worn down, and the chassis is cracked. It won't last 5 kilometers, EYTLL brake for sure. The group turned toward the sound. A young man in oil-stained overalls crawled out, a wrench in his hands, soot smudging his face, his gaze clear and stubborn. The owner's face darkened. He glared hard at the youth. Ajia, what nonsense are you spouting? You want to quit, do you? Ajia snorted and yanked off his overalls, slamming the wrench down on the table. I've long wanted to quit this rotten job. Our sign says Honest Rentals, and you are clearly deceiving people. The owner fumed, his face twitching with fury. How dare you? Get out. Get out now. You won't see a cent of this month's wages. Ajia did not argue. He straightened his neck defiantly. I want to take it. Use it to buy me a coffin. With that he strode out of the shop without so much as a backward glance at the flustered proprietor. The owner continued to curse after him. Su Wenchang, uninterested in such pettiness, cast a cold glance his way and said, let's go. They left the shop. Han Mingqing fretted, teacher Su, that place is tens of kilometers away. How are we getting there? There don't seem to be any other rental shops. We can't walk all the way, can we? Lin Mo looked toward the roadside. The young mechanic, Ajia, carrying a worn satchel, was climbing into an old off-roader parked by the curb. The vehicle bore signs of age, yet it was evidently kept neat by its owner. Lin Mo thought for a moment, hurried over, and knocked on the window. Ajia, surprised to see Lin Mo, hesitated. Brother, thanks for earlier. Lin Mo smiled. If you hadn't warned us, that Blackheart boss would have ripped us off today. Ajia scratched his head sheepishly and grinned. No big deal. I didn't do much. I just couldn't stomach him cheating people. Lin Mo asked, are you okay? You lost your job and they won't pay you. Ajia waved a hand indifferently. It's fine. I didn't want that job anyway. Earning money like that leaves a bad taste in my mouth. He spoke with contempt. Besides, I work there to save up for a dungeon scroll. That dungeon drops materials that can save. I've already saved enough and bought the scroll. I'm done with that job. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. You're running that dungeon. We're going there too. Which spot? The Chaosher wasteland. At Ajia's answer, Lin Mo brightened. What a coincidence. We're headed there as well. Since it's on the way, how about you give us a lift? Don't worry, you won't do it for nothing. We'll pay your fare. Ajia looked torn, glancing at his vehicle, and then at the 4 people behind Lin Mo. It's not that I don't want to, Ajia said with a rueful smile. This car is my own modification, and it's decent, but I have to pick up 3 childhood pals. Would agreed to go together. Also, the car really can't fit so many people. Lin Mo felt a pang of regret. Ajia considered for a moment. How about this? I'll rent this car to you. My friends have another vehicle. A rickety 3-wheeler, but it can be squeezed to fit. Just give me some fuel money. How about that? Lin Mo was taken aback, then laughed. The young man was disarmingly honest. He would rather lose his job than let strangers be cheated, and now he was willing to give up his car and cram into a 3-wheeler to help them. All right, it's settled. Lin Mo took out his phone and scanned to pay. 5,000. Is that enough? Ajia was startled. 5,000. That's too much. He cried, waving his hands. Just give me some fuel money. Take it, Lin Mo said, transferring the sum. Consider it, thanks, and in advance for repairs in case we ding your car. Flushed with excitement upon receiving the money, Ajia handed the keys to Lin Mo and slung his pack over his shoulder as he dashed toward the road junction. Thanks, brother. He'll hitch a ride with my friends. This car only lacks a bit of air conditioning, and the suspension is stiff. Otherwise, it's fine. The engine's strong. Ajia called over his shoulder. Watching his retreating figure, Han Mingqing couldn't help but praise his sincerity. Tsk tisk, what an honest kid. Chu Lingxian nodded softly. He's a good brother. I hope he gets the materials to cure his sister. Su Wenchang smiled. Let's not waste his kindness. Off we go, Chaosher wasteland. The off-roader exited the city, and the surrounding landscape quickly grew desolate. The Chaosher wasteland lived up to its name. Exposed brown rocks and withered yellow grass stretched in every direction, and low-grade monsters wandered in the distance. The vehicle drove on for roughly 3 hours. What should have been a journey of only a few dozen kilometers consumed nearly 3 hours under Su Wenchang's steering. Teacher Su. Han Mingqing in the rear had been tossed about until she looked distraught and asked, have we lost our way? It's been so long. We should have arrived by now. A trace of awkwardness crossed Su Wenchang's face, but he chuckled lightly. Lose our way. When I used to work in these parts I could navigate them with my eyes closed. The main road is blocked. They'll take a shortcut. You understand shortcuts, right? He assured them, stole a glance at the navigation, and abruptly steered sharply. After a violent jolt, the vehicle finally stopped. Ahead rose a treacherous jumble of steep boulders. There was no way for the car to continue. Looks like we'll have to proceed on foot, Su Wenchang said, removing the keys with an embarrassed smile. The group dismounted and picked their way forward, each step uneven on the rocky ground. After about 10 minutes, and over a small rise, the scene opened up. A large number of people had gathered on a cleared patch of land ahead. Around the perimeter of that area, someone had strung a long circle of barbed wire, forcibly enclosing a broad swathe of ground. What's going on? Lin Mo frowned. Open field grind zones and dungeon activation points were usually public resources. Why had someone put up barbed wire? Suddenly Han Mengqing sharpied, cried out, "Hey, isn't that a Jia?" Lin Mo peered harder. Sure enough, a Jia and his 3 friends lay crumpled on the muddy earth by the wired entrance, looking wretched. What happened? Who did this? Han Mengqing widened her eyes. A bystander sighed and leaned in to explain in a low voice, "Young lady, who else but them? The Guangsha Guild." Guangsha Guild? Lin Mo asked in puzzlement. The young man nodded and offered a bitter smile. You know how it is, a dungeon scroll can open a dungeon only at specific coordinates, he said. Those scoundrels from Guangsha simply seize the activation area and set rules. Anyone who wants to open a dungeon here, whether solo or in a team, must hire someone from their guild to lead the run. The hiring fee starts at 100,000 per run. No payment, no entry. The young man pointed at a Jia and his friends, shaking his head. Those kids insisted on barging in without paying, claiming they didn't need guidance. And this is the result. Isn't that brazen? Han Mengqing's face flushed with anger. This is extortion. Where's the law? At that moment, a hulking bald man with a face like a butcher roared arrogantly at the watching crowd. What are you all staring at? Hear me clearly. Here we of the Guangsha Guild are the heavens. If you're a dragon, you bow to us. If you're a tiger, you lie down for us. If you have no money, don't clog up the place. That's your fate. As he shouted, he glared viciously at the prone Jia, and the surrounding professionals instinctively stepped back, indignant, but afraid to protest. Seeing this, Lin Mo's expression grew cold. Su Wenchang's previous cheer evaporated into a shadow of displeasure. The state has campaigned hard against gangs these past years, yet here in the wild such scum still roam free. Bang! A dull thud echoed. A Jia was kicked hard, flying several meters before sliding to a halt on the gravel-strewn ground. You ungrateful thing. The bald, muscular man grinned menacingly as he stepped forward, his eyes glinting with mockery. How many times do I have to tell you? Want to get in? Sure. Pay up. 100,000 for the entry fee. If you come up short, I'll make sure you lose that hand today. I want pay. Jia gritted his teeth, forcing out a sound through clenched jaws. This is a public area. Why should we pay? This scroll is mine. We have the ability to clear the dungeon ourselves. Why should we pay you for entry? The bald man seemed to have heard the biggest joke, bursting into laughter and addressing the surrounding guild members. Brothers, this kid wants to know why. Ha. A wave of laughter erupted from the crowd. The bald man's laughter abruptly ceased, his gaze turning cold and vicious. Kid, in this territory, our Crazy Shark Guild is the law. What we say is the rule. I say you need to pay for entry, so you must. Either pay up, or you can say goodbye to that hand. The bald man suddenly raised his right leg, a surge of earthy yellow light emanating. Skill-crushing rock kick. If this kick connected, not only bones, but even steel would be crushed into pancakes. The onlookers around quickly covered their eyes, unable to bear to watch. This was the tragedy of ordinary people in this area, without connections or strength. Jia closed his eyes in despair. Sister, brother is useless. At that moment, a dazzling golden shield unfolded in front of Jia. Dong! The bald man's powerful kick struck the suddenly appearing golden giant shield. However, at level 45, he only felt a slight numbness under his foot, his body not swaying an inch. He unexpectedly retracted his foot and curiously turned to the side. 2 young girls were slowly approaching. The girl on the left was petite, holding a giant shield radiating a sacred aura in her left hand and a knight's sword in her right. As professionals bullying the weak. Don't you feel ashamed? Chu Lingshuan's voice sounded somewhat soft, yet remarkably firm. Beside her, Han Mengyao held a silver spear with one hand, the tip pointed at the ground, her silver hair slightly fluttering in the wind. She cast a cold glance at the group, a smirk playing at the corner of her mouth. Shame. Talking about shame with a bunch of apes is giving them too much credit, isn't it? Just muscles without brains. Apart from bullying the weak, these useless people can only seek a sense of existence here. The moment these words were spoken, the entire area fell silent. Those who were originally watching the commotion gasped in shock. This little girl has quite a sharp tongue. Here, daring to call the Crazy Shark Guild members apes and useless. The smile on the bald man's face vanished. He squinted his eyes, silently casting detection technique. The next moment, he froze in shock. Where did this dragon come from? Turns out to be 2 little kittens, just weaned. The bald man's apprehension diminished significantly. The average level of their guild members was above level 40, and his own level had reached 45. This massive level gap was an insurmountable chasm. Even the so-called SS-level light-type professionals, at this moment, Ajia lying on the ground recognized the newcomers as the ones who had rented his vehicle. Run? You can't defeat them. This is my own business, but don't involve yourselves. Ajia struggled and shouted loudly. He knew very well that facing level 40 at level 20 was practically a death sentence, even for the top-tier talents. Run! The bald man snorted coldly. In this territory without my nod, even the King of Heaven must leave something behind for me. Brothers, surround them. With his command, dozens of Crazy Shark Guild members grinned menacingly as they... At that moment a calm, yet authoritative voice rang out, "Step aside." The crowd instinctively turned to look. 3 figures were parting the crowd, slowly walking towards them. Leading the way was an elderly man who appeared cultured. Following him on the left was a girl with pink twin tails who was currently glaring angrily at the guild members. On the right was a young man with his hands in his pockets looking somewhat lazy. Su Wenchang scanned the group of fierce thugs before finally resting his gaze on the bald man, speaking softly. "When did the land of Longwa become your private property?" The bald man frowned, about to curse. However, being a seasoned veteran, he instinctively cast a detection technique. Upon seeing the results, he stiffened, his pupils dilating. LV 88. This seemingly frail old man was actually a top-tier powerhouse at level 88. Such a being could instantly eliminate all the guild members present. However, the bald man quickly forced himself to... "This senior, this is our Crazy Shark Guild's affair. We have several experts at level 80 in our guild, and even the president is a strong individual at level 82. Your strength is great, but is it worth offending our Crazy Shark Guild for a couple of strangers? You should think it over." The bald man spoke with forced bravado, a hint of threat in his tone. In his view, there were many strong individuals in their guild, and it was common courtesy to give face. No one would offend a local tyrant guild with several level 80 powerhouses for a few lowly ants. However, Su Wenchang smiled. He took out a badge and pinned it to his chest. A 5-clawed golden dragon coiling around a sword shone brilliantly in the sunlight. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and Han Mengqing also took out identical badges from their pockets and pinned them proudly to their chests. The 2 girls in front, Han Mengyao and Chu Lingxuan, exchanged glances and silently took out their own golden badges representing their identities. 5 badges shone simultaneously. In that moment, an invisible sense of pressure instantly enveloped the entire area. The golden dragon on the badge seemed to come alive, exuding an air of disdain for the masses. That is the 5-clawed golden dragon badge. Yes, it is from the dragon sequence class. What a... The national team is on the field. That's right, absolutely right. Only the state-affiliated elite Dragon Guard and Dragon Sequence class are qualified to wear such a badge. No wonder. No wonder these 2 young girls dared to confront the Crazy Shark Guild. Is this their confidence? The crowd erupted in commotion. Dragon Guard. Dragon Sequence class. The bald man's legs went weak, his lips trembling. Impossible. How could these people come to this godforsaken place? Fake. It must be fake. How dare you impersonate state officials? He shouted, as if the louder he was the more he could cover up his inner fear. Fake. Su Wenchang's lips curled into a smirk. He slowly raised his hands. Buzz. Dark golden light flickered. A pair of ancient-looking gauntlets covered in dragon scale patterns enveloped his hands. At the moment the gauntlets appeared, the surrounding space trembled, as if unable to bear the terrifying power. What the... That is the heaven-shattering Dragon God Gauntlet. The only exclusive weapon of the Dragon Fist profession. In the entire Longwa, only one person possesses it. Su Wenchang, a member of the Dragon Guard and part-time teacher of the Dragon Sequence class. The crowd erupted in chaos. If the badge could be fake, this unique exclusive weapon could not. This is the Dragon Sequence class, the genuine national team. Seeing this scene, the bald man fell into complete despair, trembling uncontrollably. Su Wenchang gently flexed his wrist. His tone was calm, yet exuded a suffocating dominance. Now do you still think it's fake? Those holding the 5-clawed golden dragon badge can act first and report later with dragon rights granted. I could kill you here today without even writing a report or bearing any responsibility. Do you believe that? The bald man felt the mountain-like killing intent. Cold sweat had long soaked through his back. He believed it. He truly believed it. My goodness. The Crazy Shark has really kicked a hard wall this time, or rather a titanium alloy steel plate. I can't believe we ran into the national team here, and those boxing gloves are just too cool. Serves them right. Evil people will meet their match. It seems the Crazy Shark Guild is in for a tough time. The onlookers around were all excited, their faces flushed. Their gazes towards the Crazy Shark Guild were filled with... At that moment the crowd parted again. A middle-aged man in a suit drenched in sweat rushed over. He was the vice president of the Crazy Shark Guild. He was originally at the back sipping tea, but hearing the commotion up front he was nearly about to lose his shoes. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Before the vice president could get close, he directly slid to his knees, stopping right in front of Su Wenchang. He ignored the pain in his knees, his face filled with a fawning smile. This leader. It was completely these few short-sighted dogs bumped into you all, they deserve to die. Truly deserve it. Saying this he got up and turned to slap the burly bald man hard. Smack. This slap was delivered with full force, knocking out 2 of the bald man's teeth. Hurry and apologize to the leader and everyone else. The vice president shouted angrily. The bald man holding his swollen face cried out indistinctly, I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare me. Su Wenchang coldly observed everything, barely lifting his eyelids. He retracted the suffocating pressure, and the Hantian Dragon Divine boxing gloves in his hand turned into a stream of light and vanished. Take your people and leave. The vice president felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and repeatedly bowed his head. Yes, yes, yes. Well, leave now. We won't appear before you again. After saying that, he kicked the already frightened guild members fleeing the scene while rolling and crawling. Their disheveled appearance had completely lost the arrogance of the local tyrant they usually displayed. Around them erupted a thunderous applause and cheers. Well done. This is what is called evil being met with evil. So satisfying. I wonder if the Crazy Shark Guild will dare to be so arrogant in the future. It's still our national team. They don't strike unless it's necessary, but when they do, it's like a thunderous strike. Just hearing that word leave made my scalp tingle, so domineering. Exactly this kind of malignant tumor should have been eradicated long ago. Today is truly a relief. Watching the Crazy Shark Guild members fleeing in panic, the onlookers erupted in cheers, with some even wanting to set off firecrackers to celebrate. Han Mengxing pouted and put the badge back in her pocket. Teacher Su, why let them go? These bad guys must have done a lot of bad things. They should be arrested or given a good beating. Su Wenchang turned around, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Little Han, although we have privileges, those privileges are meant to protect, not for personal vendettas. If I were to go on a killing spree here today, even though no one would dare to say anything, what difference would we have from them? Saying this, Su Wenchang narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone becoming profound. Moreover, letting them go does not mean letting them off the hook. After you finish the temple dungeon, I will report to the Dragon Guard army and notify the relevant departments. None of them will escape. Han Mengxing nodded, half understanding. Oh, then I can rest assured. Lin Mo smiled beside her. He also agreed with Su Wenchang's approach. In this world, having power indeed allows one to act as one pleases. With Su Wenchang's strength, crushing the thugs of the Crazy Shark Guild would be easier than squashing an ant. But they represented the long sequence class, the face of the national machine. If a bloodbath were to occur here today, it might feel satisfying for a moment, but if the news spread, the nature of the incident would change. What would the public think? They would see the long sequence class as a group of privileged executioners who can take lives at will rather than protectors. Once fear surpasses respect, order will collapse. Moreover, for these bullies who usually flaunt their power, death would be too merciful. Depriving them of everything and letting them spend their remaining days in prison would be the most brutal punishment for them. Lin Mo turned around and walked to the still dazed Jia, extending his hand. Depriving them of everything and letting them spend their remaining days in prison would be the most brutal punishment for them. He never expected that his moment of kindness would save his life in such a dire situation. It even allowed him to meet these important figures standing on a pedestal. Since childhood, Jia's greatest admiration was for the Dragon Guard army, and his most desired place was the long sequence class. In his mind, those wearing the golden dragon badge were heroes protecting the nation, beings as untouchable as deep. And now the god in his heart was standing before him, smiling and extending his hand. Jia trembled, extending his dirt-covered hand. Suddenly a wave of intense inferiority surged within him. Big shot, my hands are dirty, don't get yours dirty. Lin Mo, however, paid no mind to that, grabbing his wrist and pulling him up from the ground. Hands can be washed, but if the heart is dirty, it cannot be cleaned. Lin Mo patted Jia's shoulder, smiling. In my eyes, your hands are 1,000 times cleaner than the hearts of those people just now. Jia trembled all over. He raised his head, his eyes instantly reddening. Big shot. Don't call me big shot, it sounds awkward. Lin Mo waved his hand, speaking casually and gently. Lin Mo, just an ordinary student. Ordinary student. Jia twitched the corner of his mouth. If you are an ordinary student, what do we count as? At this moment, Han Mengyao also walked over, putting away her long gun, and said lightly, I am Han Mengyao. I am Chu Lingshuan, said Chu Lingxian shyly. Han Mengxing then proudly raised her chin. This young lady is Han Mengxing. Remember, we are the F4 of this long sequence class. Long sequence class. Upon hearing these 3 words, Jia felt his head buzzing. I actually rented a car to students of the long sequence class. And I even charged you money. Jia looked regretful and terrified, wishing he could slap himself. Seeing Jia like this, Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh. Alright, don't say that, your car is pretty good, just the brakes are a bit off. Han Mengxing couldn't help but laugh out loud. The next moment, she scanned the injuries on the few of them. Jia and his friends looked battered and bruised, some with dislocated arms, looking miserable. Oh dear, you've all been beaten into pig heads. How pitiful. Han Mengxing waved her staff. Watch me cast an instant full heal spell. Upon hearing this, Jia and the others instantly became nervous, repeatedly waving their hands. No need. These small injuries of ours can be treated with some medicine. How can we waste your mana? Stop talking nonsense. This young lady will heal whoever she wants. Han Mengxing didn't give them a chance to refuse, and with a fierce point of her staff. A buzzing sound rang out. A thick green light beam enveloped them. Ah! Holy crap! The heart-wrenching screams suddenly echoed. Just a few seconds later the light dissipated. Ajia and the others' injuries had completely healed. However, they were all drenched in sweat, their expressions dazed. Ajia panted heavily, fearfully stating, "In that moment, just now, I feel like I saw my great-grandmother waving at me from across the river." Han Mingyao and Chu Lingxian couldn't help but laugh. Lin Mo also struggled to suppress a smile. This little Han skill is powerful, but it's really not something ordinary people can withstand. At that moment, Su Wenchang came over. "Alright, now that everyone is healed, let's set off. The coordinates are very close. Alright, let's go." Han Mingqing shouted loudly. Lin Mo looked at Ajia beside him and smiled. "Your dungeon coordinates should also be up ahead. Ooh, shall we go together?" Ajia was taken aback for a moment, then vigorously nodded. "Thank you, big brother Lin." He quickly followed, his eyes filled with determination. As if as long as he followed this young man, he would have no fear. The wind of the rocky wasteland carried a coarse scent of dust. Ajia walked beside Lin Mo. Although he had just been tormented by Han Mingqing's skill, his face was now lit with uncontainable excitement and admiration. That gaze resembled that of a devout believer who had encountered a true god walking among mortals. "That, big brother Lin," Ajia rubbed his hands together, his voice filled with excitement. "Thank you so much for earlier. If it weren't for you and Teacher Su intervening, not only would I have lost this hand, but I might have even lost my life here." His three companions behind him nodded repeatedly. Their eyes were filled with awe as they looked at Lin Mo and the others. In their eyes, the Crazy Shark Guild was an insurmountable mountain, a tyrant that could cover the sky with one hand. But just moments ago, this mountain was easily shaken by a few casual words from the people in front of him. This was the national team. "Haha, just a trivial matter." Lin Mo waved his hand, his tone indifferent. "It's a traditional virtue of us Longwa people to help those in need when we see injustice." "Virtue?" Ajia murmured, his eyes slightly reddened. "In the past, I watched news about the Longshu class on TV and always thought they were just a group of privileged young masters and ladies." At this point, Ajia slapped himself hard. "I really deserve to die. How could I have such narrow-minded thoughts? After seeing you today, I finally understand what true perspective is. What true strength looks like. You don't have that lofty attitude and treat us as friends. Moreover, when you see injustice, you genuinely want to step in and seek justice for us." Big brother Lin's sister Han's sister Chu, Teacher Su, Jia will remember this kindness for a lifetime. From now on, even if I have to climb a mountain of blades or descend into a sea of fire, if I frown even once, I will be the one. Alright. Han Mingqing interrupted, Ajia's oath, waving her hand. "As long as you don't forget to treat this young lady to a good meal if you get rich in the future." Ajia was taken aback, thumping his chest. "No problem. Whatever you all want to eat, I will definitely treat you." Han Mingyao shot a glance at her younger sister, her tone cold. "Don't listen to this glutton's nonsense, she'll eat you into bankruptcy." "Hey, you're ruining my reputation." Han Mingqing puffed up her cheeks in annoyance at her sister. After walking for a while, Ajia stopped and looked at Lin Mo with some reluctance. "Big brother, our dungeon coordinates are in that direction." Lin Mo nodded. "Yes, ours is to the left." Ajia took a deep breath, solemnly bowing to Lin Mo and the others. "Dear big brothers and sisters, may you have a successful dungeon run. And I wish you to find the materials to save your sister soon," Lin Mo said with a smile. Then the group walked towards the... Only after the figures of Lin Mo and the others disappeared from sight did Ajia straighten his back, a renewed fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. "Brother Jia, let's go too. Let's go. If even the big shots of the Longshu class are encouraging us, we must definitely gather the materials this time." TSK. Han Mingqing walked along the gravel road sighing. Although Ajia's strength is average, he is indeed quite a nice person. Han Mingyao glanced at her, replying coolly, "This is the reality for low-tier professionals. Without resources or background, every dungeon run is a fight for survival. In comparison, we are indeed much luckier." Chu Lingxian also chimed in softly, "Yes. So we must not waste this luck. We need to become stronger to protect more people like Ajia." Lin Mo listened to the three girls' reflections without speaking, merely quickening his pace. This world is very cruel and very realistic. Only the strong are qualified to speak of kindness and protection. "We've arrived." Lin Mo glanced at the dungeon scroll in his backpack and suddenly spoke. Everyone stopped. Ahead was a vast basin surrounded by jagged rocks. Su Wenchang turned to the group. "Alright, the dungeon has a level restriction, so I can't enter. I'll stay outside and watch you all go in." "Thank you, Teacher Su." Lin Mo nodded. He then took out the temple dungeon scroll. Fireball spell immediately surrounded him with flames. "I can already sense the aura of slaughter and destruction. Hurry, I want to fight." "Lightning strike," coldly remarked Fool. "Fireball spell. What do you mean, old three? Do you want to fight?" Ignoring the chatter in his mind, Lin Mo directly used the scroll. Buzz! As the scroll shattered, the void in front of him seemed to be torn apart by a giant hand. A massive void gate slowly opened before the four. "Let's go." Lin Mo took the lead, stepping into the gate. Han Mingyao followed closely behind, holding her silver spear, looking vigilant. Chu Lingxian raised her giant shield to protect her side. After a strong sensation of vertigo, their vision cleared again. An ancient forest filled with primal and violent energy appeared before them. The trees here were extremely tall, often reaching several dozen meters, their bodies displaying a charred black hue, as if struck by lightning countless times. Thick thunderclouds rolled overhead. Occasionally, a thick bolt of lightning would tear through the sky. At the same time, a semi-transparent map automatically floated before the four. The icon marked at the deepest part of the map seemed to be a grand temple. Before the group could study it in detail, a series of notification sounds came through. Welcome to the special dungeon, Thunderfire Temple Orange. Dungeon level LV. 20 LV. 25. Please traverse the Thunderfire Forest and reach the temple. Current dungeon special rule. The throne of the lone walker. Rule description. A true king is destined to be lonely. Turn your companions into the stairs to the throne to enjoy the authority of the gods alone. Current rating level base drop rate 30. Advancement condition. Each life sacrificed can raise the rating. Sacrificing 3 lives can raise the rating to level drop rate 100. Note: death of a sacrificed individual within the dungeon counts as real death. Their soul will be imprisoned by the temple, unable to be reborn for eternity. What the hell? Han Menking's face turned pale instantly. What kind of perverse rule is this? Sacrificing teammates. The air in the temple seemed to freeze. The 3 girls instinctively turned their gaze towards Lin Mo. A 100 drop rate for Thunderfire combo skill materials was indeed a great temptation. Moreover, communication inside the dungeon was isolated from the outside world, meaning that no one outside could know what was happening inside the dungeon. Most importantly, they were very clear about Lin Mo's strength. With his strength, there was almost no suspense in wanting to take them down. Lin Mo looked at the 3 girls, furrowing his brows. Why are you looking at me? Let's go. A 30 drop rate is already very high. Saying this, Lin Mo took the lead and walked towards the direction of the temple. What a joke. To kill teammates for materials. With money and sheets, why would he need to do such a thing? One must have some bottom line in life. Besides a 30 drop rate. What game could have such a high drop rate? Seeing Lin Mo like this, Han Mengqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it. The number 1 brother is the best. Phew. Han Mingyao also relaxed, quickly catching up. Chu Lingxian felt a bit embarrassed and lowered her head. Even though Lin Mo had saved everyone so many times, she had a moment of doubt about him. She truly felt she deserved to die. She raised her giant shield and hurried to catch up. No matter what, she must protect Lin Mo. In Tianbei City, at the headquarters of the Savage Shark Guild. Inside the guild hall, a burly man sat on the sofa with a fierce and bloodthirsty shark tattooed on his chest. A knife scar ran across his entire back, giving him a particularly fierce appearance. Opposite him sat 2 men. The one on the left wore gold-rimmed glasses, his hair meticulously styled, exuding an air of refinement. The man on the right was a middle-aged man who was nervously wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, restless and with a wandering gaze. The man with gold-rimmed glasses stared at a video on the computer and exclaimed in somewhat stiff Longhua Mandarin, "Wonderful, truly wonderful. Is this the top of the Longshu class from your Longhua this year? Not only mastering fire and earth, but also proficient in lightning. Achieving this level at level 20. The middle-aged man's voice trembled slightly. Mr. Yamamoto, I have already given you everything, including detailed files on all the students of this year's Longshu class, as well as battle videos. You promised that as long as I provided these you would release my wife and daughter, and 5 million, and send us to Ingwa. Please arrange it quickly. If the authorities find out, it would be a death sentence. I can no longer stay in Longhua. Every second is torture for me." Yamamoto Kenichi smiled as he stood up, walked behind the man, placed his hands on his shoulders, and spoke gently. "Shin-sang, don't be anxious. You Longhua people often say those who recognize the times are the heroes. You are able to decisively abandon the illusory notion of national righteousness for the safety of your family. This spirit of sacrificing the greater good for the sake of one's family is truly touching." The man's tense nerves relaxed slightly, and he forced a smile. "Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Yamamoto. I am also left with no choice. A person who does not act for themselves will be struck down by heaven." A large hand suddenly pierced from behind to the front. Ugh. The middle-aged man widened his eyes, looking at Yamamoto Kenichi in disbelief. Blood instantly soaked his clothes. Yamamoto Kenichi withdrew his bloodied right hand disdainfully, took out a handkerchief to wipe the bloodstains, and his smile turned cold. "Although I admire your cleverness, I truly detest traitors. To even betray your own country is disgusting. As for your family..." Yamamoto Kenichi tossed the bloodstained handkerchief onto the twitching corpse, saying indifferently, "A family must be together, they will soon join you." The light in the middle-aged man's eyes quickly faded, filled with endless regret, as he collapsed into a pool of blood. The president of the Savage Shark Guild, Zhao Tianling, who had been watching the drama unfold from the sofa, slightly furrowed his brows. Though he was also a man who would kill, without blinking, Yamamoto Kenichi's perverse actions still made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Someone drag this trash out and clean the floor." Zhao Tianling waved his hand, and 2 subordinates immediately came in to drag the corpse away. After a moment, Zhao Tianling's voice turned low. Yamamoto, the things you wanted are in hand, so hurry and leave. The recent investigations are tight. If it is discovered that our Savage Shark Guild has ties with your Ingwa, I would not have enough heads to chop off for my sins. Yamamoto Kenichi smiled nonchalantly. President Zhao, don't be so tense. This is unavoidable. Your Longwa is too closed off with networks and communications that cannot transmit data. We can only rely on human transport. As he said this, a glint of cold light flashed in Yamamoto Kenichi's eyes. In the upcoming battlefield of nations, our Ingwa and your Longwa will be placed in the same battlefield. This information is crucial for the Empire. As long as we thoroughly understand the hidden strengths of this Longshu class, it would be a tremendous help for our Empire's ghostly spirits. Zhao Tianling snorted coldly, impatiently saying, that is your business. Don't drag me into it, hurry and leave. Just then, the door was pushed open and a well-mannered man walked in. Zhao Tianling glanced over, frowning slightly. Lao-san, weren't you guarding the stone ruins? Why are you back? The man wasted no time and reported, Elder brother, we encountered the Dragon Guard armies, Su Wenchang, who seems to be taking the Longshu class students to clear a dungeon over there, and drove us away. The man replied solemnly, President, I remember there is a temple dungeon with opening coordinates right in the stone ruins. I think they must be here for the temple dungeon. University. The man replied solemnly, President, I remember there is a temple dungeon with opening coordinates right in the stone ruins. I think they must be here for the temple dungeon. Is that so? A glint of greed flashed in Zhao Tianling's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by reason. Since they are from the Longshu class, then let it be. You do not provoke them. Though fierce, he also knew his limits. Bullying those without background was one thing, but provoking the Dragon Guard Army's Longshu class was purely courting death. Yamamoto Kenichi turned his laptop around. Are the students you encountered these individuals? The man leaned closer to the screen and recognized them after a few seconds, then nodded affirmatively. Yes, it's these individuals. After receiving the affirmative answer, Yamamoto Kenichi gently closed the laptop and looked at Zhao Tianling. President Zhao, if I remember correctly, your guild should still have some intrusion scrolls in the warehouse, right? Hearing this, Zhao Tianling's eyelids twitched violently. He looked at Yamamoto Kenichi warily. What do you want? What else could I want? Yamamoto Kenichi spread his hands and said matter-of-factly, of course, to kill them. What? Zhao Tianling jumped up from the sofa directly. Are you crazy? That is the Longshu class. There's Su Wenchang guarding outside. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. I'm not done living yet. Facing Zhao Tianling's fury, Yamamoto Kenichi remained calm. President Zhao, if I can kill the strongest fighter of the Longshu class here, this achievement would be enough for me to earn a title in the Empire. Zhao Tianling snorted coldly. That's your achievement, it has nothing to do with me. I only know that once we make a move, I'll be the one losing my head tomorrow. Yamamoto Kenichi's mouth curled slightly upward. President Zhao, Su Wenchang of the Dragon Fist, even I, a Ingwa person, know he is a notorious killer, famously righteous and merciless against evil. Now that he knows you are bullying the weak and selling forcefully in the stone ruins, do you think you can still live? Yamamoto Kenichi laughed coldly. Once his students finish clearing the dungeon, I guarantee he will turn around with the Dragon Guard army and bloodily wash your Savage Shark Guild. As soon as he said this, Zhao Tianling's face instantly turned pale. Although he did not want to admit it, he knew Yamamoto Kenichi was right. That old man Su Wenchang could not stand such things. The reason he hadn't acted yet was that he was looking after his students clearing the dungeon. Once he had the chance, it would be a fatal situation. Yamamoto Kenichi continued, but if you help me kill those students, I have special withdrawal channels, and I can take you and your core members to Ingwa. I guarantee that not only will you survive in Ingwa, but you will also enjoy wealth and glory that you could never spend in several lifetimes. Zhao Tianling stared at him intently. The image of the recently deceased middle-aged man was still vivid in his mind. Why should I trust you? President Zhao, you have no choice. It's either waiting for the Dragon Guard army to come knocking on your door or trusting me and taking a gamble. You decide for yourself. After Yamamoto Kenichi finished speaking, he sat back down watching Zhao Tianling with great interest. Zhao Tianling fell silent. The saying of the Ingwa people was indeed correct. He had already fallen into a deadlock. No matter where he fled, as long as he was within Longwa territory, he would undoubtedly die at the hands of the Dragon Guard army. Now there was only one way out, and that was to escape Longwa. After a long time, Zhao Tianling suddenly raised his head. Damn it, let's do it. Yamamoto Kenichi, I hope you can keep your promise, otherwise I will definitely fight you to the end. Yamamoto Kenichi smiled. President Zhao, please believe me, as long as we successfully kill those students, I will definitely take you to our Ingwa. You'd better. Zhao Tianling snorted coldly, then turned to the man beside him. Lao-san, what is the level requirement for the temple dungeon in that area? Lao-san seemed to have checked it long ago and replied without hesitation, President, level 2025. Zhao Tianling nodded and said, fortunately the intrusion scrolls do not need to be close to the dungeon. They can be used within the area to see all nearby dungeons that are open. Otherwise it would be difficult to deal with that old man. Then with red eyes and at a rapid pace he said, gather all the elites in the guild at levels 20 to 25 and distribute the best equipment and weapons and bring the best potions. The intrusion scrolls are too precious. We only have 3, so split the people into 3 teams. We will use our most elite personnel to carry out a wheeled battle against them. 3 scrolls, 3 waves of assassinations equipped with the best gear. I refuse to believe we cannot kill him. Yes, big brother. Lao Sen accepted the order and immediately ran off. Wait. Zhao Tianling called out to him, his voice chillingly cold. Tell the brothers that whoever can kill Lin Mo will be rewarded 100 million. I will take him to Ingwa to enjoy life. In the wilderness approximately 500 kilometers from Tianbei City, a fierce battle had just concluded. The air was thick with smoke and the acrid scent of blood permeated every inch. Countless corpses of demonic creatures were piled high like mountains with severed limbs scattered across the ground. Among them were several enormous boss-level monsters now lifeless and slumped on the ground like ragdolls. In the center of this sea of corpses, a towering figure sat atop a relatively clean boulder. Lin Tianhao casually tore off a piece of tattered cloth, wiping the blood off his heavy sword with a nonchalant demeanor. Commander, the damage report is in. An excited officer ran over, his eyes filled with fervor. In this battle we sustained 0 casualties. Especially those 3 bosses, all slain by your sword. If this achievement gets reported, the military will undoubtedly commend you greatly. Your rank is likely to rise again. Despite hearing this, Lin Tianhao's expression remained unfazed. He stood up, brushing off the dust from his pants. All right, let the cleanup be handled by old Li and the others. I'm heading out first. The officer was taken aback and instinctively asked, leave. Where are you going, Commander? The military is waiting for your return to hold a victory banquet. Banquet my foot. Lin Tianhao shot him an annoyed glance, and then turned to face the north. His previously fierce gaze softened instantly, revealing a paternal tenderness. I'm going to Tianbei City. My troublesome son is running a dungeon over there. You know Tianbei City is on the border, chaotic and mixed with all sorts of characters. I can't rest easy, I need to check on him. The officer's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Commander, young Master Lin is the top of the Dragon Sequence class, and didn't you say Su Wenshang is with him? What's there to worry about? What do you know? Lin Tianhao chuckled, asserting. That's Su Wenshang's matter. It's only natural for a father to look after his son. What if some careless fool injures my son's fingernail? I'm off. With that, Lin Tianhao strode towards a helicopter parked not far away. The officer watched Lin Tianhao's retreating figure, murmuring, Commander Lin, the rumors are true. He truly is a devoted husband and a doting father. Meanwhile, inside the Thunderfire Temple dungeon. Roar. The roar echoed repeatedly under the effects of Han Menking's force taunt buff. All the demonic creatures within a 1-kilometer radius surged toward the fore like sharks catching a whiff of blood. Earth Shield, panicked Master, be careful. I sense the ground shaking. There are so many big ones. From Fireball, snorted coldly, look at you, scaredy cat. Even if there are many, they're just here to deliver experience points. Earth Shield thought for a moment and agreed. What Big Brother said makes sense. With Big Brother and Third Brother around, even the King of Hell won't have an easy time. They're coming. Han Mingyao called out sharply, gripping her long spear tightly. With a rumble, dozens of massive 2-headed lizards charged out from the dense forest. They were clad in reddish-purple scales, and wherever they passed, trees were instantly reduced to ashes. Thunderfire 2-headed lizard, elite level 25, had just a level 25 elite monster. Lin Mo's expression sharpened. In the next moment, Chu Lingxian directly activated a skill, casting a shield on Lin Mo. Han Mengxing also busied herself showering Lin Mo with numerous buffs. Feeling the surge of power, Lin Mo's fiery wind wings flared out behind him. He soared into the sky, hovering midair. Little fire, little thunder, it's time to strike. Fireball struck a pose like an older brother. Little 3, as per usual, you go first. Thunderstrike coldly lit up with blue light, enough with the chit-chat. Earth Shield frantically waved flags and cheered, Big Brother and Third Brother, go for it. You guys are my god. Lightning Chain Hell. Lin Mo clenched his right hand fiercely, and lightning exploded. Ziz. Countless bolts of furious lightning surged from the void, instantly bouncing wildly among the densely packed monsters, weaving into a massive electric net. Following that firestorm, fire feathers filled the sky. Flame pillars. Boom, 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 boom. A crimson flame tornado shot up from the ground, and countless fire feathers poured down like a torrential rain, with numerous flame pillars erupting from beneath the earth. The intertwining of lightning and fire illuminated the entire forest as deafening explosions reverberated and the shockwaves rolled through. This combo created a visual effect that was utterly explosive. However, after unleashing all these skills, Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. The ordinary monsters were indeed instantly annihilated without surprise. Yet the elite monsters remained standing. Their scales were shattered in many places, with some even losing their tails, looking quite disheveled. Clearly they still had plenty of health left. What's going on? A hint of confusion flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. This combo could eliminate even level 30 elite monsters, yet it couldn't dispatch these level 25 elites. Roar. The injured lizards became even more frenzied, viciously lunging forward. Lin Mo had little fire. Finish them off. Fireball was also a bit bewildered, not dead yet. Let me lie down. The fireball whistled out. At the same time, Han Mingyao, Chu Lingshuan, and Han Mingqing all unleashed their skills. Ice spears pierced through holy light judgment, and even Han Mingqing was diligently casting her scraping skills. After a flurry of finishing blows, the battlefield was finally cleared. A massive wave of experience flooded in, and Lin Mo's experience bar shot up by 10. Yet Lin Mo still felt somewhat uncomfortable. The efficiency of clearing monsters was far too low. It was completely uncharacteristic of his usual instant kill style. What's going on? Han Mingqing looked at Lin Mo in confusion. Lin Mo, why can't you take down these elite monsters? This isn't scientific. Lin Mo was equally perplexed. At that moment, Han Mingyao raised her head, recognition dawning. It's not Lin Mo's problem, it's these monsters' issue. These are demonic creatures with extremely high resistances to both lightning and fire. At damage from both elements has been greatly diminished. My. Han Mingqing raised an eyebrow. No wonder. I feel like your damage is almost on par with Lin Mo's. It turns out you haven't gotten stronger, but rather Lin Mo has been restricted. Shut up. Han Mingyao shot her sister a glare. Once upon a time she too was the pride of Magic City, yet now she could not even keep up with Lin Mo's shadow. Han Mingqing stuck out her tongue. She certainly knew, but she couldn't help teasing her older sister. After hearing Han Mingyao's explanation, Lin Mo couldn't help but frown. So that was the case. High resistances to lightning and fire. No wonder he couldn't secure a kill. Lin Mo felt a wave of helplessness rise within him, and sighed. I guess I'm still too weak. My elemental methods are too singular. As soon as he said this, the surrounding air fell silent for 3 seconds. The three of them simultaneously turned to look at Lin Mo. Please, big brother, 99% of mages spend their whole lives mastering just one element. You, on the other hand, can wield 3 elements. Moreover, that includes the strongest attack elements of fire. Well, Chu Lingxian spoke gently. I think that if we take it slow, we'll still clear the dungeon in the end. Han Mingqing suddenly interjected. Lin Mo, don't you also know earth magic? I remember it has offensive skills like the beginner skill Earth Spike. Lin Mo instinctively glanced at his skill bar. He really hadn't learned it. Little Earth, do you know Earth Spike? It's just a beginner skill, should be simple enough. It's just about condensing a spike from the ground to poke out. Lin Mo asked in his heart. Fireball wore a look of amusement. This coward, what can he do? He can only break a few walls. Facing the older brother's mockery, Earth Shield seemed a bit self-conscious. Earth Shield shrank back. Big brother is right. I can only create a few weak walls to protect my master. Hearing such a cowardly answer made Lin Mo's head ache. Stop rambling. Even if it's a shield, it can still smash someone when pushed. Gather the earth elements and make it pointy. Poke up from underground. Give it a try. Lin Mo's tone was not to be questioned. Earth Shield sensed the urgency of its master. Though still a bit scared, it felt an overwhelming desire to prove itself. Earth Shield cautiously replied then. They'll give it a try. They'll give it a try. And Lin Mo turned toward Han Mingqing beside him, his tone calm and unassuming. Then the Earth Shield art attempted to respond to its master's will, raising the ground upward. An attempt failed. The ground merely swelled into a soft, rounded mound, utterly lacking sharpness or lethality. The Earth Shield art instantly withdrew, sulking, "No, master. I only know how to build walls." And Lin Mo sighed in exasperation. Imagine this. If a foe were to ambush me, wouldn't you strike back with full force? Concentrate all force into a single point. Thrust upward from beneath the earth fiercely and without mercy. And upon hearing these words, the Earth Shield art flared with indignation. An ambush on master. Then he must be struck down, hard. Whoever dares threaten master shall be impaled upon my spear. And the Earth Shield art began compressing earthen elements furiously, sharper, sharper still. Pierce the enemy dead. Uft. Na soft crisp sound echoed. Na stone spike. Nearly 2 meters long, its tip honed like a lethal spear, erupted violently from the earth. Congratulations. Driven by fierce devotion to protect its master, your skill Earth Shield art has successfully evolved and comprehended the foundational earth element technique. Earth Spike LV. 1. The Earth Shield art rejoiced. Wow. Master, I did it. Nit hesitated, awestruck. Could I truly become so aggressive? The Fireball art cast a disdainful glance. Is that all? Struggling even to grasp a basic technique. You disgrace our entire lineage of skills. The Earth Shield art immediately shrank inward. Elder brother is absolutely right. I'm still too weak. Compared to elder brother and third brother, I'm but a child playing house. Lin Mo paid no mind to the timid little earth spirit. He turned to the 3 young women and spoke with quiet solemnity. Well, I can do it now. And the 3 girls fell silent, staring first at the jagged stone spike, then at Lin Mo's unruffled expression. Can do it now, and what did that even mean? Most Earth Mage novices upon first mastering Earth Spike could barely summon a half-meter protrusion. Yet here stood a 2-meter spike, born of spontaneous mastery. Was he truly learning it on the spot? Preposterous. Senior Lin Mo, Nan Mingqing's lips twitched. You already knew how to do this, didn't you? You must have mastered it long ago, right? Lin Mo merely shrugged, offering no explanation. Nan Mingqing circled the spike once, then sighed with faint disappointment but Earth Spike is single target damage. Against a massive beast tide stabbing one by one. We'd be at it until the year of the monkey. And what we need now is an area effect ability, something that clears scores at once. Han Mingyao nodded gravely beside her, analyzing with cool precision. Mingqing is correct. Earth Spike is far too inefficient. Among mid-tier Earth techniques there exists one unparalleled in destructive power, and crucially imbued with crowd control, Earth-shaking, Tremor Thousand Rock Spikes. This art fractures the very Earth, then instantaneously condenses hundreds, or thousands, of razor-sharp stone spikes across the battlefield, piercing all foes within range. It is hailed as the supreme mid-tier Earth technique, not only for its devastating output, but also for its seismic effect when the ground ruptures, enemies stagger, lose footing, and freeze in place. With this technique, our monster-clearing efficiency would double overnight. She sighed, deeply shaking her head, and, alas, it demands extraordinary affinity and perception of Earth elements. Even specialized Earth mages at level 40 rarely master it. Lin Mo listened quietly, and nodded inwardly. Area-wide devastation and area-wide hard control. And this technique sounded formidable indeed. And with both his lightning and fire arts currently suppressed, such a skill would be invaluable. Sounds promising. I'll try. Lin Mo said, voice serene. And the three young women froze in disbelief. Nan Mingyao opened her mouth, then paused speechless. Had Lin Mo not heard the latter half of what she'd just said? And even level 40 Earth specialists struggled with this art. Yet seeing his unwavering focus, the words died unspoken on her tongue. Lin Mo gazed inward at his skill interface. Xiaotu, did you hear? Earth-shaking Tremor Thousand Rock Spikes. And if you can forge one, surely 1,000 should pose no insurmountable challenge. And add tremors. Make the earth shake beneath us. And the earth shield art recoiled under immense pressure. Master. This is far too difficult. The earth shield art strained desperately. Tremble, tremble, 1,000 spikes. And outside the earth beneath Lin Mo's feet quivered faintly, like an elephant stamping once. Then, nothing more. And no 1,000 spikes. No earth-shaking cataclysm. That feeble tremor didn't even unsettle Han Mingqing's footing. And she blinked. That's it. Han Mingyao exhaled softly in relief. Thank goodness. And though Lin Mo was extraordinary, he hadn't yet defied all reason. If he could truly learn such a high-difficulty mid-tier technique simply by hearing its name, that would render all their training meaningless. It's all right, Lin Mo. Han Mingyao stepped forward soothingly. This is a top-tier mid-level technique, the most demanding among Earth arts. We'll progress steadily. There's no need to rush. Chu Lingxian added softly. Yes, Lin Mo, don't burden yourself. Your fire and lightning damage are already formidable. We may clear monsters slower, but steady disciplined advancement ensures victory. No need to push too hard. Yet Lin Mo ignored their reassurances. Ni's gaze returned to the skill interface. He resolved to push Xiaotu hard. After all, this was the spirit of Earth itself. This timid little being would never realize its own strength unless pressed to the brink. The fireball art roared with laughter. Ha ha. This is hilarious. Brother 2, just keep building walls behind us. Grand spectacles like this demand silence. Or do you wish to forfeit your next serving of braised fiery ox tendon? Get lost. Lin Mo thundered inwardly. The fireball art had bristled defiantly, until the words braised fiery ox tendon struck home. That dish devoured last night remained its ultimate culinary zenith, its fiery essence intoxicating beyond measure. Faced with gastronomic temptation and wounded pride, the fireball art struck a delicate balance. It reigned in its flames with haughty dignity. Humph. Fine, I'll retreat. At last, silence. Lin Mo drew a slow, deep breath, and began pressing upon Xiaotu. Xiaotu, you've seen it yourself. Xiao Hua and Xiao Lei are suppressed now, their damage can no longer overcome elite monsters. This is your moment, to rise, to stand tall. You are our family's sole hope. The earth shield art shuddered, its light flickering wildly, the entire family's hope. Me? Is it really me? Precisely you. Lin Mo's voice surged with fervor, step by step closing in. Who decreed earth arts must only endure? Who ordained earth arts must forever play the turtle? Xiaotu, understand this truth: the finest defense is not passive endurance, but the utter eradication of every threat. Always you've played second fiddle, always the supporting role. Elder brother bullies you, a third brother ignores you. But today here, you are the protagonist. You are center stage. You are the hero who snatches victory from the jaws of ruin. Think, what if you master earth-shaking tremor today? Will Xiao Hua dare mock you then? Will Xiao Lei continue ignoring you? They'll bow, and call you second elder brother. You are no yielding clay. You are mountain. You are bedrock. You are the spine of the earth itself. Rage. Let the earth tremble beneath you. Let those beasts learn, who reigns sovereign over this land. These words pierce straight to the earth shield art's deepest yearning. Protagonist. Center stage. Hero. Second elder brother. Its glow pulsed rapidly, that trembling spirit forever cowering in corners, forever scorned by elder and third brothers. Now it alone held their salvation. Though timid, though fearful of death, It was a noble, elemental spirit. In its vast, ancient body, would it suffer these insects to trample it freely? Seeing Xiao Tu's emotions fully ignited in Lin Mo assumed the air of a solemn mentor. In Xiao Tu, listen well. And the name holds the answer. Why earth-shaking tremor? Imagine the earth as a drum, and you its drummer. Find its resonant frequency. Resonance. Do you grasp its meaning? That deep humming vibration. Enforce soil and stone to compress. Squeeze them until they scream for release. Like a shaken cola bottle. When pressure builds, it erupts all at once. And were a traditional earth art master to hear these words, he might collapse, spitting blood thrice. Nonsense, resonance, cola, drumming, utter gibberish. Yet, for the sentient earth shield art, these metaphors flung open a gate to revelation. And the earth shield art froze, drumming, resonance, cola. I begin to understand. If I stir the earth itself to unrest, it will become my weapon. It grasped something, yet grasped nothing fully. Nid had always sought density, unyielding solidity. Now it craved turbulence. It craved release. It searched for the earth's rhythm, listened to the earth's pulse. Nit felt it, the earth's restless agitation, its low, groaning lament. And that was the frequency. The earth shield art entered a state of profound flow, on the verge of enlightenment. In congratulations. Driven by desperate longing, your skill earth shield art has successfully comprehended the mid-tier earth element technique. Earth-shaking tremor 1000 rock spikes LV. 1. Earth-shaking tremor 1000 rock spikes LV. 1 triggers violent seismic tremors across a 500-meter radius. Range increases by 10 meters per skill level. Earth-shaking forces interruption of all ground-based targets' current actions, inducing paralysis. 1000 rock condenses countless razor-sharp stone spikes from the earth, inflicting massive earthen damage upon all enemies within range. Cooldown 60 seconds. Lin Mo's heart leapt. In success. And I truly am a genius. Just then, NROR, a thunderous, earth-rending roar echoed from afar. Nan Mingxing's face paled as she pointed urgently. No, another wave. And this one feels larger. Han Mingyao's eyes sharpened, her spear wreathed in frost. Prepare for battle. Enling Xuan, hold the front line. Mingxing, buff Lin Mo. Lin Mo, we'll wear them down gradually. Nan Mingyao glanced at Lin Mo and froze. Lin Mo stood motionless, frantically consuming skill scrolls. Suddenly Han Mingyao recalled what had happened outside the train. How Lin Mo had likewise devoured scrolls in frantic haste, then instantly unleashed the fearsome Thunderchain prison. Surely not. Has Lin Mo gotten another book again? This it can't be starting again, right? Han Mingxing and Chu Lingxian were both somewhat astonished. At this moment Lin Mo was frantically raising his skill levels. Earthquake 1000 rock stab has leveled up to LV 5. Earthquake 1000 rock stab has leveled up to LV 12. LV 23 current limit. In less than 10 seconds. The Earth attribute mid-tier ultimate move he had just comprehended was directly maxed out. Earth shield technique trembled with excitement. Master. My big knife. Oh no, my earth spikes are already hungry for action. It's time to show this group of monsters the power of second brother. Fireball technique, what are you screaming about? You scared me. Thunderstrike technique, be quiet, just watch. The ground shook more violently, even the rubble underfoot began to tremble slightly. A foul odor rushed toward them, the scent of countless lightning fire, two-headed lizards. Those pairs of crimson eyes lit up in the dim forest filled with a bloodthirsty madness, less than 500 meters away from the four. At this distance it was merely a matter of a few charges. Prepare. Han Mingyao came to her senses and refocused her gaze ahead. Regardless of whether Lin Mo had truly comprehended a new skill, they had to face each battle seriously. Chu Lingxuan's expression turned serious. Holy light surged around her. The massive shield in her hand smashed heavily into the ground, instantly erecting a golden holy light barrier to protect everyone behind her. Han Mingxing also did not dare to be negligent, waving her staff to quickly cast buffs on everyone. At that moment Lin Mo, standing behind the three, stepped forward. Let me do it. Lin Mo's tone and posture exuded confidence. The three were momentarily stunned. Could it be that this guy had really comprehended a new skill? A devastating ultimate move like Thunder Purgatory? The three exchanged glances and ultimately chose to believe. Roar. The roar was deafening. The dark swarm of lightning fire two-headed lizards was now less than 100 meters away from Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at those ferocious mouths, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Go little, lay little too. Zzz. The dazzling lightning burst in his palm. Lin Mo suddenly bent down and heavily slapped his right hand wrapped in lightning onto the ground. Thunderchain Purgatory. Boom. Countless fine blue lightning snakes spread wildly along the ground. They moved at incredible speed, instantly burrowing into the beast horde. The lightning flickered madly within the dense lizard swarm, each jump leaving behind a flickering electric arc mark on these two-headed lizards. In the blink of an eye, the shock status had spread throughout the entire area. Immediately after, Lin Mo straightened up, raising his hands. Earthquake 1000 rock stab. Boom. The entire forest ground began to tremble violently. Han Mingxing felt a jolt beneath her feet and almost lost her balance. She widened her eyes. What the hell? Sister, this commotion. Earthquake. Is it really an earthquake? Han Mingyao stared fixedly ahead. She had never seen the actual manifestation of that skill, but this tremor couldn't be mistaken. This was the Earth attribute's strongest mid-tier area damage skill, Earthquake, Thousand Rock Stab. Lin Mo had truly succeeded in comprehending it. And ahead, the lightning fire two-headed lizards charging at full speed were now thrown into chaos. The violent tremors forcibly interrupted their movement. Their massive bodies swayed uncontrollably, unable to stand firm, all falling into a stunned state. The next second, Lin Mo suddenly swept his hands upward, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. At the same time, the Earth Shield technique roared out, which had been stifled for too long. Earth Shield technique, die you bastard. Fireball technique was startled. Isn't that my line? Boom. The ground around them instantly cracked. Countless thick rock spikes shot up from the earth with unstoppable force. It was as if a forest of rock spikes had instantly sprouted. The two-headed lizards, caught in a stunned and shocked state, were impaled by multiple rock spikes. Blood gushed out. Countless elite monsters were collectively pinned to the stone forest in that instant. Some were pierced through the abdomen by a single spike, while others were ripped apart by multiple spikes simultaneously. Congratulations. You have killed LV. 25 Elite Lightning Fire Two-Headed Lizard. Numerous kill notifications appeared on Lin Mo's panel, and his experience bar surged significantly. Current level LV. 2385. Lin Mo looked at the stone forest ahead, a satisfied smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Feels good. I said this is the normal damage. With Han Mingxing's damage buff and the shock state, there's no reason I couldn't kill this mere level 25 elite monster. Earth Shield technique stared at the terrifying destruction it had caused, somewhat dazed. Earth Shield technique was exceedingly excited. Big brother. Third brother. Did you see? Did you all see? Earth Shield technique was like a child waiting for praise, eagerly wanting recognition. Thunderstrike technique flickered slightly, its tone still cold, not bad. Earth Shield technique was ecstatic. Wow. Third brother, you actually praised me. Beside them, Fireball technique was somewhat displeased. Fireball technique looked at Thunderstrike technique. Hey third, isn't my skill much stronger than it? Why haven't I heard you praise me even once? Thunderstrike technique replied coolly, you're too noisy. Fireball technique. Earth Shield technique looked expectantly at Fireball technique. Big brother, what do you think? My last move. Was it okay? Fireball technique snorted somewhat shyam. It was just okay, mainly relying on the attribute not being restrained plus third brother's shock helping out. It was barely acceptable. Earth Shield technique felt somewhat disheartened. I understand, big brother, I will keep working hard. Han Mingxing swallowed hard. What the hell? What is this, a string of candied haws? Shu Lingxian was also in shock. Incredible. Lin Mo is truly amazing. Han Mingyao was whispering, is this still a person? This is the most difficult mid-tier skill to comprehend in the Earth attribute. He just comprehended Earth Spike technique and immediately unleashed this move. Lin Mo turned around, dusting off his hands, and looked at the three girls, all of whom were in shock. So how's the efficiency? Not bad, right? Han Mingyao took a deep breath, unable to help but ask, Lin Mo, was that move really your first comprehension? Lin Mo thought for a moment and casually made up a reason. Yes, I just felt that the earth has its temper. If you knock it, it will shake. He nodded with satisfaction. I have to say, this move you recommended is indeed useful, straightforward, and brutal. I really like it. Han Mingyao felt she was about to suffocate. Usually aloof, she was starting to lose her composure. Are you a freak? Lin Mo shrugged casually, mumbling, maybe. This is talent. After all, I've liked playing in the mud since I was a child. I feel quite close to it. What the hell does being close to mud mean? Han Mingxing couldn't take it anymore and shouted. I also play in the mud every day and am a master at making mud figurines. I haven't learned this move. Lin Mo waved his hand, not wanting to dwell on this issue too long. Alright, let's not get hung up on this. Let's hurry and finish the grind so we can go back to school and sleep early. Saying this, Lin Mo took the lead and walked toward the direction of the temple. Han Mingyao looked at Lin Mo's back, her expression extremely complicated. Sister, don't be upset. Han Mingxing leaned over, smiling and saying, think positively, such an unreasonable genius is on our side, and he's even the top of our dragon sequence class. In the future, it will be those foreigners who should feel distressed in the international battlefield. Hearing this, Han Mingyao's mood seemed to lighten a bit. Indeed, having such a completely unreasonable prodigy as a teammate is indeed an extremely reassuring thing. Let's go. The entrance to the Thunderfire Divine Temple dungeon. As space twisted, four figures appeared out of thin air. As soon as they landed, a man with green hair vigilantly scanned his surroundings. This is the starting point of the dungeon, surrounded by traces of damage caused by fire and lightning elementals. The green-haired man crouched down, touching the black ash on the ground and rubbing it together. The president was right. That kid named Lin Mo is indeed dual element lightning and fire. And judging by this level of destruction, his output is very high, extremely high. Standing at the front of the team is a man with a gruesome scar on his face. He is the captain of this elite assassination team, codenamed Scar. In the Quansha Guild, he is the most ruthless newcomer in history bar none. He frowned and said coldly, "Indeed very strong, I didn't expect that someone at this level could cause such damage." The green-haired man chuckled, looking relaxed. "Brother Scar, luckily our president has invested heavily this time, giving each of us a set of Thunderfire Divine Armor, which is a legendary equipment with dual resistance to lightning and fire capable of reducing 80 of lightning and fire attribute damage. No matter how strong he is, he's just a level 25 kid. In front of our gear, he can only scratch the surface." Another red-haired team member smirked. "Hey, do you think that kid's expression will be quite entertaining when he realizes he can't even break through our defenses?" Haha. Upon hearing this, everyone except Brother Scar burst into reckless laughter. Alright, enough laughing. Brother Scar's voice was not loud, but it instantly silenced the three. "You must understand we are facing the elite of this dragon sequence class. We certainly have the advantage, but we must not underestimate them." "Understood, Brother Scar." The three restrained themselves and replied in unison. Though they had closed their mouths, the contempt in their eyes did not completely dissipate. The green-haired man leaned closer to the red-haired one and whispered, "That's 100 million. We'll each get 25 million. With this money we can follow Mr. Yamamoto to Ingwa. TSK, TSK, TSK. The red-haired man licked his lips, his eyes gleaming. 25 million. I've never seen so much money in my life. When we get to Ingwa, I'm going to the Kabukicho district and book all the top girls there. I want to enjoy a life of luxury. No ambition." The green-haired man scoffed. "I'm different. I want to buy a mansion with hot springs, soak every day, and drink sake. That's called living." The balding man couldn't help but chime in. "I just want a proper identity. I don't want to live this bloody life anymore." Listening to his subordinates' discussions, Brother Scar did not stop them. Moderate greed is the best stimulant. Alright. Brother Scar's eyes suddenly became sharp. "If you want money and women, the prerequisite is to do the job beautifully. If we fail, don't say Ingwa. Next year today will be our death anniversary. Let's go." After saying that, Brother Scar took the lead and plunged into the dense forest. The other three exchanged glances, tightened their weapons, and quickly followed. The four maintained a standard combat formation, swiftly traversing the dense forest. After a moment, the green-haired man suddenly stopped, exclaiming, "What the hell? What is that?" The three halted as well. Everyone's pupils constricted sharply. In front of them, countless thick rock spikes pierced through the ground, forming a spine-chilling stone forest. And on those stone spikes hung the corpses of monsters. Blood dripped slowly down the stone pillars, dyeing the ground below a dark red. "This?" The red-haired man gulped, nearly dropping his giant axe. "What the hell is this?" Brother Scar stepped forward and touched a stone spike. "It's an earth-type skill." "Earth type?" The red-haired man questioned. "Isn't that kid dual element lightning and fire? Where did the earth element come from?" The green-haired man thought for a moment and slapped his thigh. "I know. This must be the hidden boss in the dungeon." "Hidden boss?" The balding man was taken aback. "Exact," the green-haired man said confidently, pointing at the stone spikes. "Think about it. This is an orange temple dungeon. Having some special boss is quite normal, right?" The balding man, after hearing this, looked skeptical and turned to the red-haired man. "Red-haired, you went to school more. What do you think?" The red-haired man rolled his eyes. "Me. I dropped out before finishing middle school. I only went to school 2 years longer than you guys. How would I know?" "Damn, a bunch of illiterates." The balding man cursed quietly. Then, looking at the monster corpses on the rock spikes, he gulped and said worriedly, "Brothers, do you think we might end up hanging up there too?" Puff, puff, few crow's mouth. The red-haired man spat a few times. Brother Scar listened to his subordinates' debate, leaning more towards the green-haired man's guess. "It should be the method of a special boss. The dungeon will only close upon completion or the death of all entrants. They may have already died. Let's go, keep moving. The living must see people, and the dead must see corpses." Brother Scar's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. "Yes." The three responded in unison. At this moment, deep within the dungeon, Lin Mo and his group were advancing towards the end point. "Ouch. My legs are about to break. This road is too difficult to walk on, full of big pits and stones." Han Mingxing kept complaining along the way. Han Mingyao, walking in front, had a vein throbbing on her forehead. Han Mingxing, shut your mouth. Throughout this journey, the monsters were all taken down by Lin Mo, and the path was cleared by Lin Mo. You've just been following behind, shouting 666, and snacking. "Ooh, what face do you have to complain about being tired?" Han Mingxing was scolded, but was not the least bit flustered. She stood tall, saying, "Shouting 666 is also tiring, okay? This is called emotional value. Do you understand emotional value?" Lin Mo walked at the front, listening to the bickering behind him. He didn't mind. They were a bit noisy, but he had to admit that these girls did make the dungeon run less tedious. Just then, Earth Shield Technique excitedly called out, "Master! Master! There's something behind us." Lin Mo was taken aback and asked in his mind, "What is it? Wasn't everything cleared just now?" "Earth Shield Technique. Sensed vibrations from the earth. There are 4 monsters. They're coming from behind." Only 4 monsters. Lin Mo showed a puzzled expression. Throughout this journey with Han Mingxing's taunts, it was usually hundreds at a time. Why are only 4 coming this time? Before Lin Mo could think further, Earth Shield Technique had already entered an alert state. Ever since it comprehended Earthquake, it seemed to have awakened. Now it was like a second brother wielding a long-range weapon. Earth Shield technique, brimmed with killing intent. Who dares to sneak up on the master? Have you asked your second brother? Die. Before Lin Mo could react. Boom. The ground shook violently. Countless trees were forcefully torn apart, and rock spikes shot. Moments later, a new stone forest formed behind the group. Han Mengqing stared at the billowing dust stunned, and turned to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, what's going on? Han Mingyao and Chu Lingxian also looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo stood still. He also didn't know what was going on. Little Earth, what are you up to? What monsters? Lin Mo decisively questioned Little Earth in his mind. Earth Shield technique, spoke with certainty, master. There really are monsters. I have a keen sense of the earth. Absolutely no mistake. Hearing this, Lin Mo's expression shifted slightly. Little Earth had no reason to lie. Since it said there were monsters, there must be something there. Just now I sensed something approaching from behind, so I activated a skill. Lin Mo looked at the three girls speaking. Monsters? Where are they? Han Mengqing stood on her tiptoes, squinting her eyes to look that way. Suddenly Chu Lingxian pointed at a small black dot above the distant stone forest, her tone somewhat hesitant. Look over there. What is that hanging on the stone spikes? Everyone followed the direction she pointed. At the far end on the tips of 4 rock spikes hung 4 figures. They resembled tattered flags swaying slightly in the wind, blood flowing down the pillars, staining the columns red. Let's go check it out. Lin Mo took the lead and walked over. The 3 girls exchanged glances and quickly followed. As they got closer, the figures became clearer. Han Mengqing rubbed her eyes, full of confusion. Green-haired, red-haired, scar, and a bald guy. This is not a monster. It looks like a person. How can there be others in the dungeon? Lin Mo looked up at the corpses impaled upon jagged rock spires. Scattered across the ground lay luminous orbs, the spoils dropped by fallen cultivators. Earth Shield art spoke with smug pride. Master. See, I told you, there truly are monsters. Earth Shield art swelled with confidence. No need for third brother to intervene. Just one strike, and they fell. Clearly second brother's offensive power is utterly explosive. Yet the next instant Earth Shield art seemed to sense something amiss. Huh, wait, why do these monsters look exactly like humans? Lin Mo's lips twitched faintly. This fool. Only now realizing something was wrong. Han Mengqing covered her mouth, eyes wide with confusion. What on earth is going on? How can there be other people inside this dungeon? Is this some new illusion mechanic? Not illusions, Chu Lingxian murmured cautiously after a close inspection. They're too real. These are indeed human beings. At that moment Han Mingyao, who had been silently observing, spoke. It's an intrusion scroll. An intrusion scroll. Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly. The term was unfamiliar. Neither his textbooks nor prior knowledge had ever mentioned such an artifact. Yes. Han Mingyao turned to Lin Mo and explained it is a rare forbidden artifact capable of forcibly teleporting another team into an already activated dungeon. However, due to strict spatial constraints, only one team may intrude into a given dungeon at a time. A flicker of disdain crossed Han Mingyao's eyes. This item is explicitly banned by national decree, a prohibited contraband. You'll never find it in legitimate exchanges or merchant guilds. Only in the shadowy black markets occasionally, and Han Mengqing glanced curiously at her elder sister. Why is it banned? Does it destabilize dungeon space? Han Mingyao shook her head. No, it's the intent behind its use. A dungeon is an isolated pocket dimension severed from the mortal world. Everything that occurs within remains utterly invisible to the outside. There are no surveillance systems, no witnesses. Not even corpses remain, vanishing entirely upon dungeon reset. Her gaze hardened as she stared at the corpses. So those who wield this scroll have but one purpose: to kill and seize treasure. Silence fell thick and heavy. How despicable. Han Mengqing stamped her foot in fury. These people are vile beyond measure. We're all cultivators. We barely have time to battle monstrous entities, yet must now slaughter each other. Chu Lingxuan's expression clouded with bewilderment. But why? We've never met these people. How could they possibly know we'd activated this dungeon? Lin Mo stepped forward toward the bodies below. He bent down and gathered the luminous orbs scattered on the ground. Upon contact, each orb dissolved into tangible gear. Name: Thunderfire, Divine Repelling Light Armor, Legendary, where requirement LV 20. Set effect: 55 Thunderfire immunity, reduces thunder and fire elemental damage by 80. Lin Mo examined the remaining orbs. Each corpse bore a complete set of Thunderfire resistance equipment. This wasn't random looting, it was a targeted ambush. They came for us. Lin Mo gave a faint smile and tossed one piece of armor to Han Mingyao. She caught it effortlessly and scanned its attributes. Thunderfire dual resistance gear. Such specialized equipment has extremely narrow applicability. Lin Mo nodded toward the corpses. Yet every one of them wore a full set. The air grew tense and heavy. Everyone present understood instantly what such premeditated, fully equipped intrusion implied. This was no mere raid. It was a meticulously orchestrated assassination plot tailored precisely for them. After all, before entering this dungeon, Lin Mo had been their team's ace, their supreme Thunderfire affinity damage dealer. Han Mingyao gazed coldly at the corpses and said softly pity. These people calculated everything, yet never imagined Lin Mo Sr. would awaken the mid-tier Earth Affinity's strongest offensive art within this dungeon. A grim smile curled her lips. They likely died without ever understanding how, or by whom, they were slain. Han Mingqing's cheeks flushed crimson with rage. How utterly vile. These scoundrels are irredeemably corrupt. Chu Lingxian frowned faintly and whispered, but who could have possibly wronged us? Mingyao Mingqing and Lin Mo. You've crossed paths with anyone dangerous. Han Mingyao shook her head calmly. Mingqing and I have remained in Moda City. Though our family wields influence, we've always acted with restraint, never cultivating enmity. Han Mingqing nodded vigorously. Exactly. I'm adorable. I'm beloved across Moda City. Who would dare wish me? Lin Mo frowned, lost in thought. Enemies. He swiftly reviewed his life. The only faint friction he recalled was with the Zhao family of Jianhai City. Yet he knew Zhao Lei and Zhao Yu well enough. Petty and narrow-minded, yes, but bound by rules, they'd never resort to fratricidal murder. Moreover, this dungeon lay in Tianbei City, thousands of miles from Jianhai. It couldn't be them. With the Zhao family ruled out, only one suspect remained. It must be the Razor Shark Guild. Lin Mo glanced at the three companions and stated calmly, as Mingyao said, intrusion scrolls circulate solely in black markets. Only an organization capable of acquiring such scrolls and assembling this many purpose-built sets, while holding a grudge against us, could be responsible. No other guild fits. Han Mingyao nodded in agreement. Lin Mo is correct. The Razor Shark Guild has dominated Tianbei City for years. Its black market networks and financial reach are formidable. And having just been publicly humiliated by Master Su, they've lost face entirely, driven to desperate measures. Han Mingqing erupted. How abominable. Just because we refused their so-called dungeon escort fee, they plotted murder. These people have abandoned all law and morality. Once we exit, I'll report them to Master Su. I'll see that wretched guild dismantled. Chu Lingxuan's voice trembled with indignation. How dare they? We're students of the Dragon Sequence class. Attacking us constitutes treason. Han Mingyao's laugh was icy. As I said earlier, inside a dungeon there is no evidence. Kill us all, and who would ever know it was them? At that moment Lin Mo smiled faintly and addressed the group. Perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. All three turned to him simultaneously. Lin Mo spoke calmly. Have you forgotten this dungeon's rule? Sacrifice 3 lives, and its rating ascends to steer, guaranteeing 100 drop rate for Thunderfire materials. All right. Han Mingqing snapped her fingers. So we can use them as sacrificial offerings. And they're tragically unaware Lin Mo Sr.'s Earth Affinity combat prowess is equally unmatched. But her expression quickly dimmed as she gazed at the corpses skewered on stone spires. Still, it's a shame. These 4 are already dead, and sacrifice must occur at the final temple altar per the rules, right? Lin Mo shook his head, analyzing. Not necessarily. Suppose you'd invested immense resources and steeled your resolve to intrude into a dungeon targeting Dragon Sequence students. Would you send only one team? After all, failure carries grave consequences. Han Mingyao immediately interjected. Precisely. Anyone bold enough to strike at our class must be thoroughly prepared, likely deploying a second, perhaps even third team. Lin Mo's smile widened, radiant, and assured. Then let's head to the temple and wait for them to deliver themselves. A profound sense of exhilaration surged within him. He'd been anxious about the mere 30-drop chance. What if the coveted materials failed to appear? Now fate delivered the perfect sacrifices, like a pillow arriving just as one drifted into slumber. Outside the dungeon, Su Wenchang took out his phone and dialed a number. Beep. Beep. After a few busy signals, the call was connected. Hello? Who is this? A middle-aged man's voice came through, exuding a sense of superiority from his high position. This is Su Wenchang. Su Wenchang's tone was plain. There was a noticeable pause on the other end of the line, followed by the sound of a chair being moved. Then the man became obsequious. Oh, it's Su Lao? What can I do for you, the humble mayor of Tianbei City? Su Wenchang got straight to the point. Mayor Liu, I am currently at the Wanshi Wilderness, where I have witnessed the Guangsha Guild illegally encroaching on land, forcing sales, and even committing violence in public. I hope you can provide me with an explanation. There was a 2-second silence on the other end. Then Mayor Liu's tone became somewhat agitated. What? This has happened. Su Lao, is there some misunderstanding here? Mayor Liu spoke sincerely. The Guangsha Guild is an important grassroots force in Tianbei City to resist the beast tide. Chairman Zhao is usually enthusiastic about charity and law-abiding. I think some temporary workers below may have acted a bit roughly and don't understand the rules. Rest assured, I will definitely reprimand Chairman Zhao when I return and ensure he properly rectifies internal discipline. I will not tolerate those who harm the group. Su Wenchang's tone was calm. I'm not here to discuss this with you. I demand that you immediately organize personnel to seal off the Guangsha Guild and control all core members. Hearing this, the other end of the line began to evade. Su Lao, this can be done. But the Guangsha Guild has hundreds of people and is deeply rooted here. If we rashly arrest them, it could lead to a mass incident. How about this? Give me a week and I will definitely provide you with an explanation. Upon hearing this, Su Wenchang's tone suddenly turned cold. Mayor Lu, it seems you wanted to lay me. If that's the case, then there's no need to continue this conversation. It seems that the Guangsha Guild can be so arrogant in Tianbei City, and you, Mayor Lu, are also not without blame. Upon hearing this, Mayor Lu was terrified. Su Lao, I have no connection with the Guangsha Guild. I will capture them myself, and I will lead the team. No need, Su Wenchang said flatly. I have given you a chance, but you have proven to be incapable. After saying this, he abruptly hung up the phone, not giving the other party any chance. He put away his phone and looked at the gray sky in the distance, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. In this era where monsters run rampant, there are actually parasites that condone evil forces for their own benefit. Since I have encountered this, I might as well turn this Tianbei City upside down and clean it up. Su Wenchang murmured to himself. At that moment his phone vibrated again. He looked down and saw the caller ID, Lin Mo. A smile instantly appeared on his previously cold face. Hello old Lin, what's up? Su Wenchang's tone became more amiable. Ha ha ha. Lin Tianhao laughed out loud. Old Su, I'm on my way to Tianbei City. I heard you were running the dungeon with my son over there. Su Wenchang was taken aback and helplessly said, Old Lin, why? You still don't trust me while I'm here. You have to come all the way here to supervise. Of course, that's my son. How can I relax if I don't keep an eye on him? Lin Tianhao said with conviction. Besides, you old Su can't enter the dungeon. You can only guard outside. What if someone intrudes into the dungeon? You mean an intrusion scroll? The government has been cracking down on and destroying those things. Su Wenchang shook his head and said, moreover, that dungeon level restriction is for levels 20-25. Your son can even one-shot elite monsters at level 30. If someone really intrudes, wouldn't it be a death wish? Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. His son was indeed impressive, giving him face. Alright, enough talk. Send me the exact coordinates and wait for me. But, Lin Tianhao said as he hung. Su Wenchang looked at the hung-up phone, a smile on his lips. What a treasure of a son. About a kilometer away from Su Wenchang's location. This was a very concealed hollow. Surrounded by towering piles of rocks, it was completely hidden. If viewed from above, one would find hundreds of people densely lurking here. This time the Guangsha Guild had truly mobilized. Chairman Zhao Tianling was personally overseeing the situation. Standing next to him was Yamamoto Kenichi from Ingwa. Beside them, a young man was staring at a scroll in his hand that emitted a strange purple-black glow. Intrusion scroll. After use, it can detect dungeon spaces opened within a 5-kilometer radius and forcibly construct a temporary teleportation channel to send a 4-person team inside. Suddenly the young man trembled his hand. Chairman, we can go in. We can go in. Zhao Tianling was taken aback. If the intrusion scroll can be used, it means that the first elite team he sent out has been completely wiped out. So, the Scarface team is the most elite level 25 team in the guild, and they are wearing a full set of Thunderfire dual resistance equipment. Even if they stood still for that kid to hit, it shouldn't have been so quick to be wiped outright. Zhao Tianling frowned, unable to comprehend. Yamamoto Kenichi also revealed a solemn expression, speaking in a low tone. It seems we have underestimated the worth of this top student from the Longshu class. Zhao Tianling looked at the young man. That was the second assassination team ready for action. Second team, prepare. Zhao Tianling gritted his teeth and ordered. Wait. Yamamoto Kenichi suddenly blocked him. Chairman Zhao, your second team's strength is not even as good as the first team. Even if they are wearing the same Thunderfire dual resistance equipment, the result will be the same. Then what do you suggest? Zhao Tianling glanced at him, frowning with a hint of impatience in his eyes. Time waits for no one. If this drags on, once Lin Mo and the others clear the dungeon, everything will be over. Chairman Zhao, do you have high-level elemental resistance potions? Zhao Tianling was taken aback, then nodded. I have high-level elemental resistance potions for thunder, fire, earth, water, wind, and even light and dark elements. After taking them, elemental resistance increases by 70 for 1 hour. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Kenichi nodded and said, distribute 1 bottle to each member of the second team, but unfortunately, the elemental resistance potions cannot be reused. If the second bottle is used, the new effect will overwrite the first bottle's effect. So we must make a choice. Chairman Zhao, which one do you think we should take? Zhao Tianling looked at the potions, falling into deep thought. This was a question of success or failure. If the wrong resistance was chosen, then sending the second team in would be pointless. Definitely the thunder and fire elements are out. The resistance of that set of equipment is solid. Zhao Tianling's mind raced as he pondered. First, eliminate earth. Although Lin Mo also has earth affinity, earth skills are mostly defensive with very few offensive skills. Moreover, in the video, Lin Mo didn't use any earth attack skills. If he could, he would have released them long ago. A person's energy is limited. Since he has perfected thunder and fire, the earth element must be merely a means of self-preservation. The girl with the light element is a tank, and the support poses no threat. If I can only choose one, then it should be the ice element. After all, she is a student from the Longshu class and must be extraordinary. Scarface and the others probably fell to that ice element girl. Upon hearing this analysis, Yamamoto Kenichi nodded in agreement. Excellent deduction, Chairman Zhao. Let's proceed with this plan. 4 of them threaded their way through the dense forest. Gradually the trees thinned. Lin Mo, look over there. Han Mingxing cried, pointing excitedly. Is that the temple? It's enormous. They followed her pointing finger. A towering complex of buildings loomed indistinct beneath the murky sky. It was an immensely vast temple complex wrapped by a ring of towering walls. Though weathered by the ages, an overwhelming sense of ancient solemnity still pressed upon them. Massive stone columns pierced the clouds as if propping up the roiling thunderheads above. From time to time, great bolts of lightning struck the temple domes, scattering dazzling arcs of electricity. Lei Huashenmiao, its presence lives up to the name. Han Mingyao stared at the majestic architecture, a trace of awe flickering in her eyes. Lin Mo could not hide his own surprise. This orange-gray temple instance was clearly something special. He cast a glance at his level panel. Current level LV. 2420. He had cleared a few more waves, and already reached level 24. If they finished this instance, he reckoned he would hit 25. Only 5 levels from 30. Then he would unlock the 4th elemental skill slot, and be able to adopt a new, let's go. Lin Mo turned his gaze back to the complex and addressed the others. All right, charge. Han Ming. They quickened their pace and soon stood before the gates of the temple complex. Crossing the high threshold, a vast temple plaza spread out before them. The plaza was paved with heavy bluestone slabs, their joints choked with withered yellow grass. At its center stood a bronze incense burner as tall as 3 men. On either side of the square, rows of ancient charred cypress trees were planted with grim precision, their branches reaching to the sky like the claws of ghosts. Flanking the stone steps up to the main hall stood 2 towering guardian statues, eyes blazing, each wielding a massive demon-subduing mace with solemn menace. Messages began to appear on their panels. Welcome to the Lei Huashenmiao forecourt. Only those who pass the guardian's trial may step into the main hall and behold the final deity. Start the challenge. Note: once started you will have 1 minute to prepare. Han Mingxing muttered, time to get to work. Lin Mo did not hesitate, he selected yes. Han Mingyao, Chu Lingxian, and Han Mingxing all confirmed in turn. Challenge activated. The countdown began. 0059. 0058. Watching the numbers tick down, Han Mingxing was both nervous and faintly thrilled. I wonder what the gatekeeper looks like, how strong it is. Lin Mo answered coolly, whatever it is, it's just a gatekeeper. If it shows a health bar, I'll slay it for you, even if it's a god. At his words, the 3 women turned to look at him. Though the remark sounded a touch teenage and boastful, it depended on who said it. If it was Lin Mo, one had to admit he possessed the credentials to back such swagger. The minutes slipped away in an instant. Challenge start. Thunder rumbled. When the counter hit 0, the entire plaza shook violently. The 2 great statues that had stood on either side of the steps came to life. Cracks raced across their stone hides, revealing bodies within that flowed with a dark crimson glow. Their stone eyes flared a blood-red light. A roar split the air. The statues swung their enormous stone demon-subduing maces, and creaking began to descend the steps. A panel announced Guardian of the Temple Lei Huijingang BOSS. Level 25. Trait Thunder and Fire damage reduced by 80%. Lin Mo's brow arched ever so slightly. Well then, the gatekeeper turns out to be boss level. No wonder an orange-grade temple instance carries so much. Begin. Lin Mo's voice was steady as he issued orders. Mengxing placed the buff. Lingshuan cast the shield. Mengyao, take care of crowd control. Got it. The 3 moved with practiced harmony. Han Mingxing waved her staff, and a familiar aura settled over Lin Mo's head. Chu Lingxian slammed her shield to the ground, and a golden barrier blossomed up around them. At the same moment, Han Mingyao blurred into motion, her spear radiating bone-cold chill. Jihan Lingyu, absolute frost domain. A blast of cold erupted. Both newly mobile Lei Huijingang froze in their tracks. Thick layers of ice raced up their legs, quickly restricting the movements of the 2 hulking figures. Lin Mo watched, and the corner of his mouth lifted. He raised one hand. Come on, little fire, little earth, little thunder. Deliver the family's mixed triple strike. 2 Dunshu earth shield technique burst with pride. Big brother. Third brother. Watch me. This time second brother will carry you all. It was the first moment 2 Dunshu truly fought as a main attacker alongside its elder and younger siblings. Huoqiushu fireball technique snorted, fancy yourself, do you? A crackling net of lightning instantly enveloped the ice sculptures, inflicting an electrified state. Then came pillars of flame and multiple explosive fireballs. Fire slammed into the air and bombardment followed. In the next instant, Lin Mo stamped the ground, a chilling light flashing in his eyes. Didongshan Yao Qinyan Ci earthquake, 1,000 rock spikes. The plaza fractured at once. Beneath, the 2 Lei Huijingang jagged rock spires shot up from the earth with unstoppable piercing force. With the electrified state and Han Mingxing's damage buff in effect, the massive bodies were impaled by the earthen spikes and then torn apart by the thunder and fire explosions. Rubble and stone flew in every direction. A system message declared their victory. Congratulations, LV. 25 Guardian has been slain. 2 Dunshu's voice trembled with pride and awe. Wow, so handsome. Second brother here is so handsome. It turned to its 2 companions and gushed, big brother, third brother, did you see that? Our threefold synergy is unstoppable. Huoqiushu unusually without mockery conceded. Alright, you proved useful. That last move was pretty Lei Jishu lightning strike technique added, not bad. Buoyed by their companion's approval, Tu Dun Shu felt as if the whole skill had been elevated, radiating pure joy. When the dust settled, the once neat temple plaza lay in utter ruin. Bloated bluestone slabs were shattered and overturned, the side chambers had collapsed, and even the rows of ancient cypress had been uprooted. Ugh! Han Mingxing looked at the devastation and could not help a twitch of her mouth. This instance is so poorly made. The temple's collapsed. Can the final boss even appear now, eh? Shu Lingxian gazed over the wreckage and explained, Mengqing, it's not that the instance is low quality, it's that Lin Mo is over the top. Whoever designed this instance probably never expected someone within the level 2025 cap to unleash an Earth-level ultimate like that. In my impression, she continued, masters who wield that move fluently are usually level 60 and above Earth specialist archmagi. Han Mingxing nodded thoughtfully. That actually makes sense. Lin Mo remained calm, don't worry. As long as the instance hasn't been cleared, the boss can always appear. He pointed toward the ruined main hall. Come on, let's go take a look. The four of them stepped across the rubble-strewn ground, passing through the ruins of the collapsed main hall, and suddenly found themselves before a vast open expanse. This was the sacrificial altar at the heart of the temple. Though the surrounding halls had crumbled into ruin, the altar remained intact. At its center stood a circular pool roughly 10 meters in diameter. Instead of water, the pool churned with searing crimson magma. Behind it rose a grotesquely shaped stone dais upon which hovered a dark red crystal sphere. As the four approached the altar, a system notification flickered into view. Sacrificial pool reached. Touch the crystal sphere atop the dais after completing the ritual to initiate the final confrontation. Current rank C-class. Drop rate 30. Han Mingxing edged toward the magma pool, peered in, and recoiled several steps, overwhelmed by the scorching heat wave. So we're supposed to throw someone in. That's utterly barbaric. The designer of this dungeon must be psychologically unhinged. Han Mingyao gazed coldly at the pool and analyzed aloud. This embodies the rule of the lone wanderer's throne. To claim the greatest reward, one must sacrifice companions. It is a test of humanity. Merely reading those words sent chills down the spine. Lin Mo, however, remained perfectly composed. He ambled over to a broken stone slab and sat down calmly. Enough. Let's wait here. Han Mingxing blinked, glanced back toward the entrance, and grumbled, no way. Why are the Sharkfang Guild members so We've already reached the boss's lair. Why hasn't Team 2 caught up yet? Did they get lost? Hey sis. Han Mingyao shot her a look as if she were an utter fool. Her voice icy. You'll go guide them. What if you run into them halfway, and they simply cut you down on sight? And if you're truly bored, pour out the water in that head of yours. Stop daydreaming about nonsense. Han Mingxing shrank slightly, muttering under her breath, I just want to clear this dungeon quickly. Han Mingyao glanced at Lin Mo's unruffled demeanor and felt a quiet wave of awe. They were the hunted. Yet now complained their pursuers were arriving too late, delaying their chance at a perfect score reward. If the Sharkfang Guild ever learned of this, they'd likely hemorrhage 3 liters of blood from sheer fury. Lin Mo crossed his legs, a faint smile playing on his lips. Don't rush, they'll come. After all, they've invested everything. He knew precisely what was at stake. The Sharkfang Guild's use of the intrusion scroll meant this was a fight to the death. If they failed to silence Lin Mo's group within the dungeon, once outside they would face the wrath of Su Wenchang and the Longshu squad, and face certain annihilation. So even if they had to fill the path with corpses, they would advance. For Lin Mo, however, this was far more than mere sacrificing 3 such villains would guarantee a 100 drop rate for materials required to forge the lightning gan flame combo technique. A bargain so overwhelmingly favorable it bordered on absurdity. Deep within a dense forest, a 4-member squad moved swiftly through the undergrowth. Their leader, a burly man wearing a nose ring, strode at the front. Behind him trailed a lanky man and a stout shield warrior. Bringing up the rear was a wiry, shifty-eyed archer. Suddenly they halted. Before them sprawled a stone grove soaked in blood. Chills raced up their spines. What in the world is this? The lanky man swallowed hard, his voice trembling. The captain paused momentarily, then snapped back to focus. Forget it. Focus on the mission. The lanky man voiced concern. Captain, Dao Ba is our guild's strongest rookie, yet even he fell. Fool. The captain cut him off sharply. Precisely because Dao Ba failed, this opportunity has opened for us. You should be grateful. Didn't the guild master analyze it thoroughly? Dao Ba's entire team was wiped out because we fixated solely on Lin Mo, overlooking the others in his party. Remember, the Longshu squad contains no easy targets. At this the captain smiled confidently, but this time is different. We wear the Thunderan Flame divine armor and have ingested heir frost resistance elixirs. Lin Mo is neutralized. Han Mingyao is neutralized. All that remains is a shield bearer and a healer. How could they possibly stand against us? Hearing this, the 3 men regained their confidence. Indeed, every offensive capability had been meticulously countered. How could they possibly lose? This was the triumph of intelligence warfare. Captain's wisdom is unmatched. Guildmaster's insight is flawless. Their morale soaring, the 4 sprinted toward the temple. They passed through the stone grove and arrived at the temple grounds. only to freeze once more at the sight before them. The earth had fractured, debris littered the ground. The lanky man hesitated, staring at the ruins. Captain, I suspect there's a master of earth arts in their party. The captain's eyelids twitched violently as he surveyed the wreckage, but swiftly steadied himself. Who is the guild master? He's consumed more salt than you've eaten rice. Could his analysis possibly be wrong? Stop frightening yourselves. Move. Under his sharp command they forced themselves forward, when suddenly a bone-deep chill struck like a blade. The captain whirled around just as Han Mingyao emerged from the flank, slamming her spear downward. Frostbound domain. A resonant hum filled the air. Icy energy erupted and surged toward the fore. Oof. So it's ice-based after all. A knowing smirk curled the captain's lips, exactly as anticipated. Yet the frost swept over them without forming a single crystal. Ha 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 ha. He roared with triumph, pride blazing across his face. Never saw that coming, did you? Today, not a single one of you escapes. Yet to his astonishment, Han Mingyao showed no trace of the panic he'd expected, only a faint contemptuous sneer. Before he could react, boom. The earth beneath them convulsed violently. A seismic tremor threw all four off balance, locking their bodies rigid in place. In the next instant, razor-sharp earthen spikes erupted from the ground. A chorus of agonized screams pierced the ruined temple. For figures hung suspended midair, impaled upon the spikes. This time, under Lin Mo's precise direction, the earth shield art demonstrated terrifying finesse. Every spike had been guided with surgical precision, avoiding vital organs entirely. Mingxin, keep them alive. Lin Mo's voice drifted calmly across the distance. Got it. Han Mingxin replied, cheerfully sweeping her staff. A verdant glow enveloped the four. Their shrieks intensified. Already unbearable agony now deepened into excruciating torment. The captain convulsed violently, blood dripping steadily down his pant leg. He lifted his head toward the source of the voice, and met Lin Mo's serene gaze. Flanking him stood Han Mingxin and Chu Lingxian. In that moment, even the dimmest among them grasped the truth. His mind flashed back to the guild master's unwavering pre-mission analysis. The hell you mean earth arts were the first to be ruled out? Zhao Tianling. I curse your ancestors to the 9th generation. As the earth shield technique gazed at the perfect masterpiece before it, a profound sense of satisfaction welled up with it. Proudly puffed its chest. Master, elder brother, third brother, do you see this? This is the micromanipulation of second brother. The captain with the nose ring had long since lost the spirited air he once had. A rock spike had pierced through his thigh and shoulder, causing him to convulse from the intense pain. But compared to the physical agony, the terror of facing death shattered him even more, especially when he locked eyes with Lin Mo. A sense of death surged straight to his mind. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The captain, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, trembled as he spoke. Lin. Young Master Lin, we were forced into this. It's Zhao Tianling. That bastard Zhao Tianling forced us to do this. We didn't want to go against you. Please. Lin Mo remained silent, slowly approaching them. Seeing that begging for mercy was futile, the captain with the nose ring shouted frantically, Lin Mo. You can't kill us. We are elites of the Wild Shark Guild. If we die, President Zhao won't let you off. Besides, killing is against the law. Although you are a student of the Dragon Sequence class, you cannot indiscriminately kill the innocent. Indiscriminately killing the innocent. Lin Mo chuckled lightly, and finally spoke. He walked up to the stone pillar, and grasped the rock spike that pierced through the captain's shoulder. Wearing targeted resistance gear, using prohibited intrusion scrolls, and coming into the dungeon to ambush me. You call this innocent? Are you kidding me? Before he could finish his words, Lin Mo's arm exerted force, and he yanked hard. Ah! The captain was forcibly yanked off the rock spike. A chilling scream echoed throughout the temple. Lin Mo casually tossed him aside like a dead dog, and then moved on to the next person. Meanwhile, Han Mingyao also moved. Her face was as cold as ice, and the silver spear in her hand had long been sheathed. She felt no pity for such villains. She approached the other two stone pillars, her movements quick and decisive, grabbing one with each hand, and directly pulling the remaining two assassins off the pillars. Even when blood splattered on her face, she didn't even blink. Let's go, send them on their way, Lin Mo said flatly. He bent down, grabbing the captain with the nose ring by the collar with one hand, and the skinny guy by the ankle with the other, dragging them toward the magma pool at the center of the altar. Han Mingyao also dragged the other two, following closely behind. The four assassins were dragged across the gravel, leaving behind a trail of horrifying bloodstains. Let me go. Let me go. I don't want to die. Lin Mo, you won't have a good end. Help. The sounds of pleading, cursing, and screaming intertwined. Listening to these voices, Lin Mo felt an unusual calmness within. This was actually his first true killing. As a transmigrator deep within his soul, he still retained the values of the peaceful era from his past life. For him, killing was an extremely heavy word. But this world was different. This world was one that devoured people. It was a high martial world where power belonged to oneself, a chaotic era ruled by monsters. If it were himself lying here today, would this group show mercy? No. They would undoubtedly cut off his head without hesitation, even trampling on it. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. Lin Mo had only seen this saying in books before, and now he was putting it into practice. To survive in this world, one must learn this lesson. Huh. Lin Mo exhaled, his gaze gradually turning. Tisk, how tragic. Not far away, Han Mengxing pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds from somewhere. But they had it coming. Who told them to try to kill me? I'm so adorable and they dare to harm me. They are simply devoid of conscience. Although she spoke of tragedy, there was not a hint of sympathy in her eyes, her demeanor, one of someone enjoying the spectacle. For her, the concept of right and wrong was quite simple. Those who were good to her were good people. Those who wanted to harm her were villains. When villains died, it was a joyous event worthy of celebratory firecrackers. Beside her, Chu Lingxian appeared somewhat uneasy. Watching the four being dragged toward the abyss of death, listening to their desperate screams, her body trembled slightly. As a knight dedicated to protecting the weak, her heart instinctively rejected slaughter. However, she did not speak out to stop it, nor did she plead for mercy, because she knew that these people were all villains. If Lin Mo was not strong enough, if everyone was not vigilant enough, it could have been them being thrown into the magma pool. In the end, Chu Lingxian turned away, unable to bear watching the cruel scene. All she could do was firmly stand behind her teammates no matter what decisions they made. Finally, Lin Mo and Han Mingyao dragged the four to the edge of the magma pool at the center of the altar. A scorching heat wave hit them. The magma in the pool rolled violently, occasionally bursting with giant bubbles splattering crimson liquid. No, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Young Master Lin. Grandfather Lin. Spare me. I'm the only child in my family. The captain with the nose ring was in tears, his hands gripping the ground tightly. Even with his nails breaking and blood gushing, he refused to let go. Lin Mo, you won't have a good end. Even as a ghost I will. The captain with the nose ring let out his Lin Mo, you won't have a good end. Even as a ghost I will. The captain with the nose ring let out his final curse. Lin Mo didn't waste any more words. Down you go, bang. With one kick, he sent him directly into the magma pool. At the same time, he forcefully threw the skinny guy away. On the other side, Han Mingyao expressionlessly tossed the other two in as well. Ah! The screams abruptly, accompanied by a few dull thuds, the four fell into the magma. A wisp of blue smoke rose, their bodies instantly vaporized by the intense heat. In the blink of an eye, the magma pool returned to calm, still rolling as if nothing had ever happened. Lin Mo stood at the edge of the pool, quietly watching the bubbling magma. How does it feel? Han Mingyao walked over and stood beside him. Not bad. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze, brushing off the dust from his hands. Perhaps. I was born to be a... Han Mingyao turned to look at him, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Being a bad seed is better than being dead. Just then, the system prompts on everyone's interface changed. Sacrifice successful. Current sacrifice count 43, current ratings level. The drop rate for Thunderfire combination technique materials has been increased to 143. Lin Mo stared at that number, his brow slightly furrowing. Han Mingyao keenly noticed Lin Mo's unease. What's wrong, Lin Mo? Is something off? Lin Mo turned to look at the three and analyzed. You see, the rules state that sacrificing 3 will achieve S level, so theoretically, once we reach 33, there shouldn't be any more changes. But now we've sacrificed 4, and it has changed to 43. Han Mingyao was taken aback, then she immediately understood Lin Mo's meaning, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. Are you suggesting that if we continue to sacrifice we might achieve unexpected gains? Exactly. Lin Mo nodded. Hearing this, Han Mengxing also looked excited. Thunderfire combination technique materials are already worth a fortune. Could there be something even better? Lin Mo looked at everyone and said, the Wild Shark Guild has already sent in 2 teams. They absolutely won't allow us to leave alive. Coincidentally, this dungeon restricts levels to 2025. Within this level range, we are invincible. No matter what, it's worth a try. Let's wait a bit longer. Han Mengxing was the first to agree. I have no objections, let them come. All right. Han Mingyao simply replied. Chu Lingxian glanced at the others, though feeling a bit reluctant. She still nodded. Since they are villains, and there's a chance to enhance everyone's rewards, then let's wait a bit longer. Lin Mo observed that everyone had reached a consensus, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Hopefully his judgment was correct. He then found a relatively clean spot and sat down. Little Earth, keep an eye on the movements on the ground. Let me know immediately if anyone approaches the temple. The Earth Shield technique instantly perked up. Rest assured, Master. I can sense even if an ant crawls over within several miles. The Fireball technique looked at the flaunting second brother, feeling a pang of jealousy. All right, that's enough, as if anyone can't take someone out in a second. Fireball technique lifted its head. In the next round, I won't give you the chance to show off. I want you to know that in this family the Fire Mage is the only true god. Lightning Strike technique seemed to see right through Fireball technique, feeling its spotlight was stolen, wanting to maintain the elder brother's status. It spoke calmly, getting anxious. Fireball technique flared up instantly, getting anxious. Who is getting anxious? Wanna fight, huh? Lightning Strike technique, idiot. Lin Mo's mouth twitched slightly. He had become somewhat numb to the daily bickering of these lively treasures at home. Let them argue as long as they don't mess up. When it's time to work, that's fine. In the outside world, among the massive pile of rubble, several hundred members of the Crazy Shark Guild lay in ambush. All eyes were fixed on the 4 young individuals in the center. Those 4 were the third team's substitute members. Suddenly the captain among them trembled violently. We can go in. As soon as he said this, everyone around gasped. This meant that the second team was completely annihilated. How could this happen? The captain of the third team was a young man codenamed Ironhead. He instinctively took a half-step back. The fierce glint in his eyes was now replaced by deep-seated fear. Not just him, but the 3 team members standing behind him also turned pale and trembled all over. What on earth was in that dungeon? Why were even the first team led by Blade and the thoroughly prepared second team complete? The fear of the unknown is the most tormenting. Meanwhile, not far away, Zhao Tianling also noticed something strange. He understood that the second team had also been wiped out. This doesn't make sense. Zhao Tianling frowned as if talking to himself. With the thunder and fire resistance gear, plus the ice resistance potions, how could they be wiped out so quickly? The calm voice of Yamamoto Kenichi interjected. The thunder and fire equipment was rendered useless and the ice resistance was nullified by the potions. The remaining 2 are just a meat shield and a support. He turned to Zhao Tianling, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. Chairman Zhao, excluding all possibilities, the remaining option, no matter how absurd, is the only truth. Zhao Tianling also reacted, saying in disbelief, are you saying that soil element which we have always overlooked, thinking it was just for survival? Exactly. Yamamoto nodded. Zhao Tianling took a deep breath, a profound shock flashing in his eyes. At level 20, to master a single element to the extreme already qualifies one as a genius. To be proficient in 2 elements is a monstrous talent. And this Lin Mo. Mastery over 3 elements, thunder, fire, and earth. Even being able to use each as a core means of attack. This is terrifying. Zhao Tianling muttered to himself. Chairman Zhao, now that we know, it will be easier to handle. Yamamoto reminded him from the side. Zhao Tianling glanced at him, and then summoned 4 high-tier earth resistance potions. Ironhead, drink this, go in and kill Lin Mo, and you'll get credit for the kill. He looked at the 4 members of the third team with a cold tone. Ironhead, the captain of the 4, stared at the potion in his hand, trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, with a thud, Ironhead knelt down, frantically bowing to Zhao Tianling. Chairman, spare me. I don't want to die. Blade is dead, and the second is dead. If we go in, we will die too. With their captain leading, the remaining 3 members' mental defenses completely collapsed. The 3 of them knelt down in unison. Chairman, please let someone else go. I still have an elderly mother to care for. Chairman, there must be great horrors in there. Going in is death. The Dragon Sequence team is filled with demons. As soon as we step in, it's a death sentence. No amount of resistance will help. This scene left the hundreds of Crazy Shark Guild members around dumbfounded, fleeing at the last moment, and even in front of the chairman. This had never happened in the history of the Crazy Shark Guild. You guys. Zhao Tianling trembled with rage. He never expected that the elite under him would be scared to such a degree. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Zhao Tianling kicked Ironhead to the ground, furious. After training for 1,000 days, you can't act when it matters. The guild provides you with good food and drink daily, and now you can't even kill one person. Get up. Whoever dares not go in, I will kill him now. Ironhead still knelt on the ground, continuously begging for mercy. Chairman, I've been in the guild for so long, I've put in effort, even without achievements. Let someone else go this time. Alright. Zhao Tianling laughed angrily. Since you all want to die, I will fulfill your wishes. Wait. At that moment, Yamamoto Kenichi walked over. He wore a faint smile and whispered to Zhao Tianling. Chairman, Zhao, don't be impulsive. Killing them is easy, but if we kill them, who will go in to help us? Zhao Tianling froze momentarily. He did want to go in himself, but the dungeon's level limit was 2025, and he simply couldn't do it. Oomph. Zhao Tianling snorted, coldly grumbling. This bunch of useless trash has lost their courage. Even if I put a knife to their necks, they wouldn't dare to move. That's because your approach is wrong. Yamamoto Kenichi bypassed him and approached the 4 kneeling on the ground. He crouched down and helped Ironhead straighten his messy collar. Ironhead's right. Yamamoto Kenichi's voice was gentle, as if chatting with an old friend. Ironhead looked up at this refined man from the Ingwa, trembling uncontrollably. Yamamoto Kenichi gently patted Ironhead's shoulder, his voice filled with persuasion. Ironhead, you are a smart person. If you don't go in once Lin Mo comes out alive, have you considered the consequences? The Crazy Shark Guild murdering a Dragon Sequence student is treason in your Dragon Country. At that time, there will definitely be no place for you in Dragon Country. What awaits you is a guaranteed death sentence. Hearing this, the faces of the 4 Ironhead turned as white as paper. They knew that Yamamoto Kenichi was speaking the truth. Committing such an act would indeed leave them with no way to escape within Dragon Country. Yamamoto Kenichi changed his tone, speaking softly. However, if you go in, there is still a glimmer of hope. As long as you kill Lin Mo, as long as he dies inside. I assure you, I will use all my channels to send you out of Dragon Country to Ingwa at the first opportunity. There you will be the heroes of the great Ingwa Empire. Money, status, and even any female celebrity you like. Oh, just name her, and I can have her kneel before you to serve you. In Ingwe you will hold an unparalleled position and enjoy wealth and glory that you have never even dreamed of. After saying this, Yamamoto Kenichi stood up looking down at the four of them. On one side is an inescapable hell, on the other is a paradise where even if the success rate is low you can have everything if you succeed. This calculation, Iron Headson, can you understand it? Silence. A long period of silence. Iron Head's chest rose and fell violently. He struggled wildly between fear and greed. As a deserter he would undoubtedly die and implicate his family. Charging in though a near certain death, what if? What if they won? That could be a leap to glory. After a long time Iron Head suddenly raised his head, and in his once fearful eyes a hint of a desperate madness emerged. Damn it. Let's go for it. He gripped the earth resistance potion tightly. Brother, since we are going to die anyway, we might as well take a shot at fortune. Iron Head gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. If we win we get the club's beauties, if we lose. We can't lose. The three team members exchanged glances and stood up as well. Iron Head roared to dispel the lingering fear within him. He looked at Yamamoto Kenichi, his voice hoarse. Ingwe-man, I hope you keep your word. Yamamoto Kenichi smiled and nodded. I swear on the honor of the Yamamoto family. Let's go. Iron Head suddenly smashed the chaos scroll in his hand. Buzz. The space warped, the dark crack opened again, instantly swallowing the four of them. As the crack closed, the pile of rubble returned to calm. Zhao Tianling stared at the crack, silent for a long time. Lin Mo. Mastering three elements, truly an absurd strength. Yamamoto Kenichi straightened his collar, his eyes flickering with cold, killing intent. Chairman Zhao, precisely because he is strong he must die. There is an old saying in your dragon country, a tree that stands out in the forest will be blown down by the wind. For the future of the empire this kind of monster must be crushed in its infancy. Zhao Tianling let out a disdainful snort. Yamamoto, stop talking to me about the empire's great cause. What does it have to do with me? I only care about one thing. After this matter is resolved you must immediately fulfill your promise, and use your special channels to send me to Ingwe. Yamamoto Kenichi smiled faintly. Chairman Zhao, please rest assured I value integrity above all. As long as Lin Mo is dead in less than 3 hours you and your core members will be on a private plane to Ingwe. Zhao Tianling snorted coldly, turned his head, and did not respond. But his hands were tightly clenched into fists. Integrity. You Ingwe people talk about integrity. If it weren't for the dead end in Dragon Country, I wouldn't dare to stand with you scheming wolves. Now there is no other choice but to go all the way to the end. Zhao Tianling stared intently at the fissure, his expression as dark as water. Shanbenif. I mean, if the third team also fails and Lin Mo comes out alive, what should we do? Shanben Kenichi pushed up his golden-rimmed glasses, speaking flatly then. Right at the entrance of this instance we kill him. This kind of monster, if allowed to enter the battlefield of nations, will be a huge problem for our great Ing Empire. After saying this, Shanben looked at Zhao Tianling, his tone cold. So Chairman Zhao, no matter the cost, he must die today. Are you crazy? Zhao Tianling looked at Shanben Kenichi in disbelief. There is Su Wenchang guarding outside. That's the Dragon Guard's Dragon Fist, Su Wenchang. An elite level 88 powerhouse with a unique weapon. How can we kill him? Despite Zhao Tianling's low shout, Shanben Kenichi still maintained a smile. He did not respond directly, but instead asked, Chairman Zhao, I have a question. From my observation, your guild's higher-ups have considerable battle power. You and the 3 vice presidents are all above level 80. But why are the hundreds of your subordinates all stuck between levels 40 and 45? Not even a single level 50 or 60 cornerstone. Such a gap is a strict taboo in any guild. Hearing this, Zhao Tianling snorted coldly, a hint of ruthlessness and disdain flashing in his eyes. Mr. Shanben, this is Tianbei City, a chaotic borderland where loyalty is the least valuable thing. If you train your subordinates to be strong, their first thought will be to find a way to kill the boss and take over. Once they level up, you know how difficult it is to advance further. So to rapidly expand our influence, we provide a frenzy potion free of charge to newcomers joining the guild. Zhao Tianling paused, his tone sinister. This thing can overdraw life potential, allowing one to rapidly reach level 40 in a short time, creating immediate combat power, facilitating our operations. But the price is that their level cap will be permanently locked at level 45. For me, I don't need obedient elites, but rather frenzied dogs that follow orders without question. Shanben Kenichi listened, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. I see trading potential for immediate combat power. Chairman Zhao is indeed someone who can accomplish great things, ruthless enough. After saying this, Shanben took out a scroll emanating a faint black light. This is the Shadow Barrier Scroll, a one-time skill scroll. Once activated, it will create a barrier within a 5-kilometer radius, and unless a powerhouse above level 90 with a unique weapon comes, it cannot be broken from the outside. Similarly, those inside cannot get out. Zhao Tianling looked at the scroll, his pupils narrowing. Shanben Kenichi smiled faintly, slowly saying, Su Wenchang is indeed very strong. His name Dragon Fist dominates all. But you must understand, after all, he is just a person. I am not talented. My level is also 88. Chairman Zhao, your level is 82. Plus the 3 vice presidents under your command, I remember they are all above level 80 as well, right? As soon as Lin Mo comes out, I will immediately open the barrier. At that time, not asking to kill Su Wenchang, just needing to hold him back, should not be a difficult task for 5 powerhouses above level 80, right? Zhao Tianling's eyelids twitched. Hold back. So easy to say. At that level, every single level difference is a chasm. Not to mention Su Wenchang has a unique weapon. His strength is astonishing. But he also understood that he had no way out now. The entry scroll had been used, the assassins dispatched, and the ties had been firmly established. Shanben Kenichi ignored Zhao Tianling's expression. He pointed to the dense crowd not far away. As long as we can hold Su Wenchang, your 400 subordinates can deal with Lin Mo. If a foreman team can't kill them, then what about 400 people? Shanben smiled at Zhao Tianling. Zhao Tianling was taken aback. Then he will undoubtedly die. That's right, Chairman Zhao. Shanben Kenichi smiled and clapped his hands, that smile appearing particularly eerie under the gloomy sky. In the Thunderfire Temple's sacrificial altar, time passed second by second. Han Mengqing sat on the stone steps in boredom, drawing circles in the ground with a twig. Why are these guys so slow? I've drawn 500 circles already. Are they turtles? Or did they get lost on the way? Han Mengqing tossed the twig aside, her face full of impatience. Han Mingyao sat beside her, fiddling with the spear in her hands, coldly saying, without looking up, what are you in a rush for? Just consider it a halftime break, recover your state. If something goes wrong, when we fight later, I'll toss you into the magma pool to make up the numbers. Han Mengqing shrank her neck, muttering softly, would you really? I'm your little sister. Chu Lingxian smiled gently. Mengqing, don't worry, Lin Mo said he would come, so he will definitely come. At this moment, Lin Mo was quietly sitting on a broken stone pillar meditating. Suddenly, Earth Shield jolted awake. Master, they've arrived. Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes, asking in his heart, where? How far? The voice of Earth Shield was a bit urgent. Very soon. They are moving very quickly, and their footsteps are so light it's almost undetectable. Earth Shield exclaimed, they have arrived. Right at the entrance. Entrance. Lin Mo's heart raced. Without any hesitation, Lin Mo directly shouted to Han Mingyao, at the entrance. Control them. This sudden command stunned everyone. The entrance was empty, not even a ghost shadow, but Han Mingyao had high combat training. Out of absolute trust in Lin Mo, she didn't hesitate at all, not even asking why. The spear in her hand spun sharply, and cold air erupted instantly. Extreme cold domain. Virum. The terrifying ice blue chill surged towards the temple in trance along the ground. Wherever it passed, the ground instantly froze. Just as the cold air washed over the vacant area, 4 figures maintaining a running posture suddenly appeared. A heavy layer of ice instantly covered their entire bodies, firmly restricting their movements. Until this moment, the faces of those 4 still held an expression of caution, prepared for a sneak attack. Tai Tu looked at Lin Mo and the others, who were not far away, filled with shock. How is this possible? Old 3 clearly activated the stealth technique. Logically speaking, they should be invisible. How could they be discovered? Moreover, they didn't seem to have activated any counter-stealth skills. He couldn't figure it out, no matter how hard he tried. The so-called stealth technique in front of the Earth Shield, with its abnormal sensitivity to the Earth, was as laughable as running naked on radar. As long as their feet were still on the ground, as long as they had weight, they could not escape the perception of Earth Shield. Sure enough, they've come. Han Mengqing jumped up excitedly. Lin Mo is amazing. He could even discover this. Lin Mo stood up, his tone flat. Mengqing, keep an eye on their health bars, don't let them die. The rest, leave it to me. All right, Han Mengqing replied. However, Tai Tu, who was frozen, was filled with questions. What does it mean to have their healer pay attention to the enemy's health? Before he could figure it out, Lin Mo had already started moving. Zizizi. Violent lightning exploded in his palm. Lin Mo suddenly slapped heavily on the ground. Boom. A thick lightning serpent rapidly darted across the ground, violently bouncing between the 4. Then Lin Mo straightened his hands, grasping the air. Multi-exploding fireball. Flame pillar. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of fireballs roared out. Several flame pillars erupted from beneath their feet. The ice layer instantly exploded under the high temperature. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. Little Earth hit them hard. Earth Shield instantly rejoiced. All right. Second brother is here. Let's kill them. At that moment, stop. Han Mengqing's anxious voice came. Lin Mo, don't hit anymore. If you hit again, they will really die. And upon hearing the sound, Lin Mo immediately halted his Earth Shield art. The Earth Shield art, its ultimate technique half-charged, was abruptly suppressed, leaving the entire spell flustered and unsettled. So fragile. I thought it could withstand 2 more strikes. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. And at that moment, Tai Tu and his 3 companions lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies charred, black blood streaming ceaselessly as they convulsed in agony. In gazing upon the youth who stood like a demon god, Lin Mo's heart filled with utter despair. Far too powerful. And this isn't even a contest within the same dimension. And against absolute strength, resistance is utterly meaningless. Xiaohan, get to work. Lin Mo commanded calmly. Coming right up, Nan Mengqing swept her staff through the air. A healing incantation descended upon the 4, wrenching them back from the threshold of death and forcibly sustaining their final breaths. Lin Mo strode forward, and as if lifting chicks by the scruff seized two of them in his hands and dragged them across the ground. Nan Mingyao approached silently and expressionlessly dragging the remaining pair. What are you going to do? In Tai Tu writhed in excruciating pain, vision blurred, gripped by the nape of his collar. Knee's bare feet scraped across the gravel, carving long bloody trails. His voice trembled uncontrollably, and Lin Mo offered no reply, only dragged them onward toward the churning magma pool. And those few dozen meters stretched before Tai Tu like the Yellow Springs road to hell itself. Finally Lin Mo halted. A scorching wave of heat rushed forth. Before them roiled the seething magma pool. And you intend to throw us in? Tai Tu instantly grasped Lin Mo's intent and froze in terror. And Lin Mo gazed down upon him, a faint chilling curve lifting the corner of his lips. And congratulations. You've guessed correctly. As a reward you may choose an elegant entry posture. And Tai Tu shattered completely, pounding his forehead desperately against the ground. Senior Lin Mo, I beg you, I don't want to die. Truly I don't wish to die. And I was coerced. I never intended to come here. It was that Yamato man. That cursed Yamato man forced me. At the words, Yamato man, Lin Mo stiffened abruptly. In a Yamato man, and tell me, what exactly happened? Tai Tu clutched at this final lifeline and spilled everything. Our guild master conspired with a Yamato man named Yamamoto Kenichi. He's the one who ordered your deaths. He said, this time in the multinational battlefield at level 30 Longhua and Yamato were assigned to the same arena. And you rank first on the Longshu class leaderboard. You're the single greatest threat they face there. Our guild master having provoked you had no path left to survival. And Yamamoto Kenichi promised to escort us to Yamato, where we'd enjoy wealth and prestige. And I was coerced. I truly never wished to participate. I had no choice. If I refused, Guild Master Zhao would have killed me on the spot. Wah, wah, wah. And Tai Tu wept uncontrollably, snot and tears mingling as he pleaded, Senior Lin Mo, believe me, we're all compatriots of Longhua. Had I any alternative, I'd never aid the Yamato. And having heard his confession, Lin Mo turned toward Han Mingyao and asked him, is what he says true? In this level 30 multinational battlefield, are Longhua and Yamato indeed placed in the same arena? Han Mingyao paused thoughtfully, then nodded, and it seems so. I recall my mother mentioning it once. And with confirmation secured, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. He had assumed this was merely retaliation by local underworld forces, and he hadn't anticipated the involvement of that accursed island nation. Very well, excellent. A surge of nameless fury ignited within Lin Mo's chest. As a transmigrator, he held no fondness whatsoever for that island country. Now old grudges and fresh grievances would be settled together. Once inside the multinational battlefield, Nei would show those Yamato men true despair, and teach them the meaning of though distant justice shall be exacted. Lin Mo turned his gaze back upon Tai Tu, still groveling and begging. His eyes held no warmth, only the cold indifference reserved for refuse. Compatriot, in the moment you raised your blade against your own people, lured by promises from Yamato, you ceased to be one of us. You are a traitor. Nan traitors deserve no mercy. And Tai Tu stared into Lin Mo's emotionless eyes, and surrendered utterly to despair. No, please no. And Lin Mo granted him no further words. And down you go, for piercing agonized screams echoed as four figures were hurled one after another into the churning magma pool. And simultaneously the interface notification shifted once more. Sacrifice successful, and current sacrifice count 53. 63. And when the counter leapt to 63, a new prompt flashed violently. Additional reward mechanism triggered, and new special drop, hidden treasure of the Thunderfire Temple drop, rate 30. And moments later as the final two were consumed. Current sacrifice count 73, and special drop rate increased to 40, and current sacrifice count 83, and hidden treasure drop rate increased to 50. Indeed, it changed, and Lin Mo's eyes lit up as he watched the interface update. And wow, a special drop, a hidden treasure. Han Mingqian gasped aloud. Inshu Lingxian glanced curiously at the group and whispered, a hidden treasure. What could it possibly be? Some legendary tier equipment. Nen Mingyao frowned slightly, pondered briefly, then shook her head and, unlikely to be equipment. And after all, the temple dungeon already has a chance to drop mythic tier gear, the highest rarity possible. Yet this is explicitly labeled a hidden treasure, and only activates via this unique overflow sacrifice. Clearly it's no ordinary drop. Han Mingqing blinked her large eyes eagerly in, not equipment. Then what is it? Sister, guess. Nen Mingyao shot her a wry glance and retorted, exasperated. How should I know? You ask me. I'll ask whom. She turned to Lin Mo and asked him, Lin Mo, shall we continue waiting? And Lin Mo fixed his gaze upon the roiling magma pool, lost in quiet contemplation. 3 strikes, and no more. And the Kwangsha Guild isn't foolish. And with 3 consecutive squads annihilated, unless their guild master lacks basic intelligence, they won't send anyone else to certain death. Yet, Lin Mo smiled faintly, we've come this far. What's another half hour? Let's wait 30 minutes longer. If no one arrives, we'll confront the boss directly. Agreed. And the others nodded in unison. The outside world. At the gathering place of the Crazy Shark Guild, Zhao Tianling stood in front of the chaotic rift, his expression solemn. Their intruding scrolls had run out. This was their last assassination opportunity. If they failed again, it would mean facing the terrifying dragon fist Su Wenchang. To be honest, if given a choice, Zhao Tianling would not want to provoke that murderous god at all. At that moment, there was a faint humming sound. The rift trembled slightly, and then suddenly shrank, completely disappearing into the air. Zhao Tianling's heart sank suddenly. The closure of the intruding scroll's passage only signified one result: the annihilation of the intruding team. The members of the Crazy Shark Guild around him were equally shocked, whispering among themselves. It's gone. Again. 3 teams. A full 3 elite teams. Equipped with targeted gear, and even consumed high-tier resistance potions. Is this the monster of the Dragon Sequence class? This gap is simply despairing. A sense of helplessness quickly spread through the crowd. Damn it. Zhao Tianling clenched his fists tightly. Although he was mentally prepared when this moment truly arrived, the sense of defeat still left him breathless. President Zhao. Beside him, Yamamoto Kenichi's voice came softly. It seems we underestimated the worth of this dragon country prodigy. This person must not be left alive. Since the assassination has failed, we have no choice but to confront him head-on. Yamamoto, since the intruding tactic is not feasible, let's proceed, as we previously agreed. Saying this, Zhao Tianling issued an order to the vice president behind him. Go find the sharpest-eyed archer, and keep a close watch on the exit of the instance guarded by Su Wenchang. As soon as Lin Mo reveals himself, we strike immediately. Understood. A vice president nodded, and then turned to leave. Yamamoto Kenichi watched this scene, nodding with satisfaction. He took out the Dark Veil barrier scroll, gently stroking it with his fingers, his gaze sinister. Lin Mo, although I admire you, it is regrettable. This is your end. Inside the instance by the sacrificial pool, Lin Mo sat on a broken stone, looking towards the entrance of the temple, lightly tapping his knee with his fingers. It's been over half an hour. Han Mingxing squatted beside him, bored, drawing circles with a twig. Is the Crazy Shark Guild really not planning to send a 4th team to offer warmth? Maybe their intruding scrolls have already been used up. After all, intruding scrolls are considered contraband, and obtaining 3 is already quite difficult. Lin Mo stood up, clapped his hands. True, one shouldn't be too greedy. A 50 special drop rate is already enough. If we wait any longer, Teacher Su will probably get anxious. Let's go, time to work, finish up, and call it a day. Lin Mo turned and walked towards the stone platform behind the altar. The crystal ball on the platform emitted a red glow, pulsating like a living creature. Everyone unconsciously took on a serious expression. Lin Mo pressed his palm against the crystal ball. Buzz! A blinding beam of bloodlight shot up into the sky, instantly dyeing the storm clouds above the temple a crimson color. Sacrificial ritual complete. Current sacrifice, count 83. Current rating, S grade. With this blood and soul as the guide, awaken the thunder fire god sleeping beneath the earth. Awakening the guardian of the temple, the thunder flame dragon beast. The final trial begins. Rumble. The entire temple ruins began to tremble violently. On the external square, the ground started to crack inch by inch, with countless pillars of magma erupting from the fissures. A wave of ancient malevolence surged forth. Roar. A roar filled with endless brutality exploded from deep within the ground. The sound was so loud that it made several people's eardrums ache. The next moment, a massive claw covered in dark purple crystalline armor suddenly clawed at the ground. Following that, a terrifying beast over 20 meters long crawled out from the depths of the earth. It resembled a giant lizard, but had a fierce dragon head with eyes burning with red and blue ghostly flames. Its back was covered in sharp lightning crystal spikes, and with every breath it exhaled flames and thunder. Temple Guardian Thunder Flame Dragon Beast BOSS Level Enhanced Version. Level 25. Trait 1, Thunder Fire Dual Birth Body, composed of Thunder Fire crystals, immune to 80 of thunder and fire damage, and can absorb some damage to restore health. Trait 2, Vengeful Spirit Protection Defense, increased by 70. Looking at this luxurious panel, Han Mingxing's face instantly turned pale. Immune to 80 of thunder and fire damage. And it can leech health. Plus 70 defense. What the hell? Lin Mo frowned slightly. He raised his hand and used the skill Thunder Prison combined with Thunder Qilin, descending and rumble. The massive Thunder Qilin, carrying the might of 1,000 thunders, crashed down hard onto the back of the dragon beast. However, the dragon beast didn't even feel pain, but merely shook its head in annoyance. Clearly it dealt no substantial damage, akin to a mere scratch. Seeing this, Fireball Technique immediately rejoiced. Hey, old 3, can you handle this? Aren't you supposed to be a single target high burst? Why are you just scratching it? Fireball Technique stood proudly. Hey, let me show you what true output is. Lin Mo didn't waste words. Since lightning was ineffective, he decided to try fire. Little fire go. Multiple explosive fireballs. Fiery pillars. Firestorm. Boom, boom, boom. As Lin Mo waved his hands, fire skills rained down upon the boss, as if they were free. Dozens of fireballs the size of basketballs howled down, creating a cacophony of explosions. Then countless fiery pillars erupted forth. Meanwhile, a raging fire tornado rose from the ground, madly tearing at the dragon beast's body. Flames soared, the momentum overwhelming, as if it aimed to refine the very heavens and earth. However, as the flames dissipated, the dragon beast shook its head. After this combo, let alone being injured, not even a piece of its skin was grazed. Earth Shield Technique weakly raised its hand. Big brother, it seems you're also pretty much just scratching. Fireball Technique angrily retorted, do you need to point that out? Can I see? Roar. The dragon beast, provoked repeatedly, was utterly enraged. It opened its massive maw, and deep within its throat red and blue light frantically converged, the ultimate compression of thunder and fire. Boom. A colossal beam of mixed thunder and fire carrying the might to annihilate everything swept toward the four. Watch out. Chu Lingxian shouted sharply, her petite body positioning itself at the forefront. Holy! The light beam struck the golden shield, producing a series of shattering sounds. Chu Lingxian's face instantly flushed, her hand straining against the shield. Her small body suddenly sank, her feet carving two deep trenches into the hard ground. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed. On the so-called invincible holy light barrier, a shocking crack appeared. Its damage is too high. Chu Lingxian gritted her teeth, her voice trembling yet resolute. I can't hold on for too long. Think of something. Mengyao, control it. Lin Mo shouted. Han Mingjio's figure flickered like lightning, instantly cutting into the flank of the battlefield. The long spear in her hand radiated a chilling aura. Extreme cold domain. Buzz! A terrifying chill erupted. Thick layers of ice spread up the dragon beast's legs. However, it only held for less than 2 seconds. The dragon beast shook its entire body, and the solid ice layer instantly shattered. Roar! The dragon beast lifted its massive claw, striking down with immense force. Han Mingjio's pupils constricted, and relying on her extraordinary combat instincts, she rolled to the side at the last moment. Rumble! The enormous claw slammed down on the very spot she had just occupied, creating a massive pit several meters deep in the ground. Debris flew with sharp winds, carrying the rubble cutting across Han Mingjio's cheek. She landed awkwardly a distance away, her expression horrified. Is this the enhanced version of the Guardian boss? It's simply despairingly strong. Lin Mo watched this scene, slightly frowning. The lightning and fire had been rendered useless, and the ice control had little effect. It seemed that the only hope lay with the earth element. Little Earth, stop watching the show. Lin Mo shouted in his heart, it's your turn. The Earth Shield Technique had long been unable to hold back. Big brother and third brother are both in trouble, it's time to rely on second brother. The Thunderfire Demon Dragon's massive body shook violently, interrupting its previously prepared action to unleash a dragon's breath, briefly falling into a state of rigidity. The next moment, rise! Lin Mo grasped with one hand, pulling sharply upwards. Bang 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 bang. Countless stone spikes erupted wildly from the ground beneath the belly of the demon dragon. That was a powerful strike from the Earth Shield Technique. Roar! The Thunderfire Demon Dragon let out its massive body was forced upwards by the dense stone spikes, its limbs lifted off the ground. Some of the thickest stone spikes had brutally pierced into the relatively softer gaps between its scales. Blood slowly dripped down the stone spikes. Han Mingxing jumped up excitedly from a distance. Wow. It pierced in. It pierced in. Lin Mo is amazing. Han Mingjio's eyes lit up, her tense heartstring relaxing slightly. However, the demon dragon's health bar had only dropped by less than 1%. This defense is too abnormal, right? Lin Mo cursed inwardly. But he also understood. This move, the Earthquake and the 1,000 Stone Pikes, was essentially an area damage skill. Although it was impressive the stone spikes were scattered, in reality only about a dozen managed to hit the boss. Moreover, given the boss's extremely high defense, this meant that while they could break through its defenses, the damage remained insufficient. Relying solely on this move to grind it down would likely lead to their demise before the boss fell. Unless Little Earth could comprehend a powerful single-target skill. With this thought, Lin Mo's eyes brightened. He directly called upon the Earth Shield Technique in his heart. Little Earth. The Earth Shield Technique, responded weakly, Master. I'm here. It had also seen that pitiful damage value. It initially thought it could cause catastrophic damage, but ended up just mending the boss's foot. This made the second brother, who had just been puffed up with pride, collapse immediately. The Earth Shield Technique, whimpered Master. Big brother, third brother, I did my best, but it's better if you take over. Shut up. Lin Mo interrupted its retreat, switching to a fervent PUA mode. Did your best. Is that what you call doing your best? Little Earth, you need to understand the current situation. In the past you had big brother to cover for you and third brother to deal the bursts, so being a slacker was alright. But this time if you can't step up, this family is really going to fall apart. This speech directly put the Earth Shield Technique asked, but Master, what should I do? My 1,000 stone pikes can't penetrate it at all. Lin Mo's gaze deepened, his mind racing. Ultimately, it was still because the boss's defense was too abnormal. If there could be a move that dealt penetrating damage while ignoring defense, that would be perfect. Penetrating. Stone Spear. Lin Mo said solemnly, Little Earth, I want you to compress all the earth elements you can control, compress them to the utmost. I only need one. Imagine a spear made of countless compressed stones, breaking through with a point. Ultimate penetration. The Earth Shield technique. Trembled with excitement, Stone Spear. That sounds powerful. I'll give it a try. The Earth Shield technique began to attempt to mobilize the surrounding earth elements, trying to compress them together. But the next second the Earth Shield technique deflated. No, it won't work, Master. The earth elements are uncooperative. They scatter. As soon as they are pressed, I can't hold them at all. Lin Mo had anticipated this. He directly called upon his big brother. Little Fire, stop playing dead. I know you're listening. How did you create that explosive flame spiral Dragon Ball back then? As the eldest brother, are you just going to stand by? The fireball technique snorted arrogantly. It's clear that this family can't function without me. At critical moments it still relies on my technical assistance. The fireball technique looked at the Earth Shield technique with an air of a master. Second brother, pay attention. I will only teach this once. Little Fire, show it how to rotate. Show it how to compress. Lin Mo shouted in his heart. The fireball technique shared its profound control over elements without reservation with the Earth Shield technique. Lin Mo raised his right hand. Buzz. The air suddenly twisted. A fireball coalesced at Lin Mo's fingertips, beginning to spin wildly. The surrounding fire elements were forcibly compressed to the extreme. Boom. A dark red spiral beam instantly pierced through the void, striking the demon dragon's chest hard. The high-speed rotating flames violently tore at the layer of Thunderfire crystal armor. However, a few seconds later the light vanished. The demon dragon lowered its head to glance at its chest. On the thick crystal armor, there was only a shallow white mark left. The fireball technique felt a bit awkward to him. This skin is just too thick. But that's not important. What matters is the technique. Second brother, do you understand? Roar. Although the damage was low, it still enraged the Thunderfire demon dragon. It suddenly opened its massive mouth, a bright light gathering deep in its throat. Boom. Another thick beam of Thunderfire shot toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo, get out of the way. From a distance, Han Mingyao exclaimed. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. A pair of enormous fiery wings unfurled behind him, and he swiftly dodged to the side. The Thunderfire beam grazed his feet, sweeping through and obliterating a crumbling stone hall behind him into dust. Lin Mo shouted in his heart, Little Earth, how's it going? Do you feel anything yet? The Earth Shield technique seemed to understand, it seems. I feel a bit. The Earth Shield technique tried to mimic Big Brother's previous actions, controlling the earth elements to begin rotating. But the earth elements were too heavy, far less lively than the fire elements. It failed. The Earth Shield technique grew anxious. No, Master. Am I too stupid? Seeing the Earth Shield technique falling into a dead end again. The fireball technique scolded with frustration, Stupid. You're simply the dumbest. The fireball technique roared, Are you an idiot? The earth elements are heavy, blind rotation will only fling the elements out constantly. The Earth Shield technique felt wronged, then how can I keep them from flying out? The fireball technique pointed out centripetal force. While you're rotating, you must also pull them inward with greater force. The fireball technique continued to instruct, make them collide, grind, and fit together while rotating. These words instantly enlightened the Earth Shield technique. The Earth Shield technique shook abruptly, pulling in while turning. Then the Earth Shield technique no longer spun blindly, but held tightly onto every grain of earth element that wanted to fly out, two forces clashing madly. At that moment, Chu Lingshuan's voice rang out, Lin Mo, be careful. The demon dragon unleashed another Thunderfire cannon. Fortunately, with the enhancement of the flame wind wings, Lin Mo was much more agile. He flapped his wings and swiftly dodged to the side. The Thunderfire cannon missed again. However, the duration of the flame wind wings was only 3 minutes, and he needed to urge Little Earth quickly. Little Earth, don't tell me you're still not ready. If you can't produce it soon, your master will be turned into minced meat. The Earth Shield technique finally found that feeling under extreme pressure. The Earth Shield technique roared, Master. I've got it. I understand. Second brother, I'm truly a genius. Congratulations. Your skill, Earth Shield technique, has successfully comprehended the mid-tier Earth skill, Dead Thornstone Spear LV. 1. Dead Thornstone Spear compresses earth elements to the utmost, forming an indestructible thorn spear. Possesses the absolute penetration attribute, ignoring 70 of the target's defense and dealing substantial damage. Damage scales with level cooldown time 30 seconds. It's done. Lin Mo's eyes brightened. Ignoring 70 defense. This was a skill that was incredibly powerful regardless of the game in his past life. Well done, Little Earth. Lin Mo praised in his heart. Now that the new skill was in hand, there was only one. Max it out. In the distance, Han Mingyao, who was struggling to dodge the boss's attacks, caught sight of this scene. She froze in shock. The skill Deadly Thorn Rock Spear has leveled up to LV. 5. The skill Deadly Thorn Rock Spear has leveled up to LV. 24 current limit. An unprecedented sense of power filled the Earth Shield technique. Earth Shield Technique looked at the invincible magic dragon beast, a smirk of disdain appearing at the corner of it. Earth Shield Technique spoke in a deep tone. My master taught me how to penetrate, and my elder brother taught me how to spin. Now prepare to die. Buzz. The air trembled violently. Countless yellow elements surged and gathered frantically around. The earth elements began to spin wildly. Before long, a long spear approximately 3 meters in length, entirely dark brown in color, slowly took shape beside Lin Mo. The body and tip of the spear were covered in spiral patterns. In the distance, when Han Mingyao saw the spiraled rock spear, she froze. What is this? This spiral pattern. Deadly thorn rock spear. Han Mingxing, hearing her sister's voice, asked puzzledly, what spear? Dead chicken. Han Mingyao glared at her, then took a deep breath. Deadly thorn. It's the Thorn of Thorn. This is recognized as the strongest single-target skill among mid-tier Earth skills. The difficulty of comprehension is no less than that of the previous skill, Earthquake. At this point, Han Mingyao looked at the boy in the sky, her eyes filled with a monster's gaze. Crazy. Just recently comprehended the strongest mass attack among mid-tier Earth skills, and now comprehending the strongest single-target skill. Is this what a reincarnation of a god looks like? Chu Lingxian gazed up at Lin Mo, her eyes filled with adoring stars, although I don't understand. But Lin Mo seems really impressive. In the sky, Lin Mo moved. His gaze suddenly turned cold, and he waved his right hand forward fiercely. With a thunderous explosion, the already charged deadly thorn rock spear shot towards the magic dragon beast. The speed was so fast that it created visible shockwaves in the air. Roar! The thunder flame magic dragon beast had not even reacted. In the next moment, bang! The rock spear pierced through the dragon beast's body, creating a deep pit on the ground behind it. The magic dragon beast let out a tragic cry. A horrific blood hole appeared in its chest, measuring half a meter in diameter. And its health bar was significantly reduced by this one blow. Damn! Han Mingxing exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. It's broken through defense. It broke through the major defense. Did it take out 10 health in one hit? Han Mingyao's pupils shrank. Although she had anticipated it, witnessing such terrifying damage still made her heart race. Is this the value of the deadly thorn rock spear? Is this the ultimate physical penetration? In midair, Lin Mo looked at the terrifying damage, feeling quite satisfied. As expected, it's a skill that ignores 70 of defenses. Fighting against such a high defense boss is simply... Earth Shield Technique laughed heartily. What magic dragon? In the face of my elder brother's spear, it's just a frat. Earth Shield Technique turned to Fireball Technique. Big brother. Look at my spin, my force. I didn't embarrass you. Fireball Technique snorted it so, but ultimately it's still thanks to my teaching skills. Lightning Strike Technique. This damage is indeed impressive. Lin Mo glanced at the skill panel. The cooldown time for Deadly Thorn Rock Spear is 30 seconds. With the equipment he was wearing and the buff provided by Han Mingxing, he had a total of 75 cooldown reduction. This means he could shoot once every 5 seconds. Without any hesitation, he looked at the 3 girls and shouted, you all hold it down for me, and help me buy cooldown time. It won't survive for 2 minutes. Hearing Lin Mo's words, the 3 girls snapped back to attention. Understood. Chu Lingxian shouted, raising her giant shield and charging towards the enraged magic dragon beast. Holy light taunt. Buzz. A golden light shone from her, forcibly attracting the magic dragon beast's attention. Han Mingyao was not to be outdone. She quickly dashed to the side of the BOSS, her spear turning into a myriad of spear shadows, specifically targeting the joints and wounds of the magic dragon beast. With the perfect distraction from the 3 girls, Lin Mo completely transformed into a ruthless damage machine. As 5 seconds passed, Little Earth. Again. Buzz. Another spiraling rock spear took shape. Go. Bang. The magic dragon beast was once again pierced, blood bursting forth like a column. Roar. The magic dragon beast screamed in pain. It wanted to charge at Lin Mo in the air, but was firmly held back by Chu Lingxian and frozen in place by Han Mingyao's frost. It could only rage helplessly, spewing dragon breath into the air. However, under Lin Mo's agile fiery wind wings, it was completely unable to hit him. 3rd spear, 4th spear. Lin Mo was like a calm magic archer hovering in the sky, shooting one spear after another, collecting the boss's life. Each shot would take away a large chunk of health. Each shot would leave a horrific blood hole on the magic dragon beast. In just a little over a minute, the Thunder Flame magic dragon beast had already been turned into a sieve. Its massive body was riddled with holes, and blood stained the entire ground. Finally, the last deadly thorn rock spear once again pierced through its chest. Boom! The magic dragon beast's massive body collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. The red and blue ghostly flames in its eyes flickered twice before extinguishing completely. Congratulations! Successfully killed the guardian of the temple Thunder Flame magic dragon beast. Completion rating S level. At the same time, a golden light shot up into the sky. Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV. Current level LV. 2545. The refreshing feeling from the level up made Lin Mo unable to help but let out a long breath. Lin Mo glanced at the corpse of the magic dragon beast, then slowly descended from the sky and retracted his fiery wind wings. As soon as he landed, the 3 girls surrounded him. Lin Mo, you're way too abnormal. Han Mingqing rushed up first, circling around Lin Mo. The skills you comprehended are simply filling the gaps. Previously lacking an area effect earth skill, you brought out earthquake. Now this boss is tough to hit, and you just pull out the dead chicken spear. Han Mingjio's temple throbbed as she tapped her sister on the head. Shut up, you illiterate. It's deadly thorn rock spear. If I hear you call this divine skill by such a trash name again, I'll throw you into the magma to wake you up. Han Mingqing covered her head, mumbling in grievance. At this moment, Chu Lingxian quietly reminded everyone, shouldn't we check what the boss dropped? Lin Mo and the three women walked towards the corpse of the demon dragon beast. 3 orbs of light quietly floated beside the corpse. The first orb, emanating a red glow, was easily recognizable as a mythic-level weapon. Lin Mo had little interest. The second orb was the target of this venture, material for the Thunderfire combination skill. As it was a predictable drop, Lin Mo paid little attention to it. His gaze fell upon the third orb. It was a small object emitting a faint crimson light, seemingly unremarkable, resembling a common red stone. Yet the space around it was slightly distorted, as if unable to bear the heat it radiated. Is this a special drop? Lin Mo furrowed his brow. He reached out and grasped it in his hand. It was warm, but not scalding. Fireball technique was completely captivated by this small stone, trembling with excitement. What is this? I can sense the pure elemental fire energy. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. For something as picky as the fireball technique to react this way, it must truly be a remarkable item. He immediately began to examine it. Fire element fragment. Special description: a fragment materialized from the rules of fire element, containing the supreme essence of the path of fire. Fire element fragment. Lin Mo instinctively read out this name, frowning slightly. What? Hearing this name, Han Mingyao was suddenly shocked. Fire element fragment. Lin Mo glanced at Han Mingyao, then nodded. Yes, that's what it says. What? Do you know about this thing? Han Mingyao took a deep breath, her eyes gleaming with fervor. Fire element fragment. This is something legendary. It's even rarer than combination skill materials. At this moment, Han Mingqing also leaned in. She looked curiously at the red stone in Lin Mo's hand. Sister, why are you so excited? Is this broken stone really that powerful? Broken stone. Han Mingyao looked at her sister with a look of disbelief. You fool. I told you to read more books, but you never listen. This thing, our mom mentioned it once. Even a level 100 expert would covet it immensely. Han Mingqing shrank her neck after being scolded. Then what use does it have? You make it sound so impressive. Lin Mo looked at Han Mingyao, waiting for her explanation. Han Mingyao steadied her emotions and explained to Lin Mo, for high-level professionals, while combination skills are indeed powerful, this is not the end. This fragment is the key to unlocking a capability that is more difficult than combination skills and has an even higher potential. It's said that if one absorbs enough elemental fragments, they can comprehend a special technique, elemental body. Moreover, continuously absorbing elemental fragments can condense the legendary elemental avatar. Elemental avatar. Han Mingqing's eyes widened. What is that? Is it like a summoner's pet? Not quite. Han Mingyao shook her head and explained, a summoner's pet is a living being with health points and a degree of self-awareness. However, the elemental avatar is essentially an extension of your magical power, a manifestation of your will. In simpler terms, it has no self-awareness. It is merely a mirror image of yourself. When you cast a fireball technique, you can also control your elemental avatar to cast a fireball technique simultaneously. In other words, Han Mingyao stared at Lin Mo. If you possess the elemental avatar, your output will hiss. Hearing this, Han Mingqing and Chu Lingxian both gasped.